and you can see how excited I am to be here, and certainly am excited. Let's see if anyone else is. All right, let's see if this is working. Now, seems to be, so let's get the call started. That'll help to anchor me, and let's pray that our man is there to receive the call. It says he's on. Oh, thank God. It says you're unavailable. At any rate,
Really?
can you hear me?
That is so weird. Yes.
Okay, you're coming in
All
a
right,
little.
so I'm gonna start adding it.
Yeah, add everybody. And you're coming in a little garbled, so hopefully that improves. Other than that, we are live streaming, of course, and where our man Jameson is producing to the best of his ability. And so I was dealing with a lot, and I can cover that, in time tonight. Let's see who else we bring on board first, and hopefully everyone else shows up. If not,
Yeah.
go on.
Yeah, I'm halfway dying, but
Sorry to hear that.
I'm at the point where I might consider going back to the hospital, despite the fact that I hate their guts for infecting me.
Right, I understand.
I'll just make sure to cover everything I have with mucus before touching their hands, so that I can infect them the fuck back.
Oh God, please. Well, I have a similar concern, and I'll share that. In soon enough. We have Brandon Young and Salman Sheikh with us. God bless them both. So glad to have them. And honestly, I'll let you three gentlemen hold the stage while I try to get myself together. It was a hell of a ride to get here, and there may be repercussions yet in terms of having gotten here, and I'll explain that soon enough. So in the interim, we will allow Salman Sheikh to start off with his usual greeting, and then Brandon Young will respond to it. And I think that'll be poetic enough. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, my dear brother Douglas. Assalamu alaikum to all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich, Brandon, JMO, and all of our team, with love, peace, and blessings for all.
God bless you, and thank you so much for that. We certainly need it. Brandon Young, happy to have you with us, young sir. Tell us about what's been going on in your life.
Hi, guys, everybody. Team Dietrich, Salman, Douglas, of course, JMO, and everybody else to come on. What's been going on in my life? Well, it's the same old thing. Teaching youngsters the game of basketball, and as much as I can about how to navigate through this terrible society we have. And, but it's true, and but also hopefully to impart a model of right choice and good behavior, which also goes along with discipline and questioning and things like this. So at such a young age, they've been so away from that. So I've just been plugging along with that, and being poverty stricken basically because of it.
Jesus.
They don't pay teachers enough. They really don't, and things like that. But anyway, I'm so happy to be here. I'm so sorry I missed you last week, and so on, but it's really good to hear everybody here.
God bless you, and we really appreciate what you're doing. And yes, teachers should be paid much more than they are, and they certainly should be given much more respect than they have, and their job is so important. So what I'm going to do now is start dealing with the hyperlinks before I take off to make my tea. And what I will be doing is, of course, asking everyone to hold the stage as much as possible. We have a definitely just a lot going on everywhere in the world and with our with ourselves. And so with that in mind, I don't know what else to say at the moment. I've got so much to cover tonight, and once I get into the zone, it's going to be covered. Just a lot of stuff that I've been leaving aside till now, which is the geopolitical situations. And I think I'd better cover them now because President Biden himself says the Russians are going to invade. So since the president himself
they've been here since forever. Oh my God, they've invaded. Well, you're talking about Ukraine rather than the United States, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, because United States is already compromised.
Yes.
It just is what it is.
Yes. Yeah, the U.S. is compromised thoroughly in that regard. So with such in mind, of course, I'm going to let these gentlemen, I'm not going to go mute just yet, but just going to let these gentlemen kind of take it away. There must be other things, of course. The first thing that I will do tonight within Arc of Narrative is just cover the Civil War in America, and then the geopolitics, and then bring it back to how it impacts our domestic situation. We'll see if I can get that all in. If I get 8 hours of monologue in, I could probably do it. So aside from that, I'll wait till our man Peter Moon comes on to probably load into what's been happening lately with myself and how I barely got on here tonight, and basically how I'm also. What was the other thing? I'm also going to at least briefly answer a question asked by a young lady who wishes to remain anonymous. And then maybe we'll also address some poor guy I'll screen share. And there's this guy who's left all kinds of comments on the YouTube videos, and they're not hostile, but at the same time, YouTube is not publishing them. And he says, I hope someone's not deleting them. But there's no real way.
He's being censored as well, then.
Dude, it happens to just about everybody. The majority of people who leave commentary, YouTube does not display it. The only comment it displays is Salmon's and a few other people. And it's usually fairly innocuous comments. When people come in and they start making social statements, YouTube's just not displaying them. I have no control.
I see I see what's going on there. They're trying to be like a Zuckerberg, which is trying to curtail people's critique of politics and social figures.
Yeah.
Because now their jackasses are supposed to be protected.
Yeah.
They're not douchebags enough.
Oh God. Maybe.
Well, see. Zuckerberg is not protecting Brother Douglas from being harassed by Pakistani men.
Thank you. Or gang stalkers or any of that like. Well, maybe they are to an extent. But in terms of the Pakistani men, yes, they keep coming. By the way, shout out to Amazing Yes, who says, "Good evening, Douglas." And of course, Jameson, please take care of Love Face.
I see them. Right there. The fucking Russian trolls. See, they love you so much, Douglas. They have like a poster of your face in Russia.
They do. They
probably have your recent pictures too. Not when you were bloated on the antidepressants or starving and anemic.
Yes.
But just. Vladimir Putin, he has like a room dedicated to him.
Yes, yeah, I know the communist Chinese do. The Russians might as well. Xi Jinping has a Winnie the Pooh doll, and he has like a what do you call it? He has something made that's a replica of you as well. Yes. That's right. He's got it down, and it's just the way things work. So all of you gentlemen, do me a solid takeover. I'm going to deal with hyperlinks, and then after that, make my tea. I'll let you know when I go to do that. In the meantime, the stage is all of yours, and obviously there's a lot going on in the world. I hope you gentlemen address it.
Yes, I'm probably going to have to start taking a look at the world right now, because my head has been, my ass has been in my head and vice versa, which, Who knows which came first, you know?
I don't
It's
blame
just,
you. I don't blame you. By the way, the other day when I was tripping off nutmeg, and I'll make certain to put plenty of that in my tea again tonight. And our lady Penny Bradley was describing Lou Rees, Rees, or is it Reest? But she was describing him as having 6 legs because he had the cat on him and he had to walk over with the cat. And I told everybody I had
the Garfield.
Yes, the Garfield. I had this image of him in my mind right then and there as as you know, this psychedelic image of this kind of multi-limbed fat cat character that was, for some reason, I'll call it gummy worm blue. He was neon gummy worm blue with about, because she started with the 6 limb shit, okay? So then she started saying, wow, you're tripping balls. And I was like, well, yeah. And then our man Jameson sent me images of this Garfield character that is like exactly what I saw. It's just creepy as fuck. So you can take it away from there, Jameson. And
yeah. Garfield was this thing that I guess that the writer of Garfield had made a sort of a comic where Garfield was questioning his existence, and he decided to make a timeline in a world without Garfield. And so, you know, everyone jumped on it and decided to create something called Garfield, which just grew out of proportions online. It's actually quite funny going through some of the things they create. It's a good way to get your head out of the sewage that is our everyday human life.
Yes. Comics that are at their best will do that. And anyhow, maybe you gentlemen, Brandon and Salman, can take it on a more serious track if you don't want to continue with that.
Well, I think, you know, in terms of what Brother Brandon Young said about the teachers not being paid enough, I think they just need to cancel the U.S. military budget, give it to the teachers, school districts, social programs, youth programs. That would solve so many issues. And I commend you, my brother, for, especially in times like these, where there's so much chaos and uncertainty, and you're still there fighting the good fight, being a mentor to these children in times when the youth need a mentor. So my hat's off to you on that. And in terms of like this world that we're dealing with, especially the next few months, I think it's very important, especially with what Brother Douglas is pointing out. And it's so important, especially with this year being a midterm, that the aspect of seeing these threats that are here in our society and in which aspects to take it seriously and how to tackle it. So we must all come together and handle these issues. Otherwise, if we have any issues, especially this being a midterm and going on to 2024, America is just going to start sinking lower and lower.
Yes.
Is it? You mean we're not low enough? It's possible to get any lower than this.
Yes, it is.
We're already. Oh gosh, we're already at the thrones of Mott. Yeah. If we get any lower, we might as well be in the anti-godly realm, and we might as well just call this entire world Planet Edom.
Yeah, it'll go there if we let it. Yeah,
it's there already. It's the thing about it is it just feels like it's unfolding in slow motion, which makes it even more painful, because instead of everything just hitting us fast and hard with that shock, now it's like, you know, that the trajectory doesn't have to go there, but it's going to go there anyway, and it's just all the more just irritating.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, sorry. I just was going to say, guys, that I was looking at the projections of the World Economic Forum. That
Davos, Switzerland. Go on.
Oh, geez. And so they have these projections, as they regularly do, for 2030. And they did this sort of propaganda campaign where they try to make it seem so hip and cool. and the very first slide is, this is our projections for the world in 2030. You'll own nothing, and you'll be happy. That's number one. Okay. Number two, I forget what else, but there was some. It was like, you won't eat meat, You don't need to. You can print it. You know, it's like, what? I will, if I have to give up my grandmother's Portuguese recipes and Italian recipes, and so, you know, for some 3D printed nastiness, which, you know, KFC is putting out now, is barely edible. You can't even eat the chicken nuggets. I guess that I won't dare touch them, but supposedly they're like rubber. It's like eating rubber. It's like you can't even really break it off. So they drench it in sauce, you know, to kind of cover up the terrible taste. But even those are doing terribly. So this whole plant-based notion of a 3D printed meat and so on. You know that the 1% or less than 1% are going to have whatever they want.
Yes.
They'll have their own farms. They'll have all the meat and things that they need. But for us, for the rest of the population, it's good for you, you know, even though it's mostly made up of insect.
Yes,
you know?
yes. They'll tell you it's good for you and it's good for the environment. They'll guilt you out about Mother Earth. And basically, no, man needs meat. This is why we have canines, motherfuckers. We're descended from fucking monkeys that would rip into the flesh of other animals. I mean, this is, you know.
Well, don't tell Derek Talley that he because he does what the elite or what the elite are planning to do, which is going to be eating people. Because I think you know, now that the slave population is going to be growing, and I'm fairly certain that the trafficking, enslaving slave population of both, you know, work slaves and sex slaves, you know, people who are forced into labor at gunpoint and shit. Now that I'm sure there's going to be a third tier of slaves, and they're going to be food slaves, and they're you know, so the elite are just going to rip off hunks of their flesh and eat them. Because, you know, that's the level of depravity that I come to expect from the human race.
Oh, God. So, by all means, all of you gentlemen, take it from there. And,
you know,
yeah.
it's funny about Derek Talley, because when I was going to England and my flight was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and randomly Derek pops up in my mind, and I'm just cracking up in the middle of the plane while everyone is sleeping in the middle of the night. The lights are off, and it's the message about him having to do dialysis and sending that message to Brother Douglas, I have cancer. So I just started laughing in the middle of the plane, and I had to control myself.
And by the way, that's all my fault. Understand, everybody, that Salman Sheikh is a very compassionate human being. He would never feel that way around any person who was suffering.
Yes.
Normally, it's the way I represented how Derek Talley was himself just presenting his various, you know, what were obviously lies, because we later on have footage of him, which was brought to myself, or rather screenshot, and then given to me, and I shared it with other people by, of all people, Brendan Zogit, who was the source of much of the stress that I'm dealing with now. And the problem was that obviously Derek Talley was suffering from none of this stuff. He was like line dancing in some all-black gathering in a hotel, where it was obviously a fairly nice hotel where they had leased it for whatever black kind of, for lack of a better word, I don't know what it was. I would call it semi-Masonic, for lack of a better word. I know I don't want to insult Salman there with that term, but it was obviously like some kind of cultic Edomite gathering where these people all knew each other. In this case, they were all black, and they were all congratulating Derek on something, like he had accomplished something. And what makes it so bizarre?
It was the annual house nigger gathering.
Yes, something, something of that nature. It was like, but he was obviously, this is a man who was claiming he was both cancerous and on dialysis. And so, and the way he kept presenting it to us, you know, like, I love my job. They, you know, I'm sick all the time and they keep my job for me. You know, I said, man, I'd love a job like that too. I could call in sick every fucking day for years and then, you know, show up once in a while to drive the truck, which I cheated on the eye test for. It was just, the whole thing was just fucked up. I'm so sorry, Brandon, maybe you can, you know, lift us up from this, but, you know, it was one of those things where, and what Salman was laughing about was the way I said it. It's all in the way I said. I was describing Derek the way he said it, which was, you know, first the whole thing was seeking pity, like, I have cancer, and then, you know, then when we got him through that whole thing where he said, oh, my taste disappeared and everything, but he kept cooking. He kept talking about how he kept cooking, but he said his taste had been killed. You know, what the fuck? And then he was like, then it was, no, I'm on dialysis. It was just the way he said it. It was just this, like, look at me now. It's like, now I've got the new tap dance and shit. It was just like he had something new to show off. It was just disgusting. Even Peter Moon said that he was like a guy in a marathon race where he starts off in a wheelchair and he's got one leg and he's trying to propel himself with that, so he keeps going in circles. That's how Peter Moon viewed his life. And it was like, but at the same time, it was all just bullshit, because he was obviously line dancing in some, you know, all-black gathering. And you know what Brendan Zoget himself pointed out? Neither he nor his father were wearing masks, but everyone else was wearing masks. So everyone around them was masked up.
So it was a Republican convention. There we go.
but all the other blacks were wearing masks. That's the point. So, you know, but he and his father were not. So it was just bizarre. The whole thing was bizarre. Well,
he probably has COVID, and that's probly why he lost his taste. So it wasn't cancer. It was COVID.
Something like that. I thought about that. And at any rate, yeah. And by the way, feel free to bitch more about this vegetarian bullshit, because that brings us back to, you know, vegan ass, you know, Brendan Zoget later, who I'll talk about. But anyhow, so there you go. Go ahead, Brendan.
Well, it develops in the students. I see it. Just to chime in a little bit, the students that for whatever reason now in this generation are raised off of parents who are pro-vegan and 100% vegan. And they say, well, you know, we're going to raise our kids vegan. Well, they don't develop. You know, their brains don't develop in the same way. Even something as small as a vitamin D deficiency will cause severe repercussions, autism, spectrum disorder, whatever. There's so many delays in development, not just with the brain, but the mind and with behavior and with just the physical body. You know, and there's definitely a difference. You know, you can see this already at this stage, see the difference. And I think that's just unfair.
Thank you.
For other kids.
It's abusive. I mean, forget the word unfair. It's fucking abuse.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank you. And it's abusive to all of us because we have to deal with them. We're going to be putting all these kids on welfare because they're all malnourished and maldeveloped, because they're all raised on nothing but fucking soy and shit. You know, obviously nothing against, don't buy into the right-wing soy boy bullshit, but you get my point.
Yeah. I mean, folks, get a steak and make it so that it's like rare enough where you can still have the blood, because for some reason the blood is very. There's something good about it.
Thank you. And also some healthy fucking fat. You know, I'm not talking necessarily going all the way with crispy creme, which is the only donut that I've ever seen that had on its ingredient list 100% fat. I never saw that even in a donut before. Yeah, but you know, you still need some healthy fat. I mean, in your food, not necessarily on your body, but your body does. I mean, that's some of the tastiest part of the meat, is the melting fat in the meat. It's sometimes the fat that is actually delectable. It can be. We're not talking about anyhow. Enough of all of that. I could go on about intertissue fat in the meat and how you don't get that in other countries. It's interesting because the cattle here in America, of course, is, as was pointed out by Amanda Ute and who was with us at the last time? It was definitely Jameson, but she was talking about all the cattle raised in their own shit, how they're standing in their own shit. And
yeah. Instead of feeding them like grass fed, you know, they're feeding them. I don't know what the fuck they're feeding them.
Well, raw sewage, basically. But if you buy Argentine meat, this is what I've been told, of course, and I've noticed this, of course, when I'm in foreign countries. I've never been to Argentina, but I've been told in places like Argentina where they raise the cattle on ranges and they exercise them, that you can taste the difference in the meat. There, no intertissue fat. Go on, take it from there, Brandon. Yeah.
No, I've just had not just Argentina, but it's a lot of South America have just, you can taste the difference in the meat from the farm. And you know, I'm not into this whole new, you know, like the whole grass fed, you pay, you know, $20,000 more than anything else. No, you know, do what's in your budget. Obviously, some things are cashing in on that, but this healthy fat that goes along with it, the marbleization of the fat entwined with the meat, creates it just tastes completely, not completely different, but different enough where it's highly noticeable, and you can actually, when you eat it, you kind of get it like an energy charge from it, maybe.
Yes. Yeah.
That's just me, but I think that you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. By the way, Ruby Domain gives us the starry eyes and the peace dove. Mwah. God bless her. Dat Dude 873210 says, sound is loud and clear. Thank you so much. Ruby Domain says, I saw they're making chicken meat from a single cell, saying it's kinder to animals. Yeah, well, it's sure as hell not kind to us. You know, battery fucking chicken and shit. You know, it's all boneless, but that's also because it's like gelatinous. And it's like, it's one time, some idiot I knew, it was Matthew Castaneda was his name, and he and his Filipina girlfriend, they purchased what was basically a battery turkey at Thanksgiving, and I had just the opportunity to see that. It was like some boneless turkey they bought. And I said, that can't be real. That could never have been at any point in some kind of biological life walking. that could never have been a walking turkey at one point. It was just this boneless piece of shit that was like probably what the beginnings of what they're serving now. Crap that's
Right.
grown. And
Well, they had at one point the tofurkey. I don't know if anyone remembers the tofurkey.
Oh God, tofurkey! Jesus Christ, disgusting! I remember the tofu cheese. Go on.
Cheese is one of the worst things I've ever had in my life. I'd rather, I don't know, starve than have that. I mean, it's just, it's just the worst. You know, I tried it out for like a month because the stupid head I lived with had it, so I just tried it out. But and the thing is, they add chemicals to make it taste like cheese.
Yes.
It tastes like turkey. And it's just like, well, don't you just get the real thing? And at that point, I mean, it's just, it's just a sort of brainwashing that goes on, over. And anyway, it's just, continue.
Yeah, no, they're brainwashing us to try and enjoy eating synthetic slop.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the stuff doesn't have any of the vitamins synthesized by a natural organism. So you're not going, it's literally like eating the welfare shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's awful. It's very sad, and that's what it is. It's basically food for the lower class, the lower castes, and it is what it is. They're trying to program us all to accept this what we're going to eat out of what they dredge. I mean, what I couldn't believe, and I don't know, maybe Brandon has investigated this, but it was the tilapia. It was yeah. Tell us a bit about tilapia.
Well, tilapia. I mean, you could go on it, but it's just I know from a little bit. I was this is quite a few years ago. Tilapia, a lot of it comes from Ecuador, in these farms, but it was being it still is being marketed in America as being sort of like a new, like, expensive fish. It's not. It might as well be a catfish. It's actually lower on the totem pole than a catfish. It's cheaper than a catfish, cheaper to produce, easier to and all this stuff. But so they have, like, you'll go into a high-end restaurant and they'll have tilapia, $20, whatever, and it's like, that's a $2 fish, right? I mean, there's got to be a reason why you can buy like 30 pounds for $2, of this crap. And I got sick of it. I just got sick of it. I mean, it's basically a very light, sort of fluffy fish, but a lot of it is farm raised, and because of the genetic engineering that they've been doing with, not engineering, not to sound conspiratorial, but this is real. They've, they do basically farm these fish in hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of fish.
Yeah.
And basically, they're inside of them. is spliced with, I think it's spider, insect DNA. So you'll have these fish, and if you buy it frozen, you let it thaw and you try to pull it apart, you will see that it's webbed. It's terrible. Yeah. So this is my little. I don't really eat tilapia anymore. Yeah.
Well, what's worse is when they farm these fish, the chemicals that they put in, because when you have everything just slapped together with just swimming in its own feces and shit, because they're basically eating their own shit, they have to dump a shitload of antibiotics in those things, and some of the chemicals are so toxic to human beings that people who are treating the chemicals to these fish farms, they're in like completely rubber suits.
Wow.
And the problem is, because these are fish, they're absorbing all those toxins, and those toxins are getting magnified. This is why they say never eat shrimp. Because shrimp is like a bottom feeder. There's a lot of these sea creatures that are they just absorb all these heavy metals and shit, right. All these toxins. So what you're doing, you're essentially getting a concentration of whatever those chemicals are that were put in that fish farm. I stay away from seafood. When my folks, eat fish or whatnot, I don't eat it. I
dearly love seafood, but I understand exactly what you're saying. And by the way, when it comes to the shrimp, the reason why they try to get you to avoid shrimp is because it builds it. If you eat shrimp that's commercially sold from Thailand or any of the Asian sources, and you get that on the market, which is where the overwhelming majority of edible shrimp comes from that you find on the market, then what happens is your body builds up a tolerance to antibiotics. That's what they want you to avoid, because what happens is in Asia, they raise these literally, billions of shrimp together, millions in, these ponds. Yeah. And what happens is
gross.
Yeah, instead of, because if one of these shrimp gets sick, it goes to all of them. So they'll just pour in buckets, literally buckets and buckets of antibiotics. So the shrimp absorb as part of their daily intake, just, for lack of a better word for it, a descriptive, tons of antibiotics. And so you get that when you're eating them. So I would recommend eating them if you've come down with something and you want to self-medicate.
Does it work for COVID, or should I be trying to get the horse shit?
You might try to get the shrimp, because it doesn't hurt. I mean, in Asia, unlike in the United States or the West, in Asia, you buy antibiotics off the shelf. People just self-medicate. They'll go and buy antibiotics the way you and I would buy aspirin. They would never allow that here, because, of course, this is why all this vile disease comes out of Asia. It's because, you get these super antibiotic-resistant bugs that, the Asians are so full of antibiotics that the bugs that develop there are immune to the antibiotics that they're saturated with, just like the shrimp. So then they come over here and they're worse and worse every time. This is why the Omicron's going right through everything. And so it'll be a miracle if I don't have it after what I describe soon enough. But in terms
now I know there's definitely a connection now.
Yeah, well, believe me, it all falls on Brendan Zogit ultimately, and I'll tell people why. If that sounds bizarre, I'll put the reality behind it. In the meantime, let me go get my tea. I'll leave you gentlemen. You're holding the stage well enough, and maybe before I go, I am curious. So, am I mistaken, or with Salman Sheikh, you were in a photograph with several photographs with they look like Jews, like Orthodox Jews. I mean, were yarmulkes, or was this some Muslim headdress, or?
Yesterday I was invited to a gathering to speak on Sufism and Freemasonry. So I was over here at the local temple here in Philadelphia in City Hall. So I was there doing a talk on Sufism and Freemasonry there last evening, and that was one of my brothers from Iraq, who's also a Muslim brother, and he wears the skull cap like I do. So he was joining me for the evening. And today I had another presentation earlier, which I had to do. So I'm just educating them at the same time while also defending my faith. And I'm glad I'm getting the opportunity to do that. And it's interesting, Brother Douglas, you mentioned that about the medicine, because when I was in Pakistan, any medicine you can go to the pharmacy and you can buy it over the counter. So the doctor will tell you, you can just go and get these medicines, and any random person can go and get diabetic medicine, Parkinson medicine, whatever they need. You can just go in. If you have the money for it, you can buy it. Wow. Because there is no health insurance industry that exists in that country. So that's something that they cannot exploit their populace with. Like
relate something funny related to that, Solomon, just before, and then I have to go too as well. But today I was at the pharmacy and I was getting a prescription for vitamin D, and very powerful, potent vitamin D, and apparently it was too early to fill. This is like a sort of a 1 pill a week thing. Wow. And so, but I take, of course, it every day. So. Wow. But I was like, can I just, and they said, well, it's too early to fill. I'm like, it's just a vitamin. My doctor just put it, and they said, well, we don't want you to. I was like, why? It's just a vitamin. It's not like a controlled substance where you're worried about me overdosing on vitamin D. They said, we don't want you to stockpile it.
Oh, yes, that's right. That's right.
Out loud because it was so funny, because here they are sitting behind a stockpile, and then so I just walked over to the shelf, picked up vitamin D off the shelf, these gummies, whatever, they have all different types, and just rang it up, and that was it. But it's so silly. You're right. It's just such a perfect example of how barbaric the Western medicine system truly is. And Douglas, you're lucky to live in San Francisco, where you can go and seek out maybe different remedies and different cultures that might still have, let's say, not the attitude as of Western medicine that everybody's an addict and everybody. No, you treat whatever you need with whatever you want. It's your body,
Yeah. No, it's there are, of course, alternative holistic meds and or treatments that are available here. Okay, the trouble, of course, is paying for them. Most of these people try in those industries to be as generous as possible, and they try to accommodate sliding scale, etc. And some of them are even covered to a degree with insurance. I changed my provider recently, my general internal medicine practitioner, because he was so pathologically against writing a prescription for a chiropractor for me. And, I dealt with this guy for too long now, and then I have switched providers, and hopefully this other person will be more open to that. But in terms of what all of you are saying, it's quite true. It's bizarre because what this represents is they want a total control, as much of a control as possible over your life. And so when they say they don't want you stockpiling, they want you to be dependent on the pharmacy. And the pharmacy itself has only a day's supply worth of meds. You may seem like there's a lot there, but it runs out very quickly, and they get it refilled every day. So that's why sometimes you'll go in there and they don't have what you need, is because they haven't gotten their own refills yet. And so I've talked about this before, and it would take a college course to really educate people about this. But the medical industry and the pharmaceutical industry operates at a level where everything is based on keeping it at constant scarcity. And they don't want you stockpiling, and yet there's a way to just make certain that you always refill, even if you don't need it. Keep refilling so that you develop a stockpile. So you refill when you get if it says that you can refill once a month, refill it every month. And that way you can get a stockpile of your meds, because the time will come when there's an earthquake or something, and or tornado, etc. And you're going to be in need of those meds. And
what's interesting is I do that. I have a shitload of gabapentin.
Good.
I'm not selling people.
Yeah, that's everybody prepare for that. And I want to know more about this vitamin D. Could you send me?
Okay. Vitamin D, all right, is actually a hormone. So that's the reason why they might regulate the one that you take once a week. Okay. Because you can get too much vitamin D, but it's rare. Because most people in the Northeast are deficient of vitamin D, and this is why I get these pills by a group called Carlisle, which is the same fucking group that I think does defense contracts and shit.
Yeah, Carlo Group. Yeah.
But more or less, they have this max potency vitamin D3, which is like 10,000 international units. So that's the highest I was able to find on the market. So every time I get enough money to get these, I just I splurge and get as many of them as possible. I don't even take them as daily as I should, which I should probably do right now. But, it's just like most of the 10,000 international units is actually too low per day. If you're taking this every day, this is actually an extremely low dose. This isn't going to come anywhere near the amount of vitamin D you need in the Northern Hemisphere.
Wow. Well, I want Brandon Young to send me a link as to his prescription. I'd like to know what his prescription is for vitamin D, like some kind, just at least the name and the brand or the pharmaceutical. I'd like to ask my doctor for a prescription for that level of vitamin D.
Yeah, no, everyone should have one. I think, everyone should have something like that.
Yeah.
Like JMO said, especially in the Northeast, where something like that, vitamin D deficiency can really, and I've noticed a real change in my health benefits in terms of just digestion, in terms of energy, in terms of sleep, even sleep. It's amazing. So I will get you that information.
Great,
Douglas. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Bless you. Okay, my love to all. I'm going to go mute, and I'm going to leave, I guess, Salmon and Jameson to speak. Brandon, you're welcome to stay as long as you can, but like you said, you need to check out soon.
I do. I wish you guys all the best. I love you all very dearly, and I wish Peter Moon, when he comes on, I will be listening in the background, but I do have to get to a couple things. So
we love you dearly. Thank you for joining.
Much love, everybody. Thank you.
Yes.
Take care, Brandon.
He's the best.
Good night, brother.
Yes. And so you two gentlemen, by all means, carry us to the top of the hour, then bring Peter on. I should be back at that point. I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. In the interim, I love to both of you as well, and I'll make myself some tea now and be back soon enough. Thank you.
All right. As far as vitamin D is concerned, the reason why I know so much about this was because the guy I used to be friends with, he had found information about, ways, he was looking for ways to treat the issue with sleep disorders and whatnot. And it turns out vitamin D is a hormone that's also responsible for sleep. This is why when people are sunbathing, they sort of start to go to sleep. So it's very interesting. You kind of do need vitamin D for good sleep, and you also need it so that you can absorb calcium, because without vitamin D, your bones aren't going to absorb calcium very well.
Brother Jamo, that's a good point. And even at the aspect of the meat, I know in Islamic tradition, they tell us that basically all of these things on this planet have been created with a purpose. So if you're neglecting all of this stuff and the human body is being neglected as true health, such as like these vitamins and these different foods, then eventually what they're doing is breaking down the human more and more over time, making the genetics of the human weaker and weaker, so it's easier to control. And I think that's a great point that you all made, the importance of having vitamin D and the proper meats and the proper foods. That is the only way in these coming changes that we'll be able to sustain our health.
Yes, and the reason why this artificial scarcity is created in the first place is because sickness and death rake in massive amounts of profits. Mm-hmm. This is the result of because I'd say at this point, we're at the point now in most places, unless you're in a fascist nation, where most of the capitalism is unrestricted, including communist China, and with the exception of course North Korea. I don't know what the fuck to say about that, but with this so all these people who meet up and hold these conferences for the future, these are the mega wealthy who just want to find ways to fucking annihilate the middle class, so that there's only, and they want to annihilate the rich class, so that there's only the mega wealthy and the poor, who are nothing more than farm animals to be moved around like cattle and prodded and kept as dumb as fucking possible.
You know, that's so important you mentioned that, because that Ayn Rand story that they made us read in high school in my 10th grade English class basically shows this exact scenario where there's going to be like this top elite that's going to control everything, and then the majority of the working class are going to be used as cattle, which they even portrayed in that Hollywood movie Elysium, where the elite had like their own thing going on and the people on the planet were like slaves that were used for labor, for mating, had a really low living standard. And you had these people on the top who are trying to give us lectures about our carbon footprints while they're going all around the world, traveling all over the world, using cars and airplanes and having kids and spending loads of money. And these people are hypocrites to the highest levels. And I'm glad what Brother Douglas describes, even what he said about Prince William, who was giving a lecture to the Africans about climate change. I mean, these people are disgusting, and they need to be called out as such.
This is where shit gets funny, because a majority of the people who came up with the idea of the reducing, the carbon taxes and all this other shit are the oil companies. They're not reducing their fucking footprint, but they want you, the peons, to reduce your footprint. How does that work? It's completely insane how these things work. If you're going to tell everyone that we need to look out for the environment, yet you're still not creating cars that run, everything runs on oil, you're still manufacturing things with plastics. It's not we, the little people, who have the power to create these devices that we rely on, made of oils and whatnot. And this was kind of interesting, because I got into a fight on Facebook on this guy. I think this was a post that was made by Popular Mechanics, and I was calling him out on something. And so when I called him out, I was looking at the fact that his profile, the guy was like, had this Exxon logo there. He's like, works for this oil company. So I'm like, okay, Mr. Exxon. And he's like, oh, no, you're a hypocrite because you rely on oil. The computer you're using is made of plastic made from oil. And I'm saying, dude, I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not the manufacturer of this shit. I need this shit to survive.
Exactly.
So you see how absurd, the thinking process is of these people. The people who have all that wealth and power, the people who are serving the ones who are indoctrinated by the ones who have all the wealth and power, there's a massive cognitive dissonance where they're not able to tell the idiocy of what they're saying.
Well, see, that's what it is, Brother JMO. And you made a very great point, because these people have grown up in privilege, and they just cannot empathize with somebody that's not having their level of privilege. For them, in their eyes, they're committing an evil, but they have this moral righteousness about them, thinking that they're doing the right thing. But in reality, they're destroying humanity, and they're destroying the planet. And that's the impasse that we find ourselves right now in this post-2020 world, is where are we going to see ourselves in the next 10 years, where the system as we know it, is changing overnight. So is humanity going to continue to sink lower and lower? And like you said, how low can it go? Or is it going to come a time where the people will make some kind of a collective choice? And I think, right now what we're seeing, Brother JMO, all across America, high inflation, the crime is out of control. You could sense that emptiness and fear in the big cities. So they are pushing us towards that paradigm where it's going to be empty streets, and it's going to be all of this stuff, this utopian future that they want to create for their own self. But humanity has to wake up. And you are making an excellent point why these hypocrites need to be called out. And I'm glad you went after him.
Well, what's absurd is that there's nothing we can do. We're not in a position where we can do anything, because we're not the ones we're not the heads of CEOs. We're not the manufacturers. We're not the ones who are, we're not the corporations. Yes. And this is the problem with a capitalism that is not constrained by anything. There is no system of governance out there. Yeah, there are countries that aren't democracies that have this overrunning, that are overrunning with this runaway capitalism as well. That's your runaway civilization. The fucking these mega corporation conglomerates. Rein them in. You know, and the reason why they don't rein them in is because they are following the maxim of Ayn Rand, the might makes right. Because I'm the mightiest, I make the rules, and anything I do is right, and anything you do is wrong because you're weaker than me. Yeah, that's generally how the animal kingdom works. But we are a sort of, how do I say, we're a social species. So we need to sort of rely on each other. So if you're just going to be trampling on other people all the time, I don't believe I'm saying this shit. I mean, there's going to be, well, we'll just say that those people embody what I would call the great forsakener. They've forsaken their own humanity in pursuit of fortune.
Yes. And see, that's exactly the paradigm that we're dealing with. We're dealing with a group of people who are not either of the left or the right. They're of the Edomites who want to destroy all existence for their own benefit. And that's a perfect definition you gave them. They are the deserters and the forsakers, because when you're following a true initiatic path, whether it's the left hand or right hand, there's a certain responsibility and consequence that comes with that if you're not handling yourself the right way. And that is absolutely true, my brother, is that we're dealing with a force that just doesn't care about anything. It wants total chaos and destruction. And we see right now what humanity's going through all over the world in all countries now with these different strains coming out, like the finance stuff, the crime problem. What can humanity really do about it at the end if we have no control over any of the organizations, the infrastructure, the corporations, the education system? I mean, look at the school that I went to. They made Ayn Rand mandatory reading. And when Brother Douglas explained that history behind Ayn Rand in his monologue, it just makes sense that a lot of these people at the top with the different Edomites, they're just pushing each other's agenda and programming the people to sympathize with their cause.
Yes, and her complete mindset. I think I've seen the mindset before Ayn Rand. Oh, there was a German philosopher by the name of Max Stirner, and I think he sort of used that. I don't know if he was. I don't think that Max Stirner was necessarily pushing that, but he said that that's. I think the basis of his philosophical argument was that this is just the way of the world. Now, that's the thing. You can be in the world and not be corrupted by it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
The problem with Ayn Randian philosophy, and the problem with people like Jordan Peterson and those assholes, is that they are corrupted by it, and they're telling everyone else to be corrupted by it, just like they are.
Yes, go on.
Yeah, you know, that kills me. As every time I go on YouTube and all I see is like these different motivational videos from Rogan and Peterson, and it just makes me sick. And Brother Douglas is right. They're just pawns of the Edomites and what the last stain that Aquino left on humanities, and they're still continuously harassing us mentally to this day.
Yes, it's true. That's what it is. It's a form of psychological terrorism.
Honestly, it would be giving them too much credit to say that they were left behind by Aquino.
There's that too. Yes.
I'm sorry. There's more ingenuity behind his machinations. One that ought to at least be respected.
In other words,
there's enough,
yes, there's enough of a depth to his evil where it would be at least orders of magnitude above what these idiots are doing.
You know what I loved what I loved about Aquino, Brother JMO, and it made me laugh, is the aspect of how he wanted to write JAWS from the perspective of the shark.
Yes.
Well, one can argue he did. He wrote Star Wars, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah. Well, what we're doing is that was actually a joke that somebody made because of what Aquino was doing with both Tolkien and Star Wars. He was rewriting both of those franchises from the perspective of the villains, and so somebody made a joke that he was going to rewrite the novel Jaws from the perspective of the shark, which I actually did when I was going to school. I actually did that. It was a short story which my teacher loved. He loved it, and he gave me the highest grade for it. And so I was basically writing a story from the perspective of the monster shark, and who knows, maybe someday I'll find it and then publish it. But it's just a short story. At any rate, maybe it should be stretched into a novel, but then it would just be, at this point, other people have done things like that. I mean, they did that with Meg, the Megalodon. So in terms of what I wanted to bring to everyone's attention, I cannot find it. I hope that I'll find it again and take a screenshot, but some young lady was saying how much she enjoyed both Salmon Shake and Jameson talking, and that she wanted more. Other people, of course, have different opinions on that, but it just, everybody hits different people differently. And but I do want you gentlemen to know that you have a fan base in terms of the interaction, the intercourse that you have in the chat room right now. We have Ruby Domain, who said that we're making a pond for our local tilapia babies. I don't know whether she's joking or not, because, that is actually quite possible. It's one of those things where, of course, your average person couldn't do this. This, takes an abandoned warehouse or something. Barrow Rogers, who I'm assuming is female, and if so, shout out to her as well. And she says, I was a veggie and I had to go back to meat because I ate so much soya. My nipples hurt like fuck, and I was crying at the Andrex puppy. By that day, I read soya's most estrogen in all plants. In other words, soya packs more estrogen than all other plants. So there you go. This is why the white supremacist male involuntary celibates are so afraid of it. They're afraid to be emasculated. Of course, Asian men, or at least Far East Asian men like myself, are kind of immune to that impact. But Ruby Domain says, yes, I was sad to stop drinking soy milk years ago because of that deception. Yeah, I wouldn't drink soy milk, personally. And then Vicky Johnson says, love you, DDD. And so, love you too, honey. Love you unconditionally. And with that, all right, Peter Moon will be on any moment. I am going to actually go make my tea. I actually had to finish the dregs of what was here from last transmission because, I've been sleeping a lot lately I'll give the story about that to avoid. This is how my body deals with incoming invasive diseases. And, I sleep a lot. And that really is what a lot of people need to do. The problem with most of you and why you get so sick or why you're so vulnerable to sickness or why you don't get well soon enough is most of you don't sleep. And, of course, I'm built differently from your baseline human, and I can do that for days at a time. But so I'll tell people the horror story behind it when I get back. So let Peter know when he gets here that I'm making the tea. I'll be back soon. And, my love to all. I'm going to go mute again. And both you gentlemen can go back to speaking and know that there's a certain kind of personality that loves what you do. Loves the way that you two interact. And with that, I'll go silent.
All right, so I'm bringing Peter on right now, and I'll let him know that. I'll let him know that Douglas stepped away. By the way, did you catch the grunting in the background?
Yeah, that's our interloper with the metal chair who's doing the heavy breathing.
Poor fella. I think they have him cramped in a cage somewhere, forcing him to listen to the broadcast. Poor guy.
I'm here.
I'll let him know that. I'll let him know that Douglas stepped away. By the way, did you catch the grunting in the background?
Yeah, that's our interloper with the metal chair who's doing the heavy breathing.
Poor fella. I think they have him cramped in a cage. Someone has us on echo.
Is that the interloper?
Yeah, probably. I'll let him know that. Yeah, it's the interloper.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's good now. Good evening, Peter. How are you?
I got screwed up there because I was listening to the broadcast, and then I turned on Skype because the Skype was off. And
Yeah.
so anyway, there was a little weird there. So anyway, I'm here. I'm well. Thank you. I heard the last part of what Douglas said. He was going off to get some tea.
Yes, yes, and our interloper replayed what we were just saying, and they basically decided to taunt us and let us know that they're replaying everything we say.
Sort of like in the stream, they're able to tap.
Yeah, they're able to tap into the stream. You'll actually hear the guy like grunting, and you'll hear like you'll hear his chair squeaking. I mean, apparently this person has nothing but time to just do this all night.
Well, it says here that there are on this call Jameson, Douglas, and Peter Moon, and it says not on this call Brandon Young, Daniel Arola, Penny Bradley, and Sammy Romero. Now, is Salmon on the call?
Yes, I'm here.
So, but you're not listed on Skype. On my Skype, it says 3 of 7 in the call. You're not accounted for here. It's a mysterious. So.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I see all of you on my end. I see yourself, Peter, Douglas, JMO. We're all on the call right now.
Yes, and Jameson, can you see Salmon in your Skype?
Yeah, I see Peter Moon's logo. I see Salmon's logo. I see my own logo, and I see Douglas's logo. So yeah, and it says Sammy Romero, Daniel Arola, and 4 others, because those were other people I tried to add on.
Well, I don't
at the beginning.
But maybe Salmon and I don't share Skype. I don't know if we're on Skype. Well, I don't know. Who the hell knows? But anyway, I have something very interesting to add to my last talk. That I was talking about my friends at Montauk and in the indigenous energies. Well, much to my surprise and happiness, the next day, my friend called me and told me she had just gotten a call from my Qigong friend, Rudy Curry, who's a Tai Chi master and a fellow student that studied with me under Roosevelt Gainey. And I had been out with Rudy to Montauk at least twice, and I had introduced him to my friend, and he called her up and said that he wanted to go out there with a bunch of healers, and they wanted to meet her, which flattered her tremendously. But it was right after I left. It was so synchronistic. So I've put a communication out to him, and we're going to, try and get us all out there together. But that was like, and the time I went out the first time with him, he had these 2 giant ankhs, these ankhs made of, I don't know what they were made of. But they might have been made of copper, and he was banging them together. I showed him where an entrance to the underground was. This was a real entrance on Camp Hero. Of course, it had been buried over, and he was banging those ankhs, man. You could just feel the vibration going down into the earth, and he was doing it until he said he made contact, and he was stirring up the indigenous energies of that place. It was just like the master that he is. Mm-hmm. So this was really, so whatever I did, I was talking about indigenous energies. Yes, indeed, I am stirring them up, and I'm playing off of old energies. So that is a story to be continued. And of course, that whole episode took a 2-day bite out of my week. It was a great 2-day bite, but one is trying to catch up and do things. I still want to get back out there. So that was very, very neat follow-up to the last talk. To be continued.
Wonderful.
Should I go into what I'm going to talk about tonight?
Oh, by all means, sir. Yeah, definitely. And, tell us about everything that's been going on with you since your birthday. And later on tonight, when you have some spare time before you take off, certainly while Salman's still with us, then I'll, go into some of what's been happening to me lately and some of my concerns. Then I'll go into monologue and quite a bit to cover tonight. So by all means, get into it now. Yeah, talk about everything you want to.
Speaking of Douglas's needs, I want to remind everybody to go to this, well, you're already there on the YouTube, is to click click a like. Remember to click a like, and remember to support Douglas, with your, not just your cards and letters, but your cash, if you can, because he can certainly use it. And buy his book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. That book is about a master indigenous energy on this planet, and that is the indigenous energies of represented by the Empire of Japan and its ancient history. Quite fascinating. And just as an addendum, I'll never forget when I was a sophomore in high school studying Asian history, I had to do a paper on Japan, and I had this book on Japanese mythology. It was a gray book at the Davis Library, and it was pretty abstract stuff, but I remember doing a report on the indigenous gods of Japan. I can't remember any of it. Wow. I'd like to go back and look at the book now.
Yes.
If it's still there. I had one of the weirdest experiences of my life in that library. When I went back there with my friend Doug, who you met.
Yes.
This was 1989, I think. My wife and I had gone to San Francisco, and we, she looked up her old friends, and I was drove the car, and we went to I don't know why we went to the library. I wanted to go there for some reason. Mm-hmm. And so this rented car I had, I drive the car up into the library parking lot. There's nobody in the parking lot. I leave the car and walk up to the library, and we see it's closed. So we walk back down to the parking lot, and all of a sudden we see this car rolling backwards or going forwards down the street. Oh. And that looks like my car. Yeah. It's hard to recognize because it's a rented car and there's nobody in it. It's like a ghost. And I go, what the hell's happening? There's nobody in it, and it's going down the street. It's not in the parking lot. It's driving down the street by itself. And I go, shit, this is my car. And I guess I had the keys. So I'm running along the side of the car, and I put the keys in the car to open it up and jump inside and take control of the car. And I figured out what must have happened was I must have had the car in neutral and just left it.
Yes.
And walked out. We walked up, and the thing must have rolled out the parking lot, turned around, went up the street, and then started coming back down normally, just in time for me to see it.
Incredible.
God, that was weird.
That's so in keeping with both San Francisco and your life. That goes without saying.
Well, I managed to save the day because I didn't need to. You never want to have an accident with a rental car.
No.
Because what happens when you do is that, like I once had wiped out a tree fell on the back window, smashed it. And so after calling the policeman and, talking to him for about 2 hours, he says, oh, I can't make a report. He's just shooting the shit with me, an LA policeman. And so then I realized I take it back to the rental car place, and they don't want to give me a new car. They want to take the car back. Oh, you're turning it in early. We're going to charge you for an early turnover. we're going to charge you for the accident. I mean, they're just full of shit.
Oh, it's predatory, completely predatory.
Well, yeah, and I say, wait a second. They won't even give me a new car. But the thing I notice when I'm in California, you couldn't get away with this in New York. You yell and demand at them and pound your fist, and they will obey you. This will not happen in New York. You just yell and act obnoxious, and they'll do what you want. This has been my experience. And in fact, it's been necessary because they're always, you order one car and they give you another. And sometimes it works out to your advantage, but if it doesn't, and then you just, complain long enough and somebody will come in with a car and they say, okay, we just have to clean it. I don't care if it's clean. Just give me the car, so I can get the hell out of it. I'll go clean it, but they do that. And then also, but if you pay for the insurance, they'll do anything you want. You can just go run the car into a pole and start begging them with sledgehammers, and they'll come, oh, yeah, you got the insurance. Yeah, we'll replace the car. They'll bring you a car. They'll bring it to you, pat you on the back, and, tow off the beat-up car that you destroyed. So the insurance is great if you need it, if you're going to have an accident. But now it's become so expensive that it's you just need to drive carefully.
Yes.
So, but anyway, so much for rental car. And if you ever rent a car, you're also usually insured on your credit card, but you have to make sure you're insured on your credit card. You also should be insured on your own insurance. The only problem is if it's your own insurance, you're making the claim on, they'll count insurance points against you if you have an incident. If you buy the insurance, you can crack the whole car up and nobody will ever care if you're insured with the insurance with the rental company. So don't take my word for that. Read those documents yourself. Yes. They might say different than I said, but this has been my experience. So anyway, you don't want to have an incident with a rental car. No. But back to what I was going to say. Okay, I announced to my audience that I'm going to talk about Yogananda, L. Ron Hubbard, and Aleister Crowley and how they are all connected. Now, I spoke very well of Yogananda. Oh, Jameson, could we ask you to...
Yeah, he got his message set. He's back. That's so. Thank you. You can send me those messages by the Facebook Messenger from this point, Jameson. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah,
because it sounds like Luke Skywalker just showed up or something.
Yes, the space ball. It's the space ball
with his lightsaber.
Yes.
So I'm going to go back to, okay, so I spoke well of Yogananda, and I would speak well of his teachings from what I've read of them, which is not a lot, because they involved activating the superconscious, which in Qigong is, and according to his system as well, if you get your conscious mind working and you get your subconscious mind working, you're going to activate the superconscious. It's like, this is sort of, if I could maybe align it to, let's say, the game of baseball, where somebody is, well, better yet, I just read this guy, he's the star basketball player of the San Francisco's team, the Golden State Warriors, Stephen Curry, probably the cutest person ever to play basketball. Very cute looking guy. This guy was saying he revolutionized the game of basketball because he can shoot from any place, half court or shorter, and make the shot. He's just incredible. There's never been anything like it. And he is diabolically accurate. And he's talking about how much practice he put in. He says, I put in so much time practicing. So when he practices and he's got it down, that's his subconscious mind. It's hardwired into where to shoot, how to shoot, what to do to make the basket. Now the conscious mind comes into play, when he's in the game and he's got to play against competition, and that whole overall purpose is, I guess you could say, being in the zone, they call it, is the superconscious. It's like you're making it happen. It's no longer the subconscious just doing the routine ritual. You're active in real life. A race car driver could be similar too. He knows all the twists and turns of the car, and then when he's in a race, he knows when to step on the gas and when to let it off, and when to turn exactly, and when to take over past the next car, et cetera, and so on. The super consciousness is very much like the zone.
Yes.
The zone is for those of you who are not familiar, is like an area that athletes often describe where they can't do anything wrong. It feels like something has taken them over sometimes. You could also apply the zone to musicians where they really hit a streak. The Grateful Dead were known for this in their drug-addled audience. The drugs were pervasive at the Grateful Dead concerts. You never knew how much the band had taken, but that was part of the experience. So people are tripping, and they're tripping off the music, and then there's interaction between the audience, and they're playing off of all of this. It creates a egregore of itself, and that was kind of the experience of the Grateful Dead. It creates an egregore, an aggregate of energy, entities, and multiplicities that make this experience. And the experience, without, I think you had something to say about what was going on at Grateful Dead concerts, Douglas. I don't remember what it was.
Oh, I was talking about their connection to the 12 Tribes cult, how the 12 Tribes cult
Yeah.
predators would prey upon the deadheads. And
Okay, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember. And see, what that experience was, and some people couldn't relate to it. I can only relate to it in California when it was originally the Grateful Dead, before they became so popular outside of California. And they were it was an experience. It was an experience that was just a lot of, I remember I went back to see them in '89. I'd seen them, I think, 3 times when I was, in high school or getting out of high school. And I went back in '89, which is like 20 years later. And the vibration was so loving of the audience, and people would put up their hands wanting one ticket, and people would give them tickets if they had them. It was such a different energy than anything you'd ever see on the East Coast. I cannot explain what East Coast or Midwest Grateful Dead concerts were like. I think they were very different, or somewhat different, because of the people. There was still that spirit of love that kind of went back to the hippie times,
right.
But it was more refined than I remember. But there were always drugs there, because that's who and what they were. And, Jerry Garcia lived up to that bill by, dying as a result of drugs. The drug addict. He's a great musician. He was and a great drug addict. But the I was talking about going into the zone.
That's right.
Yes.
And people who are familiar with this program hear me go into the zone just like my biological father Adolf Hitler when I start talking and just don't stop. So please go on.
Well, yeah, Hitler would go into the zone. He would go into the zone when he talked, and he would stir up the crowd, and that creates an egregore as well. And it's an egregore that still bothers people who, he still has to be shouted down. He still has to be shouted down. Sort of like Gregory Peck, who's portraying Joseph Mengele in the movie Boys from Brazil, is, watching these late night Nazi rallies at TV in the middle of the night in his motel, and he's saying, "See, people still believe. They still believe." It's that the egregore. He's saying the egregore is still alive, and it is. But you hear more about the fighting of the egregore than you do the egregore itself. the egregore is kind of silent, as far as I know. I don't hear too much about, promotion of Hitler at all. and when you do, it's kind of through the skinhead thing, and it doesn't go very far. But you hear a lot of the fighting of it. So, I mean, that says something for itself. But to get back to the egregore, I was saying the zone. Yogananda is talking about superconsciousness, which is evocative of going into the zone. And he's more from a meditative slant and meditating on your life and your goals and what do you want. Now, the way he breaks it down, it's kind of hard to argue with. And who would want to argue with? He offers wisdom on a plate. And it's up to the aspirant, how good can you be? How smart can you be? What can you take of this and apply it to your life? You could read listen to that one lecture on his laws for success. You could listen to that and be done with him for the rest of your life if you could apply what's in there and go be successful. Successful in your own realized self. And that depends on who you are and what is unique to you. That is a very good tape to listen to. It doesn't matter where he got it from, whether he made it up, whether he observed it, whether it's based upon a guru he studied under, which he did study under guru, and good advice. You can take the work of Aleister Crowley. Now, people get very high on their horse or irritated when they condemn Aleister Crowley. He was a this, he was a that. He might have been some of those things, he might not have been, whatever they're saying. But, when I was talking to somebody about Crowley, they say, oh, do what thou will, do what thou will. Yeah, well, that's do what thou will. Yeah, right. Now, if you read Crowley, he will tell you that do what thou will means doing what is your deepest inner highest aspiration. These are my paraphrase of your higher self. In other words, this does not mean there's a chocolate bar, I gotta have a chocolate bar. There's a pretty girl, I gotta go have the pretty girl. I gotta get a better salary. I better lie about my qualifications. No. This is not what do what thou wilt means. He defines it, and then what happens is either his disciples, adherents in quotes or whatever, or detractors define it according to their own, lowest common denominator they can reduce it down to. And you will find scholarship in Aleister Crowley's work that is beyond. In fact, Jack Parsons was impressed by Crowley's scholarship because he was talking about things that he saw that was like on the cutting edge or beyond science. He respected him for certain things that he saw, and that impressed him. Now, that's not to say that everything Aleister Crowley wrote was good or was even true. He wrote a book called The Book of Lies. And I've heard people say, oh, he wrote this book and there's not one word of truth in it. There's not one word of truth. But if you read what he's talking about, The Book of Lies, he says everything in this world is a lie. Everything in this world is a lie. So he's being true to you by telling it's a book of lies, because any book is a lie. And this is with the doctrine of Maya, the Hindu doctrine of Maya, which means illusion. This is an illusory world. So when he's telling you it's the book of lies, he's telling you it's the book of truth, with, the qualification, nuance of how do you define it. So you see, people get very reactionary and very stupid, and they're not educated on who these people are or what they are. Another one is L. Ron Hubbard. People give opinions based upon what they've seen or read or bad situation that they found out about that somebody had bad experiences. And it's kind of like, I lived on the same ship with this man. I had to be awake when he was awake. I answered to him. I was a personal representative of him and spoke for him and had all sorts of unique perspectives about him, was supposed to know every little detail about his life, because it was considered that if I knew all that, I could better communicate on his behalf. And that's not to say I knew every single thing, because certain things were guarded, but some of those were shared with me. And it was a context, and it was certainly not information that everybody had that was in my atmosphere. It was very specialized. Now, when you combine that with the experience I had in and around him, it was a unique perspective. And then that's all sort of complementary but independent of his technical procedures and his administrative procedures, which none of which were all that well understood, and certainly not by the outsiders who claim to know everything there is to know about the man. And this is not to hold him up on a pedestal, but what I'll say about him is comparative, connects him to Yogananda and Aleister Crowley, is that he was dispensing information / wisdom. He was definitely dispensing information, and there was wisdom in his words. More relevantly, there was practical application that could be affected, one could use effectively in one's environment. There are varying degrees of that. One could read a book and just bam, 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 target that, learn from that, be happy with that. One could do basic courses and learn from that. Wow, wow, wow. And one could get deeper involved. The deeper one became involved, the deeper the vulnerability to being completely consumed by something other than you and your own self-interest. That was a vulnerability that the deeper you would go into Scientology, the deeper would be the potential risks involved, because the stakes become higher. The most obvious thing is people would get into the processing or auditing, as they would call it, have their minds changed, and then they'd sign up for the whole program. And then when they sign up, they're committing their life. And when they're committing their life, the exit from the theater is not always so easy. One could engineer their exit. One could do it with desperation. I mean, there's stories of people, escaping through, chain link fences and sometimes barbed wire and escaping on the highway in the desert out in California. There's all sorts of stories. I mean, you can read Scientology escape stories. Some of them are quite, I guess what you'd say, gripping to read, even entertaining, with all the drama involved. So that was, the deeper you would get in, it's like, you're dealing, it's like pulling onto the devil's tail when you want to go, when you want to leave. Not everybody had that experience. Some people had relatively seamless, sojourns out of the organization, including myself. It all depends on who and what you were. But the similarity between all these people is they're dispensing wisdom or practical application or things which attract people to them. Each one of them had a cult / following. Hubbard's was probably the most impressive, probably, I say that because I don't know all the statistics of Yogananda. His might be quite considerable as well. But Scientology certainly makes the biggest noise. The Aleister Crowley's organization, or organizations, because most people know him from the Ordo Templi Orientis. He was also involved in the AA, Argentum, what was it? What's the name?
I forgot.
Silver Star.
Yes.
Argentum.
Astra,
yeah. The Silver Star, which, you know, he called the Illuminati. Not necessarily the same Illuminati as Adam Weishaupt's Illuminati, but not necessarily totally independent from it either. It's hard to distinguish. Sometimes there's very subtle esoteric nuances that connect them up to some of these older organizations. But and then he also was involved with Rosicrucians. He was involved with other, I think, the Saturn Brotherhood of Germany. He was involved with things you don't even hear about, certainly with the Freemasons as well. So, but Aleister Crowley, his followers were never so public or in the huge, you know, following. And there was always a stigma attached to Crowley that represented, or people thought of as a very dark element. Whereas Scientology more spooked people when it scared them. It had a different spook feeling than, say, Aleister Crowley's OTO, or certainly the SRF, Self-Realization Fellowship of Yogananda. That didn't tend to scare people. But where we have a very interesting commonality. Now, I started looking at Yogananda because, well, first off, I was talking about him, and somebody on the chat had mentioned a connection to the Mormon religion, and I looked that one up. So Yogananda had a son born out of wedlock. See, he claimed to be celibate. And there was this character. What was his name?
Don't all these gurus claim to be celibate, and then it's proven otherwise?
Well, it's a common, you know,
popularity corrupts. Yes.
Yes, and so Yogananda, and I'm going to focus on Yogananda here, for at least for a little bit. We can go back to Hubbard or Crowley. But I'm so familiar with Crowley and Hubbard enough to the point, and written and talked about them enough, but Yogananda is something new to me. Not totally new, but, and it's still, I don't claim to be an expert on every aspect of Yogananda's life. So if anybody's a Yogananda aficionado or a Yogananda detractor and you have some information, please feel free to Facebook me, message it, or to put it on the chat or whatever if you have something relevant to say. But
by the way, while you're looking for that, I just want Peter to know that neither Salman Sheikh nor Jameson Reese are breathing in the background. We do have this phenomenon of this other person who gets on the line. We have no idea who it is, and we have no power over stopping it. Some NSA agent or cultist who just gets on, and you hear their chairs squeak and you hear them breathing. It's none of us. So just letting Peter know that.
I would like to congratulate the squeaker for breathing. Breathing is a qigong, you know. So at least, you know, you're breathing, you're participating. You know, you're doing qigong. You know, there's, you know, breath is good. You know, squeaking. All right. Well.
Thank you for handling that well. Yes.
Well, yeah. But anyway. Yogananda had, by all sensibilities, he had a son, and his name, I think his name was Ben Erskine. It says the late Adelaide Erskine was a young devotee of the Swami during Yogananda's early years at Mount Washington. Mount Washington is a community in Los Angeles. I believe it's north of Glendale. The consequences of Erskine's being able to prove that he is Yogananda's son, if indeed he is, are potentially huge. Yogananda's love child. Now, it's not a big deal in today's society for anybody to have a love child. It's just, it was, but back then, it was a big stigma. But you can read a lot of drama about the love child. If you read it all, it's pretty conclusive that he was. I would bet on it if I had to bet. But the thing is that the love child came. Yogananda picked up this woman, young woman, in Salt Lake City. And she later became the head of the SRF, the Self-Realization Fellowship. She lived to an old age, and she carried on his legacy. But there was a whole big paternity dispute, lawsuit. And at the center of this dispute, here's the Scientology connection. At the center of the dispute was an attorney representing the Self-Realization Fellowship. This is long after Yogananda passed away, who was claiming to do a paternity test. And he controlled it. In other words, he was in he had a huge conflict of interest as the attorney representing the Self-Realization Fellowship. But here is an attorney representing the Self-Realization Fellowship, a church, a cult, whatever you want to call it, a spiritual institution. His name is Michael Flynn. Now, have you heard of Michael Flynn before?
Oh, yeah. The guy affiliated with Trump who's now in jail.
No. Different Michael Flynn. Okay. Different.
Oh, okay.
Different. Michael Flynn is the name, not only the name, the same attorney who successfully sued L. Ron Hubbard in Scientology and was the most pivotal, in my opinion, was the most pivotal lawsuit in the history of Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard, the most pivotal lawsuit, because he was representing detractors, Jerry Armstrong in particular, but not exclusively Jerry Armstrong. I think Jerry Armstrong got the biggest settlement. Jerry Armstrong is a major detractor of L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology. He was assigned to be, or he wasn't assigned, he applied to be L. Ron Hubbard's go-to person for the biography of L. Ron Hubbard. And he formed a relationship with Omar Garrison, who was hired to write the biography, investigative reporter, who was the beat reporter on the death of Jack Parsons for the LA Times Mirror. And Omar Garrison was an award-winning journalist who eventually took a payoff not to write this book. After first taking a payoff to write the book, he just basically took a payment to shut up.
That's the best job I've ever heard of.
He did a lot of work, I think. I mean, but whatever. Jerry Armstrong is, he's, from what I can see, and of course I knew him, he's not embraced certainly by the Scientologists and not by the ex-Scientology community at all. And he's, he made a settlement with Scientology. He got some $800,000 as far as I know. He claims to have given it all away because he didn't feel, I guess he didn't look good having all that money and all these other ex-Scientologists are suffering or whatever. I don't really know what the rationale is, but he claimed to have given it all away. And then he was violating the agreement that he made. So he was incurring all these huge debts to Scientology because he'd break the agreement not to speak about it. And this was the site of another court case up in Marin County. And of course, Jerry's a Canadian. So he was able to go to Canada and avoid certain things to a certain degree. I don't know. He's got an extensive website. But Michael Flynn successfully represented Jerry Armstrong. And he also represented Mike and Kima Douglas. Mike was he was the deputy captain of the Apollo. He was a Southern California person. He had personally recruited me to come to the Apollo when he was in California.
Wow.
Mike was a really nice guy, super nice guy. And he married Kima. Kima was often the medical officer on the ship. There was I was always told she was a nurse. And then one of my other friends kind of rolled her eyes at that, nurse my ass. I don't know whether she's a nurse, but she was had such beautiful female energy, and you go into her space and she'd take care of you. She made you feel cared for. She was a lovely woman, South African. And she was strikingly beautiful as well. But Kima, Hubbard loved her because she would go in and she could just take care of him. She could take care of him. She was like, I suppose you could say, she acted like the mother he didn't have. And she could go in there and manipulate his energy to calm him down or do what. So, and Mike worked in what was called external communications. He got off the deputy captain post. He couldn't stand the captain, but he did a lot with communications and telex machines. So when Hubbard left Clearwater or the Florida, and he went to Washington, D.C., he took Kima and Mike with them. They became his closest confidants. They drove him up to Washington, where he hid out for a long time. This was 1976. He would eventually go with them out to Culver City in L.A., and then they would purchase the property in the desert that are so famous, La Quinta, Hemet. I don't know all the details of those properties. They're not hard to find out about. I was never out there. But Kima and Mike were his closest confidants. At some point, they couldn't take it anymore because they were dealing with too much of Hubbard's personal stuff. In other words, he became apparently too much for them to deal with. At the time this was happening, and as I learned about them initially, because I knew both of them, I got the impression that they didn't put him in line to the point where they didn't ask for more power and grab more power, sort of like Miscavige did. They were both benign individuals. Very nice people, no question about it. But they didn't grab for power. They didn't maneuver for power. And maybe they couldn't have. I never got a chance to talk to either one of them about it. But they ended up in the lawsuit. Michael Flynn was representing them. They didn't seem to want money. They didn't seem to care about money. Now, I knew Michael had a substantial inheritance from his father. I don't know when it came in. His father was well-to-do. So I don't think he was somebody who had to worry about money. He had the Guardian's Office of the Church of Scientology just watching him like a hawk. Both of them did, because they knew so much about Hubbard. And they basically went legal with Michael Flynn. And I think the main reason they went legal, I think they would have been okay if they were just left alone. Mm-hmm. But I think that the church was dogging them, and doing intimidation and harassment, even if that's not what they intended to do. They were being stalked, I believe. I don't really know all the details, but you can look up Kima Douglas and Mike Douglas and Jerry Armstrong and Michael Flynn and read all about it. I wouldn't waste your time. But the bottom line is that Michael Flynn represented these ex-Scientologists. There was a big lawsuit with them in the church. L. Ron Hubbard Jr. got involved at some point. I don't know if Michael Flynn was representing him, but here is Michael Flynn representing people against a cult or against a church or religious institution, whatever you want to look at it. Yet at the same time, he's the lawyer. I mean, for later on, I don't know if it's at the same time, for the SRF, Yogananda. And there is even assertions that he was a member of the Self-Realization Fellowship, which just make him a very slippery, if not outright slimy character.
Right.
So here you have this. Now, Aleister Crowley's behind the scenes association with Rosicrucians, and there's such a secret. Now this can send Rosicrucians up the wall if you associate Aleister. Some of them, the higher level ones, could care less. I mean, they would know it. He had lawsuits with Lewis Spence, who was the guy who built that incredible palace of a place in San Jose, which you can go to, the Rosicrucian Park it's called. And one of Joe Mathany's friends once suggested that Joe buy that place, buy the Rosicrucian Park, place he was very familiar with. And his attitude was kind of like, what the hell would I want to buy that place for? It's kind of like, asking you, Douglas, to buy it's not quite the same, but somewhat similar to asking you to buy the child care center. Not quite that, maybe not quite that bad, but that's
enough. Yes.
He had a disdain for it. And he would say there's nothing lower in the esoteric world than a mail order Rosicrucian.
I like that.
Of course, because he interfaced with Rosicrucians who were not mail order.
I mean, they used to advertise in the comics, for Christ's sakes. People would send away for Rosicrucian materials in comic books.
Yeah, and I would also tell you that when I first marketed the Montauk Project, of course, and that again was, guerrilla marketing on the cuff by the seat of your pants, because although I had experience that, most of the typical channels were closed down to me. I knew I couldn't get a TV ad. That would have just boomed the hell out of everything if I could have got the 11 o'clock slot, which was at the time was Cheers, and then Seinfeld. That was the most popular show on Channel 11 in New York. I mean, it was the best ratings. People would, go to bed at night watching Cheers or Seinfeld.
Right.
And you get a spot there, Montauk Project, call away 800, blah, 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 time travel, blah, 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 blah. Oh, man. But they wouldn't run it.
Right.
They wouldn't run it. So, anyway, well, one of the successful things, one of the most cost-effective ads was in UFO magazine.
That's right. Oh my God. Ad. And this was before Bill and Nancy Burns took it over, right?
Yes. I think the guy's name was Erskine, just like this guy's name. Not the same, I think. Don Erskine, or I don't know, but I believe him. He was not anybody who supported what I was doing. But sure, they'd take an ad out. I'd talk to them. They'd never, run an ad for me. Or but you took out like a classified ad, Montauk Project, 1595, blah 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 blah, time travels, Philadelphia experiment, blah 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 blah, and people would buy from that. It's like okay, they send in, $18 or with the shipping, whatever it was, and then you get them on the mailing list. It's like, wow, you get a lot of people, and the cost of the ad wasn't that much at all. If you paid more for a bigger ad, it pulled less.
Interesting.
It pulled less. It was a much more impressive ad, but no, it didn't do that. So there were certain things one could do. So the Rosicrucian ad you're talking about, it's standard staple for anything. But of course you can't do that anymore. Now you have to use the internet or something else. And we're also moving into a time when I heard something they were talking about. The Academy Awards had a big rating last year because everybody was in lockdown. So people watched the Oscars. It was higher than usual. Yeah. And but the Oscars have gone way down.
Yes.
Because there's too much to watch. There's too many movies. And it's like, I don't even know. If you told me who won the Best Actor Award and Best Actress Award, I probably wouldn't even know who they are. And that was not the case 30 years ago. I might have not have seen the movie, but I would have heard the name. And today it's different. And whoever was making these comments was saying, everything's segmented. So, you're better off having an audience of 50,000 today when nobody else knows who the hell you are, if that 50,000 is supporting you.
Yes.
Whether it's by buying products, sending you money, whatever. It's like we live in an era where you can have a small segment of marketing and be perfectly happy in your own world. This is just the way it is. It even applies to sports. I think sports although sports seems to have a universal appeal to it, the ratings are very suspect in a lot of cases. They're certainly worth it to pull in the money that they do. But it's like you're not going to. And then you've got soccer, which is a whole nother huge. I think the most expensive sports team in the world is a soccer team. And I don't know anything about soccer, except that you kick a ball.
Yeah.
And you get it in the net. I've played it, and I don't know all the fine points. But it's the most popular game in the world, bar none. And I don't know. So in other words, there's all sorts of different markets, and I'm just alluding to sports here, but there's so many different markets. So this is the world that we live in. But Aleister Crowley, I was saying, it was parts of organizations that people don't even know about. And there's always a certain stupidity factor when people come in and know a little bit about a little bit of the truth. And they start chirping about, they're all a bunch of Satanists. They're all a bunch of this. It's like, okay, you watch the 6 o'clock news, you read the National Enquirer. Okay, good. People are, it's kind of venomous. And it's not very powerful venom because it's not very intelligent, or better yet, not very well informed. And that's okay. It's just par for the course.
I'm sorry, you get back. Don't lose your train of thought. I was just going to say something that I thought of when you said that.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. When you wind down later tonight, I'm going to tell people about, there's this YouTube channel where this guy's going around catching child predators, quote unquote. And I remember how, because of my history of having exposed the child predation scandal at the Presidio and leading to the closure of the base and the formation of the Month of the Military Child, I would get these kinds of attacks from people that Peter Moon's very aware of, because they would write to Peter Moon. And this was well before Peter Moon was officially working with me in any sense of affiliation that was official. It was just Peter Moon and I were friends on Facebook, and that was it. And he would get messages from people saying, oh, Douglas Dietrich is a child molester. And Peter would just tell them, why don't you go to the police? It's because, but this is what Peter's talking about. This kind of, you hear about a subject, it is somehow affiliated with some person's name, and then people make these connections that will be the most jejune, and just based on their own prejudices and their need to attack anyone who seems like they're getting any attention or is being credited with anything.
Well, yeah, well, yes, it's just people that are just, what's the word? There is a word, I can't spot it. Crumb snatchers, yes. But what's the word? They're just,
I forget. It's
like it's a word like irritant, but they're small fry. They're
like remoras to a shark. They're
yeah, they're hecklers, and they're not. It's like they have no power. Their only power is to, throw a tomato
yes.
at the guy going by on the float.
Yes.
And, if you could throw a tomato and hit somebody in the face on a float, you might pat yourself on the back. It's a shot. Of course, what are the consequences? It's there was some guy once. I remember I was up in Lake Placid, my ex-wife's house or her parents' house, and there was, you're up there in the snow, man, and all you can really do is sit inside. And I remember there was this football game on. It was in New York. It was the New York Giants, and somebody in the audience threw a snowball at, I think it was one of the opposing players of the San Diego Chargers, and I think they hit somebody. I don't know if they hurt the player or whatnot, but it was, I think it did create some upset, if not damage. Mm-hmm. And they had the guy on tape, and it was a complete public humiliation, embarrassment for this guy. He was caught. It took days to catch him, but it became a big public outcry. For the guy, he got a direct hit with a snowball. Maybe the Yankees want to try him out.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
That's pretty...
Yeah. You know what? But if you've got any kind of an arm, I never prided myself on throwing a baseball with great accuracy. But you know what? If there was a guy sitting 50 yards away from me, and I'm playing catch with him, I'm gonna throw it right in his glove.
Yes.
So it's not that hard. If you've got some kind of you got some kind of history of playing catch, you're gonna throw it right in his glove. It's not a big deal because you're throwing right at the guy. More times than not, every once in a while he's gonna have to bend down or step up or jump up, but most of the time it's gonna go right in his glove. So yeah, you can hit it, but he pats himself on the back, and so this is what these little hecklers can throw out something, but it's just you just flush it down the toilet. Yeah. It's they're hoping. It's kind of like what are the odds of going to the bathroom and having a piece of shit slip out on the floor? It's not very great. It's not very great. This is what they're hoping for. That it'll go on the floor and you'll step on it and go so you just flush it down. They're there to be flushed. So be that as it may. So thank you for that comment. But Yogananda, okay. Now here you have something. This is a tradition that you might understand better than me. Certainly you will understand it. Is in India. Gurus are a dime a dozen. They're not only a dime a dozen, they've been a dime a dozen for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. They're not new. And so people in India, first off, are not enamored because somebody is wearing robes and has they call it an urna, third eye, symbol on their head, and they look like they've been blessed by divine glory, or have that ambience. This does not impress an Indian in India, where it can really impress somebody in the West, whether they be from England, New York, America, or even Europe. It's like foreign, exotic. And then when they bring wisdom. Now, if the person happens to have charisma, which Yogananda evidently did, you have a whole different situation than you would in, say, India. Now, I'm not really up to date or up to snuff on all of the conspiratorial angles that could be involved with Yogananda. There have been assertions that he was put there into his place to basically control and segment the population. Christian people would say, oh, he's taking people away from Christianity to turn them into, these diabolical religions such as Hinduism, or he could be a part of Tavistock. But there's also, as Douglas has talked about, the Brahmin class taking over Silicon Valley.
Yes.
I see this in Long Island. I see very prevalent Indian presence of people. And the more I look at what Douglas says, the more Brahmin-like they are.
Yes.
Tremendous wealth. Paula worked for one man. He's probably one of the most disgusting men she worked for. He was Indian. He ran a financial company. He's doing investments for people. And so he was handling the billions of dollars of Indian wealth. And he was just completely obnoxious with his wife and his kid. His kid had diabetes because he was so heavy on his kid,
Wow.
And she said he was just a miserable human being to work for. And she loved the wife, and she couldn't, and then he was also very cheap.
Of course.
So he loved Paula, because she did such good work. But if he could have been generous with her, he would have made more money. Because it's like this is the whole thing I say. And his mentality wasn't quite this way. He was so cheap. He was just so cheap-minded. You don't want to give the help too much money.
Yeah.
But as I say,
yeah.
when
he pays the price for that in the long run. Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't care.
Yeah.
It's like, in other words, rather than, let's say you're making $15 an hour, which is kind of the new minimum wage, maybe not every place. And let's say you're making $15 an hour and you're barely getting by. You're living in somebody's house or maybe with your parents or something. And then, but if you can, and say the revenue of the company is like $500,000, and if you quit that job, it's going to go down to $450,000 or $400,000. And you say, well, if you give me $25 an hour, I'm going to make you. I'm going to keep you in with that. You're going to make that $400,000, that extra $100,000. They'll say, no, thank you. I'd rather lose that money than pay you a better salary.
Oh God, yeah. It was crazy. Just to give people an example of what Peter's talking about, when my gang brother Beaver was running, as he would often replace his dad at the shift with the corner store they owned in the Tenderloin, where they would rip off all the locals, and the Asian Indian landlords would come in, and these are property owners, and they're slumlords, and they're multimillionaires, and they would come in, and Beaver, of course, had lined up behind the glass counter just the day-old sandwiches, and then the 3-day-old sandwiches just before they threw them away. And he said that by the time they were like 3 days old, that green shit in them wasn't the vegetables, that was the meat. And of course, he'd sell them off to the homeless people and the multi-millionaire Hindis who would come in and say, "Oh, give me that 3-day-old sandwich for the nickel. I'll take that one." And then Beaver would say, "Are you sure now? These are the homeless people eat this shit. You might get salmonella. And I'm just letting you know. I shouldn't even be selling this shit. His father would sell it, and he's just selling it because his dad would sell it, and his dad wouldn't let him throw it away. But, of course, he would have thrown it away, but he wasn't running the store." And then he'd say, "Oh, no, give me that one." And then, he'd hand over the sandwich to the Hindu guy who'd eat it in front of him, and he said he just wanted to puke looking at him eat that shit. It was like watching somebody eat a turd. And, but, this is how cheap these fuckers are. And, it's just every penny. And you never get anywhere like that. And so, yeah, go on.
Well, yeah, this is one of the unfortunate situations is people with wealth are very sick, and it can, and this is why that statement from the New Testament, it is easier for a camel to get through the eye of the needle than it is for a rich man to get into heaven.
Yeah.
And the eye of the needle is a edifice, sort of a thin edifice that would be very hard. A camel, I don't know if a camel could get through it or not. I think a camel could get through it. People think it's literally a needle, but there's this,
actual artifact. Yes.
Artifact. It's called the eye of the needle, and it goes back. I mean, if it was known at the time of the New Testament, it's an old thing, and getting a camel through that. Maybe there was even some ritual with the camel. I don't know. But it was easier for a camel to get through that than a rich man in heaven. And the reason is it's not a sin to be rich, but wealth brings a lot of problems with it. And it has to be, it's like, circulation, like, blood. You need your blood to circulate through your system. But what happens if you get too much blood in an area? That it can be problematic.
Yes.
So you've got to circulate. You've got to circulate and circulate and circulate and circulate. How you circulate it, has issues and situations with it that one has to deal with. It doesn't mean you can't have reserves, but when you have too much reserves and you become a miser, that becomes a great problem. And I'm just thinking of one of my friends. She's written to me recently. She's not out in your area, Douglas, and she's, definitely has, what do you call it, skills to do things. But she's in between. She's kind of living in her car.
Jesus.
She's waiting for another job, and she's got money, but it's like all of a sudden she surfaces on my radar again, and I'm writing her back and forth a little bit. But she one time knew this guy. It was a friend she'd see regularly, just a friend, and he was like a caterer. And when he'd be sitting at the table, he'd be calculating all his money, the catering business, and he was like, waiting to get to that bill. He was almost at that. I think he got to that $1 billion mark, where he actually had $1 billion worth of assets. $1 billion, and he was basically a caterer, and he had multiple catering businesses. Congratulations. Congratulations. And now here it is, 20 years later, and she's having hard times, and she's writing to me. If we're not real close. We were close. I mean, we could still talk to each other as close friends if we wanted to. She just has a different life. But it's like, I would help her in a heartbeat, Say, but she can't call that guy and talk to him like that. He's not going to respond like that. She wasn't asking me for anything. She was just asking me for ideas and stuff. Right. And I gave her what I could. But it's like, boom. Just like I was telling Paula tonight, she went to get her nails done, and there was this bitch who was bitching about, not getting the cuticles right. No, you're not doing the pedicure right. So why does this woman go back to this? I said, you know what? She says, my next door neighbor, I said, used to do nails. She did nails in Garden City, which is a very, wealthy community. I always remember it because, they were trying to outlaw basketball hoops. It was the worst thing they could have was a basketball hoop in this highbrow community. And
they were afraid it would attract black people. They'd come out of nowhere.
I don't know what it was, but I've never seen black people in that community.
Of course
in
not.
The house. They may live there. I don't know, but I doubt it. It's very old Long Island. Yeah. And so anyway, this girl who was working as a hairdresser, or not a hairdresser, a fingernail manicurist.
Pedicurist or manicurist, yeah. Go on.
Well, she's doing the manicures. Okay. I don't know if she did pedicures. I'm sure she did. But anyway, they were next door, and they were going through real hard times because, you know, the brother had a situation. He was out of state. He could not help, you know, the family house, and they were like really behind on the mortgage, and it was, you know, so many steps away from foreclosure. And the girl was talking about her problems, and you know, the woman, her client, she'd been doing the lady's fingernails for years. You know, she writes her a check for $8,000. You know, wow, relief, because she had the money. You see, $8,000 was, you know, like you giving $8 to somebody.
Right.
Probably even easier than you giving $8 to somebody. But it was just wow. It was really a nice story to hear. Yeah. Because I would talk to the mother, you know, and I would talk to the mother, and, you know, blah 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 blah, and you know, the roof was caving in and all that. Finally, everything got sorted out. Girl got married. You know, the brother came back, fixed the roof. You know, everything was good. But yeah, it's like this woman stepped in and just did because she could, and sometimes that happens with money. So to get back to Yogananda, so Yogananda had charisma. He came to the United States. But see, there's this contempt in India for, well, there's not only a contempt for gurus or a jaundiced, you know, skeptical eye. The gurus themselves, well, there's two types of gurus. There's the fakir style guru, who's a fake, not necessarily the same as a fakir, but he's a scam artist. He's there to take advantage of. There's also the guru who really might, you know advanced techniques in yoga. But even those two, there's a similarity there. Whatever they are, whether they have real knowledge or fake knowledge, and the fake knowledge guy can actually have real knowledge that he's using.
Right.
They have something to offer the public, the multitudes. And they, by the nature of who they are and what they're doing, they're teaching the masses. They can develop, but it's almost an inherent contempt they have for their audience. An inherent contempt that comes with it, because here you have the priesthood and the ignorant. I will relay a story that the tour guide told me when I went to Chichen Itza in the Yucatan. Very nice man, native. And he told us, when he took us out to the ruins, and I get to climb up the pyramid there, which you can't climb up anymore, I don't think, because they don't, too many people.
Yeah, but if you tried climbing up in this day and age, you'd spend the night in jail. Go on.
Yeah, the hard part was coming down. I was coming down like a crab, because these steps are made for, like, you know, Mayans that are like 4 feet, 4
yes,
5,
yes,
like yakuzas, and so I had to, you know, go down on all fours, carefully, so that I didn't fall down.
Oh my God!
Like Gerald Ford.
Right.
So Gerald Ford was the president of the United States. He used to fall down airplanes. There's so many clips of that.
They made a running joke. It became a running joke in film that he was always tripping and falling, and it was awful.
And it's really funny because he was a star athlete in Michigan.
Yes.
He was a star athlete. But anyway, so you have this you have this contempt for the congregation, because they're ignorant and they don't know. So where does it get exploited, and how opportunistic? Now, Yogananda seems to be somebody who's very well schooled in yoga. Like he comes from a real tradition. He did have a guru, but at one point, I guess it's sort of like when you go out to deliver your ministry, it's your ministry, whoever you are. Now, we can suggest that maybe he was backed by the Freemasons, or the Freemasons get their paws in it. I'm sure the Freemasons have their paws in the current SRF. They try to get their paws into everything. But he was very charismatic. So he began to attract a good following. And from what I've read, he doesn't seem to be really that contemptuous of his followers. He sounds rather playful and jovial and had a bit of prankster in him, but he delivered, and he seemed to live up to the bill in the eyes of a lot of his followers. Now, there are people who helped him. He had lawsuits with different people. One he lost, at least one he won, where people, they became disenchanted because they could see the sexual stuff that was going on with him. You know, he picks up this girl in the Mormon church when he's in Salt Lake City now, and then takes her, and she becomes his concubine and eventually leader of, but that's all secret. He's got nuns, and there's like this secret sort of secret. Now, Carlos Castaneda, who is very popular, I don't know if his popularity is passé now.
I don't think anyone knows who he is now, but go on. He was
he wrote these books about, you know, Mexican shamanism. They're very popular with my mother-in-law's school. She reads from these. And he was, Carlos Castaneda was a student at UCLA, and he wrote these. If you go and read, you know, the actual PhD stuff that he was doing and whatnot, it's all like a social artifice. Now, I have a book about him. It's by, what's the guy's name? He was L. Ron Hubbard's secretary. Richard DeMille. He was this adopted son of Cecil B. DeMille, the great movie maker. Richard DeMille was L. Ron Hubbard's personal secretary, including the time he spent in Cuba. And he was interviewed for one of the biographies on L. Ron Hubbard. And now he writes his own book on Carlos Castaneda. It's a whole study. Like, he seems to be a guru buster. But whatever Richard DeMille may know and have learned, I think I got a lot more out of L. Ron Hubbard than he did. And I think I could have gotten a lot more out of Carlos Castaneda than he did. Because if Carlos Castaneda could not walk the talk, he could certainly talk the talk. And he ended up doing something called tensegrity, which was, you know, I was told was a bastardization of Qigong, and he had himself not castrated. What's the word? What's the word when you get your tubes tied?
I'm sorry, vasectomy for men, right? Vasectomy.
Yeah, and he could screw limitlessly, and he was basically a sex cult, Carlos Castaneda. But what he excelled at was remaining mysterious, invisible, and untouchable. He was just so good at being behind the scenes, even to his own followers. So he was a real spook. So, you know, he was a shaman in his own right. I read his first book, and I did not know it at the time, but it was called The Teachings of Don Juan. a Yaqui way of knowledge. Yaqui being the Indians of the Sonora and Arizona, yes, and Mexico, and reaching up into Arizona. But a lot of, I read that book, and of course, Don Juan is the name of the medicine man, and not the one of the famous lover, Spanish lover, Don Juan.
That's right. The medicine man took on the name as just part of
it's a different name. His name is Juan, and you call Don is like Don Corleone. Don is an expression in
like Godfather. Yes.
Yeah. So a lot of kids came down to the Arizona desert, and it created a lot of the Yaqui Indians, I'm told, I found out this, years later, that were very pissed off at what Carlos Castaneda was writing, because it was, he had all these people coming down to take peyote buttons and smoke devil's weed in the desert. It's like, what do you do with all these kids? It's a problem. It's like, they'd all, like the kids that were going to San Francisco were now, a new breed was coming down to Arizona, and it wasn't working for the local people and the local Indian tribes. What is this? It's a very weird, I guess, thing to happen. It's like, Douglas, it's sort of like if you and Beaver, were hanging out. You suppose you had something gig you were doing regular in San Francisco and Chinatown, where you had your own sort of shop or place, and you had these masses of young white kids coming to learn Asian magic from the two of you.
I totally get it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, what the hell is this? And how might the real, Asian wise people of San Francisco look at it? They like, what the hell is this? And this was a big problem, because the book was good. I like the book because he's like opening the doors of
perception,
and of magic. Of course, the problem with the book is all the magic is all dependent or induced by drugs.
Yes.
And this is quite a problem, because you can take those drugs and you can see all that magic.
Yes.
How does it translate into real life? Now, my friend Chelsea Flores, she became involved in the later part of her life with the Don Juan, or the man she said was Don Juan, and she used to go down south of the border and visit with him. She said that a lot of, he didn't speak English that well, so the communication was pretty telepathic. But he was very, he was the man that was supposed to be the inspiration for all of that, and it was quite different. It was quite different. I mean, and of course, my Mexican friends who are from Sonora, they know very well about what they call the brujos. So if I'm talking about something with them, it's just, brujo. It's like they know exactly what I'm talking about. That's not them. It's not who they are, but it's that desert native magic is a part of the area. So we have, as they say, you have this mystery sandwich, as L. Ron Hubbard used to use that term, mystery sandwich. People are attracted to a mystery sandwich. You have a teacher who is mysterious, and he has information, and he knows information, and he dispenses it. And if he dispenses it with grandeur, with charisma, with theater, you have created an egregore. An egregore is an aggregate, again, of beings, thoughts, ideas, energies, and anything else. It's an aggregate of stuff with entities that is a form unto itself. And even an archetype can be like an egregore of, like, you know, the ideal woman, the you know, the saint. Yes. All these things can be egregores, but you would have around a leader like that, you build an egregore with the theater, the ambiance, and you have a whole energy, and it's very much a double-edged sword at best. So people flock to it, the egregore, and it's like it builds people and people and people, just like the 12th tribe, just like the Donald Trump cult or following, whatever you want to call it. It's an egregore. And I saw it live. We were playing football one day, and they all gathered at Eisenhower Park with their signs and flags. Okay. I'm not even making a judgment on it. I said it was an egregore. And it still very much exists, the Donald Trump egregore.
Oh, yeah.
And so you have this, and part of the egregore is that Yogananda is worshipped as a saint. Now, the guy is schooled in wisdom, he's schooled in yoga, and he is not of the people. He is, so people like him, and I'm not speaking of him contemptuously here, people like him and the guru tradition will look at the, what do you call it, and we'll call it the rabble, that's not the right word, the plebeians.
Yes.
The peons, the public. But public and peon are very close. And I was just looking at the Roman word peon is like to pee on them. You know, it's like you're going to pee on them. It's right. Sort of an ironic word, yes. Salad. But they want to, it's like these people, they can't take these people too seriously because they're so ignorant, and they're going to teach them. But the only reason they're teaching them anything is because they're so damned ignorant. And then, oh, sorry, I got off Mexico. Mm-hmm. This guy, this tour guide was telling us about the pyramid and the priests of the ancient Mayan civilization. And he said the priests, it turned out, were misbehaving. It's not necessarily sexual misbehavior in this case, but they were exploiting the population. And when the Mayans discovered this, the Mayan common people, they were so betrayed that they left the cities, went out on their own, and this is how the Mayan civilization was destroyed, because they lost faith in their priesthood, because the priesthood was dishonorable. And we're not even talking about the Spanish, you know, conquistadores. We're talking about the priests themselves. So it was just degenerated. And they would say that the Mayans will never trust the priests again. And there's this relationship between gurus, priests, and the public. So when you come to Yogananda, and we can say that he was set up by Freemasons, set up by anybody, but whatever he was, he couldn't have done what he did if he didn't have knowledge and he didn't have charisma. And this he had in abundance. But here's the point, and here's where he becomes like Aleister Crowley, because he's indulging himself sexually by these various reports. And if you read them, I think you'll find them certainly compelling, if not absolutely convincing. And it doesn't surprise me in the least that he would be enjoying himself, because look, he's a spirit in a being. He's a spirit in a body. He knows he's a spirit in a body. He knows he will live beyond this. And it's kind of like, it's not much different than if you had somebody in a airplane in first class, and the flight attendant, you know, brings them all this bowl of chocolates, and he eats every one. and she brings him another bowl of chocolates, and he eats them all. It's like, and you bring him some donuts, he eats all those. If you're sitting in first class, you can pretty much, they'll give you nonstop whatever you ask for. And if they have it, and they usually do. So it's kind of like, this is a guy who's enjoying the sensual pleasures of what his position offers him and taking advantage of it. But for the most part, keeping it rather clandestine, not absolutely clandestine. And this is why some of his people leave him, or some of the people he was working with. They consider it a scandal. Whereas, I'm sure many people in India say, oh, he's very successful in the West. And they hear about the sex stuff. Well, what else is new?
Yes.
What else is new? But whatever you want to say about Yogananda, he nowhere, all three of these people are passed away, but no way does he even have close to the stigma of L. Ron Hubbard or Aleister Crowley.
Right.
And in the case of L. Ron Hubbard, he wasn't indiscriminately or even having sex with any of his followers, save for his last and third wife, Mary Sue Hubbard. She was a student, and he stole her from another man. I think she was engaged, but she was committed to him. Yeah, and he took her over the state line, I think from Kansas into Oklahoma City, and married her. I was told the story once. They figured I or we should know it. It was a cute story, how she got married to him. But so he was he wasn't a sexual predator at that point, if he ever was. I don't mean to say he was. He had a lot of affairs, but Yogananda was much more sexually active as a cult leader than was L. Ron Hubbard. But Yogananda would have a much better reputation in the way things are. Aleister Crowley, he was a total wild card when it came to sexuality. And that's the way he was. And if there is a virtue in Crowley, and I'm sure many people would identify it as a virtue, and he would identify it as a virtue, is that he wasn't pretending. He was telling you the truth of who he was. He wasn't hiding. And virtue in Taoism means power. It's power. Virtue is a power. And as they say, Crowley, whatever is good, bad, or indifferent about Crowley, he has demonstrated power after the death. His work it shows power. I'm not saying anything other than that. You can read it. I say power because it influences people. Mm-hmm. So here we have a very curious interlocking. And so much of this, all of this issue, especially when we consider Yogananda and Aleister Crowley, concerns sexuality and society's judgment on sexuality and their, what's the word, blasé or amoral attitude towards sexuality. Completely amoral or double standard from society. And what I would say is sexuality as a subject in astrology, it's all about, it fits under the archetype of Scorpio, and it's all about control. Sexuality is how you control people. The church controls you, your sexuality through, especially the Catholic Church, you can't have sex until you're married. The Jewish tradition will say particularly the Orthodox Jewish tradition, will say you can only have sex to have babies. You will not have it for pleasure. You will wear a gunny sack. That's true. And you will only put the penis out through a hole in the gunny sack. They don't call it a gunny sack, but that's essentially what it is. And you will impregnate to have a baby. So it's all about control. And then you will, in the Catholic Church, you don't have birth control. You have to have more babies. So it's a point of control. And in Scientology, they had rules, where you couldn't have sex, not Scientology, I should say, the Sea Organization. You couldn't have sex or even anything amounting to sex unless you were married. That rule was put in, I think, in 1979. So it was very restrictive. And then in the case of, and then of course Yogananda had a celibate, he was portrayed as a celibate, his nuns were celibate, and behind the scenes, ha ha ha. This took place with a yoga institute up in Massachusetts. I think it was the Kripalu, I don't know what it was. But,
impossible to remember these names.
But well, it was pretty popular. But one of my friends had gone there, and he told me about it. It was just, I think they tried to get him to work there, and it was just, it was all, you're supposed to be celibate. Meantime, the people at the top of the food chain are anything but celibate. It's party time. And, we saw this with the Jim Baker case and the Jessica Hahn case. And in the case of Jim Baker, it wasn't just Jessica Hahn. It was men he was playing around with too.
Yeah.
And and he was great, I guess what you'd say, camera fodder for TV. They loved him because he was watchable, and it didn't matter that he was scandal ridden. He was good TV ratings. My favorite one with Jim Baker, I don't know if you remember it, when he was just being found out. He was seeing a psychotherapist, and I don't even know how you would be broadcasting what he said to a psychotherapist. I don't know how the hell they knew this. Maybe he leaked it out himself. He's with the psychotherapist, and he goes, "I see animals. I see animals." In other words, like he's so crazy that he's seeing animals in the room, and he's using psychosis as an excuse, like he's mentally imbalanced.
Right.
So
right.
So the courts and the public will go easy on him. It was a great line. "I see animals."
Oh, no, I don't remember that, but it probably, I'm surprised it wasn't turned into a routine by Saturday Night Live, really. But
I think they used to do Tammy Faye Baker more than him because of her eyelashes.
Right. She tattooed permanent mascara onto her eyelids.
Yeah, she looked like out of a horror movie.
It was awful. Yes.
Yeah. So this is, standard Florida. America's used to phony evangelists, and they're used to phony politicians, and it's, life goes on in spite of these people. So we get into a realm of esoterica where it's very, I could say, tempting, easy, or it's almost a requirement of the territory to sort of leave humanity behind and look at the common man as something that is contemptuous. Now, this is, as they say, it goes with the territory. Because if you go to the top of the mountain, or even use a real life example of Marco Polo, going to China via Jerusalem and seeing all sorts of things, and even becoming an envoy for Kublai Khan. The amazing things this man saw and learned. And then when he comes back to Venice, he dare not open his mouth. Anything he says about his experiences are looked on with great skepticism. And it's like everything he's saying is heretical, even though it's not really religious or anything, and he's put in jail.
That's right.
Yeah. So it's like, what kind of, and then how could you, so you're looking, so just take Marco Polo in his home town of Venice, and his father is the one who brought him there. So his father knew all this stuff too. And you're treated, it's like, how can, and all these Venetians are just going in lockstep because they don't know any better. But he does know better. And it's like, how do you, now that's a political situation. But when you learn things and you see people saying very unsophisticated comments, it's.
Well, it brings one to contempt, of course.
Yeah, it's yes. And so there is a certain line where people will exploit that and just be like, like, you're all a bunch of idiots anyway. That, and so what does it matter what I say or do? And this is not a good thing to do. This is not a healthy, I wouldn't recommend this. In the case of Yogananda, I think, he was actually trying to leave teachings behind. But what goes with it, the whole egregore of the following and the saintliness and all this stuff, it's because I think people want to have a pure guru. People don't want their star baseball player to be drinking beer and smoking cigarettes when he's not, on the field.
Well, people want a solar hero, kind of sun god and Apollonarian ideal that it's disgusting. It's they don't deserve that. But go on.
Well, exactly. So, and if I think of Hubbard as a teacher, he put together a tremendous amount of materials, and you not only had to study them, you had to study them in a specific way. And when you studied them in a specific way, you found out that, maybe you better study them in another way. So you really get it, and you really know what the hell you're doing. And the more you learned, and you have to learn from practical application, you see that there's a lot of practice. And the more you practice it, the more you learn it. And then all of a sudden, you're in a plateau or region that somebody new to the subject, oh boy, you know so much more than they do. And it's not an issue of contempt for what they know. It's an issue of, wow, I've learned this. It's much simpler. It's much easier than I thought it was. And you go through all this rigmarole. And Joseph Campbell, the professor of mythology, was once well known for the many videos he did, and they're still on YouTube, that he did with Bill Moyer. Joseph Campbell said that he considered each religion like software, and it was each different software program. And he said he liked all the different software, and he liked to play with all the different software. But what he said is part of learning a doctrine, and I think he was referring specifically to Kabbalah. He says, you can learn Kabbalah, and he says, whatever system it is, whether it's Kabbalah, and you have to learn all the details, all this and that, and all this details. Once you learn all the details and all the structure, he says, then you realize you don't need to follow the structure, because you know the whole subject. So it's like, it's like if you were learning all these different movements, or call them katas in karate. You know, you're learning all these different motions with the arms and the legs and the hands for different positions, and you learn them all, and you have to rehearse them slavishly. And then once you've mastered them all, it's like you don't even have to think about them. You just, you know, plop somebody and use the technique that's going to work. You don't need to be a slave to the system, and that's sort of what learning a system is. And when you can cut through that, it's like a laser application of something. You don't have to go look up the reference. You don't have to go ask your teacher. You just see it. You just see it. Boom, boom, boom. This is the mastering of a subject. So, and you see Hubbard was compulsively writing, continually refining and cultivating what he learned, sometimes quite brilliantly. But it's impossible to describe the brilliance of it to somebody who's not really familiar with it and what it could do for a human being. And for all of that wisdom and sophistication, it gets really, like, I've read stuff in esoterica that has to do with very esoteric concepts of God and whatnot. But it's like going into some attic in the Empire State Building that nobody knows about. You can go up to the top of the Empire State Building, and then they have an observation deck that I don't know if you can go there anymore, if you have to pay extra to go up there, but you used to go up, you know.
Right. So many places are like that. Oh my God, it's so fucking sad. You used to be able to go to the top of many buildings like the Trans-American Pyramid, and they don't allow that anymore. Not even
for a fee?
Not at all. They have instead just shit. Like, you go inside the lobby and they have these phony telescopes. So you look at pictures that they say, if you were standing at the top of the Trans-American Pyramid, San Francisco would look like this. And so you look at this phony telescope into these phony pictures to see this skyline of San Francisco, how it would look like if you were looking at from the top of the building. Isn't that awful?
It is. But it's like being in some obscure attic, and it's an attic that nobody's going to go into.
Yes.
And all you can say is that you were in the attic. And you come back and it's like, so what? You were in the attic. It's like, you know, in other words, it's fascinating to be there for the moment, but you get there and you see, okay, I'm in the attic. Great. I was in the attic. I saw this attic. You know, its usefulness is very debatable. It's just nice to go in there, and, you know, it's kind of like, you know, looking up the history of your ancient grand uncle or something. And he was a very interesting character. You know, they thought, oh, it's really interesting. I came from that person. Oh, okay. It doesn't really, you know, do too much for you. So this is what, you know, studying esoterica can be like, or even communicating some of these concepts. Of course, it does. So anyway, and then whatever the knowledge they have to give, and I can compare this to Qigong, where I have learned so many sophistications and refinements that are only between myself and me. And yes, I can talk to one of my students, or fellow students, I should say, they're not my students, or I can even talk to somebody I'm teaching and get great enlightenment just by the commonality of experience. And it's not necessarily something I could easily explain to somebody. And it's like, wow. So, you know, the wisdom is like a personal experience between you, ultimately between you and the universe. It doesn't mean you can't interchange with other people, whether they be in the role of a student to you, or whether they be in the role of a teacher to you, or a co-equal. It's just, you know, this is the communication and exchange of wisdom. But then what you have is you have an edifice You have an icon, whether it be L. Ron Hubbard, Aleister Crowley, Billy Graham, whoever is popular today. I don't know if there's anybody who's popular today. Donald Trump, and they can they take on a whole character, an egregore that is independent from the wisdom. Independent from the wisdom. And the wisdom is a personal thing. It's just like Martin Luther tried to bring the individual to have a relationship with God through the Bible. Whereas prior to Martin Luther, you had to go through the church and the interpretation of the priests and the ecclesiasticy or the ecclesiastical hierarchy, I should say, to tell you what the Bible said. And Martin Luther changed that by, with the Gutenberg press, bringing the Bible into the hands of the common man so that the person could have an individual relationship with God.
Yes.
And while you don't necessarily need the New Testament to do that, you definitely don't need the New Testament to do that, although this is a prevalent thing in our Western culture. This is what you want to have. So, and I was also reading today in reference to all this of Kenneth Grant. Kenneth Grant is a magician, magical writer who has been, called one of the most people responsible for getting Western magic, what is it called? Popularized and
rendering it accessible.
Yes, and in the 1970s onward. And of course, Kenneth Grant was a secretary for Aleister Crowley for a time period, and said in one of the descriptions he was quite personable, and he had a relationship with Michael Aquino,
of course.
And I recognized that Michael Aquino was probably also very personable, wasn't he?
Of course, yes. You'd be shocked at how personable he was.
Yeah, I really never thought about it.
But then again, think about what I've told people about pedophiles. Unlike the myth that when I was being treated by my original psychiatrist in a long time, probably the first psychiatrist I'd seen in decades was a Jewish Freudian, Dr. Harry Z. Koren. And Dr. Harry Z. Koren is long retired by now. Hopefully he's still alive. But at any rate, he was pointing out that when he went to school, which was like, God, that had to have been the 40s or the 50s, he was like saying that they were trained that pedophiles and child predators were people who could not adjust or talk to adults. This was the myth they tried to put around Michael Jackson, when they tried to say that Michael Jackson's not really a predator. He doesn't know how to relate to adults. He never matured. They were trying to say therefore the only people he can relate to are children. So that was the kind of cover that they were giving him. And even though my psychiatrist was not in any way, shape, or form trying to promote some kind of cover, he was simply, this was what they had trained him in, indoctrinated him in school. And I said that just the opposite. In order to get anywhere near the...
It's a pretty bad cover.
Yeah. I said, in order to get anywhere near the children, the people have to go through the adults. The predators have to get through the adult. And so therefore they're extraordinarily eloquent, articulate, seductive. The people that they have to seduce are not the children. It's the adults. I mean, once they get to the point where it's a young enough child, it's all just tactile sensation. These people are going after kids that are still on the bottle and shit and reaching out for the tit. So they're going after kids that just reach out and grab a penis and start sucking on it. So in order to get there, they've got to go through the daycare center staff. They've got to get through all the personnel. They laugh, they joke, they're sophisticated, they're cosmopolitan, they're witty, they're urbane. Michael Aquino personified all of that. So there you have that. He was the best conversation you could get outside of Magus Antons and/or LaVey.
Well, I mean, Aquino, would have been a great conversationalist. In fact, even to me, he would have been much more interesting conversation than, a busload of people I could get on the bus with in San Francisco or anywhere else in the matter. He could at least be interesting. And, because he was, well educated and well read.
Yes. Of course, Jameson Reese will attest to the fact that this made some of his interviews quite boring because it's just a bunch of esoteric shit. Jameson, if you want to come on, or Solomon,
he was horrible. He was horrible. He was absolutely horrible as a talker.
Yes.
But
yes.
Actually,
he could be interesting though. I've heard him be interesting. It's just he's just trying to put you to sleep.
What made some of his talks more boring were when he wasn't going into the esoteric subject. Honestly speaking, like when he was just like when he would talk about shit in society or why people need to think out of the box, and it's just like, oh, here we go with this shit again. Or his personal politics. It's like no one. That's when he got boring. But when he was speaking about things that were esoteric, like things that they discovered in Satanism and whatnot, he could be the most fascinating person to listen to in the world. But then that's just because my fixation is on the knowledge.
Right. What did he convey as his personal politics?
Oh God, it's just really cringe when he got into his last interview with the guy EPIPHANY, where he was talking about he was talking about how horrible Obama was and how Trump is the great white hope.
Did he really?
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm looking at him on video. I'm like, this guy isn't. No, actually, they don't even have him like speaking live on the camera or anything. I think it was just like one of those things where they just, I don't know what the fuck they were showing, but it's just like he just rambled on and on about it, and it was irritating. I only listened to it because I wanted to see if he left any occult nuggets before he died. I'm hoping he would have. I'm hoping it would have croaked some interesting secret here that it can open a fucking transdimensional gateway to some of the asteroid or some shit. But no. It was just like, God damn, he must have died a long time ago.
Yes.
Inside.
Well, it's just his need to present that to the public. It's his need to present this like regular Joe kind of dude that he was.
And what's disgusting was that they were eating that shit up, and I'm like, dude, all right, so these other people listening, and you can see the chat on them, right, and they're just like all over his dick, and I'm like, dude, he's not even talking about anything occult. What the fuck? I figured the only reason you would want to listen to this guy would be to get some kind of occult information. He's not even talking about that.
Oh my God.
Okay, Jameson.
Yeah.
I'm going to send you, because you mentioned, an interdimensional door to an asteroid. I'm going to send you something.
We just had an asteroid pass by Earth. Is that what you're going to say?
Yes. Oh, well, I actually saw a video on the asteroid that passed, and they found that there was some weird object that was outside of Earth, because this was some kind of satellite that was far from Earth that was imaging, this interaction between this asteroid that passed between the Earth and the Moon. And he said that there was some weird thing that they couldn't tell what the hell it was. And I'm only going to go as far as to speculate that it might have been one of those regions, one of those portals connecting to the sun or something that deals with magnetic realignment and all that shit.
I just sent you a story, full text. I think it includes a little bit of discussion or analysis. It's a story, and I've mentioned this story in my writing at least once, maybe twice. It's a story called Kaleidoscope by Ray Bradbury. It appears in the novel, the book of short stories, The Illustrated Man.
Anthology. Go on.
Yeah, anthology. It was the second story as I recall, in that anthology. And this story about the kaleidoscope, it's about an astronaut in outer space. And this story kind of told me I was immortal. And I love this story. It changed. I love the first story in the book, which is called The Belt. It's about, I think somebody going from his living room to Africa. But the kaleidoscope, just wow. And I fell in love with the book. I fell in love with Ray Bradbury. And he's talking about immortality. And after I read this story, I said, I'm immortal. So you talk about a portal. Well, this was like a portal to a new view on life for me. And then when I was in the Library of Congress on vacation from my role in Scientology at the Sea Organization, and I'm visiting the Library of Congress, and then it says, tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, Ray Bradbury, Library of Congress, free lecture. It's free. It's great. You go in there and they're serving grapes and cheese and wine. It's like, wow, it's all free, all paid by the taxpayer. Jesus. And I get to see my favorite author of yesteryear. And he gets up to lecture. And Ray Bradbury is a classic writer. He's a much better lecturer than he is a writer. And that's not a criticism on his writing. Although I could criticize his writing, I'm not. He's a better lecturer. He's a great lecturer. He's inspiring. And he says, now, when I started out, he says, I had a lot of experiences growing up, but he says, one of the man that influenced my life was I met him at a carnival or sideshow or whatever they had in the old day when the carnival would come to town. And he was Mr. Electrode. And Mr. Electrode, he'd do weird things with electrics, like with probably Tesla coils. He was doing weird stuff with electronics and, putting a light bulb in his mouth and having it light up or whatever. Just, he was an electrical wizard, so to speak. And he said that one of the things is Mr. Electrode, he said the first thing he did, he'd get up and he had this sword. It was probably an electric sword or something. And he put it down on Bradbury's head or near his head. And he says, "Live forever." And Bradbury says, so I did. I realized I would live forever. And he gone on to have a real life relationship with Mr. Electrode, who inspired him. But I thought it was funny that when I heard Bradbury speak, he talks about immortality. Live forever. And it was the same thing I read in this story. And it was a very pivotal moment for me because he was the one who inspired me to be a writer by reading his work. And I said, wow, I would like to be able to entertain people the way he does and have my books in a bookstore like he does. That was my inspiration. And then I would later meet him. This must have been 1982. And then I would, proceed to just kind of like pick up on that wavelength. And it would set the pattern for me to leave Scientology, the Sea Organization, so on and so forth. Things began to happen fairly rapidly for me. In another year, I was gone. Another year, I was gone from that environment. Right. So I'll share that story with you, Jameson. You might, because you mentioned asteroid and what the hell.
Yeah. I'll definitely check it out. It sounds interesting.
Yeah, it was very inspirational to me. So I want to go back to this Yogananda.
Yes.
And doing a search, because I wanted to come up, and I ran across something very interesting. And it's from Wiser Antiquarian Books. Now, Wiser, of course, is the well-known occult book. They used to have a bookstore in the city, Wiser's, and they were distributors. Now, when it says Wiser Antiquarian Books, it's Cape Nettic, Maine. It sounds like they're selling only rare books now. I don't know if Wiser still might be distributing books, but this is edition. This is a very rare book. It says Aleister Crowley, edited and with additional text by Marco Lichtenberg, The Book of the Law, The Path of Supreme Equilibrium. Published, it looks like, in Antwerp by the Mahakala Free Press. First edition. Now it says it's sold, so I guess you can't buy the book. It looks like it was up for auction. It says 12 inches by 8.5 inches. That's a big, long book. Approximately 50 pages. White tape-bound paper covers, upper blah, blah, blah. Text duplicated from a typescript. It doesn't look like it's a very professionally produced book. It says, an unusual privately printed work which includes a transcription of Crowley's The Book of the Law, along with, quote, Precepts of Yamantaka by Yogananda, an introduction to the Book of the Law, presumably by Lichtenberg, and The Path of Supreme Equilibrium by Lichtenberg. A truly unusual publication. It is undated, but given the production style, it would appear to be from the 1960s or 70s. This is, okay, so this is a book that seems to be tying in Yogananda with Aleister Crowley's The Book of the Law. And I would say what I was hearing he's talking about your will and your desire. Yogananda is pushing this in your face in a positive way, like do what you want to do. Not necessarily, it's even possible Yogananda could have been inspired by Aleister Crowley from having read his work and then putting it in more less threatening language than is so often interpreted. Now, what's very interesting, this says the Precepts of Yamantaka. Now, I did a search. I couldn't find any other reference for that book. But who is Yamantaka? Now, the Precepts of this apparently Yogananda is writing about Yamantaka. So I didn't know who Yamantaka was. Now it says here, and this applies so much to what we've been talking about. Angry wisdom, Yamantaka, the destroyer of death. I get this next word is Vajrabaharaba, the wrathful highest yoga tantra yidam manifestation of Manjushri, the Buddha of wisdom. Now that's a mouthful. I'm going to go back. Angry wisdom, Yamantaka, the destroyer of death. And then it refers to this hard to pronounce Vajrabaharaba, the wrathful highest yoga tantra yidam manifestation of Manjushri, the Buddha of wisdom. Now, to break that down, the yidam is a entity, and in this case, it's a manifestation of the Buddha of wisdom, but is the wrathful highest yoga tantra yidam. It's a wrathful Buddha of wisdom. The implication in this heading is that Yamantaka is either aligned with, it's going to clarify it here, but we're dealing with an entity that can not only destroy death, but be wrathful in manifesting the Buddha of wisdom through high yoga tantra. Now, without going into the article any further, when I read that and break that down, because we're dealing with the sexual issue, and before I address the sexual issue of morality, I will say that in the context of society, when you have families and you have people fornicating with each other outside of the family unit, it can create a lot of problems for the family. It can create a lot of problems for the society. I'm not offering a moral judgment here at all. It's fact. Hubbard he became very down on what you call free sex or free love, even before it hit the papers and became the summer of love and all that. And the reason he was, first, there was no inhibition with it, even in the early days of Dianetics, but because they were still coming out of a very restricted society. When people got around Scientology, people were very much in communication, and when people would comment that, oh God, girls aren't uptight, they're so friendly, they're so nice. And of course, this could lead to sexual relationships. So if you didn't put a damper on that, you could have something that would be very orgiastic, because the people were all very friendly, or could be very friendly, especially in the outer organizations. So if in other words, they could become, as Hubbard would say, you have a organization or church becoming sex crazy, it's completely detrimental to what you're there to do. And there's a certain logic to that. I'm not offering a moral judgment at all. I'm just saying not only what can happen in society, but it's, you can't have too much chaos. Okay, so now I'm going to read what this says here about Yamantaka. When the tantric wrathful deity is understood and related to skillfully, it has the necessary qualities to be a catalyst of transformation. One deity that embodies the power to transform the destructive, aggressive aspect of the shadow is Yamantaka. Vajrabhaharava, as he is also called, is practiced to overcome emotional and karmic obstacles, in particular, the violence of anger and hatred. This is a quote from the Psychology of Buddhist Tantra by Rob Priest. So, no deity is more understood than the buffalo-headed deity, Vajra Bharava, meaning indestructible terrifier. Yet this is one of the main higher yoga yidam practices of the Gelug tradition and practiced extensively by other traditions. There are tantras describing the manifestation of Buddha as Vajraharava, the foe destroyer. Foe destroyer means the opponent of the maras, representing temptations, attachments, and fear of death. In some tantra accounts, it is written that Shakyamuni himself, as he sat under the Bodhi tree under the attack of demonic Mara, the tempter, and Yama, death, manifested as Vajrabhaharava to terrify and subdue Mara Yama. Yamantaka means death opponent or opponent of death. Shakyamuni, which is the Buddha, faced the hordes and temptations of Mara, subduing them mentally, transforming them, and ultimately attaining enlightenment. In Tantra, this mental process transforms into visualized or manifested forms. Shakyamuni manifested mentally as the Vajra terrifier, not only conquering the four Maras, including the fourth, death, thus becoming the conqueror, but also demonstrating the ultimate Tantra practice. In Tantra, the mental processes go beyond simple meditation and thought, incorporating visualized imagery, deity generation, and sound, mantra, and transformation yoga. So this is, Mara is meaning the destroyer or tempter was the demonic evil one who attempted to obstruct Buddha's enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. They are also depicted in the form of Brahma and Yaksha, Yama. The four Maras may be depicted as being crushed under the feet of Vajrabhaharava. The armies of Mara represent all of the mental and emotional delusions that arise as demonic enemies or fiends. This sounds like a what do you call it, a egregore. And then it says here, the 4 maras to be overcome. One is the mara of the aggregates. There's the word aggregates. It's egregore. The mara of the aggregates. You've got to overcome the egregore, the aggregates, which symbolizes our clinging to forms, perceptions, and mental states as real. All this is illusion. And then it says the other one to overcome, that's number 1, the illusion of aggregates. Number 2, the mara or illusions of destructive emotions. That which symbolizes our addiction to habitual patterns of negative emotion. All the negative emotion you have. I don't want to be here. I hate this world. I hate COVID. I hate Fauci. I hate the unvaccinated. I hate Trump. I hate Biden. You don't want to have those destructive emotions. You just don't want them. Overcome, the other Mara to overcome is the Mara of the Lord of Death, which symbolizes both death itself, which cuts short our precious human birth, and also our fear of change, impermanence, and death. And also to overcome the Mara of the sons of the gods, which symbolizes our cravings for pleasure, convenience, and peace. In other words, you don't want to be craving for pleasure, convenience, and peace. It's okay to have those things, but you don't want to be craving for them, or so this says. It says, Yamantaka is perhaps most famous in the West because of the intricate and elaborate sand mandalas of Yamantaka. And apparently these sand mandalas, according to this, are going to free you of those. It is said when President Nixon was considering aid for Tibet, he saw an image of Yamantaka, complete with horns, and judged that the Tibetan people were primitive demon worshippers. Of course, modern understanding of the symbolism makes it clear that Yamantaka is a wrathful but compassionate Yidam whose terrible power is turned against the obstacles to our practice, especially anger, hate, and death. And what's interesting here is that if you're a person who has hatred, whether it be hatred towards Aleister Crowley, towards L. Ron Hubbard, towards Yogananda, towards Trump, Biden, or any of this nonsense that goes on in our world, it's like what you want to invoke here is the anger. You want to be more angry at that than you do angry against, all that stuff. You want to be angry at why are you being predisposed to anger and hate. You want to be angry at that. That's a higher manifestation. At the gnats we were talking about, the hecklers, you want to be angry. It's what making you angry at them. What's making you fall into that trap of hate and disgust. And it says this is Yamantaka is the most profound, highest yoga practiced. Yamantaka practice contains every practice you need. It's for transforming the mind and purification. It is a very powerful and important practice in this degeneration age. It's a very interesting thing here. And of course, anybody wants to look this up, you have Yamantaka, and you're invoking that you're the terrifier that is going to overcome, the nonsense. And then it's your nonsense. It's not Biden's or Trump's or all these other people. It's your own nonsense that's attaching you to them.
Yes.
And because you can just turn on TV and you can get very angry if you're predisposed to getting angry. And you can also waste your time, trying to figure out the conspiracy from this angle, from that angle, and document it all. It's a losing game. This is really so here again. I'm looking at the commonalities of Scientology, Aleister Crowley, and Yogananda. And of course, they all have their human limitations, their human desires, their human downfalls, if you will. And somebody in this, came up with this book, the Book of the Law, the Supreme Path, the Path of Supreme Equilibrium, and says the Precepts of Yamantaka by Yogananda, some apparently German guy. What? And it just opens a door of wisdom that has nothing to do with any of these people. I mean, it does have something to do with them but it's like, wow, this is quite something I've stumbled upon, because I'd never heard of Yamantaka.
Yes. Well, I think that you've done a better job than Brendan Zogit could have in explaining it. Of course,
He studied Buddhism. Does he know about this stuff?
He studies the Vedas, where much of Buddhism derives. So I'm certain that he would have some knowledge of this. Of course, the way things have gone, he won't be on this platform again. I'll be explaining that soon enough.
But the thing is, see, this is the thing, is that when you get deep, this probably comes out of Tibetan Buddhism as well, or Tibetan Bon tradition, but wherever, it's like when you get deep into any tradition, and you could even find it probably in the Christian tradition or the Gnostic tradition predating that, you're going to find alleys and pathways of enlightenment. The problem is when you get stuck in pathways that involve ego and negative emotions like hate and I'm better than you are and all of this stuff. And so what you see in the fallout of all of these characters is you see a lot of people with opinions that are like people throwing spears. They're throwing spears because they got chewed up. They went through the shredder. The shredder either consumed part of their body or scraped them. And so you have to go to the higher order of all of this stuff. And so this is like, I'm going to continue to, I guess, hear wounded people or upset people, not that it's a big issue, because it's not, talking about one or various subjects. It just goes with the territory. If you're going to overcome suffering, you have to go to the source. You have to go to the source. And if you're hating and you're involved in negative emotion, perhaps justifiably, you're still suffering. You haven't gotten over the suffering. If you're hating L. Ron Hubbard, if you're hating Aleister Crowley, you're still suffering. So to get over the suffering, you have to begin to hate that which is making you suffer. And a lot of that has to do and become the death's destroyer and just overcome it, because you're wrong targeting. You have to target what's inside of you. And it's a very important message. It's great. So thank you. We've got 11:24 here. I've got some more time to be with you if
thank God.
So I'll let off there.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm so glad that you have more time to be with us, because I dearly want you to be here so that I can go into what's happened with you around to provide some counseling. As you say, of course, the great wisdom in sharing that with all of us is that we need to be angry not at the world around us, but at what makes us angry at the world around us. That's essentially it. Well, just the other night, in terms of where I sleep these days, more than any other place in the home, is pretty much towards the front of the room, the front of the flat, in the facing the street, and I hear the people as they go by. And of course, as Salman Sheikh has pretty much concluded, maybe there's an enormous effort at gang stalking that is paid for by elements that somehow manage to manipulate the city. One of the things that I said the other day was that more than anything else, what puzzles me is this seems to happen while I'm awake, and if it's happening while I'm asleep, I sleep right through it, which would be surprising because it's impossible to sleep through that kind of noise. So there seems to be coordinated with the periods that I'm awake, which is really unusual because my biorhythms are fairly unusual over the past few weeks in particular. They've only begun to somewhat stabilize with what happened with the latest incident that caused me to fear I might have contracted COVID, so I'll go into that. But in terms of the sleeping, I was not necessarily sleeping poorly, but sleeping a few hours, waking up fairly refreshed, doing a lot of work, and then going back to sleep again. Very odd hours. But the hours that I was awake, I would notice that they would have a lot of street construction going on. And Peter knows, of course, and we even put it into the book. And again, I do recommend everyone, I need all the help I can get, make certain to purchase the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Again, I'll go over the reason as to why I need help and what has happened in that regard. But I'm trying to buy supplementation that will last me through the holidays in case I come down with COVID. And I certainly should have gotten that supplementation months ago. And it was Brendan Zogate who fucked me over so that I didn't, based on a convergence of situations that he cascaded. But in terms of what goes on outside the street, one of the things you'll see in that book, just in passing, in Peter Moon emphasizing the fact that I am subject to gang stalking that's sponsored at the highest levels of funding because this is expensive work, was we brought up the quote-unquote magic telephone pole, which for years became a running joke on Revolution Radio, was all the work that was ongoing on the telephone pole across the street until they finally couldn't do anything more with it. It's just a hollow tube that is not wood anymore. All the rest of the telephone poles in area are wood. That's not even wood anymore. It's just some kind of bizarre wooden looking metal that's made to look like wood, but you knock on it and it's hollow and it's solid and it's very thin. So there's a ton of cabling going through there. And in terms of what they're working on now is it's the home across the street. And you see this in, shall we say, Mississippi Burning. If you take a look at the movie Mississippi Burning, where you see the original Men in Black, the old FBI, and they're dealing with the Klan, one of the things that they do with your taxpayer dollars while they're fighting the Klan is they basically decide, oh, the Klan's having meetings in this building that has no place to survey them except from this other building across the street. And so they said, oh, okay, since we can only see them from this other building across the street, buy the building. And so they purchased the building outright. And that may well have happened with a home across the street, because all that goes on at that home across the street now is they rip up the sidewalk in front of it and they build it back up again. And it's like they're building an entire underground nuclear bunker in that goddamn building across the street. But whatever they're doing is only under the building. They're doing absolutely nothing to improve the facade. They're doing nothing to...
Ask them what they're doing?
When I go out there, they run away like they're like afraid, like I got the plague or something. And I just finally give up and just said, fuck it. I've gone out several times, and usually at that time they stop, put the tools away, and they all start leaving. But the other thing they do is they come in, they saw the trees with the loudest, louder than the jackhammer when they're working on the building. And like I said, fortunately, for some reason they do this only when I'm awake. So it's almost like they were probably assuming that I sleep throughout the day and that they'd fuck up my sleep pattern. But somehow, just naturally, I've been awake every time they've been doing this. And it rattles the frame of this home. I mean, this is how powerful the jackhammers are. And when they're doing this, we're talking about like half a dozen trucks. They close off the street at either end. They block off traffic. And we're talking like, big, heavy trucks. It's obviously the city is involved. And then the other thing they do is they're basically shaving the trees. And this is because of whatever. You would think the trees would be totally denuded by now. It was a joke that I made. When they use that saw, it is so loud, it is louder than the jackhammer that rattles the building. It is loud enough where it rattles the building on its own. And the saw that they use, when I went across and really looked at it, I realized they had denuded the tree. They've come back to trim that tree across the street so many goddamn times, there's nothing left on it. But they keep coming back to denude the tree. It's just something they keep doing. And so it's obviously, this is a form of gang stalking or something, but it's like, when they're sawing on the tree, that's again a half a dozen trucks. Because it's like they're so fucking retarded. It's like, how many construction workers does it take to change a light bulb? It takes 200 of them because that's how they all get paid. It's like that. They block off the street because they don't want cars to get hit by falling branches. They have multiple trucks to do that. They're sawing the trees. The thing that is pointed about it is there's never cops around, which in any normal construction project in San Francisco, cops are involved. They're usually there to direct traffic. But the street may be isolated enough where they felt they didn't need that, or maybe the cops are just too busted with COVID or whatever, but they have manpower to do this. That's not my major complaint in life. As a matter of fact, it doesn't bother me because every time they've been doing this, I've been awake. And usually I've been too lazy to go out and check, sometimes curious enough when I do go out and check, then they all pack up and leave. It's just bizarre. But, it's not something that I overdwell on because that would be just, there's nowhere to go with that. But I do bring that up. And it was just the other night that I was sleeping early, then woke up like about, I'd say probably it must have been around 9 p.m. And some guy was walking down right in front of the house, and he was screaming long before he got to the home, and then was screaming all the way in front of the home, and then screaming as he went by. But now by the side, back in the days when I was involved with that idiot Lorian Ann Fenton, this would be on a daily basis where a homeless man would literally, he was some white trash piece of shit, and this white trash piece of shit would literally lean against a car in front of my home while I was asleep and start screaming. And he would just stand there and scream. I mean, literally just scream at the top of his lungs and rave about non sequiturs and word salads for hours. By the time that I would wake up and go out, then I would just basically confront him by staring him down, and he'd run away. But he would have a huge pack in his hands, like a sea bag. He'd be holding that like a child he was cradling. And so he was obviously in front of my home and parked there simply to harass me. This was nothing like that. The guy was just walking by, but he was screaming, and it made me think of what you were saying. He was screaming everything about hating liberals, hating liberal progressive democracy. Basically, cancel culture! He's screaming like that. You don't deserve power! Fucking niggers and gooks and yellow-ass Jews, and, just going on that whole typical right-wing rant while he was going past the home. And, just kept walking on down the street screaming that. So who knows whether these things are set up or not. But the last thing I need in my life, those things don't bother me. Last thing that I need in my life, what bothers me most of all, is passive-aggressive bullshit. And, of course, somebody really basically stealing my money. And so what happened was, as I said, there's several problems with this. It's not just money, it's my health. As I said, I'm going to the doctors these days, and we're trying to get them to adjust to the fact that basically my mother was half vampire. I can't tell them this because most of the time it just goes into psychiatric issues, and I just have to tell them I'm seeing a psychiatrist, and she diagnoses me as not having VPD, or vampiroid personality disorder, which is a genuine psychosis, that a pathology that is literally clinically in the books is vampire personality disorder. And the vampiroid personality disorder is people who think they're vampires, and this might affect them physiologically. They might become literally allergic to sunlight, that sort of thing. I'm saying, no, it's not like that at all. I can take...
Douglas, I don't know if we could arrange it sometime. It might be interesting if we had a conference call with my friend in Romania, who's a Vienna-trained psychiatrist. He's a top psychiatrist in
certainly
Europe.
I'd be open to that, of course. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if he's encountered this before, but he tells me that the whole way they diagnose people in America. They don't take the American approach in psychiatry very seriously.
And well, they shouldn't. I don't think most people in the world do. But when it comes to what they do know is, as I've brought up before, they've brought up the fact through blood tests that, you're short on iron, yet we've proved you have no bleeds. You're not internally bleeding. So that's why I had to order supplements. And the man who said he could get them was Brendan Zoget. Now, everybody's heard this story before, who's on the roundtable.
Did you give him money to get these?
Yes, that was the unfortunate part. So,
and he has not delivered them?
No, he never delivered the vitamins. And
let me get down to the brass tacks of this. Yeah. So he has how much money have you given him for this?
It was $300 to get months worth of vitamins so that I wouldn't have to order them again. But this is
okay. Well, I'm gonna just get to the brass tacks. So you've given him $300, and he has not supplied them. And is he even communicating with you to tell you why he hasn't supplied them?
He's broken off all communications. The communications that we had until I forced him to give the money back, which by that time was too late. I'd already been so screwed up by the other chain of events that was triggered by this.
Give money back.
Yeah, but like I said, that he may as well not have. This is the problem. The problem that he caused cost me as much money to get the money back and everything else.
I understand that, and it is what it is. But okay, so you need the supplements. Do you have the money to get the supplements?
No, this is what I have to ask the people about. I need money on the PayPal so I can get the supplements. So do people put the money down so I can, it's even a few $100s. I can start getting the supplements I need to just basically make up for the period of time that I'm not drinking blood. Now, here's the part that was fortunate. So again, just to put this into perspective.
What are the supplements that you need?
Well, there's the iron, there's the multivitamin that's very low on vitamin A. So people understand this. What you don't want is a lot of vitamin A. Vitamin A is toxic and that will kill you. So it's very difficult to find multivitamins that don't have vitamin A. And so that's essentially what I have been trying to order. I know which brand to order that doesn't have that much vitamin A. So that's one of the other one was, oh my God, what was it? There was a few others. Oh, yes, the fish oil. Fish oil was very important.
Wasn't there also the glutathione?
I believe so, yes. And thank you. And so you've got it pretty much down. And so when all of this was combined, basically what had happened was he was going to go on a vacation. I had ordered vitamins from him before. It took a while to get to me. He was saying it was supply chains. It turned out he was lying. It turned out, what makes all of this so despicable is he's now a general manager at an organic food store, at an organic grocery, and his friend owns a vitamin store. So all of this was supposed to be expedited. It was supposed to be twice as easy as, more so than if I did so through Amazon. That was the only reason I was getting it through him, was he was direct. He was direct. And, but then he kept saying his PayPal account was frozen. Now, he didn't tell me that's what happened the first time at all. And the second time he told me, as soon as I gave him that over $300, I knew it was gone forever, or effectively so. And then that's when he started, saying, oh, we're under attack. Oh, the PayPal account is frozen. It turns out there was this longer story behind it. He was like calling them to unfreeze it. And then, he was swearing in Asian Indian Hindi language. And he was talking to a Pakistani, because all of their services at PayPal go directly to Pakistan. So when he was calling to technical support, he said something in Hindi that was like a swear word. And of course, the Pakistani guy understood it and said, well, because you said what you said, I'm freezing your account forever. And then he said, so now it's permanently frozen and I can't get your money back. And that's when I said, why don't you work on this at your time? And since you got this full salary as a general manager now, why don't you just buy my vitamins with your own money and you can get the money I gave you back on your own time. Oh, I can't afford that. I need every penny I can before I go on vacation. Then he went on vacation, and when he came back, I said, called him up again. He said, oh, they didn't give you your money back? I said, no, of course not. Then I was able to force him to give me my money back. Now, by that time, because I had nothing on PayPal, I had to try and order these through V, which I didn't want to do, and I tried to stay as separate from her as possible. And she's has so many convergent neuroses. I call it as a terminally unique aggregate of neuroses. I call it vicosis. And so she basically was someone I didn't want to deal with. She claims she's ordered them all. I said, don't send them to me through the mail during Christmas time. So we couldn't do it through December because it would have just gotten lost in the mail. And then by the time January rolls around, she's not sending them on her own power trip. So whether she's got them or not, I'm not getting them. So I have to just basically order them on my own. So all of this was where it climaxed, where it culminated was, of course, I was counting on Brendan to provide technical support. And so he's one of the general managers the inside of my YouTube channel. So when I presented him with the emergency that would have prevented me from coming on tonight, which was, of course, all of the episodes I produce are 12 hours. And what happens is the online broadcasting software automatically slams them into my computer storage space. And there's no way we can prevent that. It's just the way the program works. So about every 3 months, I think, something like that, 6 months maybe, but at some point within a comparatively short frame time, I'd say probably about 3 months, the computer space fills up. And at that moment, the online broadcasting software shuts down. So I couldn't produce tonight at all. And so I called, and all the while, ever since I got my money back, Brendan Zogan is just like total non-communications except for passive-aggressive bullshit. In other words, I'll say something like, hey, we need to talk. And then all he'll send me is like the little emoji of a dragon or something, which is like his way of saying Dietrich, like, fuck you. Like, that's just it. So it's just nothing. And, I know he's got time on his hands. Otherwise I'll get a sentence saying, I'm working a lot of overtime. That doesn't mean shit. You're in a managerial position. Any manager can say, hold the line for me. I got to take this call. As a manager, you have more time than ever. And I know he has enough time because I look on his Facebook page and I see him traipsing all over the countryside. He's got enough time to photograph flowers and sunsets and shit. So I know he's got all the time in the world to do that. So I know he's got time. So
what is his relationship with you and your YouTube channel? Is he still?
Is the problem. So what happened was when I said, okay, the computer space has filled up and I can't produce tomorrow. This is a technical emergency. I need you to get back to me so we can get on screen share so that we can handle this. And you can tell me how to empty the space again, because it's always a bitch for me to maneuver through the computer. Maybe someday I'll get it bit by bit, more of a navigating skill at it. But he was the one showing me, because the problem is I have to go to the OBS software and then through the computer. And I'm dealing with two, both the program and the computer. So he just gave me a fuck you. And at that point I said, okay, there's nothing, we've got to get him off the managerial thing. So Ellīnikī helped me do that. Ellīnikī went in, she changed the password, she got him out of the managerial position inside of the YouTube channel, but she couldn't do anything about the OBS. So I turned towards, my neighbor, the lycanthrope. And this is the problem. He, of course, basically is much more adventurous than I am. He's been going through a lot, and we have an agreement. Whenever he comes to help me, I kind of provide him a counseling session. And of course, that's his payment. And I give him like a counseling session because he deals with all kinds of issues, and I'm the only person in the world who really understands. And so when he basically, was doing all his trip lately, he was not caring about contracting COVID because he was like just really angry at being all kinds of things. Anyhow, things are changing for him now and he's doing much better. They've allowed him back in the office. The problem was they weren't allowing anyone back in the office because of COVID. He was going mad for the past 2 years, living in his home and working from home, to the point where for him that's like breaking. That breaks him. And so he was doing crazy things like going out to Republican California, where there's no mask requirements, no vaccine requirements, no card needs to be shown at the door. And he's dancing in all these nightclubs in Republican California, the real red counties, where they're all like, where Penny Bradley lives. And so he was going out there and dancing with all the young girls. And of course, he contracted COVID. So that prevented him from going back in the office. And that's why I was able to actually ask him to fix the OBS. So I got him back in here last night. We fixed the OBS. We cleared the computer so I could produce for today. And of course, I gave him about an hour's worth of counseling and found out about how much better his life's going to be. He's going to go back to the office now. And he took the test today. He took the COVID test. Otherwise, they wouldn't let him in the office. And it came out clear. But the point was, he had the COVID in January. He had it for 2 weeks. So the chances are high he could still be a carrier, even though he tested clear for COVID the next day. He definitely had it. He definitely had Omicron. So the time that I was counseling him, the time that he came in, fixed everything up, which we had to do or I wouldn't be on tonight, the chances of my catching COVID were high. Now, nothing's manifested, and it's been, 48 hours now, maybe, because, it was really when he came in here I knew Brandon was worthless at that point. And then it's just, at that point, all I could count on was the lycanthrope who I can't name. And so when he came over and did what he did. So basically, what I'm concerned about is if I wind up right now with COVID, that means I won't be able to enjoy the Asian Lunar New Year, which starts on February 1st at the estate, and drink blood from the Blood Boys, which has kept me from going over the edge. And it was very fortunate we had the Orthodox Christmas in January, which was about the 7th, the 6th of the 7th. We had the Orthodox New Year in January, which was more like the 14th. Today was Epiphany, which was why I came home so late. So I've been able to access that blood and therefore make up for the iron shortage and the other shit that could seriously throw me off. What will keep me going will be Asian Lunar New Year. I'll get 2 weeks with a lot of access to the estate during February 1st, but not if I have COVID. So if I wind up contracting COVID because of this idiot Brendan Zogi, yes, I'm going to officially have Jameson Reeves on air do one of his curses. I'm going to do what Clyde Lewis does on Douglas.
Let me ask you a question. Did the lycanthrope, was his COVID that he got, was it like a light case of the Omicron?
It's the Omicron, but it's definitely, we don't want to dismiss that as being mild. A lot of people...
No, I said, was his a light case?
The fucker's a werewolf, okay? To him, it was a light case because he's got an immunosystem that's pretty sturdy. Let's put it that way. He's pretty resilient. So.
The Omicron is not mild. I supposedly
depends on who has it. It depends on who has it. It's some cases.
That's a good point. But
in his case, just to describe his case, there was no nausea, there was no diarrhea. He kind of lost his taste and his smell. And he says it's coming back, but I'll tell you something, the fucker's a lycanthrope. Every time he comes in here or comes anywhere near me, the first thing he talks about is how I smell. He'll say, you smell like your apartment. You smell like a crypt. All I smell is dust and cobwebs and musty. And so he usually says that every time he comes in here. Usually he'll say, oh, he's got to take breaths. He goes into tears. He can't stand coming in here. When he comes in here, it's like he can't breathe. None of that this time. His smell must have been killed.
Okay. Well, let me ask you some more questions. So, how long had it been since he had contracted COVID that he saw you?
January 1st. He got January 1st. He had for 2 weeks. So he was at the tail end of it. His voice was...
So it sounds to me like per these new and arbitrary quarantine laws, he wouldn't have been contagious anymore per what they're saying, or per what but I mean, I think you're okay. I really think you're okay from this.
Thank you.
And don't worry about it, because if you worry about, worrying's not going to change it. Yes. And I don't think you have it. It's better that you just forget about it. And the next thing you know, you'll be enjoying Asian Lunar New Year, and it will be, and you'll be in the middle of it. Oh God, by the way, I forgot that I was afraid of having COVID, just like let it go. Yes. You've been vaccinated, correct?
Yes, I had the Jensen one shot and you're done from Johnson & Johnson.
That was a long time ago, right?
Yeah, that was a long time ago. That was April 1st of last year.
Yeah, I don't...
They say I should have a booster, but, I didn't get a chance to get... He himself had a COVID shot while he was sick with COVID, which I thought was really stupid, but, it's him, right? That's something he would do. He got that because the company paid for it. He works for a Japanese company. The Japanese car manufacturer is designing their new cars. So they had this, he's fully insured. So, but, I was going to go get the shot and all that stuff, and this, threw everything off. I was going to do all that, so... But I agree with Peter, of course, and I needed to hear that. And yes, it's
Yeah, but you should have your supplements, and I would
Yes.
encourage anybody that can help Douglas get his supplements, please do so.
Mhm.
The other thing is, I don't know if you can answer this question, but you alluded to Sugar Daddy participating in Lunar Asian or Asian New
New
Year,
Year, yeah.
Lunar New Year. But can you answer if he's Asian or not?
No, of course not.
I mean, he's not Asian. You can't answer that.
No, what I mean to say is I can't answer that. I mean, I could to it. He's not. He's not Asian. He's not Asian.
I didn't think he was, but he will participate in. Okay, that's
right, because of my son. Because of my son.
But I didn't know that your son was all that Asian.
Only a little bit. Only a little bit. It's we concluded genetically he was like about a quarter Asian.
Well, it's a good time to have fun. Everybody can participate in
But of course, there's also business involved. Don't forget, Sugar Daddy's involved with the Silicon Valley. The ties with Asia are exceptionally extraordinary, especially to Taiwan. So it's almost mandatory. It's not really. It's almost like even if there were no connection, your average Silicon Valley mogul would be involved with Asian culture and celebrating Asian Lunar New Year simply because of the business ties. There'd really be no escaping it. It would be kind of like, Selena Khan dealing with real estate in Long Island and has to go to all these parties with all these Jews.
Yeah, well, it's it's like all of commerce is still going through Chinatown.
Yes.
Always did, always will. I mean, going back to the gold rush, it was all. It's interesting.
Beyond that, of course, Taiwan is the source of the microchips, as we've said. The other thing that I do want to bring up for people to consider, and another reason why you might consider a donation, and I do want to talk about this while Peter's still with us. And basically, this is interesting, and there's a warning here to everyone. I will be discussing child abuse now. So there's this would-be child predator that supposedly was caught by a YouTube channel. And basically, you've got this activist behind a YouTube channel based in California that's catching people in this state who are trying to meet kids for lewd acts. And his followers, of course, hail his work. They praise him for keeping kids safe. Of course, law enforcement and legal experts are not only saying that he's putting himself in danger, but the reality is he's jeopardizing potential criminal cases. So he's got this channel that he calls CC Unit. It's got 137,000 subscribers, which is, at any rate. And it's led by this dude who just operates under the moniker of Ghost. And so he claims he's this student in his early 20s based in San Diego in his last year of college. But he's got all kinds of time to do this shit. And so basically, supposedly, the account led to the arrest of a man in Elk Grove. And this ghost guy is saying his team's made up of about 5 people who serve as decoys, perform phone calls, and, basically act as his security. So he's got this little chicken shit operation, and he's made himself this micro-influencer and this star of YouTube. Jameson Reese says, yeah, he's actually a CIA agent in his 50s. And, that sounds about right. But basically, when your college friends are providing your security, this is like Scooby-Doo shit. Anyhow, so some of the members are based in San Bernardino and Hawaii and Texas. So I don't know how they can provide him any physical security. But he explains that he finds people on online forums and messenger apps and dating apps and social media and other web mediums. I mean, imagine spending all day doing this. This is like, I wouldn't do that unless I was paid. In fact, I wouldn't do that if I was paid. But anyhow, he said he and his team never make first contact. He says his knowledge of law regarding child abuse comes from only lawyers he's spoken to, fans of his page who give him advice, and of course, Chris Hansen's NBC series To Catch a Predator, which should tell you everything you need to know because Chris Hansen was found guilty of essentially child porn himself, in case you didn't know. And so all of these sting operations, they've got to be dangerous if any of this is real. And of course, I'm not afraid. He says he gets his money from viewers, from donations, goes traveling throughout my state, to find all these potential abusers and receives money, he says, from a part-time job. I mean, yeah, part-time job, college, and all the time in the world to go cruising on child porn sites. And so he says he claims he contacts the local police departments before conducting his stings, and that the departments, even though they find his channel entertaining, they say, just let us handle it. You don't have to do this. You're putting other people in danger. You're putting yourself in danger. The Elk Grove Police Department, which arrested this guy, as well as 3 other departments that Ghost claims he reached out to, they did not respond to any of my own requests for comment, and I find that interesting. And Google also didn't respond to my inquiry about the YouTube channel. So it's like he's protected. However, CBS Sacramento did respond. And they told me that the Elk Grove police are not happy about quote-unquote ghost vigilantes, citing the fact that the suspect in this case had a weapon. So the Elk Grove police spokesperson, Jeremy Banks, told CBS Sacramento that we have our own local and federal units that will do these operations. So my question would be, is the YouTube channel breaking the law? Because if you narrowly look at the law, the main question is whether Ghost's actions qualify as entrapment. Now, in criminal law, entrapment occurs when law enforcement or government agents try to induce or encourage someone to commit a crime. But because the people behind the YouTube channel are not affiliated with the police or the government, at least not officially, technically it does not qualify as entrapment. Now, when I tried to find out if the work was legal, I had a brief conversation with the UC Irvine law professor, Bob Solomon, who said, well, mostly yes, but there's more things to consider, and Attorney Solomon condemns Ghost's YouTube channel. And what he had to say specifically was, it's not entrapment for a private citizen to accumulate information and turn it over to the police, which does happen in drug cases. I understand he's trying to do what he thinks is a good thing, but generally vigilante plans do not end well, and he should leave this to law enforcement. I think people have a sense of their own power and ability to intervene in systems, but usually it creates more problems than it solves. There's always the chance that this can escalate to violence, and he's obviously not prepared to deal with that. And so when someone gets hurt, the answer is, well, you know, I was doing a good thing. It's not my fault. Well, in part, it is your fault, because you're trying to take the law into your own hands and make decisions that really aren't yours to make. So if you're listening, Ghost, that's what Attorney Solomon has in terms of legal advice for you. Now, of course, this is the point. What I want people to know is that you can report online child sexual abuse or obtain resources for help. You can reach the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children yourselves at 1-800-843-5678. That's 1800-843-5678. But understand that Douglas Dietrich is the only motherfucker who's ever taken down an entire series of rings. Whether in San Diego, the porno ring of the United States Marine Corps, or whether at the Presidio military base. And I've been paying for that all of my fucking life. To the point where, yeah, they, quote unquote, indirectly honored me in the sense that they were forced to create a month of the military child. You can look that up, month of the military child, because now their promotional shtick is that military care providers for children are supposed to be the model, their daycare centers, for the rest of the world. If that's true, it's only because of what I did. So if you want to support somebody who's really done some work that has saved literally hundreds of thousands of children, because at the time that I dealt with this, the U.S. Army alone had in its daycare centers 100,000 children a day it was caring for, then by God, I need your help. So I'm the person who really needs some support and says some chicken shit like this, going around making a name for themselves, you know, and getting like 10 times my YouTube ratings and subscriptions because, you know, there's some white trash piece of shit. And everybody relates to him. Oh, it's a white guy. And this isn't a threat to me. And he's doing so much good, saving all the kids. And by the way, for everyone, your obsession with this child molestation shit, what's in it for him? Why does he care? Why is he in this? Ask yourself that question. Certainly people asked it about me. When I brought down the Presidio ring, I had people, whenever I went into an interview, I remember when I was interviewed by Red Ice at that time, that pablum-spewing Henrik Palmgren was interviewing myself. People like a woman in the chat room were entering. Obviously, Douglas Dietrich had no problem working with these pedophiles for years and years. He must be one of them. And this is the shit I always get. So how is it this guy's not questioned? What's his interest in this? Why is he constantly cruising porn sites and pretending he's a child and asking people for a date? That's like, I think that's pretty fucking sick. I was stuck in a situation that no one else would deal with. And when I dealt with it, it created such a scandal, it shook the world. They had to create a whole cover story, a satanic panic theme, in order to cover up that history. And they had to close down the second largest military base in the United States and the second most important one after the Pentagon. If anyone deserves any recognition, it's myself. But no, I'm not a white trash piece of shit who's some young guy who's, in his last year of college and doing a part-time job and just don't have that kind of white appeal. And yes, that has everything to do with it. Honestly, you people have no idea. So when it comes to everything that's we're dealing with here, as Peter Moon will attest, because we're writing a book on this subject, this is not something to pursue yourself. And you shouldn't be admiring people who do. What I did was on the level of a federal whistleblower at the Department of Defense level. As a public informant, I hemorrhaged enough information to bring down careers. It led ultimately to the federal conviction of at least one of the child predators, Gary Willard Hambright, and his death by AIDS enabled them to cover up a lot of others. And none of those kids were brought justice. They all died of AIDS. 1,000 of them infected by Gary Willard Hambright alone. So we're talking real monsters here. So when I brought this down with the help of the San Francisco Police Department, that's something that never made it into the history books. What you're hearing is history. And as a person who's done everything that I've done, there's no fucking statues I'll ever look forward to in life being built in my likeness. All of this is thankless. Instead, all I get is a bunch of people calling me a liar. So, some little white punk goes out and does, "Oh, I caught a predator." Just one! And he's called a hero? Bullshit on that noise. I need your support, and I need it now, through the holidays. Buy our book, The Roswell Deception. Give it as a gift unto others for Asian Lunar New Year, so you can really shove it in their face. So do hit skybooks.usa.com, and of course, as for the Omicron, I'll take Peter's attitude. That's the only way to really handle this. So I was sleeping a lot to make certain.
I really don't think you have it. I really don't.
Thank you.
And if you feel okay or the same, you probably don't have it.
You're right. Yes.
How long has it been since you saw him? Yesterday?
Day before yesterday by now.
Yeah, that seems pretty fine.
Okay.
I know when I got sick on Christmas Eve, I was down right away. I don't know if it was COVID or not.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure you had the Omicron.
Well, it was the logical conclusion, but it was very light. Well, it wasn't. I got over it. Well, I got over it fast, and I didn't get over it fast because, I just kind of coasted through that week, getting rest now and then. But I don't know. It's just because I was exposed to cold. Who the hell knows? But it hit me right away because I was fine, and the cold, boom, hit me like a brick.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean, and it was certainly what had happened to Lena Shea when the first COVID came out. She contracted it likely twice, and that was, of course, she's got a Asian husband, and they were going into some areas where they were probably exposed to the first people who were catching it on the East Coast. the Omicron, of course, first manifested in San Francisco. That was the first recorded case in the United States, was here in San Francisco. But I guess it was only a matter of time.
If I can believe what I hear being mumbled on the TV, because I'm not paying too much attention, this stuff is, it's, the whole thing is winding down. Even the, the pro-vax people, the people that love vaccinations, and I mean love love more variations or whatever.
Boosters, yes.
Yeah, not the boosters, the variants. We got more variants, we're going to keep everybody locked up. They're even saying it's prepared to wane. They're psychologically preparing us to that COVID is going away, reducing in vast numbers right away. So even by the Asian New Year, it's going to be, if we can believe this, meme, it's going to be pretty much, down, and hopefully going away. The biggest danger per them, even though they're not saying it, would be new variants that are, that can do something. So I'd like to think we're over it, and I certainly think sounds very good for you. Sounds good.
You.
I mean,
Appreciate
just
it.
keep warm, get some sleep, and let's help him get some supplements.
Yes, thank you, people. And thank you, Peter. I love you dearly for all the help you always provide, and certainly for what you've done in my life. And share that love with Paula, of course. And
yeah, we want things to get better for you, and good. But I will retire for the night, and have a good rest. Have a good show.
thank you. And I'll send you the link with the timestamp. Hugs.
Okay. Good night to everybody.
Good night. That was Peter Moon, skybooks.usa.com. Remember to order our co-authored book. He did the writing part, whereas I provided the information. And you can also find it on Amazon.com, as well as the Vampirology book, which explains much about vampirology, a lot about the physiology so that you understand it. It would be profoundly bemusing to speak to a Romanian psychiatrist to see what they say about my case, so to speak. In the meantime, Salman Sheikh, let's bring him on for a few minutes if he's still with us to say goodnight to everybody. And Salman, I do hope you're still with us.
Yes, Brother Douglas. So just wanted to tell everyone and encourage everyone, please donate to Brother Douglas's PayPal and buy the Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. Send him checks, money orders, or you could donate via PayPal. Help support our brother against these agents of chaos who have declared war on all, not just humanity, but all existence. And Brother Douglas is our Vulcan interventionist. We need his support and education in these trying times that we're living in. I'm grateful to be on this platform with Brother Douglas and to share this love, light, and knowledge with all of you. And it's very important that we take this seriously. For the times ahead, if we do not, then the little bit that's left, it's going to sink even further into the ground. And we are living in times of great spiritual warfare. So my love and prayers, our blessing are always with Brother Douglas. I look forward to catching the monologue in the morning. I encourage everyone to support him in whichever capacity that they can. And also, before logging off, all the Pakistani men, please stop messaging Brother Douglas.
Bless you, Brother Salman. I'll do my best to try and do an interview with you later this month, and we'll talk about that privately soon. Love you dearly. Hugs, and you have a blessed night, okay?
Much love, Brother Douglas, for you, J-Mo, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich. Assalamu alaikum, and peace be with you and yours.
Thank you so much. You take care. And Jameson Reese, if you can come on, one of the things that I do want to emphasize is that, of course, I want what Peter Moon says to be the outcome, but I do want to warn everybody that there's a reality to this. I mean, how mild is Omicron, really? Omicron.
This sucks balls, man. I based on the test I took in the ferry terminal just for the fuck of it, after receiving a positive test result from the hospital prior, like days after, they're both the short-term and long-term tests say I'm negative with COVID. The problem is I'm still experiencing the symptoms. I have dizziness upon standing. I am coughing up a lung, literally. The things that I blow out of my nose are like something that Lovecraft would have difficulty describing without passing out.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. It's literally like chunks of lung tissue and shit. So I mean, yeah.
This is awful. I mean,
and this is supposedly just Omicron. I'm experiencing long haul symptoms. I did not, unfortunately. I can still taste and smell, but I did note that I was smelling a very strange odor when it was at its peak, and the odor wouldn't go away. And the thing is, instead of losing a sense of smell, I was smelling something that seemed kind of metallic. It's kind of weird. I don't know what the fuck was going on.
Now, just as a potential here, obviously, our man Jameson is not a speed freak, but one thing you notice about speed freaks is there's this plasticky smell about them because of the chemicals that they're imbibing. Is it potentially maybe all of the cough syrup or some of the other stuff?
No, because that stuff would normally I'd be smelling that normally if that were the case. No, this was something odd.
Well, that's probably you're smelling all of the occult forces that you attract around yourself. That goes without saying.
Shit. Really?
Yes.
I didn't even know that was possible.
Oh, it is. Oh my God, I would smell them whenever the spells were cast by Michael Aquino. What do you think? The old magicians used to talk about the stench of sulfur, right? When they're calling up the demons. Come on, get real here.
You know what's strange is I'm someone who works with this stuff all the time, but I never considered myself sensitive to really seeing the things I work with or do. It's kind of weird. It's like other people see it, but I don't.
Well, this is you're finally reaching that sense. You're breaking that sensorial barrier, and
okay. So the filter's going away.
Yeah, because the filter is being assaulted by the virus. The virus is taking down the filter. This is why Istaliak was his victims see in their fever visions really the landscapes of other dimensions and worlds, alien worlds, other dimensions. This is what's really happening. So when it comes to what's going on with you, you're breaking through that veil. And so understand as well that when it comes to why I'm so angry with Brendan Zogid, hopefully everything I said articulated that to a degree. But I want people to understand that when it comes to what he's done, there's nothing I hate more than passive-aggressive behavior. It's passive-aggressive behavior is the worst. It's honestly, as Jesus Christ said, be thee either hot or cold, but if thou art lukewarm, I will spit thee out. It is when somebody just refuses communications, they're not facing up to something that they've done. That's far worse than someone who's an honest thief or an honest assailant.
Especially when you trust them with your money.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. You don't fuck with a man's money, especially because that's a person's life.
Yes,
that is literally a person's life.
Thank you.
Right there.
You know, it would have been one thing if it was just the money, as opposed to like, I have V take money from you all the time, and it's just
it's probably many things that have just started to mount more and more and more.
It's the fact that I needed it for a health reason. That's what pissed me off. It's like somebody who's a diabetic gives you money to give him insulin, right? And then you go off on vacation with it.
I've been burned more by friends over money than people that I hated.
Thank you. It's always the case, because you're not going to lend money to people you hate, right? You're going to lend it to people that you trust.
I usually buy dope from them.
There you go. There you are. And so this is really what makes what happened so awful.
Well, I was wondering if Brendan Zogid might be the guy, the mystery person breathing with this springy chair in the background.
Well, now that he's been taken out of the managerial position, maybe we'll stop hearing that. Selena Khan.
Wait. So he's well, no, we still heard it today. So
you did. So that must be someone else then, hopefully.
Yeah. I don't know if you were listening earlier on when they were replaying what I was saying. It's like they were playing the YouTube through. whatever
Interesting.
they were doing out loud, and it was sort of bothering Peter, just sort of to irritate him, I guess.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So there you are, and I find that just so it's definitely we've gotten something going on. I'm glad Peter. I'm glad you had me inform him of that.
Yeah. It's the guys across the street are doing something. They're probably, it's probably the assholes who have taken up residence in the house. I mean, you might, worst comes to worst, you might have to get Rat Girl to flush them out,
Yes. Honestly,
which I'm sure would be quite satisfying, actually.
that
I hear the
would.
screams of horror.
Yes. Yes. Now forgive me. I'm somewhat distracted while you're speaking. You're talking about like doing this to the guys who are like listening in on us, or the guys across the street.
Well, I'm sure the guys across the street are the ones listening in on us.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I'm
So
just
I don't
putting one
listen.
and one together.
that makes sense. There's a certain sense to that. It doesn't seem like anyone's in there though. In that case, in the home, it seems like they just leave the home alone. In other words, they go inside, they tear up everything underneath it. They're building some bullshit. You'd think if they were building a command bunker, I'd see people going in and out more often. It would be, but it's always placed just strategically across the street so they can look at the facade of my home. And it's like, what do they expect to see? It's not like they're setting up projection equipment or doing
You
anything.
want to hear something strange? All the cameras across the street on my block are pointing to my house, and these are neighbors that don't seem to have any personal gripe with us, so I don't know what that's about. Really
It's
strange.
well because you're affiliated with me now. Oh my God, it's just like with
Yeah,
Brendan was
like
saying. Yeah.
how many people around here are working for the NSA? Goddamn. Or some alphabet agency. It might be all of them. Who knows?
No, it's just that the alphabet agency's acting on its own to move the cameras. That's all. They can do that. I mean,
Yeah, but those are people's house cameras, like the ones people put outside their doors to stop people from robbing packages and shit.
Okay, I see
And
what
it's
you're
it's
saying.
like it's like in such a tight knit community, why the fuck would you need to put cameras outside your door at all? Because everyone fucking knows everyone here, and everyone's been living here for like decades. So
That's
isn't
You know,
that kind of odd?
I have been stalked by crazy females that I've been in bed with before. I think I'd rather be stalked this way electronically than those crazy bitches. I don't
yeah,
miss that shit.
yeah. I understand what you're saying. Oh my God, that is no, I get it. Yeah, you're better off with the cameras, Jameson. It's
Well, yeah, that's a good point, because at least the cell phone's not
Nasal,
going crazy.
nasal, entertain them.
Yes, yeah, and in terms of entertaining them, it's you're just being there. I guess serves a purpose. You give meaning to their life, and so as for Daniel Arola, thank you so much for dropping in. I'm going to refresh myself, and I'm so glad you're with us to talk for a few minutes. And I want people to understand that when it comes to the kind of, shall we say, what makes something like Brendan Zogit's his recent action so despicable is when you take a look at something like, say, the old Hermetic alchemical stories, that the only reason I found out about them was through ancient grimoires that had been ordered into the library through Michael Aquino. And they would speak, of course, of the giants of Dis, that would be the colossi of Africa. And in ancient medieval Europe, they would refer to the Sahara and the Sahel as basically the Great Ring of Fire. That if you made it alive through the Great Ring of Fire, that the burning sands of the Sahara and the Sahel, you would ultimately reach the lands of Africa that the ancients knew of. And they knew, of course, from some Viking raids that the Vikinger chose never to raid Africa again. And that's something that no one ever asks, is how come the Vikinger reached the New World? They raided so much of the world, and yet they never raided Africa. Well, that was the reason why. It was said that they had encountered the Colossi of Dis, who actually attacked them psychically. It wasn't like they physically overwhelmed them. They attacked them psychically, and the Vikinger were driven mad. The Vikinger, of course, is the correct name for the Vikings, in case you don't know. But when it came to the Colossi of Dis, there was this one Parabel, that was in one of the ancient grimoires. And the parable was of Don Luis Cristobal. And Don Luis Cristobal was supposedly one of these Catholic or Christian crusaders that had established himself in Dis, where even some Christians had lived. But he began to basically identify everything in Dis as diabolic, and essentially at one point took over an establishment in their settlement and was holding people hostage effectively. And so the question was that if you were a traveler in Dis who was a good Christian, would you side with him, or would you, in an attempt to establish cordial relations with the Colossi of Dis so you could learn their secrets and their technology, which was substantial, which side would you take? You know, there was no answer to that riddle. It doesn't have an answer. The parable is meant, the parable is meant to teach you one thing. The real answer, if there is one, is that the worst thing you can do is nothing, because you make both sides enemies. Is that you have to do something, or both sides will be your enemy. Is the answer to the riddle. Whatever you do, you have to take a side, and it really looks like Brendan chose his, because when you take that level of inaction and just decide, he didn't want this show to come on tonight, obviously. So what does that tell us?
It's clearly, if you're indifferent, then you're more of a problem than the people who are assailing us.
Yes, and that's right. So something
it's sort of it's reminiscent of what you were saying about moderates, you know, in the last.
Absolutely, and I'll be returning to them tonight.
Or we could just say he's always been shady, but he finally found his chance to pounce. Because I can recall, you know, every time he talked about his financial situation, he talks, you know, a clean talk, you know, as if there's nothing he can do that's wrong, that he has to do everything legal, and there's a lot of underlying undertones there with the way he spoke. So there was a lot of other things that I was able to see in my mind's eye. My imagination, if anything, that this boy's doing some other shit.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. There was that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. He was always going through issues. If I get mad enough, meaning if I do come down with COVID, I'll really shit all over him. But as it is, like James had said, we could still do that curse. You know, fuck, if I get COVID, we're going to do that curse publicly. I'll be pulling a Clyde Lewis like he used to do with the stupid Ouija boards on the show live on Bandwidth. I'll be doing, instead of a Ouija board, bring Jameson on to do his stuff on record. Anyhow, the one thing I do want people to understand is Omicron is forcing us to rethink mild COVID. Hospitals are in serious trouble. The COVID hospitalization numbers are as bad as they look, and the worst of the Omicron wave could still be coming. So as much as I want,
this reminds me of a part of some of the waves during the Spanish flu, influenza, where there was a wave where everybody thought that it was light, but until everything just all came up from behind, and everybody got infected for the worst.
Yeah, balls up. Yes, please. Calling Omicron mild is wishful thinking. Okay, so I'll get into a bit of that more when I return, just to make certain to get people over that. And in the meantime, we have the blessing of Daniel Arola's company with us, and Jameson Reese. God bless you both. I'm going to leave these gentlemen to hold the stage while I refresh myself. Thank you so much, Daniel, for coming on. And I'll be back soon enough. And let me check the live stream before I go, and see what else is on there aside from attacking bots. And we have, of course, let me see, Daniel Arola was active, thank goodness. And Sarah Thomas, she gave us 3 pink pulsating hearts. Mwah, love you, honey. And of course, Jacob Waters said, hope everyone's doing good today. Thank you, Jacob. We hope the same for you. Ballistic Boopa says, yes, tell yourself a better lie, Marisa Peer. And she's citing a I don't know, I'll call her a guru, kind of like a self-help guru, I guess. Tell yourself a better lie. Yes, so that's a statement there from. And then Ballistic Boopa was going on about the trolls. And Clarice Claudette said, hi all. Clarice, I owe you more than I can ever describe. If you want to come on now, come on for a few minutes, if you wish. If you're able to use your Skype, you're more than welcome to come on for a few minutes. And definitely do need to talk to you soon. As you can understand, I've had all these social obligations. The holidays have continued for me much longer than for many other people because of my Byzantine Orthodox Christian affiliations and, of course, the Asian cultural spectrum. And so with Jameson Reese and Dave G, D-A-V-G. So he sounds like he's got one of those famous David names we talked about. He wanted to know if Barbara Bush was Aleister Crowley's daughter.
I'm more or less convinced that she is because of the symbolism of importance of 9 and 11 in Inferno magic. And I could go a little bit into that. Of course, you have the 9 demonic divinities, which serve as the gatekeepers. And then you have the 11 kings of Edom, which in actuality were possessed by the 11 heads of Azarat in the Hebrew, which is, of course, the counter creation to the Tetragrammaton.
There we are. Well, I'll let you go on about that. Gray Fen was telling Jameson that he had COVID in November with the taste and smell just coming back, lingering lung spew, and also had the same metallic taste sensation, varying. So obviously that seems to be common. I don't want that. Don't want it. Can do without it. God, everybody keep me in your prayers.
Yeah. I should hope you don't get it at all.
Thank you.
Honestly.
Thank you. No, I can't go through with that. No, I'm not with all my lung injuries. I don't know if if the nanites would even help. Obviously, they can't stave off certain viruses like what was done, the nerve damage done to my cochlear nerves in the right ear. But they were able to repair a damaged, more of a mechanical injury, the damaged eardrum, which the doctor said was impossible. Either way, okay, like Peter says, I have to take the attitude I'm just not going to have it, and let's pray it stays that way. Usually when these things come, they impact me right away, and so that hasn't happened. And if the guy saw me and then was cleared the next day in a clean test, I guess that's probably a good, he was probably safe, I hope. But fuck.
Yeah. He probably wasn't. He probably wasn't spewing the virus, or the viral load was so low that it wasn't infectious. This is probably the case with me, although I'm having long haul symptoms, and long haul symptoms suck fucking balls.
I'm so sorry.
Because I still feel like I'm going to die.
Don't use that term, long hauler. You're not a long hauler unless you've had this shit for months. Okay, then you can use that term. You don't want to use that term right now. You don't want to program it.
If it's been weeks, that's long enough for me.
Has it been that long?
Yeah, it has. It's been since January 25th. Well, it was a little after Christmas that I started to feel like shit, and then it really, really started to escalate, like around the past the New Year.
Okay.
It was one of those things that started to creep, though. The thing is, it took really long to reach the point where I was getting fever chills and diarrhea and stuff. So, yeah.
Well, I'm going to suck all the oxygen out of the room shortly after I return. In the meantime, Daniel and yourself, I'm sure, can hold a grand intercourse with each other. And both of you gentlemen, I'll leave on stage. And thank you so much. Hugs to both of you, dear brothers. I love you both. Thank you, Daniel. And thank you, Jameson.
Hey.
Okay. Yes, I'll be back.
All right.
So let's go.
Oh no, I was just talking to a few friends in Europe on Twitter about how they handled the pandemic, and they said that they just fell in accordingly. I mean, they followed directions. Everybody was all all right. Everybody was cool. I mean, yeah, of course, some people did catch it. There are some of those anti-vaxxers and anti-maskers, but they were kind of few and far between compared to in America. But people in Europe, they say they watch America, from their TVs, as if they're like kind of chomping at the bit to see what's going on, as if they're watching a sporting event, not knowing which team to pick so that they can win or whatever. But they feel really, really sorry for America, you know. And of course, getting to know these people, yeah, I don't blame them because, you know, because I ask them a lot about their culture, you know, the challenges of what it's like to live there, and you know, and I trade information, you know, what it's like here in America and in Texas in particular. Oh man, they love they love the stories that, about the women, especially the Latin girls. Oh, they love Mexican girls. You know, that's like, oh, maybe it's because of the big ass thing. I don't know. They like that. You know. Oh,
Yeah,
plus
some
also
of them,
like,
yeah, some of them are kind of cute, Mexican girls. I mean, but then again, I'm the kind of girl. Did I just say that? I'm the kind of guy. What the fuck? That was a hell of a Freudian slip. I'm the kind of guy who likes women of any ethnicity if they are beautiful. That's the only requisite.
I tell you, you know, if you come to Texas and see the Latin women out here, you don't want to go back to New York. We got a lot of them.
Well, we got some really attractive women out here in New York, though, as well. I mean, especially in Manhattan, who like to go jogging or whatnot. Even though a lot of them are probably of the higher, you know, they're probably of the middle, you know, higher class. But you know, they got nothing but time and they're horny. So I mean, shit. Yeah, it's. I mean, it's nothing I've taken advantage of as far as, you know, but then again, I wouldn't know how to approach. And yeah, there's a lot of, it almost seems like it's so complex that I shut down. So I just don't bother, you know. It was easier during the days of Craigslist, because you could just like you just have to post a picture of yourself and the women would just pop up.
Yeah.
But Trump did away with that shit. I don't even know why.
You know, here in Houston, I mean, the women here, I mean, it's a huge spread of ethnic diversity. I mean, there are beautiful Hindi women. I've actually seen some pretty real pretty Pakistani women too. And man, of course, you know, there's a share of there's a share of Latin women and many shades of fine white women. Of course, you know, there's your cluster of dirty bad ones too that are fun, but you know, only for a short time. And man, they're all over the place here in the city. There's so many to meet out here.
It sounds nice. It sounds real nice. I mean, there's a lot to meet out here too. It's just a question of whether one's willing to risk getting COVID or not. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
And then there's the there's just a lot of, I don't know. It doesn't feel like, it feels like something about this pandemic has made it so that, I don't know, people seem less social.
Actually, after this pandemic passes, and then when it's okay to go out, people are gonna be out of their shells. They're gonna want to party. They're gonna want to meet everybody. They're gonna want to see other people that are happy that the pandemic's over. And shit, there's no question you're gonna be meeting some trim.
Well, the thing is, like, we saw that last summer, but you know what happened was, as a result of it, it seems like for some reason, you know, people being in lockdown for a long time forgot how to socialize. So we were seeing like shootings all over the place. You know, people were shooting each other up at parties. People were shooting each other for like no reason. So it's like, you know,
there's always going to be somebody that's going to show an example, because in a crowd situation, it's always going to be a follow the leader thing.
Yeah. Well, crowds are something I would tend to say it's wise to stay away from.
Yeah.
Not only because of the pandemic, but because of the sort of fact that American culture in general is just a little bit unhinged, or a lot unhinged. That a little is putting it mildly. I mean,
shit.
I mean, you could probably definitely vouch for that with some of the European friends that you've spoken to.
Oh hell, they even have their own share of craziness too. But their fascination for unhinged craziness with Americans, they can't stop staring. It's like this shit that they'd never do, but they can't stop watching it, you know, and shaking their heads, you know, and cussing in their own native language. You know, they're like, man, what the fuck are these guys doing?
Yeah, it's you know, it's what's horrible about it is that it can and it tends to reach third world levels out here when it doesn't have to. And I'm not saying that, you know, there've been things happening like Amsterdam where the people were trying to fight the lockdown, and you know, there've been people all over the place, you know, going crazy because of the lockdown, and you know, sort of. But it's been like a mile. I don't know how to put this. I would just say that it seems more common here that nobody cares, almost.
Well, actually, yeah. As far as the third world mentality goes, yeah, I did see that building up to the way it is now. And of course, I grew up in the Philippines. That's a third world country of craziness in itself. And so yeah, I'm able to fit the patterns into what I'm familiar with back in the Philippines. And fortunately, America has quite a bit of steps to catch up on that factor, which I hope it never does, you know.
Yeah, that's actually good to know. And I have to agree with that, because that is not something that would work here. I mean, not that it works anywhere, you know, mind you, but I mean, here it would probably, if it got as bad as the Philippines here, it'd probably be worse.
I can tell you there's a lot of I can tell you that there's thousands of Filipinos that wished that the Philippines had America's problems with the way the Philippines is run there. Oh man, it is like more than 40 ways of corruption in many different directions. I mean, you know, including all kinds of different parties, including the Communist Party that's still trying to put its thread in there.
Holy shit.
It's nuts. Yep.
Yeah, well, they should be taken as an example for us not to emulate. That's the whole point of having, you know, a world of so many countries and having access to knowledge of all these places, is that you should be able to look at something and say, guys, does it look like we're starting to resemble that a little? Maybe we should try to steer this ship clear of that, you know. And, you know, unfortunately here, you know, I would just boldly say that the Republicans seem more than happy to steer the ship in that direction.
Actually, as a matter of fact, when I was living during my last few years in the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos and Corazon Aquino, they were running for the presidency. Ferdinand Marcos was the incumbent dictator at that time. He was a dictator for a couple of decades. Anyway, long story short, Marcos, by numbers and tally of the votes, he actually won the election. However, Corazon Aquino, she actually, just like Trump, you know, just announced that she had won, that she had thanked the people of the Philippines for voting her into the presidency, even though it was clear that she didn't. And not too long after that, a coup took place onto the Malacanang Palace, which is the Philippine White House. And so now, when that coup succeeded, what it took was a lot of bribery. Before any of that happened, Corazon Aquino's party managed to bribe the head of the Philippine military, you know, to turn on Marcos.
Oh shit!
And not only that, they also included promises to pardon militia groups of the communist parties, these rebel troops that they've been hunting for years. They promised them a pardon, you know, for helping them. So Yeah, that's how that coup succeeded. Marcos was allowed to escape, and Marcos along the way when on his way out there, he stole like over $7 million or $70 million, from the palace.
This is incredible.
Holy
I mean,
shit.
it shows you that it's like he was born for it. It was like he, just the fact that he could, on his way out, just scoop that up on his way out it's like he was preparing for it for a long time, apparently, and just thought it might happen at some point, right?
Oh yeah, no shit. Hell, Marcos was stealing everybody's shit, while he was president, especially everybody's gold.
Yeah, no, he was remarkable in his own way. Got to give him credit for that.
Yeah.
And so, by the way, I think what Jameson said really needs to be said about this dude Ghost with his little YouTube channel, that he's Aquino's long lost son is what he sounds like, and that this shit reeks of Rittenhouseism. I like that. That's a good analogy for it.
There's something there's something disturbing about that, because there was a channel that I was watching for a while, and then I unsubscribed it. It was where they were going into all kinds of things that were found on the dark web, and they're coming up with all kinds of stuff. And at that time, I was just like bored, and I was just like, okay, yeah, let's see what the fuck crazy shit goes on the dark web. But then it seemed like the guy seemed to be narrating too much, chasing down these rabbit holes of child molestation. And I'm like, dude, listen, as disgusting as child molestation is to me, and I think people who do that kind of shit should be killed right on the spot.
To say the least, at least, yeah.
And look, I don't even want to listen to that stuff for that long.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fuck,
it's like somebody who wants to stare at a pile of shit 24 hours a day.
And the thing is, it reached the point where I was looking at other videos, but then it seemed to come up on every video. And I'm starting to say, okay, something's not right here.
Yes, thank you.
This guy has... there's a point where if you can stomach this stuff that much, one has to sort of question as to whether you're partaking in it.
Thank you.
I was actually thinking that he was probably attempting to clear his competition, because he sees himself in them.
There you go.
By the way, there was this at the time that I would tell, who was it? It was Laura Lee Solomon and Judith Ager, when I told them about this guy called Takedown Man. I think his name was Takedown Man. And he was this white guy, and decent enough fellow. He was on a YouTube channel. And Takedown Man used to go into the deep dark web, so you don't have to. That was like his shtick. And except I noticed that, when I said there's this guy who does that, and then both Judith Ager and Laura Lee Solomon are saying, oh, we'd like to see some of those videos. And I said, I'm not sure you want to. It seems to be impacting him, like psychologically. I see him, he starts his videos off, he's like in the woods, and he's like shouting at the camera, like, some of his critics, he's shouting at him like, I don't need you. Yeah, like he's, shouting at the camera in the woods. And it just seemed like he was a little bit impacted, psychologically. And that other times I saw him in this car, he would be in his big SUV or truck or whatever, and he'd be like, talking to the camera like he was really irritated, like, and I said, maybe it's looking at all that shit. And then I found out the guy was, and this was while I was conversing with Laura Lee and Judith Thagard on the same phone call, and they, of course, they were just driving me nuts. And they were like, I wasn't even married to these chicks, and they were like ragging me all the time. And so then when I told them, then I found out, and this is all true, I found out Takedown Man is a Mormon, and he practices polygamy. And I said, now I know why he's out in the woods shouting at the camera all by himself in the dark. Now I know why he's out in the truck shouting at the camera by himself. Yeah, it's the only time he gets alone where all the wives aren't scratching his eyes out. He goes out there and shouts at the camera to vent and cathartic, and so... There you go. That's I could understand.
Well, there's probably some catharsis going on the dark web after having to deal with all that for so long, so many hours of the day. I mean,
oh god, yeah, and I mean it's incredible. Anyhow, so when this idiot ghost was asked by the Los Angeles Times if he believed that pedophiles can change, he was like, oh, perhaps people in their 20s. And when he was asked, why does he do it? You know, he says he's never been a victim himself, but he knows some victims, you know, that you wonder if they were his victims.
Wait a minute. So when they ask if he thinks pedophiles can change, he said maybe if they're in their 20s.
That's what he said, which is his age. What he claims he is. Yeah.
What is he admitting to?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Clearing the competition.
Yeah.
Apparently, you know, if he thinks wow, that in and of itself, he just told everyone why he does what he does.
Yeah, he
because he's still involved in it.
He said he was a fan of To Catch a Predator, and like I said, that guy was, you know, Hansen. He was found out to be a criminal that was a complete piece of shit, and he was just as bad as the people he was busting. Anyhow,
there you have it.
Yeah, and you know, so.
You know, this reminds me of perpetrators that show up at the crime scenes when there's a search going on, and they volunteer in it.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And at any rate, it's just not. This is nothing to admire. There's something wrong with these people who go out on these kinds of crusades, and there's got to be better things you could do with your life that are far more constructive for society. And when it comes to vigilanteism, I mean, oh my God, it's just this is just shit. Anyhow, in terms of what this guy said, it's like you know, I've got a paragraph of his amassed bullshit, and it's basically like he's saying, I always wondered how many creeps were in my area. Then I started doing it. I was like, wow, that's crazy. It kind of snowballed where, you know, I can't just stop now. I do it for survivors. I do it for victims. I do it for kids out there. I serve the community.
When he says do it, what is he talking about? One has to ask, you know, because he's questioning creeps, and then he's saying do it. Do what? Do what you're doing, or do what he's doing? What notice there's nothing specific there.
Oh God! Well, it gets worse. It's like what's the fucker say? He says, he says, but the older ones? No, I don't think they can change. They've been doing it for their whole life. It's not like one day out of the blue, when they're 50 years old, they wake up and they want a kid. It's not how it works. That's the point, motherfucker. You're born like this. It's a genetic defect. There's something seriously wrong. You're hormonally fucked up.
Well, he's clearly showing that he's not 20 there.
There you go. There you go. Thank you.
It's exactly what I suspected. I thought it was some 50-year-old jack off who's really
you
like.
have to go to the channel to see. Maybe
like
he shows
one of
his
those
face.
alphabet agencies or some shit.
Well, this clearly sounds like a guy who's not getting any pussy, so, you know.
There we are. Thank you. Thank you. What kind of girl would want to hang out with that?
Yep.
Who the
no
fuck?
Kidding.
Yeah, thank you. Let's say they get arrested. It's better in court if they reached out first, because it doesn't look like we enticed them or we instigated the conversation first. I mean, he really thinks this out. Once they reach, we basically tell them, hey, we're underage. We're 11, 10 years old, 13 years old. Then they eventually set up a time and place to meet the kid for bad purposes. This is so fucking creepy. It's like, the guys.
Well, my question is this: you know, who the fuck wants to listen? I'm someone. I hate what they fucking do, but I don't want to spend my time catching them. Dude, no. Who the fuck wants to spend their time doing that shit? You know, who the fuck wants to spend their time online speaking to pedophiles all day?
Thank you.
What the fuck, man? I mean, I get if you're doing like one operation per year or some shit, just for the fucking, just to do whatever. But I mean, every fucking day of the week. Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
That's like me going on fucking what do you call it? This ain't hell, but you can see it from here. Every fucking day. See, oh man, I gotta see what John Victor Lillier is saying. Oh, wait a minute, Yeah, that's how we caught that one person who was like, "Oh, I gave you money, and look at what this person said." It's like, dude, you're gonna spend all your time, like, all of a sudden now just listening to this piece of shit, and then, that's how they out themselves.
Yes. Yeah, there's something going on there. Anyhow, I do want people to understand that for weeks, the watchword on Omicron is, in much of America, it's been this form of this phew, like Peter Moon, who's hopeful, and I don't blame him. We all want this to be over. It's not, okay? And it won't be.
This is just the beginning.
Yes.
We're going to see a spiking wave in the summer where there's going to be something worse than Omicron and Delta combined. Yeah. And then maybe there's a cool off period near the fall, and then it's going to spike again. This is a pattern. It's happened for years now. It's like a bell curve that you could probably predict, how this is going to stay with us for the rest of humankind's
pretty much
pitiable existence.
Something to fall into the background thanks to Republicans. And in terms
we have to give the shaft to the media on all sides too, because they keep using words like normalize as if it's going to ever exist. That doesn't happen. This is normal.
Thank you.
Get used to it.
Yeah.
Adapt or die.
Yeah. The only good news is that Omicron appears to somewhat spare the lungs, which would be important to me, obviously, and that infected laboratory mice and hamsters seem to handily fight it off. But proportionately, fewer of the people who catch it wind up hospitalized or dead. But all of this has allowed a deceptively reassuring narrative to take root and grow that Omicron is mild. It's not that the variant is docile, harmless, the cause of an Omicold that's no worse than a fleeting flu, that it's so trivial, some have argued, that the world should simply allow this mild infection to circulate and avoid slowing the spread, as Senator Rand Paul, of course, the most fucked up libertarian on earth next to his dad, perhaps even worse, of Kentucky would have you believe. It's worse. Basically, thank you. Yeah, he calls it basically. He's even stolen Daniel Arola's word. Basically, he says it's nature's vaccine. Now, at the core of the problem sits the word mild itself. It's this slippery, pernicious term that Neil Lewis, a behavioral scientist at Cornell, has attested doesn't mean what people think it means. Lesser forms of COVID-19 can certainly be experienced by individual people, especially if they're vaccinated. But guess what? Breaking news. I got a notification. The Serbian was deported from Australia for not being vaccinated. Yeah, Djokovic.
Yep.
Yes, tell us, what do you know about this, Daniel?
Oh, no, just the same as you do. I saw the headline on Twitter earlier.
Well, thank God. I mean, it couldn't happen to a nicer person. Jameson will be right back. But while we're gifted with Daniel's company here, what's going on is, of course, Djokovic is inappropriately named Serbian guy, and I worked with the Serbs, and the problem is they're heavily acculturated by the Russians, and they've really bought into this kind of Big Brother Russia trip, which of course I'll try and deal with tonight. So a lot of them have been buying into the anti-vax bullshit. Other than that, Daniel, do you know anyone personally who's been impacted by Omicron or Delta or any of the variants, even the original?
Well, I know a few that have died by the earlier. Holy
shit! Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, one of them was actually he was actually a well-known MMA trainer. He's had fighters fight in the UFC, and I've known this guy for decades. Mm-hmm. And he was also he was also a Trump supporter too. So he was one of my knucklehead martial arts friends. Actually, most of my martial arts friends are all knucklehead red staters.
That's so crazy.
For some.
Well, it is Texas. I mean, you are in the middle of Texas, for God.
Actually, most martial arts people I know throughout America are Trump supporters.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's crazy. That's because I guess they've got too much aggression. That's the fucking problem. What?
I can understand the attraction, because martial artists in America, for the most part, let's say in general, mostly the white ones, actually including the black guys too, they the earlier appeal to martial arts in America prior to MMA was the kung fu movies. They saw this shit like it was magic, like some kind of magic fighting technique that you don't even have to swing hard so you can knock somebody out or whatever kind of bullshit that the comic books are selling, that Black Dragon, deadliest man on earth.
Yes,
shit
that's right. That's right.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so it's that kind of outlook and attitude. There's this narcissistic appeal there that is well aligned with the most of the males that support Trump, that vote Republican.
Yeah.
And
go on.
Yep.
Yeah, please.
I mean, these are those alpha guys, big trucks. They like their guns and talk shit about women. When they're behind their wives, all that shit, and cheat on them too.
Yeah, of course. Anyhow, that's but thank you for bringing that up. It's definitely something that there you go. I remember the old commercials advertising martial arts. There used to be commercials in comic books to learn ninjutsu.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That was like a top dollar appeal. There was even schools out advertising ninjutsu. Until other students of a legitimate ninjutsu school started outing them.
Yes.
Actually, they're still outing them on YouTube today.
Thank God. And is there any of the was that another one's voice? I thought that was Jameson come back, or no, he's not back yet. Or at any rate, what was it? Jacob Waters was saying, I get to have Pat Militek come to my gym in about 2 weeks. Should be a good time. He's going to do a clinical for my MMA gym. So Jacob Waters apparently is involved with mixed martial arts, and he says,
I know Pat Miltich.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's also Trump supporter too, but he's a good guy.
Okay. And then Jacob Waters says, that's the beauty and grace of Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. The fact that you use little effort and it's an art, not necessarily a male macho thing. A 130-pound girl could beat a 200-pound guy. And so there we have that.
That's the selling point, but the Gracies are a bunch of machismo fuckers. But I love them nonetheless.
Now he says ninjutsu is not really applicable to real life combat. Well, not the way they teach it from those comic book courses, no. But I understand what he's saying, that really it's an entire set of different skills that has to do with much more than just face-to-face, hand-to-hand combat. You're talking about skills that involve camouflage, the techniques of tool use that in the days of medieval Japan were a high technology level. You're half a magician, really, creating smoke clouds and using that as an opportunity to escape, etc. There's a lot more to it than a simple martial art. And this is why what I was trying to explain was you have people within the clans, the ninja clans, who specialize in each one of those skills. It's not like one person. You get somebody who might be kind of a jack of all trades and know a little bit of everything, but mostly like any military, you'd have guys dedicated to one particular thing. Someone would be dedicated towards commando raids and another person towards infiltration, etc. That's how it works. So to try and say that I'm teaching you ninjutsu would be like saying I'm teaching you army, like every skill in the field of a military that's in the field. It's not something that's
because the word ninjutsu can also be like the word Nazi. It's an American term describing a method called ninpo taijutsu.
Thank you.
You know, which is actually the technical term for how to teach the body to move.
Yes.
You know, in that way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So important. Bless you. I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much for bringing that up. So true. And so do understand that. And yeah, don't think of ninjutsu. Now, remember, aside from the ninjutsu schools, they used to have quote unquote Shaolin schools all over America. You might remember that in cities.
Oh,
and
yeah.
How did they finally purge us of that?
Yeah, now they shrunk back to Chinatown and Vietnam Town.
Yeah. And in terms of so is there anything interesting in the sports world you'd like to share with us, or
as far as the sports world goes, you know, Dana White, the owner of the UFC, he's also buddies with Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And now the UFC, they have a very strict COVID mandate. You know, all their fighters get tested. You know, actually, they get tested for all kinds of shit, for steroids and everything. But yeah, they go through a strict COVID mandate. You know, everyone gets tested. Whoever catches the virus, their fights have to be called off and rescheduled and all that. You know, it's a good system going. But probably about half or more than half of their fighters on their roster are all a bunch of Trump supporters.
oh god,
And
so
and then
frustrating.
they'll some of them will talk shit about COVID and mask and all that shit, even though they have to follow those mandates, you know. But they don't talk about that.
Yeah, and that sounds about right. Now, damn. Okay, so I just finished this Coke and I want to wash this taste out of my mouth. Are you going to be able to talk for a few minutes till I get back? Can you hold the stage?
Actually, I have to get going. I gotta take care of some other business around the house before I go to bed.
Oh my God. Well, we were so lucky to have you. We love you dearly. Hugs, and you have a blessed night, okay?
I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay. Thank you. Look forward to that. And with that, I'm left all alone. Hopefully, Jameson Reese will return any moment, and I may as well start with solicitation. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in a seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See The Unfinished Man for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book of that very title, The Unfinished Man, or review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as The Strange Case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tajudeen case, and The Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell Tucson as you would Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. TheTucsonMurders.com. And you can telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Oh, thank God Jameson Reese is back. Jameson, if you could come on now. And do me a favor, our man Daniel Arola had to take care of some stuff around the house. I finished my Coke, and I need to rinse that taste of this malted battery acid out of my mouth before it melts all the porcelain on my teeth. So do me a favor and hold the stage for a few minutes till I return. Okay?
All right. Yeah, it's no problem.
Thank you.
So, all right. So there is something quite interesting that of course, this has become a really odd obsession. this is what has me worried, because when this is usually what causes magicians to go completely mad, when they start getting obsessed in their work. But okay, this is the line, all right? Now, in the Enochian keys, like the first Enochian key, there is there's something that says whose beginning is not nor end cannot be. And I found that really odd, because it's saying, okay, so you have no beginning, but you have an end. That doesn't make any sense. I just figure maybe this is why everyone who really gets involved in the Enochian magic starts to deteriorate at some point or meet some fucked up fate, because I don't know. If me being me, I would personally try to change that. But that's just because I'm someone who has the balls to tinker with this stuff. Most people would advise against it. That said, you will at least start to see things, blurs drifting around your room while you're working with this stuff. It's very quite interesting to see those veils open up. Although they're not going to, I'm sure this is a process that takes decades. It doesn't seem like something that's going to happen right away. It still is quite interesting. So, let's see what's going on in our shit world. Honestly, I'm going to be perfectly blunt. I've tried to avoid seeing what's been going on, especially in U.S. news, because looking at U.S. news, I feel like there's such a sense of despair and hopelessness that I don't want to even bother, because it will just become a minor irritant. And Peter says, well, don't let it get to you. Of course, you can take that mindset. One can argue that that mindset taken by these gurus in India of not letting things get to you and, you know, fighting and being angry at the fact that you're angry or at anything, or angry at the fact that these things make you angry. One can argue that's the reason why, you know, India, 1 in every 2 children is a rape victim, because nobody gives a shit. And honestly speaking, I don't think that, you know, if you have some of the world's wisest gurus in one place, why the fuck is the rest of the country shit? And even worse, why is their caste system starting to make its way around the entire world? Yeah, so I will agree with Peter only to an extent. They do say that, such as in the AA or Alcoholics Anonymous, they're always like, give me the power to accept the things I cannot change, and the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Well, how about trying to gain power over the things that you do not have power over right now? Which is the entire reason why, you know, people like me, who spent a large portion of life seeing how being disempowered really fucks your shit up. That's why individuals like us seem to enter the realm of the occult. And for all it's worth, the whole point in practical magic or practical arcanology is that the reason why one acquires this knowledge is so that one can have the capacity to have almost like an invisible influence over events behind the scenes, in almost such a way that, you know, these things will still be considered non-causal, because synchronicities are roughly considered non-causal. That's the definition of a synchronicity. But if you initiate a synchronicity, then to some degree there is a causal factor behind it. And that is evidence that your arcane work is working. If you do a spell because you want to cause, I don't know, Joe Schmo to win over Jane Doe, you know, in a political race, and somehow your guy doesn't win, then you have to consider that spell a failure. the entire point of having this of practicing the arcane to begin with is to be able to have power over things you ordinarily would not have power over. And so I don't understand why people are willing to live life and just let things be out of their control. Growing up as a growing up as a kid, my father was always like, be in control. And of course that was because as a kid I had a furious temper, which was sort of
it sounds like the way my dad would say, be normal.
yeah. And so now, so I'm like, my mom's like, don't encourage him. My mom's like, and my mom's like, oh, why do you have to veer into that dark shit? And I'm like, well, because I was always told to be in control.
Well, there you are. Yes, that's a way to turn it back on them. Yeah, it certainly, there you go. So, Jameson, bless you. Thank you so much for carrying us to this point. I really appreciate that. And of course, I don't know what the hell you said to Penny Bradley the other day, but I remember when I came back, she was saying, I shudder for the path. Jameson,
yes. Well,
something like you were going to kill God or something. You don't need to give details.
Well, we were talking about using blood magic, and there are cultures where blood in ritual use is normal. Mm-hmm. It's only in the West that they really have that sort of taboo on it. And using your own blood is seen as being more sacred than even using the blood of a chicken. Because who the fuck cares about the chicken? Who the fuck cares about the goat?
Well, in the Valjahuduns, of course, the blood is, these animals, it has meaning too.
Well, yes. Yeah. I'm not doubting the sacrament of that. But what I'm saying is, like, for example, here in the West, where you can, easily just buy a lancet and prick the tip of your finger and, just you could, and if you hit the right point, you can splurt blood like you wouldn't believe. More blood than you would splurt if you were to cut your wrist.
Yeah,
I shit you not.
I hear you. I am aware.
But her thing was like, if you give all these entities your blood, they're gonna own you after you die. And well, I don't know if that's what she was trying to imply or not. But my thing is, the more entities you use your blood with, the more you become. The boundary between the two of you disappears. The more you become like a sort of god in the end.
So this is what was freaking her out? Is that
yeah.
Is that what? Okay.
Yeah, because her teachers of the occult had a sort of different mindset than me.
Okay, I see. So there you have that. And she's definitely is left-hand path, though. Is she not?
She's being guided in that direction, but she says she doesn't really want to take any path. She just wants to do her own thing, which I understand as well. I prefer the left because I just don't see a point in returning to something that ejected me from nothingness. That nothingness decided, oh, fuck you, now you're going to live and suffer. So it's like, why am I going to go? So it's like, God, goddess, whatever the fuck you are, why am I going to go back to you after that? You kicked me out. So fuck it. It just makes sense to me.
I have to admit, there's times I feel resentment as well. Fuck, I mean, those were pretty common as I grew up, the resentment towards, having been forced into this world. And there's a lot to resent about that. Yeah, no doubt. So, love you dearly. I'm going to start sucking all the oxygen out of the room. I do want to say this would be impossible without men like Jameson Reese, of course. So do honor and respect him. And of course, as I said before, my own solicitation, because I don't know if I'll get a chance to, once I hit the zone, whether I'll get a chance to advocate for myself again. But yes, need your help throughout the month. Or give me something now that will help me through the month. Definitely will look forward to contributions and understand that I'm here for you. Doing what I do for you. So if there's any quote-unquote hero who's helped kids in need, historically, it's well, how would I say this? Incontrovertibly been myself. So make certain that you give me my due that was never given by society. And so aside from that, Jameson, one other thing about our Lady Penny Bradley. What else were you guys coming before I came in? And she mentioned I was tripping balls when we were dealing with the Gorefield and all that shit. What was the what she said something else, right? There was like she was talking about talking to you about something.
I'm not sure what it is, but I guess her thing was she was saying how she doesn't, how despite the fact that, people, I guess with the, her thing is that she still feels there's some hope for humankind. Mm-hmm. And I can't grasp it, because if I had went through what she went through, I wouldn't see it. And I didn't go through what she went through, and I still don't see it. So I have a hard time with the idea of like seeing the human race, getting better, or speaking to, other demon gods about changing things for the better. Because when I speak to demon gods, I'm like, dudes, why the fuck don't you hit the end switch already?
Well, they're having too much fun with the suffering, of course. That goes without saying.
Of course, but then my thing is like this, let's give or take here. I'll give you waves of people who you can make suffer, and in return, just make me mega rich and have escorts as gorgeous as the ones you have, and I'll be a happy man.
Oh, that's adorable.
Not too much to ask, and every once in a while, I'll make a war happen, and billions of people would die, and here and there, and the demons get their thing, I get my thing, just for that.
And so anyhow, you'll get yours in terms of enjoyment in life, I'm sure. We've mentioned this before, and it really is a question of by the way, the young lady Vicky, she was bringing up in, let me see if I can find it here in the live stream. No, not the live stream, the channel. She was bringing up that David Copperfield did wind up buying his own island. You would be in a position where you could do something like that if you become a stage magician. So the young lady who entered that comment was Vicky Johnson. So Vicky Johnson, shout out. She said, yes, David Copperfield did buy an island and made it into a magic resort vacation. There we are. And so aside from that, you could be doing shit like that once you start stage magic. And what was it Jacob Waters said? Yeah, UFC fighters were the first ones to start the bubble and actually protect people from COVID-19. Come on, Douglas, save it. The trip is the best part. Laugh out loud. And then George Knight says, much love, Douglas. He's in there as Bizarre HD. Much love back to George Knight. God bless you, sir. I love you dearly, and all your family. Yeah.
The question about the trip, we're talking about nutmeg here, right?
Nutmeg, yeah. I guess. Yes.
That would. Have you seen the spiders yet and the shadow people? I'm sure you see shadow people all the time. Why am I asking you that question?
Actually, I don't.
Are you serious? You don't?
No, I really don't.
It's interesting, because I've seen the shadow people so often that they've become like a I feel worried if I don't see them.
Well, that's understandable. I believe that.
You probably see the lights all the time then.
Yes.
Right?
I'm sorry?
The lights, like the spirit orbs and shit.
Oh, yes, the spirit orbs. What about them? Again, are you...
I'm guessing you see... Well, I'm just saying, I'm guessing you see them all the time. You don't need the nutmeg to do that for you.
It's interesting you say that. What had happened was one time this woman invited me. What the fuck was her name now? I can't remember her name. She was this diehard fan of mine who then started attacking me later, and this was this woman who married this other big fan of mine, who was known as Dr. Clean. What was Jeff Young? What was his name? No, just Jeff Young is the guy with the Megadeth band, right? That's that dude.
That's Megadeth.
Yeah, and I forget what the guy's name was.
It wasn't Dr. J, was it?
No. Dr. J. Andy Ilias was the guy who converted to Satanism and became a pawn of Aquino, and he became the executive producer for Art Bell. despite having a shitty, career in which he did nothing. And then Aquino made him the executive director of Art Bell. Yeah, and Dr. J. Andy Ilias got that as a reward for converting to Satanism, which Lori Ann Fenton was bragging about to Laura Lee Solomon. Literally bragging about the conversion and all that shit. So, it's just one of these crazy things that I'm trying to remember the name of the idiot. But anyhow, so when she was taking footage of me, there were all these orbs. So apparently they're all around me, and they show up all around on video in some cases. So there you go with that.
Yes. There's a good question. Then, when they took pictures of you as a kid, did those pop up a lot? Because when I was a kid, there used to be like a whole field of those things.
I believe that. That wasn't in my case. It just seems like that one time that woman videoed it and they were all over, and she put it on YouTube. Lori Ann Fenton had her take it down. Or rather had me call her to take it down. God knows, maybe there was some resentment that built up after that or something, but.
I wish that was still out. I like seeing footage of you from time to time, because only because it's we don't get that, man. I mean,
I'll do it more often when I can find someone. It's a different type of makeup that one uses when one is doing camera work. And the last time, I think it was 2014 maybe, that V sabotaged me in her psychosis. And I came on looking like the General Electric light bulb man. And after that, I just said, fuck it. Why go through the trouble? Every time I was going through the trouble to prepare for appearing on camera, everybody'd fuck it up anyway. If it wasn't V, it'd be somebody at the other end fucking it up. So there was just no point after a while. At some point, someday, maybe, get back into the camera work again. But, for now, it should be fine. I know what you're saying. I should do it more often, and maybe we'll start soon. Okay, so we got a lot to cover tonight, and I'll definitely get into it now. I love you dearly, Jameson.
Right.
Do stay
I'll be
with
in the
us.
background.
Yeah, are you going to be able to... You don't have an appointment tomorrow, do you?
No, I'll be awake probably. I got enough energy drinks to carry that out. So, good night, folks, and I will be in the background if you need a break.
Thank you. I don't want you to abuse energy drinks too much now. So
it's probably not the best idea, considering the fact that I could barely breathe without trying to quaff this nasal spray, which I'm only supposed to take for 3 days, but I've been really just binging on the shit. That's probably not a good idea.
Why did they tell you to only take it for 3 days?
It has addictive potential, and you get a rebound effect with this certain type of spray. If you take it for more than 3 days, what happens is if you stop, you get a rebound effect where all of a sudden you're all congested and shit. And so I've been basically just continually taking it to not get the rebound.
I wouldn't over worry about that. Is it Nasonex?
It's like some generic shit, but it has something hydrochloride, starts with an O or something. It's this weird stuff.
It's anyhow. Doctors will typically tell you don't want to take this because, and they're talking about this nose spray, the nasal spray, because of exactly the reasons that you stated. They said that you'll have to take it the rest of your life. In the end, you really have to say, so fucking what? Yeah, just take it the rest of your life. It's just it. Just keep writing.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, thank you. I don't understand what the deal is. That's I take nasal sprays all my life. For the rest of my life because of, what I've told people about the genetic problems that I have with the quarter vampire background. And anybody who thinks I'm indulging myself with this shit, you guys just haven't, lived my life and experienced the world in my body, okay? So you don't know of what you speak. So fortunately, most people don't speak against it or say anything about it. In fact, nobody in the chat room does, makes any stupid comments or anything. Everybody kind of just rolls with it. And that's because everybody knows I speak of it in this most practical sense. It's just a practical phenomenon. All right, then. Love you dearly, Jameson. And I'll start with a breaking news alert. And the breaking news alert is that Mencken and Sinema, who, by the way, did you know this bitch, Sinema? She's that bitch who's voting, the Democrat who's voting no on voting rights. And did you know she was bisexual?
Nope.
Yeah, she's a fucking bisexual traitorous to her own kind. And so Mencken and Sinema joined the Senate Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency in rejecting filibuster rule change, dooming voting bills. So the voting legislation that Democrats and civil rights groups argued is vital for protecting democracy was blocked today by a Republican filibuster, a setback for President Biden and our party after a raw debate. And after the Republicans filibustered action on voting rights legislation today, the Senate then voted down a motion by Democrats to change the 60-vote threshold that allows such a blockade. The result was a 52-48, falling short of the 100 votes needed to succeed, with Senator Joe Manchin, the Democrat from West Virginia, and Senatoress Kyrsten Sinema, the bisexual from Democrat from Arizona, voting with Republicans to reject the rule change. And the series of votes all but dooms one of President Joe Biden's top priorities for the foreseeable future. Now, Senate Republicans voted in unity today to filibuster the Democrats' latest attempt to pass this legislation that would have set national standards for access to the ballot box, make Election Day a national holiday, which of course it should be because we have no way the working man can vote, and restore a key piece of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Which was, of course, the year before I myself was born. The 49-51 vote on the procedural motion was short of the 60 votes needed to advance the legislation even to the next stage. Democrats are poised to fall short, and they were poised and they fell short. It was basically tonight, to tell you the truth. I couldn't even say it was today. It was more like right before we came on air. That's why it's breaking news. Right before we started burning bandwidth, in their effort to change that 60-vote rule. And the voting rights, they're still going to be the focus on Capitol Hill this Epiphany, as Senate Democrats were seeking to advance this legislation that would impact voting procedures nationwide ahead of the midterm elections. Several Republican-controlled states have enacted new restrictions on such things as mail-in voting and early voting in the name of quote-unquote election security measures. Democrats know will affect the turnout, especially in battleground states. In response, Democrats are considering measures to counter such restrictions, including making Election Day a federal holiday and setting minimum national standards for voting by mail. But the prospects were always slim. Now they're next to none, as the Democrats simply do not have the votes to break a Republican filibuster and pass this legislation. Also breaking on the Russo-Ukrainian conflict, America has sounded the alarm on Russo-Ukraine relations, or rather the deterioration thereof, into war. And the White House has warned that Russia could invade Ukraine at any moment. Biden himself predicts Russia will invade Ukraine, while warning that Putin will be held accountable. Now today, President Joseph Biden predicted that Russia will invade the Ukraine, just as these United States launches a fresh effort to resolve this standoff, and Moscow continued to mass troops on its neighbor's doorstep. Now, the buildup of Russian troops at the Ukrainian border continues despite ongoing diplomatic efforts to prevent an invasion. And speaking today at the American Embassy in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, Secretary of State Antony J. Blinken announced that Russian dictator Vladimir Putin could escalate the conflict on very short notice. Later, Joe Biden told reporters he expects that Vlad Putin will move in. Now, referring to the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and Ukraine during a news conference, Joe Biden said, "My guess is he will move in. He has to do something." Now, the fast-evolving standoff is testing international order itself. Will this be World War III? Probably not likely, but Putin is warming up the dice. I'll keep this intro brief because there's only so much gloom we can shoulder before the Asian Lunar New Year. But anyone who pays attention to foreign policy, you, me, NATO, folks like that, are all wondering if the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin is going to use the huge military force he's building up along the border with Ukraine. Will Russia attack? So allow me to assess the likelihood that it could all turn into World War III, an all-out conflict between Putin's diseased regime and the 30 nations of the Atlantic Alliance. There are two separate questions. A Russian attack on Ukraine is possible and even probable. We know this because it's happened before, and the current peace along the border is merely an unstable ceasefire. World War III, however, is a lot less likely, and the use of nuclear weapons is even less likely. But none of this is impossible. There are plenty of solid pieces out there about why Putin might attack Ukraine yet again. And so I won't go through that exercise here. You can find them simply by looking online. You should be reading, if you're not already, people like the former United States ambassadors, Mike McFaul and Stephen Pfeiffer, and the Russian dissident, Garry Kasparov. They know, as do most Russia watchers, that the key to understanding Russia's intentions lies not in old-school theories about realism and geopolitics, but in the nature of the mafia running the Kremlin. Putin, like every autocrat, knows that democracy anywhere is a threat to his own regime, because people making their own decisions and running their own lives gives his own citizens some unhealthy ideas. And when it's being practiced by former Soviet subjects, and especially by other Slavs right on his doorstep, he gets especially itchy. As McFaul put it smartly and succinctly, Putin is not threatened by NATO expansion into Ukraine, but by the existence of democracy in Ukraine. Putin is dealing with this threat by warning Ukrainians that their independence exists only at his sufferance. And so he might try to remind everyone in Kiev, Washington, and Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, that he's in charge by using a blitzkrieg military victory to force a quick collapse of the Ukrainian government. This is what it would look like. Russian forces storm over the border, overwhelming tired and undersupplied Ukrainian forces. Local militias join in the effort. This is a repeat of Crimea and the 2014 invasion of eastern Ukraine. As an aside, let me just note here that Ukrainians thought it would be a hoot in 2019 to replace their last president with an actual comedian named Volodymyr Zelensky, who is now completely in over his head. Elections have consequences, people. Don't turn them into comedy. Now, casualties mount on both sides, but Putin squelches any critical reporting and ugly video inside Russia, while the Ukrainian government has its losses plastered all over the international press and the internet. Western governments wring their hands, free Ukrainians demand action from Kiev, and pro-Putin legislators and public figures in Ukraine point fingers at the former comedian Zelensky, a situation comedy actor, just so you knew, a television comedian. Now, out of options, with the morgues filling up and his military in retreat, Zelensky resigns or is hounded out of office. Putin, via advisors and stooges on the scene in Kiev, then oversees a panicked effort by some caretaker regime to find a suitably pro-Kremlin leader. This would be a huge gamble on Putin's part. The Ukrainians might not have the most efficient government in the world, but I, myself, would not want to wade into a fight with the Ukrainian people. They're not pushovers, and a lightning war might not work. And the Russians, especially younger Russians, don't really want to fight or have to fight a protracted and bloody struggle with people about whom they actually care very much. But you can see where some sort of cockamamie Russian version of Operation Ukrainian Freedom would appeal to Putin. The United States and NATO would have to stand by helplessly while Russian troops bolt across the border and Kiev falls into chaos. If all goes well for Vladimir Vladimirovich, Ukraine then becomes a Russian satrapy. And the West looks like a collection of feckless talking heads, and the Russian people celebrate the greatest leader since Peter the Great, or at least since Putin's old boss, Yuri Andropov of the KGB, who did go on to become dictator of the Soviet Union himself, before he was assassinated. But does it become a world war? And does it go nuclear? I doubt it. Ukraine is not a NATO nation, and no foreign powers have an actual obligation to defend its territory. If you're thinking of the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, let that go. That was not a military guarantee, but a piece of paper in which pre-Putin Russia, the United States, and the United Kingdom all agreed to respect Ukraine's borders. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't worry. War is not only hell, it's unpredictable. The two things I worry about are black swan events, and as Crystal River herself says, I myself am a walking, talking black swan. I embody the very concept. The kind of freak accident you cannot imagine until it happens. And the even stranger problem that all-out war becomes more likely if the Russians lose. I can't tell you what a black swan would look like. That's the nature of a black swan event. Perhaps aircraft from neighboring NATO nations are shot down by Russians. This happened in Syria. Perhaps a rogue operation or a provocation meant to be deniable by the Russians gets out of hand. This also happened in Syria. Putting thousands of troops in motion is a roll of the dice, even when the odds are with you. Any blackjack player who's doubled down an 11 against a 6 and ended up staring at the dealer who turned over a 5 and dropped a paint knows the feeling. Clausewitz called this friction. The million tiny things that can make even a well-planned operation go wrong. Putin isn't stupid, but he's no genius either. He's been lucky up until now. Saddam Hussein had the same kind of luck for years, right up until he was pulled from out of a spider hole. The difference is that Putin has nuclear weapons. I doubt anyone in Moscow or in Washington is going to let things in Ukraine go nuclear. But if the Russians are getting their asses kicked by Ukrainians using Western-supplied weapons, you can count on it that Putin and his military chiefs will engage in dark reminders that Russia has a nuclear arsenal. The actual path to nuclear use is less clear. Unless NATO forces get involved, which would be a game changer. If fighting somehow broke out between NATO and the Russian Federation, a contest Russia would, sooner or later, lose, then yes, the Russians could go to a heightened state of nuclear alert, which means we would go to a heightened state of nuclear alert. And then we would all stare intensely at the technical means that warn us of things like indications of a nuclear launch. And, I mentioned black swans, didn't I? But NATO isn't going to do that. In fact, I suspect NATO is now wishing it hadn't committed to the idea of Ukraine joining NATO in 2008. And so I don't think any of this is likely to turn into a major East-West conflict. If Putin doesn't shock and awe the regime in Kiev into collapse, he'll settle for a simmering and continual bloodletting on the border that he will keep out of the Russian media for as long as he can. Sort of like his mentors did in Afghanistan. And that didn't work out so well for them. I'm sorry to have to talk about this so close to the Asian Lunar New Year holidays, because China is watching. China is watching Ukraine with a lot of interest. How Xi Jinping interprets, or worse, misinterprets, the outcome of the Ukraine standoff could influence whether and how China tries to reunify with my Taiwan. More specifically, and even personally, Biden's handling of Putin may tell Xi Jinping how resolutely the American empire would defend Taiwan. As Joe Biden confronts Vladimir Putin about Russia's military buildup along its border with Ukraine, another world dictator is probably watching with keen interest. Communist China's Xi Jinping, too, has a geopolitical grievance in his neighborhood, in his case over my Taiwan, the microchip-rich island that Beijing insists is and always should be part of China. Like Putin, who is eager to bring Ukraine back under Moscow's control, Xi worries that a former chunk of his country's empire is growing closer with these United States and its allies. How Xi interprets, or as I said, far worse, misinterprets, the outcome of the Ukraine standoff could influence whether and how Red China tries to reunify with my Taiwan, and thus has implications for the security and stability not only of East Asia, but the world. That makes the Ukraine crisis a crucial test of American global power. 4 years of Donald Trump's America First chaos abroad, combined with political and social polarization and a failed response to the coronavirus pandemic at home, have fueled the perception around the world that America is a superpower on its last legs, one too divided, too overstretched, and just plain too wary to sustain its far-flung commitments. This narrative, which Biden's botched withdrawal from Afghanistan only reinforced, seems to have taken hold within the Chinese leadership and has become a regular theme of official propaganda. As Xi, Putin, and other autocrats intensify their efforts to roll back American power, the United States is facing the stiffest challenge to its global primacy since the fall of the Soviet Union. The fate of Ukraine has become intimately entangled in this renewed big power competition. If Biden is firm, deft, and a little lucky, a series of talks may again be initiated among Russia, the United States, and its allies in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization that would lead to a compromise and avoid a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Yet, those talks have happened and a stalemate persists over Ukraine's potential membership in NATO, which Putin desperately wishes to prevent. At stake is the balance of power between these United States and the Russian Empire in Eastern Europe. The outcome, however, could reverberate well beyond the region and well into the future, affecting whether American power will remain strong enough to maintain peace and advance democracy, or whether the world's autocracies will claw back all the clout that they lost decades agone. Now, leaders such as Putin and Xi may see an opportunity. Daniel Pletka, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, has told the press that, to quote Xi, the problem for Biden is that their view is that they should test him at all times, and they are. And he has, so far, not really passed those tests with any distinction. This is a very important period. The Taiwan Strait, which separates the island from the mainland, has been a jittery potential hotspot for 7 decades, but tensions there have ramped up significantly in the past 2 years. Xi has routinely sent squadrons of jets buzzing near my Taiwan and held military exercises dangerously close to my island in an apparent attempt to harass and intimidate our democratic government in Taipei, where I was born. Xi repeatedly talks of eventual peaceful unification, but his aggressive stance has raised fears in Taiwan and around the region that he is pondering an invasion to reclaim his wayward province, as he so sees us. Xi may believe that Taiwan is drifting in a direction harmful to Red China's national interests, just as Ukraine has strayed ever further from Moscow's orbit. Taiwan's independent-minded presidentress, Tsai Ing-wen, has tried to reduce our economy's reliance on Red China and strengthen ties to these United States and other countries. Washington, too, has sought closer links. Officially, the U.S. still upholds a one-China policy and does not formally recognize the Taipei government. But it's not hard to discern why Xi might think otherwise. The Trump administration sent a cabinet member to Taipei in 2020, the highest-level American official dispatched there for more than 4 decades. Biden invited Taiwan to his Summit for Democracy in December, as if it were any other country. In light of all this, Xi will be scrutinizing the situation in Ukraine for useful intelligence about which tools Biden can and ultimately will employ to pressure Russia to back off, how much he is willing to give up in a potential compromise with Putin, and how effectively the U.S. president works with allies and even his own diplomats. Rupert Hammond Chambers, the president of the U.S.-Taiwan Business Council, has gone off record to say that China's leader, in other words, will be looking to measure the level of American resolve. Xi and other dictators who oppose American interests, as Mr. Hammond Chambers has said, can take stock of how Mr. Biden and his colleagues are functioning, operating. How do they handle crises? These are things they are still working through in regard to a relatively new administration in Washington. Yet Xi can only learn so much from what Biden does about Ukraine. To assume that the American response to crises over Taiwan and Ukraine will be comparable would be wrong, and actually, in point of fact, quite dangerous. Although Biden has ruled out unilaterally sending U.S. troops to defend the Eastern European country, Washington has deliberately left its position on military intervention on behalf of my Taiwan unclear. The long-standing policy of strategic ambiguity on this point is designed as a deterrent to communist Chinese military action. Xi would have to assume that invading Taiwan could embroil him in a war with these United States. Also, the U.S. arguably has more reasons to fight for Taiwan than for Ukraine. As a link in the alliance system that forms the backbone of American power in the Pacific, as well as within crucial supply chains for semiconductors and all other high-tech components, Taiwan is far more essential to American national interests than any other nation on earth. In testimony for the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in December, Assistant Defense Secretary Eli Ratner described my Taiwan as anchoring a network of U.S. allies and partners that is critical to the region's security and critical to the defense of vital U.S. interests in the Indo-Pacific. That is, of course, an understatement. If Taiwan falls, the world economy falls because your entire global technological infrastructure falls. The U.S. strategic positions in Europe and Asia are different as well. Biden's choices about Ukraine could be constrained by NATO and, of course, the European Union. His response to Putin may go only as far as his European colleagues are willing to follow. NATO has no equivalent in Asia. But in certain respects, that always gives Washington greater freedom of action. And on my Taiwan, the United States might find more support from regional allies for a strong stance. In July, Taro Aso, then Japan's deputy prime minister, suggested that his government would join the United States in defending my Taiwan if the island was attacked by China on the mainland. He said, it would not be too much to say that it could relate to a survival-threatening situation for the Empire of Japan. His words. That's an understatement for if Taiwan falls, Japan falls. How much of a shift in Tokyo's policy such remarks entail is considered debatable only among Westerners. What's clear is that the Empire of Japan, the other major power in East Asia, views my Taiwan safety as a national interest. And that, too, could act as a deterrent to Xi Jinping. For Xi himself, a cross-strait strike might also be a terrible risk. Although a Russian invasion of Ukraine may not be a guaranteed success, Putin has likely calculated that he has a good shot at overrunning his neighbor. A Chinese military assault across the heavily fortified Taiwan Strait, known as the Black Strait in Asia, by contrast, could easily prove bloody, protracted, and therefore embarrassing, and thus could be a threat to Xi's standing, and possibly that of the communist regime itself, which would fall on failure. Perhaps Xi and Putin could coordinate their attacks, or Beijing could take advantage of the distraction of a European war to make a grab for my Taiwan. But Hammond Chambers of the U.S.-Taiwan Business Council makes a compelling argument against such a scenario, having himself suggested that, to quote his T, China is a rising power, and in their view, they have more time than less time to resolve the Taiwan issue. I don't put stock in the notion that China would attach its timeline to Moscow's on Taiwan. I don't see the communist Chinese outsourcing their interests. It's not the way they function. Now, Shelley Rigger, a Taiwan expertess at Davidson College in North Carolina, also concludes that communist Chinese leaders aren't yet ready to use force, herself confirming that Xi is trying to determine if Washington is undergoing a shift in policy to viewing Taiwan as a kind of essential strategic asset for preventing or suppressing the rise of communist China. That's what I think the Chinese are really worried about. The balance of evidence and logic suggests that their goal today, as for the past 70 years, has been deterring Taiwan independence more than trying to compel unification. Predicting what dictators will do is a thankless task, however. Perhaps Xi could calculate that trying to forcibly unify my Taiwan with the Red Mainland would serve his personal political interests. If successful, he would solidify his position and etch his name in the annals of Chinese communist history. Or he could miscalculate and assume that Biden's struggles will keep the United States sidelined, a potentially disastrous judgment made more likely by the ever more autocratic political environment in Beijing, which could easily lead Xi's advisors to tell him what they think he wants to hear. What can be said with greater certainty is that Ukraine and Taiwan both show how easily American weakness, or even the mere perception of a weakness, or weakness in general, could unravel the strained networks and alliances that support the American world order and usher in a new era of global conflict and instability. Pletka of the American Institute, the American Enterprise Institute, has asked, is Ukraine the same as Taiwan? And has answered, no, of course they are not the same situation. But in terms of the United States' willingness to become entangled, I think there you see the very same signals. The Putins and Xis of the world are probing for those weaknesses, watching the results, and calculating their next maneuver. Now, Washington and the United States is and has ever been naive about Russia itself. Ukraine cannot afford to be. Putin is right about one thing. A free, prosperous, democratic neighbor is a threat to his autocratic regime. Putin's endgame is always the same. Reinforce his autocracy. Undermine democracies, all democracies, and push Russian political influence as far as it will go. Americans need to stop being surprised by this list of goals and instead start writing a list of our own. You know, children were twirling around a skating rink just outside the president's office in central Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, last week, while tourists took pictures of themselves in front of the onion-domed, snow-dusted churches. The stores were full of people shopping for the New Year's holiday and Orthodox Christmas, just as they always are at this time of year. The airports were crowded. In other words, nothing unusual was happening in the Ukrainian capital, and nothing except for the contingency plans being made for a possible Russian invasion were disturbing the holiday cheer. You couldn't see them from a skating rink, the skating rink that I'm referring to in front of the capital itself, but more than 100,000 Russian troops are gathered round Ukraine's borders, along with weapons, armed vehicles, field hospitals, and Black Sea battleships. Quietly, newspaper editors are asking journalists to get their documents in order, just in case they suddenly need to travel to war zones. A Western diplomat told the press that people she knows are getting familiar with the concept of the go bag, luggage that you have packed and ready in case of emergency. Gallows humor is everywhere. When a few days ago, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense called on women to register with the army, a plethora of jokes and memes made the rounds on people's cell phones. You know, the sort of thing like an image of a man lying in bed beside his wife and thinking, when will they get on with it and mobilize her? People wondering out loud if the Russians will come before or after their planned winter vacations and musing about whether they should change the dates accordingly. A sense of unreality underlies all of these conversations. Andriy Zagorodnyuk, a former Ukrainian defense minister, could only say this moment is strange. Very, very strange. For people in his country, the Russian threat is both dire and entirely unsurprising. Zagorodnyuk has emphasized, as everybody in Kiev does, that Russia already invaded Ukraine in early 2014. The Russians already occupy the Crimea, which is Ukrainian territory. Fake separatists, supplied with Russian weapons, already control a small piece of eastern Ukraine, where they continue to fight the Ukrainian army every day of every week. Some 14,000 people, including both soldiers and civilians, have already died in a conflict that continues only because the Russian government wants it to continue. Before a journalist even broached the subject of whether Ukraine's armed forces were ready for a new offensive, Andriy Yermak, President Volodymyr Zelensky's chief of staff, reminded the press corps, "We are in a state of constant military preparedness now for 8 years." Precisely because the Ukrainians are permanently under attack from Russia, it is usually the Ukrainians who shout loudest and call for international attention when the fighting escalates, or when the Russian army conducts massive military exercises along their borders, as it did last spring. But not this time. This time, the alarm bells are ringing louder in Washington than in Kiev. Secretary of State Antony Blinken began warning European allies about a possible new Russian invasion of Ukraine several weeks ago, and rumors of genuinely terrible things to come are flying around other Western capitals too. An invasion of Kiev, an occupation of the country. The warning seemed to be based not just on the operational intelligence that many have seen, ominous photographs of military equipment and personnel accumulating around Ukraine's borders, but on strategic intelligence, insights into the thinking of Kremlin insiders, which U.S. officials are allegedly showing their allies. The alarm bells are also ringing because of the public behavior of Russian diplomats and officials, including President Vladimir Putin, who have spent the past couple of weeks accusing the United States and its allies of non-existent aggression, such as imaginary plans to use chemical weapons against Russian-backed forces in eastern Ukraine. In fact, the sole aggressor in the region is Russia. Russian troops occupy not only parts of Ukraine, but also parts of Georgia and Moldova. Russian advisors, latter-day Soviet commissars, now prop up a violent dictator in Belarus and may be about to annex that country too. Russian propaganda organs regularly issue violent threats. On New Year's Eve, the Russian state news agency RIA Novosti tweeted a prediction: Russia will destroy Ukraine within 10 minutes. Yet Russia insists on declaring that it fears NATO, a defensive alliance that mostly still exists in 2022 because so many Europeans fear Russia. Putin has kept up this victim act for so many years that it has become almost banal. Even many Russian experts now accept this performance as normal. But even if he believes it himself, even if he thinks that a threat to Moscow, that doesn't mean the rest of the world has to accommodate his paranoia. He thinks a handful of American soldiers rotating in and out of Poland poses physical threat to his regime. Why are we all accommodating this son of a bitch? It's as if an American president repeatedly demanded that Canadian troops withdraw to the Arctic Circle on the grounds that their presence near Detroit constituted an unacceptable threat, and the rest of the world was murmuring agreement, as everyone does with motherless Russia. In truth, the only logical explanation for this nonsensical posturing is that it is designed to justify an entirely unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, or the Baltic states, or who knows where else, sometime in the future, and that's why it has people worried. In Kiev, the novelty of this moment has produced, among the people, two schools of thought. The skeptical school essentially thinks this whole situation might be an enormous bluff and bluster. The Russians have deliberately set out to scare the Americans, perhaps even by leaking jazzed-up versions of Kremlin debates in order to create pressure on Ukraine to change its constitution, as the Russians would like, or to put Putin at the center of international attention, or to reestablish a Russian sphere of influence inside old Soviet borders. If this deliberately organized panic is a game, the Russians have chalked up some wins. President Joe Biden has now twice held one-on-one conversations with Vlad Putin. A whole series of new Russo-American, Russo-NATO, and Russo-European security talks are scheduled throughout January. The tone of the diplomatic conversation around Ukraine has changed too. No longer are negotiators focused on the actual crisis in eastern Ukraine. Instead, the focus is on Russian-American and Russo-NATO relationships. So far, the United States has not yet given Putin anything else. Crucially, Biden and other senior administration officials have repeated several times an old Polish phrase, "Nothing about us without us," often used in the region. It means that decisions about Ukraine will not be made above the heads of Ukrainians. This is the only legitimate response to Putin's threats, many of which are intended to achieve the opposite: get the United States to cut the Ukrainians out of the loop. Members of a more pessimistic school of thought can also see that the saber rattling has been carefully planned, but they fear that it reflects a genuine change. Perhaps Putin has finally decided to realize his long-standing dream of removing Ukraine from the map. Back in 2008, the Russian dictator told leaders gathered at a NATO summit that Ukraine is not a state. Last summer, he published a long essay arguing, among other things, that Russians and Ukrainians are one people. He then sent that essay to every soldier in the Russian army. Putin's interests in invading, occupying, dividing, or otherwise destroying Ukraine, a country that has no nuclear weapons and could not invade Russia, is not strategic. It is purely emotional. The collapse of the Soviet Union was, in his own words, the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century. An expanded Russian occupation of Ukrainian territory might, in his view, help right that wrong. Putin's interest is also ideological. Every year, Ukraine becomes more confident, more united, more European. Every year, Ukraine inches a little closer to democracy and prosperity. What if it gets there? The idea of a flourishing, democratic Ukraine, right on Russia's doorstep, is, for Putin, personally intolerable. Just as Ukrainian independence once seemed to Stalin to be a dire threat to his Bolshevik regime, so too would a successful modern Ukraine pose too great a challenge to Putin's autocratic, sclerotic, kleptocratic, and ever more brutal political system. What if Russians start envying their Ukrainian neighbors? What if they decide they want a system like that too? What the pessimists in Kiev fear is this scenario. If Putin believes that Ukraine must be destroyed sooner or later, if he believes that historical wrongs must be righted, even if he just wants to gain back some of the popularity he has lost to COVID, corruption, and a poor economy, then he might have reasons to think that this is a good moment to do it. The Russians can see that the United States is divided, that Europe is exhausted by the pandemic and in need of Russian gas, that nobody is interested in new military adventures. They can also see that pro-Russian political forces in Ukraine are slowly losing ground, that Ukraine continues to invest in its military, and that others are doing so too. Despite one very notable setback in Kiev's relationship with Washington, President Donald Trump tried to use military aid as a tool to blackmail Zelensky and got impeached for it. The United States has continued to give Ukraine training and military assistance, including $450 million of defensive weapons this year. None of this would enable Ukraine to attack Russia, but it might help Ukrainians defend themselves. The Russians know this, and they could be calculating accordingly. One Russian analyst, Vladimir Frolov, notes that the costs of an invasion are steadily rising because of Ukrainian economic growth, national consolidation, and military investment, and suggests that the price could rise more in the future, which is why Moscow should act now. The Ukrainians are also thinking about that price because they want to make it even higher. This is a subject about which both schools of thought in Kiev agree. They know their country doesn't have much of a navy or an air force, and it doesn't have the most advanced anti-aircraft defenses either. But Ukraine has taken steps toward the creation of a territorial defense force, run by the professional military but open to civilian volunteers. Small groups of enthusiasts, including recent veterans of the Eastern conflict, have already formed their own training units. According to a survey conducted last spring, about 30% of Ukrainians and 46% of men say that they are willing to join an armed battle if an invasion occurs. In an interview in the Polish press, the former Ukrainian president Petro Poroshenko spelled it out clearly. Ukraine wants to ensure that every city and every home becomes a fortress, and that thousands of coffins are sent back to Russia. The Ukrainian army itself is also prepared to split into smaller units, less easily targeted by advanced weapons. This might not stop a Russian bombing campaign, but that isn't the point. The point is to make anyone considering a longer-term occupation think twice. As the aforecited Græcororszámãn has emphasized, even the most fanatical Russian military planner must realize that once an invasion begins, events will spin out of control. You don't know how many people you are going to lose, how quickly you're going to advance, and you will certainly have trouble keeping control of anything you have invaded. And here is where a second gap emerges between Kiev and Washington, as well as a second reason why this moment is so very, very strange. The Ukrainians, in the government and in the opposition, have no difficulty understanding that their conflict with Russia will involve violence because it already does. Americans and Europeans, meanwhile, desperately want a solution involving nothing more than diplomacy and sanctions. On some level, Biden seems to understand this might not be possible. He has publicly promised to reinforce Ukraine militarily in the event of an invasion, and also says he will move more arms and equipment into the eastern NATO states. Dmytro Kuleba, the Ukrainian foreign minister, told the press that while he is grateful for this promise, it does raise a question. If Washington sees the threat is imminent, then the best time to give us more military support to reinforce our armed forces is now, not after the invasion begins. In fact, the best time to give Ukraine more significant military support would have been 8 years ago, or 5 years ago, or 3 years ago. If the United States had done so, then there would be a lesser threat, or no threat, of Russian invasion now, because Putin would calculate the risks differently. But Americans didn't step in, because President Barack Obama never took Russia seriously, because Trump was on Putin's side in the global contest between autocracy and democracy, and because Democrats and Republicans alike have had other things to think about since Biden took office. As a nation, the United States has also started to forget the most important strategic lesson of the Cold War. Deterrence works. The idea that you invest in weapons in order to create peace has always sounded paradoxical, but decades of stability in Europe, thanks to both the creation of NATO in the 1950s and the expansion of NATO in the 1990s, prove this to be true. If you share a landmass with a bully, then make sure you are well armed enough to keep him at a safe distance. Seen from Kiev, the Western attitude towards Russia also looks incredibly naive. Since the Russian invasion of Georgia in 2008, Americans and Europeans have constantly been surprised by Russia, by Russian aggression, by Russian territorial ambitions, by Russian interference in our own political systems, on either side of the Atlantic, by Russian attempts to destroy our alliances. But although Putin varies his tactics, his longer-term goals have been very clear for a very long time. He might use disinformation one year, gas pipeline blackmail another, bribery or violence the next, but the end game is always the same: reinforce his autocracy, undermine democracies, all democracies, and push Russian political influence as far as it will go. Break up NATO. Destroy the European Union. Remove American influence from Europe and everywhere else forever. Americans need to stop being surprised by this list of goals and instead start writing a list of our own. We could start with this one. Help make Ukraine the successful, prosperous, Western-facing democracy that Putin so clearly fears. Don't make decisions about Ukraine without Ukraine. And don't do these things because it's nice for the children at the ice skating rink in Kiev. Do them because, in this case, Putin's analysis is not paranoid. A successful, prosperous, Western-facing democratic Ukraine would indeed pose a dire ideological threat to Russia, as well as to Belarus and to other autocracies in the region and around the world. It would prove to the inhabitants of other autocracies that they can escape the influence of their greedy, brutal leaders. Losing Ukraine, by contrast, would reinforce dictators in Moscow, Minsk, the capital of Belarus, and even Beijing. Biden has said he wants to prove that American democracy can still do big things and take on challenges that matter most. Mostly he means domestic challenges. But some challenges abroad will also affect American confidence and credibility well into the future. Helping Ukrainians defend Ukrainian democracy is one of them. In my analysis, it's been a grave week for civil rights, democracy, and a presidency, and we're just past hump day. Democrats have been rendered certain to add another failure to their list of missed deadlines and thwarted legacy goals this week, with a push for voting rights bills expected to crash in the Senate with humiliating implications for Joe Biden's presidency even before it did. Our party faces a moment of stark symbolism just a day after the holiday weekend honoring Martin Luther King Jr., with Democrats had set in which Democrats had set as a deadline to pass new laws to counter Republican curtailments on voting in multiple states, was his holiday. That was their red line, Putin style. Votes expected to be called by the majority leader, Chuck Schumer, were supposed to have enshrined ideological divides in our party and call into question the credibility of an under-pressure president who has led a full-throated campaign for legislation demanded by modern civil rights leaders in the week that Biden, marked his anniversary in office, his first full year in the Oval Office of the Biden administration. Now, on the Senate floor, where Democrats have a razor-thin hold on control, which was set to hold a vote on the legislation today, which crashed and burned, Monken and Sinema both said they supported the measures which sought to update the Voting Rights Act and create new protections from restrictions on voting, but they didn't support a push to sidestep the filibuster to do so. Under the current rules, the legislation would have needed 60 votes to pass, and there were not enough Republican senators on board to ever meet that threshold. Ending that rule, paving the way for passage just with the Democrats and allied independents, would have needed 100 votes. So, the Democrats held a high-stakes caucus meeting on Tuesday evening, just last night, and there still wasn't never any sign they could convince the holdout colleagues to support efforts to change Senate rules to pass the two bills with a simple majority. That means that when Schumer, a New York Democrat, brought up voting rights legislation today, it was already doomed to fail because Democrats were unable to get 60 votes to break Republican filibuster tactics. Schumer could then hold a vote on changing those filibuster rules to pass the two bills with the votes of all 50 Democrats and a tiebreaker vote from Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris. That tactic would force Democratic senators Joe Manchin of West Virginia and Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona, who oppose removing the Senate filibuster, to go on record opposing a centerpiece of Biden's presidency and will only deepen their estrangement with their colleagues. Now, despite several early-term successes, the voting rights standoff and a separate but similar one over Biden's social welfare and climate plan, they all emphasize the near impossibility of enacting major reform with a 50-50 Senate majority. All it takes is one senator to stall an entire agenda. A failed voting rights drive will also deal a blow to black leaders who were instrumental to Biden's win in the Democratic primary and the election in 2020. Many of those campaigners believe that the White House waited too long to make voting rights the main focus on his presidency, notwithstanding the fact that Biden had no credible path to passing the bills into law. Without the legislation, there could be serious consequences for Democratic enthusiasm and turnout in vital swing states in November's midterm elections. In a broader sense, the roadblock that Biden has hit in the Senate reveals the reality of a president who is in power but unable to wield the full weight of his office because of tiny congressional majorities delivered by voters in 2020. The situation is exacerbated by almost blanket Republican opposition, save for a bipartisan infrastructure deal last year that evaded ex-presidents Donald Trump and Barack Obama, but that Biden delivered in one of his major achievements. This week's theater will create a fresh picture of the futility of Democratic power in Washington. Yet the obstacle to passing voting rights reform and the Build Back Better climate and spending bill were obvious long ago. But the White House and Democratic leaders choose to press ahead anyway with no clear path to success. Absent some last-minute reversal by Manchin and Sinema, which was never going to happen, the current snarl raises questions about the White House's political strategy and decision to prepare the public for historic generational reforms without the guarantee that they could ever be enacted. At this point, there is a strong sense that Senate votes are being held for mostly political reasons rather than in any expectations they will ever deliver new laws. When they hit the Senate wall, as they already have, it's not clear what Democrats can even do next. When asked on Monday opening this grave week of defeat for democracy about the administration's plans, Kamala Harris said the strategy was to keep working on it. The vice presidentess telling reporters, "I'm making calls and meeting with folks. We're not going to give up. You've heard me say that before, and I mean it. This is too important." It's true that the story of the civil rights struggle was played out over decades, encountered worse congressional obstruction than is likely, than has already unfolded this week, and ultimately rewarded dedicated political campaigning. But if Democrats cannot press their voting rights bills soon, they may lose the opportunity to do so for years, with Republicans confident of capturing control of the House of Representatives and eyeing a Senate takeover in November's elections. Sinema and Manchin malevolently obstructed. The family of the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. marked the holiday honoring the late civil rights leader by calling on the U.S. Senate to pass voting rights legislation, calling out Democratic Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema by name in public speeches. During a news conference in Washington, D.C., held after the annual Peace Walk honoring her grandfather, who was assassinated in 1968, King's 13-year-old granddaughter, Yolanda Renee King, said, "Senator Sinema, Senator Manchin, our future hinges on your decision, and history will remember what choice you made." Indeed. Arizona, and West Virginia, Manchin and Sinema have been impervious to pressure and appear only to have become more entrenched the more intense the scrutiny of their positions. They have both argued, without any evidence whatsoever, that the filibuster promotes bipartisan cooperation and laws that can be accepted by a majority of Americans. In a Senate speech last week that effectively served as a rebuke to their President Biden, Sinema also warned that eliminating the 60-vote threshold would in itself wipe out a safeguard for democracy and empower future demagogues. Martin Luther King Jr. warned of the white moderate, and as Senators Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin support the filibuster, we know why. Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema has killed the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. 6 days after his warning about the white moderate. In a lengthy letter he penned from a jail in Birmingham, Alaska, King expressed his disappointment with white moderates spoiling the civil rights movement. Dr. King wrote, "I have almost reached the regrettable conclusion that the Negro's great stumbling block in the stride toward freedom is not the white citizen's consular or the Ku Klux Klaner, but the white moderate, who is more devoted to order than to justice." Imagine the bisexual bitch Sinema as the modern-day white moderate, worse than the Ku Klux Klanner in the 1960s, that decade into which I was born. It's just awful to think Arizona has that kind of person in office, but unfortunately, that's what Sinema's action means in practice. MLK's son called them out by name. King's son said as much over the weekend as he and leaders across the nation celebrated Martin Luther King's legacy. He blasted Sinema and fellow Democrat Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, who are more devoted to preserving the Senate's archaic filibuster than to passing voting rights legislation. Sinema and Manchin are the two white moderates killing the legislation in a 50-50 Senate split and thus have become the greatest stumbling block in the stride toward freedom. The two senators can change their minds to ease the filibuster rule to pass voting protections along party lines this week, but they won't because they care more about the rules than the real and imminent danger to America's democracy. Urging them to change their minds over the filibuster reform amid the holiday weekend, Martin Luther King III said about Sinema and Manchin, "History will not remember them kindly." Schumer is right to put senators on record. To that end, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York was expected to begin debate, but yesterday, to put senators on record, either supporting or rejecting the legislation designed to override the onslaught of ballot restrictions out of Republican-led state legislatures. The House approved federal voting rights legislation, which was doomed in the Senate without at least 60 votes or a bypassed filibuster, created national standards for voting access, would have made Election Day a holiday, and expanded mail voting, among other provisions. Schumer is right to press on. Let Sinema and Manchin show once again that they alone are killing King's legacy and helping Republicans turn America back to the Jim Crow era. A bit of a history lesson is important here. The Founding Fathers limited voting to white men who owned property and left voting rights to states. The 15th and 19th Amendments granted the right to vote to black men in 1870 and to women in 1920. And so the century-long Jim Crow era began to keep black people from voting by imposing a poll tax. Yes, they had to pay to vote. Literacy tests, and all sorts of other intimidation tactics, including violence. Martin Luther King Jr. and other leaders had had enough of that by the 1960s, that bloody decade in which I left my mother's womb. Their fight for civil rights led to the landmark Voting Rights Act of 1965, which banned literacy tests and enforced the 15th Amendment. The act also required states with a history of voter suppression, including Arizona, to get federal pre-clearance on any changes to voting mechanisms. The U.S. Supreme Court struck down that section in 2013, clearing the way for officials in Arizona and other states to do whatever they want. At least 19 states have enacted voting restrictions, ranging from removing voters from automatically getting mail-in ballots to imposing stricter voter ID requirements at the polls and fewer polling places, particularly in heavily minority neighborhoods. And that was just the beginning. In Arizona, Republican state lawmakers have already begun proposing legislation to further limit mail-in ballots, penalize election workers who mishandle ballots, and expand the threshold for automatic recounts, according to reporting from the Arizona Republic itself. Without federal legislation to hold the line, Republican-controlled states like Arizona will try everything to make it harder for some segments of the population to vote. What's happening now is nothing less than the beginning of another Jim Crow era. And you can thank the white moderates, Sinema and Manchin, for that. No, history won't remember Senatoress Kirsten Sinema kindly, as we are entering a new Jim Crow era. But democracy itself is in danger now. Because at the same time, Biden has effectively weakened his own political authority by signing up to deadlines and timelines. From the passage of the voting rights legislation to the declaration of partial independence from the coronavirus pandemic last year, that have been missed. At least 4 trips up to Capitol Hill to cajole Democrats, including on the spending and climate bill, yielded little result for a president who sold his long record as a senator during the 2020 campaign as proof he could build governing coalitions. And the president effectively put the entire credibility of his administration on the line last week, with a major civil rights and voting rights speech in Atlanta that even some in his own party suggested went too far in comparing lawmakers who do not support changing filibuster rules to segregationists. Now Biden and the Democrats have raised the stakes for themselves by declaring a fateful moment for democracy, but are at risk of coming away with nothing in a failure that could further dampen public perceptions of Biden's term, which is struggling to regain momentum in a midterm election year. If the voting rights legislation failed this week as it was expected to fail, it is not clear how Democrats can even proceed. While one single Republican, Alaska Senatoress Lisa Murkowski, has expressed support for one of the current bills, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, all of the Russell collaborationist Red Republican cult insurgent Senate conference opposes the Freedom to Vote Act. Taken together, the measures would allow all Americans the right to a mail-in vote, create Election Day or recreate Election Day as a national holiday, standardize voting rules, and restore protections against racial discrimination in state voting laws stripped by the Supreme Court. Republicans brand the bills as a federal takeover of the electoral system and rebuff criticism of state voting laws, which are rooted in Trump's lies that the 2020 election was stolen. And the threat to democracy only grows. Some Republicans have expressed interest in working to amend the Electoral Count Act to eliminate machinations like Trump's coup d'etat plot to subvert the certification of the 2020 election that led to the Capitol insurrection. This would be a tangible step, but it would not placate voting rights activists who argue that the Republican flurry of state laws designed to suppress the vote and politicize electoral certification has put American democracy itself at risk. Martin Luther King III, son of the assassinated civil rights pioneer, tapped into that sense of urgency on Monday opening this work week, warning that students in half 100 years would read about what happened in the Senate this week. To quote his T, "No matter what happens tomorrow, we must keep the pressure on and say no more empty words. Don't tell us what you believe in. Show us with your votes. History will be watching what happens tomorrow." He was talking about today. Democracy advocates are especially concerned at measures in some states that seek to politicize the nonpartisan process of collecting and tabulating election results, after some notable Republican officials stood firm in 2020 against Trump's bid to steal an election that multiple courts and even his own Justice Department confirmed he lost. The threat on this score posed by the increasingly autocratic Trump is only becoming more extreme. The ex-president spewed more delusional and dangerous lies about non-existent electoral fraud at a rally in Arizona on Saturday night. He also pressured legislators in the state to decertify Biden's victory in the election. In a recent video message, the twice impeached, defeated ex-president also claimed he won Pennsylvania, a state he in fact lost by more than 80,000 votes to Joe Biden. Trump, who has been trying to leverage cultists onto election boards and into positions responsible for running voting across the country, said, "We have to be a lot sharper the next time when it comes to counting the votes. Sometimes the vote counter is more important than the candidate." So far, Trump's efforts to subvert the 2020 election have all failed. But his tantrum after refusing to admit defeat to Joe Biden has resulted in substantial changes to the U.S. electoral system that arguably make it less democratic. The current president and his party may be about to squander their best and likely last chance to respond. In fact, they already have. And imagining the second civil war to come is a lost cause. In and of itself, a little over 10 years are gone by now. I dreamed that all hell had broken loose in San Francisco. I was walking through the increasingly chaotic streets of the downtown financial district, dragging an old grandfather clock with a built-in turntable, hoping to play Richard Strauss's Metamorphosen at just the right cinematic moment, the climax of the terror, when well-funded and well-fed tactical swarms of heavily armed, intercom-helmeted, and ballistic-armored men in unmarked uniforms bearing bullet shields, led, for whatever dream logic reason, by the Putin puppet Chechen dictator Ramzan Kadyrov, my concern for my son doubtlessly having conjured him as trans-homophobia incarnate, burst out of all the Market Street subway stations simultaneously and started machine gunning the population down as the scythe would fell the stalks upon the grain field. I was looking for my son to warn him when the hordes of SWAT trooper goons triangulated my position and massed upon me to pen myself in among a surrounding phalanx of matte block shields with gun muzzles protruding through their fire slots. They knew who I was, what I represented, what I had said. I never made it to my son. And rousing in a sweat, it didn't take me long to untangle the meaning behind this dream. A few weeks earlier, I had finished pre-recording a subseries of transmissions, a history of secession in these United States, and an argument for considering some form of disunion as a possible solution to America's troubles. Via those lost episodes, I offered an entirely new account of the history of this nation through the ever-present possibility of its demise, the difficulty of forming a union in the first, the ceaseless threats to its integrity once it existed, the devastating war that broke it apart, the rancid compromises that only superficially knit it back together, and the return, in recent years, of a long-forgotten sense of its fundamental fragility and possibly its impermanence. In fact, throughout nigh a decade of laboring on Revolution Radio, I had wrestled weekly with the note on which to settle: a rousing call for renewal, rediscovery of the merits of unity, too trite, vapid, the same sort of feel-good appeal I knew had covered up so much injustice and inequality in the past. An unsentimental demand that it was time to pull the plug? Simplistic, careless. It was only on the worst days I really felt that way. In the end, I settled on what I hoped would prove a productive ambiguity, providing the listener with a fresh account of our empire's past might empower them to re-examine old assumptions and come to their own conclusions about its future. I could not pretend to have answers that at that time I did not have. It seemed enough to pose the right questions. Still, I could only interpret my dream as a sign of suppressed doubt about what it was I thought I was doing. In the subseries' introduction, I offered that a reckoning is coming. Mea culpa. The word had not yet become nauseatingly ubiquitous. I never intended my program as a call to civil war, nor was I necessarily reckoning averse. But after I relayed the set of recordings to Mike Ringley, only so that he would later inform myself that he had turned them over to the FBI, the questions began plaguing me. Even if the status quo was indefensible and unjust, might whatever camest next be worse? Sure, the nation's political order had become as terminally dysfunctional, but how would its dissolution affect myself and the closest that I have to my family? Neither Trump's eviction from the White House nor Democratic majorities in Congress would fix what was really wrong with this republic. But wasn't posing the choice between national reinvention and national rupture perhaps a little glib, even reckless? I have ever and always been known as the most dangerous man either side of the Pacific for a reason. Half a decade anon, struggling to survive the tribulations of recovering from the scrubbing of my legacy as perpetrated via one assigned agent saboteur after another offering technical services I could never afford to refuse, whilst stunned along with everyone else by the paroxysms of the Trump era, that no longer seemed such a worthy aspiration. 2 decades after my dream by this point, or so it would seem to me by dint of memory, the first cases of a mysterious pneumonia were reported in central China. By May, an armed militia had invaded the Michigan State House, some of whom were later charged with plotting to abduct the governess to mass rape and torture her to death. That summer, federal agents in unmarked uniforms terrorized Black Lives Matter protesters in District of Columbia. And 1 year agone by now, America's own little green men, as Putin would call them, conga-lined up the steps of the Capitol building, zip ties in tow, searching for politicians to hang. I had thought that seeing all my predictions come as true would be satisfying. Instead, it has been disorienting and frankly terrifying. And as for the prospects of another American uncivil war, there are probably nicer ways to say it. But when I read that in a 2021 national poll, 46% of Americans believe that another civil war is likely, compared with 43% who did not, the only words that came to mind were MAD, M-A-D, the acronym, all uppercase letters, mutually assured destruction. Watching with my heart and soul forever anchored in war-frozen Far East Asia, as the America I am stranded in forecasts doom and gloom, makes me wonder if the empire has gone off the rails. I mean, seriously, America, what are you thinking? Instead of acting fast to prevent such a calamity, you continue to fan the fire, recklessly moving toward civil strife, eyes wide open. If you have forgotten the horrors of your own devastating civil war, take a look at our ongoing and bloody, disastrous civil wars worldwide. The frozen civil war between the nationalists and communists across the Black Strait of Taiwan. Those ongoing across the globe which have collapsed states under the yoke of violent polarization. Thing is, I'm stranded in a land of white savages where you've all never had it so good in terms of prosperity, freedom, and well-being. So why throw all of it away over differences of opinion? Why not manage your disagreements democratically? In other words, why not put democracy back at the center of your domestic policy instead of pretending to put it at the center of foreign policy? As one of my many all-time favorite American satirists, the late George Carlin, put it, civil war is an oxymoron. Indeed, not only is war not civil, but what we call civil war is the worst kind of war because of the way it tears apart the national fabric. Yet, more than 150 years after the American Civil War, between the states for rights ended in victory for the Federal Union and the abolition of slavery, more than a few nitwit hillbillies are itching for another fight. Now, that is not to say that all those responding in the affirmative in the 2021 opinion poll want a civil war. Many are certainly worried, even fearful of such a scenario. But as Carlin often reminded us, America is a warlike nation, and when there are no brown people to bomb somewhere else, it turns inward, applying war to anything it hates. So there is the American war on poverty, the war on drugs, the war on crime, and of course, the war on cancer, the war on AIDS, and of late, the war on COVID-19. Now that Americans are split, polarized into two extremes, feeding into each other, there is an intensifying war on fascism and an ugly war on liberalism. These cultural and ideological wars are fueled by racism and inequality and are sure to have bloody manifestations in the form of violent nationwide demonstrations, attacks on public property, bombings of clinics that provide abortions, etc., all of which the country has already experienced in the past. Some even reckon armed militias may appear and engage in mass violence. All of this begs the question, what role does the media play in all of this? Is it radicalizing society and polity through its hyperbolic journalism by opinion, deepening the right's obsession with liberal tyranny and the left's obsession with fascism writ large? Suffering from Trump withdrawal symptoms, corporate media is clearly complicit as it compensates for the loss of its golden goose by pushing sensational, even apocalyptic coverage of the divided country he left behind. The same goes for social media platforms, which continue to fuel division. At any rate, the high degree of polarization, beliefs in alternative realities, and celebration of violence in American society suggest, in the words of one Yale University historian, that we are at the brink of conflict. According to this scenario, Donald Trump is the perfect catalyst for the cataclysmic dangers facing America, including its outright dissolution, as masses of people move towards friendlier regions of the country to escape intimidation and violence. Trump's main rivals for the party nomination to the 2024 presidential elections are his former minions, Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida and ex-Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who do not pose a serious challenge. The former president's sinister populism and solid popularity on the right, coupled with his powerful grip over the Republican Party itself, make him the likely candidate to preside over and escalate the next national crisis come 2024. Trump seems determined to recapture the White House by hook or by crook, and to rule as an authoritarian dictator, Vladimir Putin style. Midterm congressional elections in November 2022 will prove an important stepping stone for Donald Trump, as the candidates he supports may well win primaries against the 10 Republican detractors who voted to impeach him. When Biden fails to pass major bills through Congress this year, as he already has, especially his voting rights agenda, this will weaken his presidency and diminish his popularity even further. Meanwhile, Trump supporters in some 18 state legislatures have already changed the rules to gain more control over voting and the outcome of the next elections. If Republicans win a majority in Congress in November, which seems inescapable at this stage, Biden will become a sitting duck president, further clearing Trump's path to the White House. One cannot overstate the danger of a Trump candidacy, let alone a vengeful second presidency, as I myself discussed in October. He has captured the imagination of the American white right, stripped the Republican elites of all pretense of decency, and turned the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency into an authoritarian cult, all the while radically polarizing the country, the former American empire, in freefall. An astounding 80% of Republican voters say they believe Trump's big lie about the rigged 2020 elections. If Trump and company escape accountability for the January 6th attack on Congress and for their violent attempts at undermining the democratic process, they are likely to feel invincible and empowered to exploit the current tensions and the increased state of insecurity across the country to sow chaos if they lose the vote once again. Nothing captures the meaning of Trump's second coming for America and its ramifications for the rest of the world better than the verse of the late Irish poet William Butler Yeats from his poem, The Second Coming. Turning and turning in the widening gyre, the falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things fall apart, the center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. The blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. But then again, nothing is inevitable, and all is still preventable. The challenge for America is to wake up to the creeping danger and prevent the brewing cultural and ideological fight from developing into an all-out uncivil war cometh the 2024 elections. So is a civil war ahead? It feels unseemly to begin a review of other people's books with a bare-all account of my tortured feelings about my own experiences and all my analyses motivated thereby. But the difficulty I have found trying to dispassionately address the imminent inescapability of national fracture informs and deepens my own disappointment for Stephen March's attempt to do so in his book entitled The Next Civil War, subtitled Dispatches from the American Future, an expanded version of an essay that Canadian journalist published in The Walrus in 2018. And my admiration for Barbara F. Walters' attempt to preempt such in her own work entitled How Civil Wars Start and How to Stop Them, published in 2022, this year. A year after the attack on the Capitol, America is suspended between democracy and autocracy. The edifice of American exceptionalism has always wobbled on a shoddy foundation of self-delusion. And yet, most Americans have readily accepted the commonplace that the United States is the world's oldest continuous democracy. That serene assertion has now collapsed. On January 6th of yesteryear, when white supremacists, militia members, and MAGA faithful took inspiration from the president and stormed our Capitol in order to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election, leaving legislators and the vice president essentially held hostage, we ceased to be a full democracy. Instead, we now inhabit a liminal status that scholars call anocracy. That is, for the first time in 200 years, we are suspended between democracy and autocracy. And that sense of uncertainty radically heightens the likelihood of episodic bloodletting in America, and yea, even the risk of civil war. This is the compelling argument of How Civil Wars Start, a new book by Barbara F. Walter, a political scientist at the University of California, San Diego. Walter served on an advisory committee to the CIA called the Political Instability Task Force, which studies the roots of political violence in nations from Sri Lanka to the former Yugoslavia. Citing data compiled by the Center for Systemic Peace, which the task force uses to analyze political dynamics in foreign countries. Walter explains that the honor of being the oldest continuous democracy is now held by Switzerland, followed by New Zealand. In third place, these United States. Encroaching instability and illiberal currents present a sad picture. As Walter writes, we are no longer a peer to nations like Canada, Costa Rica, and especially not Japan. In her book and in a conversation for the week before last's New Yorker Radio Hour, Walter made it clear that she wanted to avoid an exercise in fear-mongering. She is wary of coming off as sensationalist. In fact, she takes pains to avoid overheated speculation and relays her warning about the potential for civil war in clinical terms. Yet, like those who spracketh up clearly about the dangers of global warming decades ago, Walter delivers a grave message that we ignore at our peril. So much remains in flux. She is careful to say that a 21st century American Civil War would bear no resemblance to the consuming and symmetrical conflict that was played out on the battlefields of the 1860s. Instead, she foresees, if the worst comest about, an era of scattered yet persistent acts of violence, bombings, political assassinations, destabilizing acts of asymmetric warfare carried out by extremist groups that have coalesced via social media. These are relatively small, loosely aligned collections of self-aggrandizing warriors who sometimes call themselves accelerationists. They have convinced themselves that the only way to hasten the toppling of an irredeemable, non-white socialist republic is through violence and other extra-political means. Walter makes the case that as long as our country fails to fortify its democratic institutions, it will endure threats such as the one that opens her book. The attempt in 2020 by a militia group in Michigan known as the Wolverine Watchmen to kidnap Governoress Gretchen Whitmer. The Watchmen despised Whitmer for having instituted anti-COVID measures in the state, restrictions that they saw not as attempts to protect the public health, but as intolerable violations of their liberty. Trump's publicly stated disdain for Whitmer could not have discouraged these maniacs. The FBI, most fortunately, foiled the Wolverines before they could abduct her and torture her as well as gang rape her to death on camera, as was their intent. But, inevitably, if there be enough such plots, enough shots fired, some will find their target. And many Democratic politicians will die on camera for the madmen who will run our world by violence, terrorism as a way of life, the very governance of America. America has always suffered such acts of political violence. The terrorism of the Klan was how the South was run. The 1921 massacre of the black community in Tulsa, the assassination of the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Democracy has never been a settled, fully stable condition for all Americans, and yet the Trump era is distinguished by the consuming resentment of many right-wing rural whites who fear being replaced by immigrants and people of color, as well as a Republican Party leadership that bows to its most autocratic demagogue and no longer seems willing to defend democratic values and institutions. Like other scholars, Walter points out that there have been early signs of the current insurgency, including the bombing of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City, circa 1995, which killed 168 people, including women and children. But it was the election of Barack Obama that most vividly underlined the rise of a multiracial democracy and was taken as a threat by every white American who feared losing their majority status. Walter writes that there were roughly 43 militia groups operating in these United States when Obama was elected. In 2008, by the time our economy crashed. 3 years later, there were more than 300. Walter has studied the preconditions of civil strife all over the world. And she says that if we strip away our self-satisfaction and 4th of July mythologies and review a realistic checklist, assessing each of the conditions that make a civil war most likely, we have to conclude that the United States has entered very dangerous territory. She is hardly alone in that conclusion. The International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance in Stockholm recently listed these United States as a backsliding democracy. The backsliding was never more depressingly evident than in the weeks after January 6th, when Mitch McConnell, after initially criticizing Donald Trump's role in the insurrection, said that he would support him if he were the party's nominee in 2024. Having stared into the abyss, Mitch McConnell pursued the darkness. Unlike Russia or Turkey, the United States is blessed with a deep experience of democratic rule, no matter how flawed. The courts, the Democratic Party, local election officials in both parties, the military, the media, no matter how deeply flawed, proved in 2020 that it was possible to resist the darkest ambitions of an autocratic president, an autocratic presidential would-be dictator. The guardrails of democracy and stability are hardly unassailable, but they are stronger than anything that Vladimir Putin or Recep Tayyip Erdogan has to contend with. In fact, in his attempt to be re-elected, Trump he did draw the largest Republican vote ever, and he still lost by 7 million votes. That, too, stands in the way of fatalism. The battle to preserve American democracy is not symmetrical. One party, the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican insurgency, now poses itself as an anti-majoritarian and anti-democratic cult, and it has become a party less focused on traditional policy values and ever more on tribal affiliation and resentments. A few figures, including Liz Cheney and Mitt Romney, know that this is a recipe for an authoritarian party, but there be no sign of what is required to reverse the most worrying trends. A broad-based effort among Republican leaders to stand up and join Democrats and independents in a coalition based on a reassertion of democratic values. Not so long ago, Walter might have been considered an alarmist. In 2018, Stephen Levitsky and Daniel Ziblatt published their Trump-era study entitled How Democracies Die, one of many books that sought to awaken American readers to the reality that the rule of law was under assault just as it was in much of the world. Levitsky would later say that until he read Walter and other well-respected scholars on the subject, he would have thought that warnings of civil war were overwrought. To quote his T at length and verbatim, we could be headed to recurring constitutional crises, periods of competitive authoritarian and minority rule, and episodes of pretty significant violence that could include bombings, assassinations, and rallies where people are killed. In 2020, we saw people being killed on the streets for political reasons, and even we could never have imagined January 6th. This isn't apocalypse, but it is a horrendous place to be. But there are two very different movements at once in the same country. This country is moving towards multiracial democracy for the first time. In the 21st century, we have a multiracial democratic majority supportive of a diverse society and of having the laws to ensure equal rights. That multiracial democratic majority is out there, and it can win popular elections. And then there is the Republican minority, which ever and always looks the other way as dangerous extremists act on its behalf. As the anniversary of the insurrection was observed, the greater drama was not obscured. We are a country capable of electing Barack Obama, and 8 years later, Donald Trump. We are capable of January 5th, when the state of Georgia elected 2 senators, a black African American and an American Jew, and January 6th, within 24 hours, when thousands stormed the Capitol in the name of a preposterous conspiracy theory. Let's hope the warnings about a new kind of civil war come as to nothing, and we can look back on books like Walter's as alarmist. But as we learned with the imperiled state of our climate, wishing does not make it so. It is in just such context that novels such as Omar El-Akkad's American War and Christopher Brown's Tropic of Kansas, both published circa 2017. Journalist Robert Evans's podcast, It Could Happen Here, running from 2019 till now, in our present, and films like Bushwick, released in 2017, have offered convincing and disturbing fictional treatments of what a new civil war would look like, while Stephen March's The Next Civil War, subtitled Dispatches from the American Future, published this year, circa 2022, promotes itself as the first nonfiction text to probe the question at length. It is not. But dispensing entirely with the question of whether the U.S. will experience a civil war, the subject of political scientist Barbara Walters' recent work entitled How Civil Wars Start, in order to focus on why, how, and where one could break out, the Canadian journalist March depicts 5 near-future scenarios in which the United States either collapses into a vicious armed conflict or breaks apart entirely. A standoff on an interstate bridge in the West draws far-right militias and a fierce federal crackdown. A divisive president is assassinated at a Jamba Juice by a webbed radicalized gunman. A mammoth hurricane erases New York City from the map, while worsening drought shrinks our nation's food supply, triggering a systemic collapse. A dirty bomb attack on the Capitol explodes into a violent free-for-all. In his final scenario, the Union divides into 4 separate nations that would each, so March contends, probably be saner, more normal, than the country left behind. March has made a real contribution by endeavoring to fill in the details for possible futures that remain, for most of you, the creatures of wee-hour anxieties and feverish imaginations. Yet the scenarios he offers are not always convincing. I don't know how the next civil war, should it come about, will begin, but I highly doubt it will be precipitated by agents of the Federal Highway Administration. As the militia standoff escalates at that bridge in his book, March relates, there are torch-lit rallies and banners with swastikas, and chants like, "You will not replace us," and "blood and soil." We're supposed to believe that all through this, the rebels maintain the support not only of locals, but also of a wide swath of the nation? I mean, remember, President Donald Trump's embrace of the far-right marchers in Charlottesville, Virginia, was widely rejected by the public and became an early and indelible stain on his presidency. Why would a military response to the bridge standoff even be necessary, given that the fictional encampment poses no immediate threat to life and limb? Would half the country really celebrate a presidential assassin as a heroic resistor, or countenance the bombing of a Los Angeles synagogue? It would take both more and less than March anticipates to propel these United States into violent conflict. Oddly, he never contemplates the likeliest scenario, the one narrowly averted in 2020, and as likely as not to develop in 2024, a seriously disputed presidential election, with 2 pretenders to the throne. March's final chapter, on the possibility of a new state secession movement triggering the breakup of these United States, most clearly demonstrates the limits of his imaginative approach. While secession may be the best-case scenario for these United States, he argues it is virtually impossible for it to happen. Why? Not because of Appomattox, or because the late Antonin Scalia once wrote a letter, often cited as if it were a binding opinion, stating that secession was unconstitutional. Rather, March leans heavily on his big discovery that a successful independence movement requires recognition from the United Nations Security Council, where the United States possesses a veto. QED. That's a Latin abbreviation for Quod Erat Demonstrandum, which was to be demonstrated. QED may appear at the conclusion of a text to signify that the author's overall argument has just been proven. Maybe except that elsewhere in the book he notes that if the United States crumbles, the peace and security of the global order falls. For a book so richly imagined in some respects, March seems to expect that the secession of one or another state or the dissolution of the Union in one fell swoop would occur in a tidy vacuum, an otherwise orderly world. Far more likely it would be the consequence, not the cause, of a massive and potentially violent constitutional crisis, perhaps combined with other scenarios March explores, such as widespread environmental catastrophe and economic collapse. Should that be the case, why assume the already hapless United Nations remains intact? To be sure, even if some of March's scenarios seem implausible, so would have the idea 3 years ago that if a deadly virus swept throughout our country, killing hundreds of thousands, a large percentage of the population would effectively side with the virus. The book's hypotheticals aren't much crazier than the prodigiously fucked up timeline we're already stuck in, only more developed, projected further into the future. For all its complacency-busting bravado, the book partakes uncritically in an oddly familiar array of cliches and platitudes. Despairing Americans today might take inspiration from, yes, the Pilgrims on Plymouth Rock, and their shining city on a hill. Likewise, the radical generosity of the Marshall Plan, which helped rebuild countries the U.S. military had just destroyed during World War II, stands as proof that hope worked. There was a lot more to it than that, as I have articulated throughout my career, and as you can read in The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II by Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon, that you can purchase at skybooksusa.com. It's hardly surprising that such blinkered lessons might be gleaned from a history with which the author often seems strikingly unfamiliar. He is a Canadian, after all. I mean, praising George Washington's 1796 warning to American citizens about the danger of parties, March solemnly suggests we revive the farewell address, as if his readers have not heard countless never-Trump pundits and impeachment prosecutors quote Washington's words incessantly for the past 7 years. Instead of an account of the harsh partisan reality behind Washington's rhetoric, the first president's fear, Washington's fear that the Union would soon dissolve, we get this bit of Asian Indian yellow house nigger Republican Dinesh D'Souza level anti-subtlety. Washington had built an extraordinary country and was in the act of handing it over peacefully. March does not seem to recognize that his rhetoric here partakes of the same sappy, united we stand brand of bluster that he elsewhere identifies, quite rightly, as vapid. The recent mainstreaming of the possibility of another civil war sometimes recalls the scene in Don't Look Up, that Netflix series, when the astrophysicists, played by Leonardo DiCaprio and Jennifer Lawrence, first appear on the set of the Morning Joe-like news show and can barely get the hosts to pay attention to their apocalyptic warning, sandwiched as it is between more titillating segments on a social media influencer's personal dramas. Only in the case of the Second Civil War book, the hosts do pay attention because the subject is titillating. What they desperately avoid discussing is the roots of America's problems in its undemocratic institutions inherited from the founding, and the legitimacy crisis in every branch of government. Just as it is easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism, our political culture seems more comfortable contemplating the prospect of a second civil war, the breakup of the Union, the fall of the Republic, than the adoption of the handful of reforms necessary to prevent such catastrophes from happening. Perhaps to keep his book from being simply a soft-core fantasia of various potential cataclysms, March closes with a rather mushy paean to American hope. He contends the nation must recover its revolutionary spirit, without seeming to notice that this is precisely what the rioters in D.C. last January also thought they were doing. To March, this would mean taking another look at America's ghostly Constitution. Through 10 pages earlier, he himself notes that the prospect of a new constitutional convention grows more remote every day. He himself writes that, to quote us therefrom, "At this point, disunion is among the best-case scenarios for the United States." Yet he can't help but lament all that would be thereby be lost. A glorious and transcendental vision of human beings, worth affirming in their differences, vital in their contradiction. For someone interested in the possibility of the United States experiencing a second civil war, March says remarkably little about the first, and that which he does say is unsatisfactory. On the eve of America's first civil war, the most intelligent, the most informed, the most dedicated people in the country could not foresee its arrival. He quotes the historian Henry Adams, the grandson of John Quincy Adams, recalling that not one man in America wanted the Civil War, or expected or intended it. But however useful Adams can often be as a witness to history, that statement is demonstrably wrong. His own grandfather famously predicted, as early as 1831, that the contest between slavery and freedom can only be settled, in his words, at the cannon's mouth. Over the next 3 decades, novels like The Partisan Leader, published 1836 by Nathaniel Beverly Tucker, Wild Southern Scenes by John Beauchamp Jones, and Anticipations of the Future by Edmund Ruffin, both those books published from 1860, vividly and gorily imagined what a civil war between North and South would look like. Ruffin ended up going down in Southern lore as the man who fired the first shot at Fort Sumter in 1861, presumably a role March has no interest in playing for the sequel. These days, talk of a looming civil war seems to reflect a deep-seated regret that the first one took place at all. Marsh offers the following writ: "The solution to the next civil war would be the solution to the crises America already faces. If America cannot solve these problems now, why would it be able to solve them after widespread violence?" I don't know. Last time, however, it was because the forces standing in the way of a lasting solution had been militarily defeated, their reincorporation into the body politic premised on their acceptance of systemic reforms that would have been unthinkable had they not rebelled. March twice mentions He mentions the failure of Reconstruction, never its epoch-shifting successes. The abolition of slavery, the rewriting of the Constitution to embed the precept of equality for the first time. The armed occupation of the former Confederacy may have failed, done in by the same kind of intermittent guerrilla violence we may be facing in the years ahead, but the Reconstruction amendments endured, at least partly. I guess maybe he's a bit white supremacist as a Canadian. There's not many coloreds up there, you know. Though this fact is little acknowledged by today's proponents of a third Reconstruction, the second in this schema was the civil rights movement of the 1960s, that decade into which I was born into this vale of tears. The first one was only possible because it had been preceded by a war. In that context, my dream of chaos in the streets of San Francisco continues to spook and confound myself. I cannot subscribe to the accelerationist idea that violence can be purifying, yet it seems odd that neither Marsh nor other commentators on the possibility of a civil war acknowledge that even worse than widespread political violence would be uncontested descent into the right-wing authoritarianism, unilateral surrender to Republican plans for permanent minority rule. The writer Malcolm Harris recently observed how strange it is that liberals can worry this much about a coming civil war without thinking once about how to win it. To frame the coming crisis as something we must do everything possible to avoid only benefits those forces that will present themselves as on the side of peace and order, yet harbor profoundly radical plans for reshaping this country as a white republic. We are not exempt from history. Nothing good has ever been preserved, and nothing better ever created without a critical mass. A critical mass, as in the fusion trigger of a bomb, of people, en masse willing to insist upon it. In 1860, the remnants of the defunct Whig Party, torn apart 5 years earlier by divisions over slavery, regathered under the banner of the Constitutional Union Party. They adopted a simple, catchy slogan: the Union as it is, the Constitution as it is. And rejecting both secession and Lincoln's anti-slavery platform, they wanted to go back to the old way of doing things, the tradition of time-buying trade-offs and periodic compromises to smooth over sectional strife. That party's presidential candidate won 12.6% of the national vote. Today, the Union as it is, the Constitution as it is, has become the effective rallying cry of political elites and much of the chatterati. It rings as hollow now as it did then. Stasis is no longer an option. Most striking in reading about the 1861 secession crises and the outbreak of war is the palpable sense of hope and optimism among the Northern public, the sense that the cracking up of the Union might in the end prove to have been necessary for it to be put back together in some new and nobler form. 2 weeks after Lincoln's election, with the South's departure from the Union already likely, the editors of a Republican paper in Indiana, fearful the new administration would compromise with the Southern insurrectionists, declared themselves, and I read therefrom, heartily tired of having this threat stare us in the face evermore. We never have been better prepared for such a crisis than now. We most ardently desire that it may come. Our voice is for war. If it be bloody, fierce, and devastating, be it so. The time has come now to press the point. On the edge of civil war? The next U.S. Civil War is already here. We just refuse to see it. The conservative right has recognized that the system is in collapse, and it has a plan. Violence and solidarity with treasonous far-right factions. Nobody wants what's coming, so nobody wants to see what's coming. The political problems are both structural and immediate. The crisis both long-standing and accelerating. On the eve of the first Civil War, the most intelligent, the most informed, the most dedicated people in these United States could not see it coming. Even when Confederate soldiers began their bombardment of Fort Sumter, nobody believed that conflict was inevitable. The North was so unprepared for the war that they had no weapons. In Washington, in the winter of 1861, Henry Adams, the grandson of John Quincy Adams, declared that not one man in America wanted the Civil War or expected or intended it. South Carolina Senator James Chestnut, who did more than most to bring on the advent of the catastrophe, promised to drink all the blood spilled in the entire conflict. The common wisdom at the time was that he would have to drink not a thimble. The United States today is, once again, headed for civil war. And once again, it cannot bear to face it. The political problems for both structural, well, they're both structural and immediate, as I said. The crisis both long-standing and accelerating. The American political system has become so overwhelmed by anger that even the most basic tasks of government are increasingly impossible. The legal system grows less legitimate by the day. Trust in government at all levels is in free fall. Or, like Congress, with approval ratings hovering around 20%, cannot fall any lower. Right now, elected sheriffs openly promote resistance to federal authority. Right now, militias train and arm themselves in preparation to bring about the fall of our republic. Right now, doctrines of a radical, unachievable, messianic freedom spread across the internet, on talk radio, on cable television, in the malls. The consequences of the breakdown of the American system is only now beginning to be felt. January 6th wasn't a goddamn wake-up call, it was a rallying cry. The Capitol Police have seen threats against members of Congress increase by 107%. Fred Upton, Republican representative from Michigan, recently shared a message he had received, which read, "I hope you fucking die. I hope everybody in your family fucking dies." And it's not just politicians, but anyone involved in the running of the electoral system. Death threats have become a standard aspect of the work life of electoral supervisors and school board members. A third of poll workers in the aftermath of 2020 said they felt unsafe. Under such conditions, party politics have become mostly a distraction. The parties and the people in the parties no longer matter much one way or the other. Blaming one side or the other offers a perverse species of hope. If only more moderate Republicans were in office, if only bipartisanship could be restored to what it was. Such hopes are not only reckless, but irresponsible. The problem is not who is in power, but the structures of power. The United States has burned before. The Vietnam War, civil rights protests, the assassinations of JFK and MLK, Watergate, all were national catastrophes which remain in living memory. But these United States has never faced an institutional crisis quite like the one it is facing now. Trust in the institutions was much higher during the 1960s when I first laid my eyes upon this sorry world. The Civil Rights Act had the broad support of both parties. JFK's murder was mourned collectively as a national tragedy. The Watergate scandal, in hindsight, was evidence of the system working. The press reported presidential crimes. Americans took the press seriously. The political parties felt they needed to respond, to the reported corruption. You could not make a single one of those statements today with any confidence. Two things are happening at the same time. Most of the American right have abandoned faith in government as such. Their politics is increasingly the politics of the gun. The American left is slower on the uptake, but they are starting to figure out that the system which they give the name of democracy is less deserving of that name every year. An incipient illegitimacy crisis is underway. Whoever is elected in 2022 or in 2024. According to a University of Virginia analysis of census projections, by 2040, 30% of the population will control 68% of the Senate. Of course, that 30% will be completely white and will govern us as an apartheid state. Whereas 8 states in union will contain half the population of America, all colored, with effectively no vote. No representation, and taxation without representation was supposed to be the rationalization for the original American Revolution. We will be South Africa writ large. The Senate malapportionment givest advantages overwhelmingly to white hillbillies. Fish-belly white, non-college educated voters. The dumbest motherfuckers among us. White trash pieces of shit. In the near future, a Democratic candidate could win the popular vote by many, many millions of votes and still lose. Do the math. The federal system no longer represents the will of the American people. The radicalized white right is preparing for a breakdown of law and order, but they are also overtaking the forces of law and order. Hard right organizations have now infiltrated so many police forces, the connections number in the hundreds, that they have become unreliable allies in the struggle against domestic terrorism. The white supremacists in these United States are not a marginal force. They are inside our institutions. They are now our institutions. Our institutions are political police forces for white supremacy. Recent calls to reform or to defund the police have focused on officers' implicit bias or policing techniques. The protesters are, in a sense, too hopeful. Activist white supremacists in positions of authority are the real threat to American order and security. Anti-government patriots, if you can understand that term or wrap your brain around that oxymoron, have exploited the reaction against Black Lives Matter effectively to build a base of support with law enforcement. Michael German, a former FBI agent who worked undercover against domestic terrorists during the 1990s, knows that the white power sympathies within police departments prevent pursuit of any domestic terrorism cases. To quote his T at length and verbatim, he said, "One of the best tactics was adopting the Blue Lives Matter patch. I'm flabbergasted that police fell for that they actually support these groups. It would be one thing if anti-government patriots had uniformly decided not to target police anymore, but they haven't. They're the ones killing police. And the police are too stupid to get it, that the people you're coddling, that you're taking photographs and selfies with, are the same people who elsewhere kill you." If you look at how authoritarian regimes come into power, they tacitly authorize a group of political thugs to use violence against their political enemies. That ends up with a lot of street violence. And the general public gets upset about the street violence and says, "Government, you have to do something about this street violence." And the government says, "Oh, my hands are tied. Give me a broad enabling power, and I will go after these thugs. And of course, once that broad power is granted, it isn't used to target any thugs. They either become part of the official security apparatus or an auxiliary force. The 2015 FBI Counterterrorism Guide instructs FBI agents on white supremacist cases to never put them on the terrorist watch list, as agents would normally do for people of any other color, because the police could then look at the watch list and determine that they are their friends. So those watch lists Agent German references are among the most effective techniques of counterterrorism, but the FBI is not allowed, not only can the FBI not use them, they're not allowed to even list them. The current state of American law enforcement reveals an extreme contradiction. The order it imposes is rife with the forces that provoke domestic terrorism. Just consider, according to the Military Times itself, the year before yesteryear, 2019, 36% of active duty soldiers testified to have witnessed white supremacist and racist ideologies in the military. At this supreme moment of crisis, the left has divided into warring factions, completely incapable of confronting the seriousness of this moment. There are liberals who retain an unjustifiable faith that their institutions can save them when it is clear, utterly clear, that they cannot. Then there are the woke, educational, and political elites dedicated to a discourse of willed impotence. Any institution founded by the woke simply eats itself. See Time's Up, the Women's March, etc., becoming irrelevant to any but a diminishing cadre of insiders who spend most of their time figuring out how to shred whoever's left. They render themselves powerless faster than their enemies can. What the American left needs now is allegiance, not allyship. It must abandon any imagined fantasies about the sanctity of governmental institutions that long ago gave up any claim to legitimacy. Stack the Supreme Court, end the filibuster, make Washington, D.C. a state, and let the white dogs howl. And now, before it is too late, the moment the right takes control of institutions, they will use them to overthrow democracy in its most basic forms. They are already rushing to dissolve whatever norms stand in the way of their complete and total empowerment. The right has recognized what the left has not: that the system is in total collapse. The right has a plan. It involves violence and solidarity. They have not abjured even the Oath Keepers. The left, meanwhile, has chosen infighting as their sport. There will be those who say that warnings of a new civil war is alarmist. All I can say is that reality has outpaced even the most alarmist predictions. Imagine going back just 10 years and explaining that a Republican president would openly support the dictatorship of North Korea. No conspiracy theorist would have dared to dream it. Anyone who foresaw dimly. The trends were apparent. Their ends were not. It would be entirely possible for these United States to implement a modern electoral system, to restore the legitimacy of the courts, to reform our police forces, to root out domestic terrorism, to alter our tax code to address inequality, to prepare our cities and our agriculture for the effects of climate change, to regulate and to control the mechanisms of violence. All of these futures are possible. There is one hope, however, that must be rejected outright. the hope that everything will work out by itself, that America will bumble along into better times. It will not! Americans have believed their country is an exception, a necessary nation. If history has shown us anything, it's that the world doesn't have any necessary nations other than Japan. The United States needs to recover its revolutionary spirit. And I don't mean that as some kind of inspirational quote. I mean that if it is to survive, the United States will have to recover its revolutionary spirit. The crises the United States now faces in its basic governmental functions are so profound that they require starting over. The founders understood that government is supposed to work for living people rather than for a bunch of old white ghosts. And now they're white and ghostly. Their ghostly white constitution, worshipped like a religious document, is strangling the spirit that animated their enterprise. The idea that you mold politics to suit people, not the other way around. Does the country have the humility to acknowledge that its old orders no longer work? Does it have the courage to begin again? As it managed so spectacularly at the birth of its nationhood, the United States requires the boldness to invent a new politics for a new era. It is entirely possible that it might do so. America is, after all, a country devoted to reinvention. Once again, as before, the hope for America is Americans. But it is time to face what the Americans of the 1850s found so difficult to face. The system is broken all along the line. The situation is clear, and the choice is basic. Reinvention or fall. I am your George Washington in this. No one else can literally reconstitute your union. And were I to be granted the secular power that is needed for the American empire to survive in a world of enemies seeking to destroy us, the first thing I would do is increase our population to confront those enemies. Russia realizes it's only a satrap, a puppet of communist China. China has 1 billion people, but their population is imploding. This will be their downfall. I would aim as an ideal objective toward bringing enough immigrants to America so that we would have a population of 1 billion Americans, and thus be capable of overwhelming even the emergent enemies such as Asian India. As for war on the other side of the Atlantic, our arc of narrative tonight will take us from Europe to Far East Asia and cross the Pacific back toward striving to abort our civil war this side of the world, if time permits. We've had a cyber attack on Ukraine that's also raising alarms in the markets, and the Russia-Belarus drills, the Russian troops arriving in their ally satellite state of White Russia, Belarus, for joint exercises, and of the Ukrainian conflict fears. United Germany continues to maintain that diplomacy is the only way, ever afraid of being seen the aggressor that people will accuse them to be, claiming that they're trying to reestablish a Fourth Reich. Putin presents a profound threat to peace in Europe as the drumbeat of war sounds on the Russo-Ukrainian border, and an aging Vladimir Putin hopes war can make a sagging empire rise again. Europe has a long and bloody history of wars, of borders brutally contested, of nations and empires carving destructive furrows far from home. But a sad harvest of sorrow and loss after the Second World War was followed by decades of relative peace and prosperity, even during a Cold War that did not become hot. Today, that peace is being severely tested by Russian dictator Vladimir Putin as he masses troops on Ukraine's border, and diplomats are raising the alarm in stark terms. The U.S. ambassador to the 57-nation globe-straddling OCSE, the Organization for Cooperation and Security in Europe, Michael Carpenter, warned on Thursday that European security is facing a crisis and that the drumbeat of war is sounding loud. Putin, whose nation buried tens of millions of its own in European wars, is unearthing fresh grievances about the post-World War peace, specifically the role of NATO, the transatlantic defensive alliance, and counterpoint to Russia's predecessor, the Soviet Union. Last summer, in a 20-page document citing centuries of blood-spattered history, Putin laid claim to Ukraine, which in 1991 regained its independence following the Soviet Union's collapse, stating Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians are all descendants of the ancient Rus, which was the largest state in Europe. He concluded, our spiritual, human, and civilizational ties, formed for centuries, have their origins in the same sources. True sovereignty of Ukraine is possible only in partnership with Russia. As commander of the world's fifth largest army, and barely halfway through an expected almost 4-decade rule, Putin is setting the stage to stake his claim just as his ancestors did, positioning forces on Ukraine's border, awaiting his command. Having already invaded Crimea in 2014, fears Russian troops will again cross the border have never been higher. This past week of talks, bilaterally with the United States in Geneva on Monday, with NATO in Brussels, European capital, on Wednesday, culminating in the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which is the world's largest security-oriented intergovernmental organization, founded in 1975, with its mandate including issues such as arms control, promotion of human rights, freedom of the press, and fair elections. Meeting with Putin in Vienna on Thursday, which were all meant to ease tensions, all seem to have achieved the opposite and entrenched Putin's emissaries in hostile rhetoric. Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov set the tone on Monday, demanding ironclad, waterproof, bulletproof, legally binding guarantees, not assurances, not safeguards, guarantees, that NATO deny Ukraine and others membership and roll back to 1997 lines. 2 days later, after NATO talks in Brussels, another Deputy Foreign Minister, Alexander Grushko, threatened force if they don't get what they want. He's so saying that we have a set of legal military technical measures that we will apply if we feel a real threat to our security, and we already feel it. By Thursday, when talks reached the OSCE, whose territory circumnavigates the northern hemisphere, from Russia's easternmost frozen tundra to Alaska's icy western tip, and where both Russia and Ukraine are members, a diplomatic permafrost had formed. Russia's OSCE ambassador, Alexander Lukashevich, warned of a moment of truth, with catastrophic consequences if Russia's principles are violated. Let me gather my breath here. Give me a second to try and look up some of the other things these idiots said, and I can relate them. Okay. Unto you. There we are. Okay, got it. Now, by Russian design, or the stuttering effects of stalling diplomacy, the talks are seeding spiraling consequences. The same day last week, Ukrainians woke to a massive cyber attack taking down government websites. Russia, of course, denies responsibility. Actually, it doesn't even go bother to go so far as deny it. They just aren't speaking. But Europe's top diplomat, Josep Borrell, left little doubt who he knows was behind the cyber attack, promising countermeasures to the attack by saying, to quote his T, "We are going to mobilize all our resources to help Ukraine to tackle this cyber attack. Sadly, we knew it could happen. It's difficult to say who is behind it. I can't blame anybody as I have no proof, but we can imagine." In these United States, President Joe Biden's National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, on Thursday, suggested Putin may have given up on talks, with none scheduled in the days ahead, and on Friday, into this weekend, the United States raised the stakes further, charging that Moscow had pre-positioned a group of operatives to execute an operation designed to look like an attack on them, or Russian-speaking people in Ukraine, to create a reason for a potential invasion. That's according to Pentagon spokesperson John Kirby. So what happens next? On Friday, into this weekend, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky invited Biden and Putin to hold three-way talks to discuss the security situation. That's according to Ukrainian state media outlet Ukrinforum, that I'm reading this from, so that you, as an American, can finally know what's ongoing in the world. And by the way, the Russian bots are attacking us nonstop right now. They certainly don't want this to continue. Now, on Friday, in Moscow, Putin's long-serving foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, has stated he believes NATO needs to make the next move, warning that the West got carried away, and tapping into Russian folklore, hinting that Putin's diplomacy may have run its course, himself so saying, "We have been harnessing slowly, but now it's time for us to ride. We are waiting for answers from our colleagues. Written answers, put on paper." But Jens Stoltenberg, NATO's Secretary General, told CNN on Wednesday that it's up to Russia to respond to NATO's diplomatic outreach on arms control talks and other reciprocal military agreements, himself going on record to say, "We are waiting for the answer to our proposal to convene a meeting addressing a wide range of important issues for European security." Now, the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, also indicated that 'tis the U.S. waiting on the Russian president. Thursday, the secretary asked, is he going to choose the path of diplomacy and dialogue to resolve some of these problems, or is he going to pursue confrontation and aggression? Now, that wait is reawakening uncomfortable memories for Europeans. Denmark's foreign minister, Jeppe Kofod, branded Putin's actions totally unacceptable, saying he is trying to take us back to the coldest, darkest days of the Cold War. Oh, more than that, he's trying to take you back to World War II. But with Putin seemingly adamant he will not back down, history's shadow is pressing on the shoulders of leaders across the continent who are becoming increasingly aware that fateful decisions may lie ahead. There are few things more dangerous than the nostalgia of old men. We see the consequences of their longing for time gone by wherever we look around the world today. In Brazil, President Jair Bolsonaro blatantly yearns for a country more like that of his youth, when he was a freshly minted artillery officer and a military junta, ruled without the slightest concern for the will of the people. And how long will Joe Biden pretend Narendra Modi's India is a democratic ally? The U.S. would like to see India as an ideological and strategic counter to China's rise, but it is becoming increasingly difficult to overlook India's fast declining democratic standards. The daily assaults on civil liberties and the threats to India's Muslim minority under Modi's Hindu nationalist BJP, the Bharatiya Janata Party, have noticeably increased since Modi's re-election in 2019. Hate speech is rife. Peaceful dissent is criminalized. freedom of expression and association faces new constraints, and the jails are filling up with political prisoners and peaceful dissenters as a servile judiciary looks away. Democracy is the one word that gets thrown around a lot when India and America talk about their relationship. Democracy forms the basis of the shared values and the common bond between the natural partners, all phrases that invariably pop up in the communiques of their engagement. The world's oldest democracy, which America is not, and the world's largest democracy, which India no longer is, won't let the world forget why they're in it together. And so it was when President Joe Biden sprack with Prime Minister Narendra Modi over the phone on the 8th day in February of yesteryear, for the first time since the new U.S. administration had taken power. Only the new American president seemed to think that it wouldn't be a bad idea to remind India of the two nations' common bond as well. A White House statement on the meeting said, the president underscored his desire to defend democratic institutions and norms around the world and noted that a shared commitment to democratic values is the bedrock for the U.S.-India relationship. Now, earlier that same month, India had already slipped 2 more places to 53rd in the Economist Intelligence Unit's Democracy Index from 27th place in 2014. Sweden's VDAM Institute now lists India among the top 10 countries most quickly becoming autocracies, adding that it is on the verge of losing its status as a democracy due to the severely shrinking of space for the media, civil society, and any opposition. In fact, on that same day, Disha Ravi, a 21-year-old climate activist, was arrested for the allegedly seditious act of sharing and editing a Google document for activists supporting the ongoing farmers' protest. And warrants were out against more activists for the same conspiracy. The strongman style of Narendra Modi, who likes to boast of bearing his broad 56-inch chest. Yeah, like he's King Kong, he beats it. 56 inches worth a hairy torso that he runs his sausage-like fingers through that hair like it was a shag carpet or something. Maybe he's trying to generate enough static electricity to power his nation, has started attracting greater international attention as a result of his handling of the farmers' protest yesteryear. The farmers had been massing on the outskirts of the capital of New Delhi for months by that time, demanding a rollback of new laws aimed at encouraging corporate role in agriculture that would leave subsistence farmers as refugees in their own nation. Modi's government has refused to accede to the demand and tried to defame and demonize the protesters as terrorists. Subsistence farmers, mind you. Terrorists. When international celebrities such as Rihanna, Greta Thunberg, Susan Sarandon, and Vice Presidentess Kamala Harris's niece, Meena Harris, lent their voices to the subsistence farmers' cause, India's government seemed to take a page from Red China's book, going full wolf warrior, with a foreign ministry-led hashtag firestorm aimed at vested interest groups and foreign collaborators. Some of the vilest troll attacks, a signature technique of the BJP to gag and discredit critics, had been directed at Meena Harris, the niece of our vice presidentess, who highlighted the arrest and alleged sexual assault of a 23-year-old trade unionist. In all, a nightmare for Biden, who took the helm at a time when communist China is consolidating its global power and influence while the domestic mood in these United States remains decidedly focused inward. He's expected to rebuild American capacity at home, even as American geopolitical interests require more attention than ever before. Biden's golden balance is a global coalition of democracies to collectively take on Red China. On the campaign trail, Biden had promised to convene a summit for democracy to renew the spirit and shared purpose of the nations of the free world. In office, he's pushing in the same direction, The Quad, a strategic forum of 4 Indo-Pacific democracies. These United States, the Empire of Japan, Australia, and Asian India featured prominently in the White House statement on the conversation with Narendra Modi. But for America's new principled alliance of democracies against Red China to work, the constituents of the coalition need to be, well, democratic. Pressing Red China on human rights while ignoring gross violations by allies is not a good look for the new leader of the free world, especially one who projects himself as the moral opposite of his blatantly transactional predecessor. This is where the Modi government's increasingly undisguised tyranny becomes a Biden problem. The market-friendly right-wing BJP had always been a good bet for American interests in India's once predominantly left/center-left political milieu that was hostile to liberal market reforms and any strong association with these United States. Modi's rise to national power in 2014, signaling the country and the party's move ever further right, opened fresh pathways to increase American influence in India. It came with its own set of complications, but both sides did well to manage them. Much was made of Modi and Barack Obama's bromance, but the embrace was an uneasy one. The very public display of affection, of hugs and hand-holdings, only served to hide underlying tensions. On his first trip to the U.S., Obama pointedly took Modi on a tour of the Martin Luther King Memorial. And later, he wrote in Time magazine, "Narendra and I visited the memorial to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. We reflected on the teachings of King and Gandhi, and how the diversity of backgrounds and faiths in our countries is a strength we have to protect." The subtext was hard to miss. During his tenure, Obama also urged India to uphold religious freedoms and lamented that Gandhi would have been shocked by the acts of religious intolerance that India was witnessing. In Modi, the United States had an Indian leader prepared to overcome the hesitations of history, as the Prime Minister himself put it at a 2016 joint session, I believe, of U.S. lawmakers, and bandwagon with the world's only superpower. Still, it was never going to be easy for the U.S. to fully embrace a leader whose visa it had denied for a decade for his role in a genocidal program of Muslim extermination. A ban Obama lifted only when it became clear that Modi was actually coming into power. But Donald Trump had no such ideological dilemmas. Hindu supremacism found a natural ally in white supremacism. As Modi returned to power with a thumping majority in 2019 and implemented his hardline agenda with a series of steps, such as dismembering India's only Muslim-majority state, Jammu and Kashmir, and introducing a citizenship law that discriminates against Muslims, the Trump administration barely made any noise. On his trip to New Delhi, even as the city burned in days-long religious riots instigated by BJP leaders, Trump never uttered a single word. Biden can't afford that kind of silence. He takes the presidency at a time when the attacks on civil liberties in India have increased manifold and has the global awareness thereof. A Muslim man in India can now be jailed for marrying a Hindu woman. A Muslim boy can be jailed for walking a Hindu girl home. A Muslim comedian can be jailed for a joke not made. A Muslim actor can face criminal charges for playing a character who mouths lines that offend Hindu sentiments. A Muslim journalist can be jailed for simply doing his job. A Muslim cricket coach can be forced out of his job at a state team for praying. If Biden's domestic constituency expects him to ensure racial justice and repudiate white supremacy at home, he's going to find it hard to justify pandering to other kinds of supremacists abroad. If upholding democratic institutions, ravaged by the Trump years, is a priority at home, ignoring the abuse of governing institutions elsewhere opens him up to charges of double standards. In their phone conversation, Modi and Biden, for example, resolved that the rule of law and the democratic process must be upheld in Burma. Diplomatic platitudes like these are almost laughable given the collapse of India's own democratic credentials. Incidentally, both Myanmar and India have responded to protests the same way, by restricting the internet. India leads the world in internet shutdowns, followed by Myanmar. Indo-American relations have come a long way from the Cold War days, when India was a firm Soviet camp follower and deeply suspicious of American motives in the region, while the American empire was committed to Pakistan and pursuing Red China. In his book called The White House Years, Henry Kissinger wrote, "Our relations with India had achieved a state of exasperatedly strained cordiality, like a couple that can neither separate nor get along." Much has changed since. The geopolitics of the region had been turned on its fucking head. Indian and American interests have never been more aligned. Defense and commercial ties never any stronger. After decades of balancing between the communist Chinese and American empires, India has picked its side and gone all in with a distant ally to hedge against its near foe. The United States, for its part, finds in Modi a dependable ally. Strained cordiality has given way to a newfound intimacy. But if Modi's India doesn't find a way to reverse its democratic decline, the couple will find themselves in much the same limbo of the Kissinger years, neither separate because of the communist Chinese compulsion, nor able to get along. Now, this was highlighted just yestermenses, last month, the last month of last year, with what I watched for. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin opened the first full work week in the last month of last year by meeting in New Delhi, capital of Asian India, on Pearl Harbor Attack Eve Day, for the first time in person since 2019, personalizing India and Russia, signing a pact for AK-203 rifles, while renewing military cooperation for another 10 years. In terms of highlights of that story, India and Russia signed a 51 billion rupees contract that Monday, as dated the 6th day in December yesteryear, for the joint manufacturing of over 500,000 AK-203 assault rifles at a factory in Uttar Pradesh's Amethi region. How do you even use 500,000 machine guns, submachine guns that people can carry? They might as well make one for every human on Earth and pass them out for free to every one of us so we can all kill each other. A bilateral meeting occurred between the defense minister Rajnath Singh and his Russian colleague Sergei Shoigu that sealed that agreement. And according to the authorities, the two empires also extended their military technical cooperation agreement for the years from 2021 through 2031. That day, Rajnath Singh tweeted, "India deeply appreciates Russia's strong support for India. We hope that our cooperation will bring peace, prosperity, and stability to the entire region. Glad that a number of agreements /contracts/protocols were signed pertaining to small arms and military cooperation." Now, said news was released as Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin set to meet for their annual meeting that very evening. The two sides were also stepping up defense cooperation on co-production and co-development of military equipment and platforms. Ahead of the summit, India cleared the long-pending AK-203 Kalashnikov rifles deal worth nearly 5,000 crore of rupees for production of over 5 lakh such rifles at Korwa in Amethi by an Indo-Russian or Russo-Indian joint venture. And the center has since given its approval for a gun manufacturing factory in Amethi, Uttar Pradesh, to produce over 5 lakh of high-powered AK-203 rifles. We're talking millions of AK-203s. These are like, the contemporary AK-203 will be manufactured in collaboration with Russia, which produced the original AK-47 that it's supposed to be an upgrade thereof. This assault rifle uses the significantly bigger 7.62 millimeter ammunition, which has superior penetrating force, whereas comparable guns use the smaller 5.56 millimeter rounds, which have less stopping power. So we're talking about, imagine an AK-47 with bigger bullets, and the Asian Indians are producing millions of them. The contemporary version of the Russian origin rifle is lightweight and sturdy, with an effective range of 300 fucking meters. That's more than 3 football fields away, people. That means you can cut people in half 3 football fields away. And the Asian Indians are manufacturing millions of them. Talks were set to address arms deals. Russia is India's largest weapon supplier. India is taking delivery of missiles that are part of a $5 billion deal, and they should have drawn U.S. sanctions. Vladimir Putin's visit to India was significant. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's brief but important visit to India was watched by the world. Putin, who has never traveled much outside of Russia during the pandemic, was making that trip to Delhi at a time when the pandemic was still raging in both his own country and on the Indian subcontinent. He has only otherwise traveled to Geneva, Switzerland for the summit meeting with U.S. President Joe Biden. That was his second visit outside Russia last year. India, however, has a historical relationship with the Russian Empire spanning over the last 7 decades. While the relationship has stagnated in some areas and atrophied in some others, the strongest pillar of the strategic partnership has always been over the defense basket. And although New Delhi has consciously diversified its new purchases from other countries, the bulk of its defense equipment is from Russia. Estimates say 70% of India's supplies are from the Russian Empire, and New Delhi needs regular and reliable supply from Russia for all the spare parts from the Russian defense industry. In fact, Modi has held informal summits with only 2 countries: Xi Jinping of the Communist Chinese Empire and Vladimir Putin of the Russian Empire. At this time of tension at the border, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh had discussed the issue of defense equipment supply and purchase of new systems, like the S-400 missile defense system, with the Russian top brass in the military and government. So, flowing from the understanding that Russia has leverage over Beijing because of recent proximity, and New Delhi has had a history of robust bilateral ties with Moscow, the present outreach, this practically happened yesterday, is significant. The two sides, personified by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, focused on a shared concern of terrorism as a common threat to both countries and the region, as the security situation emanating out of Taliban-ruled Afghanistan remains challenging. The Indian Express then reported that the two sides have worked very closely on the issue of threats of terrorism, terrorist financing, flow of arms, and drug trade, and such was reflected in the joint statement after Putin met Modi. The Indian Express top government sources pointed out that Delhi and Moscow have worked together on at least 3 major multilateral groupings: the RIC, RIC, the Russia, India, China; the BRICS, the BRICS, or Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa; and the SCO, the CSO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And the conversation will be carried forward at the bilateral meetings as well into the future. In fact, to strengthen the bilateral mechanism, a new format, the 2+2 ministerial meeting between the foreign and defense ministers of both sides, also took place that Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day, ahead of the Putin-Modi bilateral summit in the evening. So far, India has 2+2 ministerial formats only with the Quad countries: these United States, the Empire of Japan, and Australia. An official said that in the recent RIC, the Russia-India-China meeting, India had negotiated hard on including reference to the FATF, the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force, and the Russo-Indian Defense Pacts. Oh, the leaders. They set up a framework for military and technical cooperation over the next decade, with Putin reassuring Modi that Russia's deepening relationship with Beijing is not at the expense of Asian India. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and the Indian PM Modi have met more than a dozen times in their careers. Visits by Russian presidents to India always invoke a sense of nostalgia. The Moscow-Delhi relationship dates back to the Cold War, and it has been strong ever since. So this all-weather partnership is one of the success stories of global diplomacy and provided a high mark for Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi to live up to when they met in Delhi. But beyond the big-ticket defense deals, trade announcements, handshakes, and Mr. Modi's trademark bear hugs, with his bare and hairy 56-inch chest, the two countries also had to overcome serious challenges. And that is largely down to the different geopolitical choices the two countries have made in recent months and even years. How they solve these issues will influence regional and global politics. You see, there's Indo-American ties and the Red China factor. The growing Indo-American relations is one irritant that has loomed large over that Delhi-Moscow ties, more so than in the past decade. Mr. Modi even held a big rally for Donald Trump in 2020 when he visited India. It was a vibrant show of support for Washington under autocracy. Now, Moscow largely overlooked such irritants, even though its own relations with Washington steadily deteriorated in recent years. But Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov chose to speak openly when India joined the Quad, the alliance involving the United States, the Japanese Empire, and Australia. The group said the Quad was a non-military alliance and wasn't aimed at a specific country, but Mr. Lavrov didn't seem to agree. He said the West was trying to engage India in anti-China games by promoting Indo-Pacific strategies. And the former Indian diplomat Anil Trigunayat, who served in Moscow, has acknowledged that the Quad is yet another red line for Russia, and this was most definitely part of the discussion between the two dictators. Moscow's worries about the Quad can be understood from its growing relations with Beijing in recent years. Mr. Trigunayat added that Russia has been compelled to forge closer ties with Red China to secure its economic and geopolitical interests in Asia, as the U.S.-led West also seeks to dominate the region. Now, China's deteriorating ties with the American empire also appear to have pushed Beijing and Moscow closer. What complicates the matter further is that Sino-Indian relations have been recently tense. Troops from the two countries fought a deadly clash in Ladakh's Galwan Valley with clubs and stones, which left 20 Asian Indian soldiers dead. Red China later accepted that some of its soldiers had also died in those clashes. In this context, Mr. Putin's visit was important to uphold the special relationship. The Eurasian superpowers have several areas where they can and will look to cooperate. Afghanistan is one of them. It was most definitely part of the discussion as Delhi tries to stay relevant in Afghanistan. Pakistan, India's neighbor and arch rival, now has better strategic depth in Afghanistan, as it has, by all evidence, formed an informal alliance with Russia, Iran, and Red China. Moscow can help Delhi recover the lost ground in Afghanistan, as the two have shared concerns about the future of the country. Per Græcororszámãn, senior defense analyst at the U.S.-based RAND, or Research and Development Corporation, think tank, both Russia and India are wary of the Taliban and the Haqqani network, and the potential for terrorism coming out of Afghanistan and impacting their empires. So Afghanistan really is an area of strong agreements between New Delhi and Moscow. As aforesaid, India and Russia are already partners in several multinational forums like the BRICS, which also involves Brazil, China, and South Africa, the Shanghai Cooperation Council, or organization, which also involves Red China, Pakistan, and several Central Asian countries, and the RIC, the RIC, of Russia, India, and Communist China. These forums give an opportunity to Moscow and Delhi to work together closely on both bilateral and global issues. And given China is a member in these forums, Moscow can use its influence, even if it's not done publicly, to ensure both Beijing and Delhi continue to engage with each other to maintain peace at their disputed border. But that brings us back to trade and defense, because the showpiece of that visit, yestermensis last month, or yesteranis last year by this point, was the delivery of the Russia-made S-400 missile defense system to India. It's one of the most sophisticated surface-to-air defense systems in the world. It has a range of 400 kilometers, that's 248 miles, and it can shoot down up to 80 targets simultaneously, aiming 2 missiles at each one. The system gives India crucial strategic deterrence against Red China and Pakistan, and that is the reason why it went ahead with the order despite threats of American sanctions. Now, Washington has put several Russian firms under sanctions. The CAATSA, CAATSA, Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, was introduced in 2017 to target Russia, Iran, and North Korea with economic and political sanctions. It also prohibits any country from signing defense deals with these nations. And while the deal may create tensions between these United States and India, Moscow appears to be satisfied with Delhi's stand. It will be interesting to see how India balances ties with the two superpowers under the shadow of the S-400 deal. Indian diplomats feel the decision to buy S-400 also upholds India's famed practice of strategic autonomy, insisting that the American empire should respect that. The aforecited Mr. Trigunayat adds that India's large defense budget also gives it strategic advantage, himself going on record to say that most global relationships are transactional, and it's true for Moscow and Delhi as well. Now, India is the world's second largest arms importer, accounting for about 10% of global defense trade. That's according to a report by the defense think tank CPRI. Moscow continues to be India's largest arms supplier, even though its share has dropped to 49% from 70% due to India's decision to diversify its portfolio and boost domestic defensive manufacturing. The United States was India's second largest supplier between 2011, the year of my late and sainted Cyrus's murder, and 2015, after Russia, but it fell behind France and Israel in the period between 2016 and 2021. Washington would want to do better, and analysts say that gives India leverage. Russia is also trying to boost its defense export to India, and some major deals were announced this last Pearl Harbor attack eve day. However, commercial trade between the two countries has remained far below their potential. Bilateral trade in 2019, at pre-pandemic levels, stood at $11 billion, and it was skewed in Russia's favor as it exported goods and services worth $7.24 billion US dollars, according to a report from the Indian government itself. In comparison, Indo-American goods, bilateral goods and services trade stood at $146 billion US dollars in the same period. Russia and India have now set a target of reaching $30 billion US dollars in bilateral trade by the end of 2025. They will look to diversify their portfolio and go beyond energy and minerals. And then we've got education, cybersecurity, agriculture, railways, pharmaceuticals, and clean energy. They're all some of the other areas they're likely to focus on. India's decision to give $1 billion US dollars in line of credit to businesses to invest in Russia's Far East region will also help boost trade between those empires. Talks are also expected on the proposed Chennai-Vladivostok maritime corridor. The route will open more business frontiers. Talks over a free trade agreement between India and the Russian-led Eurasian Economic Union are also likely to progress. If the deal happens, it will help businesses move goods easily between the two regions. Michael Kugelman, deputy director at the Wilson Center think tank in Washington, has noted that the new geopolitical realities pose, in his words, a potential threat to the Russo-Indian relationship. As long as trade, defense deals stay relevant, the two nations will find a way to sort out their geopolitical differences. Per his own words, Michael Kugelman's, he said, "I think for Russia, the objective in this case is to reinforce the importance of Moscow's relations with New Delhi, even as the geopolitical signposts suggest otherwise." But analysts, including Mr. Kugelman and Mr. Trigunayat, concur that the foundations of the relationship between the two empires are strong enough to address each other's concerns. And that brings us to development in Russia's Far East. India has already extended a $1 billion line of credit to develop that region, which is rich with oil, timber, diamonds, and other resources. This is Modi's delicate balancing act. Modi's twin diplomatic meetings in the opening week of the closing month of yesteryear underscore how Russia remains a source of discord between these United States and Asian India. And as dusk fell on Pearl Harbor attack Eve Day just yestermensis, in a chilly New Delhi, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin embraced each other and shook hands, posing with wide smiles for photographers. 2 hours later, India's Foreign Secretary confirmed that the country expected to receive the first of a set of Russian S-400 missile defense systems that very month for Christmas. The defense deal came to represent a new warmth in an old relationship that has frayed in recent years as India drifted toward the United States and Russia drifted toward the communist Chinese empire. Yet that symbol of bonhomme is sparking concerns and reviving gnawing questions in Washington over just how much it can trust New Delhi, with which it is cementing a rapidly growing strategic partnership. Consider the optics. 3 days after Modi hosted Putin at a sprawling, butterfly-shaped colonial-era estate in the heart of the Indian capital, the Prime Minister joined the U.S. President Joe Biden's Summit for Democracy with more than 100 other world leaders, including Presidentess Tsai Ing-wen of My Taiwan. Now, that virtual conclave was part of Biden's attempt to craft a global democratic consensus as the antidote to authoritarianism, with both the communist Chinese empire and the revanchist revisionist Russia, both of which had reacted angrily at not being invited, as if you could even imagine them being invited. That would be against the purpose of the very title of the meeting, right? Alliance of Democracy, as the unstated targets of the initiative. But while India and the United States view each other as vital partners in combating the communist Chinese empire's rise, Modi's twin diplomatic meetings in the first full week of December just yesteryear underscore how the revanchist revisionist Russian empire remains a source of discord between the world's two largest democracies. The United States has repeatedly warned India that it risks facing sanctions under the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, CAATSA, if it goes ahead with the purchase of Russia's S-400 systems. That law, enacted in 2017, punishes those who engage in close economic, military, and technological cooperation with Russia, Iran, and North Korea. But India has made it clear it was going ahead with the S-400 purchase, despite concerns in Washington that the Russian surface-to-air missile system could compromise the security of U.S. military platforms purchased by New Delhi. So what is India trying to do? To decode the complicated motivations behind New Delhi's delicate dance with two rival superpowers and its implications for Washington, analysts said it is critical to first understand how India's ties with the United States and Russia stack up when compared. And in truth, there's no comparison at all. As I said, India's bilateral trade with the American empire at around $80 billion annually is nearly 10 times the volume with Russia. So far, in the 2021 to 2022 Indian financial year, the United States is India's top trade partner, while Russia languishes at number 25. Historically, however, most Indian military platforms have been Russian-made. But data collated by the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute proves Russia's share in India's arms imports went down from 70% between 2011, the year my mother was murdered, and 2015 to 49% between 2016 and 2020. Meanwhile, India has sought and secured the U.S. designation of major defense partner, which makes it easier for New Delhi to access high-tech, sensitive U.S. military technology that would otherwise be subject to stricter export controls. Now, that long-term shift away from Russian weapon systems is one of the arguments 3 U.S. Republican senators alluded to when introducing an amendment to make it harder for the Biden administration to sanction India. Along with the Empire of Japan and Australia, the United States and India are members of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, known as the Quad, a group of democracies at the heart of Washington's strategic efforts to counter Red China's increasingly aggressive positions in the Indo-Pacific. Now, by strengthening Moscow's presence in the Middle East, Afghanistan, and its own neighborhood in recent years, Russia has also shored up its stature in India as an influential partner. Nivedita Kapoor, a postdoctoral fellow in international affairs at Moscow's Higher School of Economics, attests that, in his own Slav master's words, "It would be folly to underestimate Russian power or its importance for India, especially in an unstable world order." Still, India's legacy weapons platforms require Russian maintenance and supplies, so New Delhi needs to maintain a strong military partnership with Moscow. Russia's willingness to allow the joint production of its trademarked military equipment in India helps Modi, whose most prominent political slogans include calls to build the country's manufacturing capacity, such as "Make in India" and "Atmanirbhar Bharat," or self-reliant India. On Pearl Harbor Attack Eve Day in the last month of yesteryear, Asian India and the Russian Empire agreed to manufacture of those Russian AK-203 rifles at the Indian facility. By contrast, the United States is yet to commit to any defense production in India. Tarak Artha, a former official at India's National Security Council Secretariat, has asked, "Why would we say no to them?" but then answered herself by affirming that India is increasingly diversifying its military imports to reduce its dependence on Russia. Now, none of this takes away from the very real risks of this approach to India, the United States, and their relationship. Washington has understandable concerns about the possibility of the S-400 system tracking American aircraft. However, she points out that Indo-American military collaboration in the air is likely to stay focused on the Indian Ocean, while the Russian anti-missile platform will probably be stationed near India's troubled northern borders with Pakistan and the Communist Chinese Empire. Samir Lalwani, a senior fellow in Asia Strategy at the Stimson Center, has observed that, ironically, India's ability to juggle seemingly incompatible relations, traditionally a source of frustration for Washington, could help the United States. India, meanwhile, could end up with weapon systems from different sources that struggle to work together seamlessly, leading Lalwani to suggest that sanctions against India are unnecessary. They're fucking themselves over. Referring to weapon systems Washington might hesitate to export to India in the future because of fears the S-400 system could be used to spy on the United States, Lawani said, and here I quote he at length and verbatim, "The U.S. does not need to sanction India to remind it of the consequences that India risks foreclosing some strategic options, interoperability of weapon systems, so that many sensors and shooters can essentially communicate with each other is the future of networked warfare. That's where India could lose out. India's relationship with Russia burnishes its non-aligned credentials and serves as an example to other countries that want to promote shared interests with the U.S., but that don't want to appear to pick sides or join a treaty alliance. India shows it can be done, and if India as an independent actor seeks to affirm the rules-based order, that's a powerful model and an asset to the U.S. Indeed, former U.S. National Security Advisor John Bolton recently argued that any S-400 sanctions waivers for India must come with clear conditions and requirements. Still, there's strong glue that should help India and the United States overcome these stumbles. Ultimately, it isn't democracy that binds them at all. It's the Communist Chinese Empire. Asian Indian analysts argue that New Delhi's warm ties with Moscow help keep Russia from sliding even further into Red China's arms. And there's a broad consensus within the Indian strategic community that the Russian S-400 anti-missile system is the best of its kind, though the United States had previously tried to offer U.S. alternatives such as Lockheed Martin's Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, the THAAD. Then there are domestic political considerations. The Indian government does not want to be seen as buckling to American pressure on the S-400 deal. Of the Russian platform, Ajay Malhotra, former Indian ambassador to Moscow, effuses, and here I quote his T, "It's undoubtedly the best in class. Russia-China relations have never been better than at present, yet there is nothing permanent about them, and certain differences in alignment remain." Oh, quite so. As Rajeswari Pillai Rajagopalan, the director of the Center for Security, Strategy and Technology at the New Delhi-based Observer Research Foundation, has cautioned that instead of India creating a wedge between China and Russia, Beijing might end up creating a gulf between New Delhi and Moscow. That Russia refuses to acknowledge India's concerns over China's increasingly aggressive behavior along the Himalayan border, clashes in the region of Ladakh last year, or the year before last, leading to the deaths of at least 20 Indian and 4 Chi-Com or Chinese communist soldiers, serves as a niggling irritant for New Delhi. Against that backdrop, Rajagopalan concludes that it's wishful thinking to imagine India can influence Russia's relations with China. To quote his Rajagopalan of the Observer Research Foundation at length and verbatim, "Yes, there is a clear dichotomy in the fact that India is hosting Putin and then attending the Summit of Democracies later in the week, but it's important to understand that from India's perspective, the relationship with the U.S. is what really counts the most. It has grown consistently in recent years, and today the U.S. is arguably India's most valuable strategic partner. India and Russia have opposite positions on China, and that is a source of major stress in the relationship. If Russia had to choose between China and India, it would choose China. It believes it needs a strong voice as a partner on the international stage, and that is China, not India." All those tensions were on display on Pearl Harbor Attack Eve Day last month in New Delhi, when Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov first praised India for standing up to U.S. pressure on the S-400 system, and then attacked the formation of U.S.-led partnerships. Lavrov told reporters that, and here I quote his T, "We expressed our serious concern to our Indian friends over the U.S. activity there under the slogan of so-called Indo-Pacific strategies and the creation of closed bloc-type structures." He named AUKUS, the security pact with the United States, United Kingdom, and Australia signed in September of yesteryear, but context made it clear he was also referring to the Quad, which Lavrov had previously criticized. So India is at an inflection point like the US was in the year before last. It needs a leader who can go beyond ideological constructs as a guiding force. India needs to find its own Joe Biden. The Narendra Modi-led BJP government completes 8 years in office the month after next. India's political economy landscape has witnessed a meteoric transformation during these years, if one could see it from the singular perspective of a ruling party's own growth to power. The BJP consolidated its fort during these 8 years across most Indian states, winning one state after another from Uttar Pradesh in the north to Assam in the east, while emerging as one of the most dominant national parties under Narendra Modi and Amit Shah's duopolistic control. This at a time when the party's main national opposition, the Indian National Congress, still finds itself lost in the corner, living in the imagined glory of a distant past. Recent state elections results from Assam, Kerala, West Bengal, they might validate this better. I mean, well, those were last year, so I never even looked back to find out what they indicated. The Indian economy, however, during these years tanked to its worst performance level observed since the post-liberalization era of the early 1990s. The government's dreadful handling of a surging pandemic, the increasing centralization of economic power, and an institutionalized culture of ad hoc decision-making offer little hope for any chances of a robust economic recovery, at least till the next general elections in 2024, where they hold their elections in the same year as both the United States and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire. Everybody's going to go to the polls in 2024. Even most regional economies in South Asia, which were way behind India's economic performance, are now way ahead. Case in point, Bangladesh, where my own manager, Selina Khan, comes from. Before the pandemic, India's youth unemployment rate for 2019 touched 23%. Its annual GDP performance in the year 2020 crashed to minus 8%, negative 8%, the worst amongst all developing nations. Even Bangladesh grew at 3.8% in 2020. As regards COVID-19 fatality per million population, India now stands at 212 as per May of 2021, which is, I think, the last time Modi allowed any statistics to even be released. Despite the massive underreporting of deaths seen across all Asian India. I mean, you shake your head. For a nation that has been one of the world's biggest vaccine producers, and till 8 years ago was amongst the fastest growing economies, these numbers appear incomprehensible and puzzling. Still, it isn't just the economy that is the worst casualty from an 8-year-old Modi regime. The state of Indian democracy and its public institutions, far from being put into a state of quarantine during Modi's first term, from 2014 through 2019, now seems to be entering into a state of lockdown, as seen throughout his second term so far. The pandemic has been insidiously exploited by the Modi administration to delegitimize India's parliamentary due process. Standing committees of the parliament, present to analyze the functioning of the government, haven't met since the onset of the second wave of the pandemic. Virtual meetings for Parliament to function haven't even permitted. Well, they haven't been permitted at all, even through the Prime Minister, even though he regularly conducts his own meetings through virtual platforms. Even during a normal period of parliamentary functioning, railroading of bills without adequate review, discussion of parliamentary scrutiny has now been standardized. Every public institution has been subjugated. From the move to downgrade the constitutional status of Jammu and Kashmir to the Discriminatory Citizenship Amendment Act. 8 years of Modi Shah rule have choked the feedback loop that once shaped India's federal and fraternal relationship as constitutionally envisaged. Institutional credibility and public confidence in organizations like the Central Bureau of Investigation, their CBI, would be our CIA, their election commission, and even the Supreme Court of theirs have been eroded, further widening the state-citizen trust deficit. It seems as if there aren't any safe spaces left anywhere, even within Asian Indian universities. Besides, never before since the time of Indira Gandhi have so many people, social activists, dissenters, environmentalists, spent so much time in police custody for political reasons than in the last few years. And never before since independence has there been such impunity for those associated with the establishment. It appears like a new state-citizen compact is put in place where a culture of institutive impunity is both practiced and preached with support of the police and the approval of an apathetic state, using this across the nation to entice mobs, rioters, for seeding communal hatred and social distrust. As Pratap Bhanu Mehta argued recently, it seems a moral psychology legitimizing an unprecedented ruthlessness is now becoming the default of civil society in the state thanks to the new governance style. You see, here, India can learn from the US. Amidst such reflections, it is indeed difficult to be hopeful for India's democratic functioning and the well-being of its citizenry. Still, if one tried hard to find a ray of hope, one can perhaps look closely at the recent case of these United States. After 4 years of Donald Trump's presidential term, when the United States saw a serious democratic backslide in our own governance systems and public institutions, and as Trump-cultic populism went about altering the moral order by which our country governed itself and even projected itself to the world, Joe Biden's electoral victory helped to work reasonably well in restoring our dented image. Biden himself recognizes this now. Once perceived as a moderate incrementalist, Biden has so far gone beyond his own political ideological dispositions to promote big legislative packages that make many on the progressive left extremely happy if only they could be realized. He strongly believes that in a post-Trump world, the U.S. is fighting not just to preserve its middle class through better jobs, higher wages, more affordable health care and Social Security, but to survive as the leading nation of the world. As David Brooks, after interviewing Joe Biden, wrote yesteryear, some people get their worldviews from ideological constructs or philosophical movements like conservatism or progressivism. Biden derives his worldview, that's what my biological father Adolf Hitler would have called Weltanschauung, from lived experience, especially the world of his youth and how his parents taught him to see that world. It created the moral underpinnings of the big legislative packages he is proposing. Well, that was said by David Brooks yesteryear. India is at an inflection point itself, like the U.S. was last year, where it desperately needs to find its own Joe Biden, someone who can go beyond ideological constructs to use his or her lived experience and of the people as a guiding force for leading a nation's citizenry to building back better. What matters is not only how a person or a leader perceives an issue, but also where he or she sees it from. In Biden's case, he sees most issues that plague America from the perspective and lens of the common man or the lower middle income class he grew up around. More notably, as a leader, an intense focus on human dignity in his governing philosophy makes him unique, and a rare treasure in a time such as now when dignity-centric and human rights-based political discourse is in scarce supply. As for a recent illustration, it is difficult to imagine how, without Biden's persistent intervention in the recent Israel-Hamas military conflict, his calls to Netanyahu, and the diplomatic pressure put behind the scenes by the Biden administration, it is difficult to imagine if an Israel-Palestine ceasefire agreement could ever have been struck if Trump was still the president. Even in the handling of the pandemic, America, since Biden came to office, has done well to provide more stimulus and relief to its economically weaker sections and more decisively mass vaccinate its population to restore economic activity. 8 years of Modi Shah rule in India has created a gaping hole in the nation's social and economic landscape. People's faith in the functioning of the nation state and its capacity to improve their lives remains scarred. The pandemic has wreaked havoc and destroyed lives and livelihoods of millions, and so many more are likely to be affected in the weeks and months to come. In such a time, India's quest for finding a progressive voice in the political opposition, who can help restore people's confidence in the state, help invest in improving our social and economic capital, and be rooted to work for the well-being of working and middle classes, remains badly warranted. Meanwhile, Xi Jinping's Chinese Communist Party approved a resolution late last year that framed him as one of the country's era-defining leaders, alongside the two dominant leaders of his youth, Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping. From Erdogan in Turkey to Viktor Orbán in Hungary to Trump in America, we've seen leaders seeking to turn a celebration of traditional values into a form of political Viagra. Right now, the greatest danger the world faces from such a leader cometh from Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. This 69-year-old Putin has long been seen as a man so insecure about his fading virility that he has engineered sometimes comical macho displays, from ill-considered shots of him riding horseback shirtless through the Russian countryside to hockey games in which his side always wins, thanks to a tsunami of goal scoring by a Gretzky-like Vlad. In some ways, the most poignant of all of Putin's efforts to turn back the clock would be his vain attempts to restore Russia's place in the world to a status akin to that of the Soviet Union in which he was raised, and for which he worked as KGB officer from 1975 until 1991, when he resigned following a coup d'etat attempt against Mikhail Gorbachev. Putin has called the collapse of the USSR and its empire the greatest geopolitical catastrophe of the century. In a speech in 2005, Putin described that as a genuine tragedy. Tens of millions of our fellow citizens and countrymen found themselves beyond the fringes of Russian territory. Well, join the Hungarians in that, motherfucker. In the years ever since, he has weaponized his nostalgia into a near calamity for the planet. He has done so by returning his empire more towards Soviet-style authoritarianism, crushing all opponents in brutal ways of which even Joseph Stalin might be proud. He has turned Russia into a geopolitical spoiler and maintained a military far beyond what the country could ever afford. And he has systematically sought to reassert Russian control over lands and peoples it once oversaw. In 2008, Russian troops reclaimed a slice of Georgia. In 2014, Putin's Russia annexed the Crimea. His pretext was to respond to the will of ethnic Russians being maltreated by the Ukrainian government in Kiev. Fighting in Ukraine's Donbas region has continued ever since. But today, with 100,000 Russian troops having been moved to the Ukrainian border, it seems that Putin's desire to restore Russia's former glory could not only lead to an escalation of that lingering conflict, but to Europe's largest land war since the end of World War II. This week, U.S. officials warned that Russia has already pre-positioned a group of operatives to conduct a false flag operation in eastern Ukraine. with the purpose of creating a pretext for unleashing a full-scale invasion of Russia's neighbor. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan commented, saying, "We saw this playbook in 2014. They are preparing this playbook again." U.S. intelligence estimates suggest that the invasion could commence in February. The U.S. and NATO allies have been locked in intensive discussions to ensure they present an effective and coordinated response to the Russian threats. That response could include the provision of military equipment to the Ukraine, forward deployment of NATO forces to other member states along the alliance's eastern frontier, and stringent economic and political sanctions. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has led a generically well-coordinated chorus of NATO leaders warning the Russians not to invade and assuring them that the consequences would be severe if they did. 3 rounds of negotiations this past week between the Russians, the American Empire, and the United Europeans have been unsuccessful in reducing tensions between Moscow, Ukraine, and NATO. The Russians wanted the Western alliance to promise never to enlarge further around its borders. They asserted that former U.S. Secretary of State James Baker had promised long ago that we would not expand NATO into Eastern Europe. Baker himself has denied this, and evidence proves the Russians are twisting the truth of what really happened. But the truth has never been much valued by Vladimir Putin, as his attraction to false flag operations so illustrates. Fortunately, and appropriately, the Biden foreign policy and national security team and our NATO allies have been absolutely clear that there would be no capitulation to Russian demands about the size of NATO, troop levels in member nations near Russia's borders, or alliance support for Ukraine. Conceding any ground on any of these areas would have set a disastrous precedent, suggesting that an alliance that exists in large part to defend the West from Russia could be intimidated into weakening itself by threats of Russian aggression. It is likely that Putin thought that in the wake of America's pullout from Afghanistan and in the midst of political upheaval in these United States, the Biden administration might be weak or disinclined to play the traditional American leadership role within NATO. That has already proven to be a serious miscalculation. Putin's no goddamn genius. From the tough negotiations led by U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman, to constant in-depth coordination with allies, to a comprehensive and sophisticated public diplomacy campaign in which the United States and allies have maintained a unified front and consistently called out Russian misstatements and malign intentions, the Biden team has expertly managed this crisis thus far. Indeed, it seems that their actions have been informed and elevated by their experiences over the past year. But it also must be said that Biden, Blinken, Sullivan, and their team have deep experience in transatlantic relations and in dealing with Vlad Putin, and that is showing in their handling of events to date. The standoff is, however, far from over. In the past few days, Russia has turned up the heat. In addition to the intelligence about moving in assets to prepare the predicate for war, Russia has stepped up naval activity in the Baltic and has even threatened to deploy military assets to Cuba and Venezuela. In the midst of this and their own media campaign to justify their actions, Putin's government is acting on his wish to be, as the Beatles put it, back in the USSR. Putin's foreign minister made this clear when he argued NATO existed only to take over territories orphaned by the collapse of the Warsaw Treaty Organization and the Soviet Union. Orphaned? That captures the Putin view perfectly. Like so many old men, he is sentimentalizing the dominant role played in his psyche by his dear old motherland. Unfortunately for Ukraine, Putin's psychodrama is likely to continue to play out at their expense. It seems unlikely Putin can back down at this point without looking weak. That said, a protracted conflict in Ukraine would be hugely costly for Russia, beginning with harsh economic sanctions and once again being seen as a pariah state and continuing through to the harsh costs of war itself. As a consequence, perhaps the most likely outcome is a military action that seeks modest gains, some additional land, perhaps gaining control of the land bridge to Crimea and other measures that they believe weaken the government in Kiev. These could include cyber attacks, which may in fact, did in fact commence this week. If NATO maintains its resolve and quickly imposes a heavy price on Russia for such an invasion, perhaps the consequences of this current Putin misadventure can be limited and fears of escalation assuaged. But the threat posed by Putin and his toxic nostalgia will not end with this episode. On the day that Gorbachev resigned and the Soviet era ended, one of the biggest hits in the world was a song whose title suggests Putin's mindset ever since. George Michael and Elton John's "Don't Let the Sun Go Down on Me." And Putin's military moves are rallying Ukrainians and unifying NATO at that. Russia's aggression against Ukraine is backfiring. Western intelligence agencies have warned that Russia is not only contemplating an invasion of the Ukraine, perhaps involving some 175,000 troops, but that it is on its way to happening. Vladimir Putin's government has already moved more than 100,000 troops along Ukraine's borders, including into Belarus, another front that they intend to open. Russian officials have been making outrageously paranoid and false accusations. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, for example, recently blamed NATO for the return of the nightmare scenario of military confrontation. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu said that the United States is smuggling tanks with unidentified chemical components into Ukraine's Donetsk. And Putin himself has been equally vituperative about NATO threatening military moves unless it agrees to all his terms. Why, last Sunday he said, "They have pushed us to a line that we cannot cross. They have taken it to the point where we simply must tell them, stop!" After talks made no progress, is Russian attack on the Ukraine more likely? A week of high-profile diplomatic talks between the West and the Russian Empire have not dispelled fears that Russia will attack Ukraine. The American claims on Russia are what Russia claims are creating a pretext for invading Ukraine. It has become a self-circuited feed loop mechanism. And experts, who for months have been trying to understand whether Russia's troop buildup near Ukraine is a negotiating ploy or preparations for a real attack, say the question appears to have become, will Putin use force or not? Now, on Friday into last weekend, the Biden administration intensified its alarms, warning it believes it concludes Russia is preparing for an invasion of Ukraine should diplomacy fail to meet their objectives, which it has. The White House accused Russia of pre-positioning operatives to be ready to stage a false flag operation in eastern Ukraine that would justify that Russian attack. Now, Russia has, of course, given a senseless answer, as all its answers are senseless. And it basically has stated that, well, it denied it's preparing to attack Ukraine, but has threatened it may use unspecified military technical measures if its demands are not met. meaning they might attack anybody or everybody. The concern is that after massing tens of thousands of troops near Ukraine over the last year, Russia in December made extraordinary demands, like a Christmas wish list, insisting on security guarantees that NATO will never allow Ukraine to become a member and that the alliance pull back troops from Eastern European countries that joined after the Cold War. It made the demands into two draft treaties handed to the Biden administration and NATO. And the US and NATO called these demands a non-starter. But in the 3 sets of talks throughout this week last, Russia did not budge from its core demands. Again and again, its negotiators repeated it will accept nothing less than the NATO security guarantees. And while expressing interest in the U.S. offers to discuss arms control, Russian officials said it was impossible to make progress on those areas without the guarantees. The U.S. and NATO in those talks were equally uncompromising in rejecting those guarantees, saying they cannot yield on core principles. The talks stalled at an impasse on Thursday when Russia's lead negotiator, Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov, said the efforts had approached a dead end. Russia's Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, has said it is now waiting for written responses from these United States to Russia's treaties, after which Putin will decide next steps. And the United States, as well as some analysts, have worried Russia was engaging in the talks. Well, basically, baiting the talks all along with the expectation they would fail, allowing Russia to then claim it had no choice but to deploy force after diplomacy failed. Some now said the talks' outcomes proved this was the case. It is also possible that the consequences the Kremlin has referred to could be less than an attack on the Ukraine, such as deploying missiles closer to Europe or making its military buildup near Ukraine more permanent. Ryabkov, in an interview on Thursday, even refused to rule out deploying Russian weapons to Cuba or Venezuela, something the United States quickly dismissed as bluster. But independent analysts concur that Russia is continuing to build up its forces near Ukraine. Open source researchers this last week said there is evidence troops and equipment from units based in Russia's Far East are now moving far west. Conflict Intelligence Team, an open source group that tracks Russian military movements, proved it has found a growing number of videos posted to social media that appeared to show long trains carrying tanks and other military vehicles traveling through eastern towns. Rob Lee, an analyst based at King's College London's Department of War Studies, told ABC News on Thursday equipment that was being moved. To quote us, Lee, "It doesn't look routine. It doesn't make that much sense that you'd see this many videos of things moving unless there was something else going on." He said it was impossible to say definitively whether the Russian forces' destination was the border with Ukraine, but added that it was the most likely explanation. Most analysts have said they still don't believe Putin has made a final decision on whether to launch an attack. But what comes next seems to be in the Russian president's hands. In a post published Friday, Lawrence Friedman, a professor also at the King's College War Studies Department, wrote, "For the moment, the next step is up to Putin." After this week's talks, it appears diplomacy seems to have failed to satisfy the Kremlin's objectives. Yet another recent report concludes that despite its massive deployment and threatening rhetoric, Russia is not planning to invade Ukraine. And that report, produced by the Critical Threats Project of the American Enterprise Institute, where there have been some researchers that even I myself once personally knew through the Department of Defense, such as their Director of Foreign and Defense Policy Studies, together with the Institute for the Study of War, found that the political and economic costs of an actual invasion are too high for Russia to sustain. Now, they're speaking practically and commonsensically, their report arguing, quite logically, that Putin may be attempting a strategic misdirection that impales the West in a diplomatic process and military planning cycle that will keep it unprepared. Rather than directly invade Ukraine again, Russia instead seeks to further destabilize the country in advance of its elections, station troops in Belarus, divide NATO, and thereby precipitate Western concessions to de-escalate the crisis. But I call bullshit. Even without an invasion of Ukraine, yes, Russia's military moves pose serious threats to America's allies, including the Baltic states. Russia demands, as the price of even considering drawing down its military buildup, that NATO accept a different security framework for Europe, abandon any future NATO accessions, and forswear all military cooperation with any non-NATO state. Now, the CTP, Critical Threats Project, /ISW, or Institute for Study of War assessment of Russia's intentions, is consistent with the country's preference for hybrid or threshold warfare. The fusion of disinformation and political, economic, and military actions designed to immobilize or weaken adversaries without triggering any effective response. The terms are faddish, as though the practice were a new addition to the inventory of warfare. In fact, the simplistic definition of warfare after the Cold War as only military operations was novel, and that narrow conception has now evaporated along with American military dominance. Strategic failures are almost always failures of imagination, as with the Trojans failing to wonder what might be inside that gigantic wooden horse. We are now scrambling to think as creatively as our adversaries. But the American empire has a number of advantages: time, allies, transparency, and yes, even right. Even though Russia's military deployments have been rapid, the U.S. and its allies recognized them early enough to alert one another and agree on a response. The gathering storm of Russian revanchism since Putin came to power conditioned a quick reaction. Defense spending by European NATO members has been rising since Russia's 2014 invasion of Ukraine. Bilateral consultations and NATO meetings produced a set of potential political and economic sanctions, especially Russia's ejection from the SWIFT, the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, legally SWIFT SCRL, that Belgian cooperative society that serves as an intermediary and executor of financial transactions between banks worldwide, financial network. That ought to give Putin and his businessmen pause. Turkey is providing drones to Ukraine. The United States sent military advisors and Javelin missiles. And United Germany is reconsidering the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. You see, the fight about the pipeline was supposed to give United Germany cause to rethink its foreign policy. Instead, Berlin is supporting a project that will hurt its credibility. So their reconsideration of that is sorely needed, and hopefully not too little too late. Let me try and put this into perspective for you as to how bad it was. You see, Nord Stream 2 was the dead end of Germany's Ostpolitik, or Eastern political leanings. Its friendliness and openness to the East. Now that wherein Deutschland, the new United Germany, has agreed with France and other member states on new EU regulations for the controversial Nord Stream 2 project, the path for the pipeline to be built still seems clear. Nevertheless, the German government is mistaken if it believes that it has satisfied its critics with this deal. Berlin has, from the beginning, underestimated the damage this project would do to its image. Its support for Nord Stream 2 demonstrates how the United German government puts the national interest ahead of the European and international strategic questions, thereby hurting its credibility in the long term. Amid the Russo-Ukrainian conflict, and with the help of Nord Stream 2 pipeline, the discussion about United Germany and European Union's energy independence from Russia has continued to intensify since 2014. The United German government claimed for years that this was a purely commercial endeavor. But then in April of 2018, at a meeting with Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko, Chancellor Angela Merkel recognized for the first time that the political factors surrounding Nord Stream 2 also had to be taken into account. By not turning against the project, the United German government supported it from the start. Sigmar Gabriel, formerly the economy and energy minister and later foreign minister, assured Vladimir Putin at a 2015 meeting in Moscow that he would personally campaign to have the project under United German jurisdiction alone. While the current agreement does not achieve that, United Germany is nevertheless now responsible for negotiating European Union regulations and possible exceptions to them. And yet the objectives and repercussions of Nord Stream 2 go beyond Germany and run counter to both United German and European Union interests. But first, let's speak of the Russian versus Ukrainian interests. From a Russian perspective, building a Nord Stream 2 is about securing its most important gas market, European Union, with another pipeline. In addition, Nord Stream 2 and Turk Stream are meant to make the Ukrainian transit pipeline system superfluous, undermining Ukraine's bargaining position vis-à-vis the Russian Empire and punishing it for its pro-EU stance. At the same time, the pipeline gives political Russia, which is closely tied to the economy, another connection to the EU and makes it possible to create dependencies with businesses and politicians on the local and national level. Big infrastructure projects with European companies, they stabilize the Putin system because the Russian firms involved in construction are owned by people close to President Putin and generate additional funds with those projects. That strengthens the Putin system, which is based on loyalty through corruption. The economic cost, then, no longer matters. The consequences for Ukraine are the loss of transit fees worth 3 billion euros a year, and, even more importantly, the loss of a bargaining chip against possible Russian aggression. That can have an effect on the security policy stability of the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea. If Nord Stream 2 is built by the end of the year, the Kremlin could take it as a signal to conquer the land bridge between Crimea and the Russian mainland and further expand its military activities at Ukraine's southern ports. The Ukraine would no longer have a way to exert any pressure on the Russian Empire. The fact that EU member states are promoting this project also has a psychological effect, as many Ukrainians ask themselves how much support they are really getting from the EU in their difficult situation of active war with the Russian Empire. But domestic policy comes first. It all raises the question of to what extent the United German government truly realizes the strategic consequences of its policy and how the pipeline undermines other elements of its foreign and security policy. If Foreign Minister Heiko Maas wants to be more considerate of Central and Eastern European neighbors in the framework of his new European Ostpolitik, the support for Nord Stream 2 is a glaring contradiction. If the United German government wants to bring peace to the conflict in the Donbass and to stabilize and support reforms in Ukraine in the long term, it is doing exactly the opposite with this policy. If the cohesion of European Union is a strategic goal of Berlin, then it shouldn't weaken the EU's energy union. Here is a shortage of foresight and strategic depth in a country that has been discussed as the leading power in Europe and promotes multilateralism as Angela Merkel did at the Munich Security Conference. Recently, at least. The support for Nord Stream 2 is not primarily governed by a foreign and security policy logic, but rather is part of a domestic negotiation process. If the Chancellor needed the SPD's support for the sanctions against Russia in the context of the annexation of Crimea and war in eastern Ukraine, then Nord Stream 2 was part of an offer of cooperation made to Russia under the approach, deterrence where necessary and cooperation where possible. The pressure the federal government faced from economy representatives, but above all from states like Mecklenburg-Vorpommern and Brandenburg, seem to be more important than the security interests of countries like Sweden, Poland, or the Baltic states. In foreign policy terms, the price for this domestic negotiation process seemed to be calculable. But the longer the Chancellor tried to sit this project out, in the process helping it succeed, the worse it got. Of course, the federal government could never have anticipated Donald Trump using Nord Stream 2 as a bargaining chip for a trade deal with the European Union and threatening sanctions to extract more concessions for the export of American liquid natural gas to Europe, but to still believe that economic and energy projects could satisfy the Russian dictatorship, that political change will follow economic convergence, is a sign of a political inability to learn, a form of cultural autism based on a fear of looking warlike and aggressive. Despite trade, Russia is waging war in the EU's direct neighborhood. Despite the exports of oil and gas to European Union, the Russian Empire has annexed the Crimea, interfered in member state elections with disinformation campaigns, and systematically destabilized the Western Balkans. A strategic partner has become a strategic adversary, one that is exploiting that pipeline to exacerbate transatlantic and intra-European divisions. Start seeking strategic change. The United German Chancellor's attempts to get President Putin to keep sending gas through Ukraine after Nord Stream 2 is finished will fail. Doing so would contradict the Kremlin's strategic objectives in weakening the current Ukrainian leadership ahead of the upcoming presidential and parliamentary elections and keeping Ukraine in its sphere of influence in the long term. Economy Minister Altmaier will also fail, has already failed, to get Donald Trump to change course by offering to buy more U.S. LNG or United States liquid natural gas because Trump was, after all, interested not in Nord Stream 2 but in a new trade deal with the EU. Nor will it be possible to stop the U.S. Congress from sanctioning companies involved in the construction of the pipeline if Democrats and Republicans both believe sanctions are in their interest for domestic political reasons. And there is one other key truth. Putin wants this project for the aforelisted strategic regions, his strategic objectives, and he will build it whatever it costs. If the United German government now made a political push to stop the pipeline, the participating companies would take legal action in response to the withdrawal of already approved permits, which could get expensive for Berlin. That's not to mention the fact that Berlin has no political interest in stopping construction at this point and doing further damage to its relations with Moscow. So Berlin is in a dead end. Only completing the project can, from this perspective, bring peace and quiet. Is the answer to keep playing for time until time runs out? So now it's on after all. Vladimir Putin's bet against United German and European climate policy. This is Angela Merkel's most damaging legacy, is Nord Stream 2. Berlin's pipeline policy with Russia is an indictment of United German foreign policy and has divided the West itself. Die Neue Deutschland. The new united Germany must now regain trust and stand by Ukraine. Consumers and the new German government have the power to decide who wins. Do we succumb to the sweet position of spreading our butt cheeks for Russia to fuck? The sweet poison of cheap gas from Russia piped in a penis directly up our colon? Or does united Germany swiftly expand renewable energies to counter the flow of climate-damaging Russian gas? The damage done to foreign policy can only be repaired with an equally clear stance. The Russo-German pipeline, constructed by Moscow's money machine Gazprom, has divided Europe and the West. The United German Chancellor, with her long-standing argument that this is a purely economic project, is responsible for all the damage done to United Germany's foreign policy. It was pursued against the will of the European Parliament, against the insistence of its closest friends, the Fifth French Republic, the Scandinavian countries, the Baltic states of the littoral, and above all, Poland, and finally, against the will of the United States Congress. This policy has also signaled a departure from two hitherto reliable constants of United German foreign policy, whether pursued by foreign policy hawks like Willy Brandt of the SPD or doves like Helmut Kohl of the CDU, the Christian Democratic Union. Germany's first stands at the side of its closest friends and partners and pursues interest-based policy from here. This was true even when Great Britain and France had doubts about whether German unification was such a good idea. United Germany first convinced Paris and then sealed it with the 2+4 treaty. This brings us to Angela Merkel's desperate maneuvering before her departure from office. Merkel's actions regarding the Russian gas pipeline, on the other hand, are a desperate maneuver to somehow squeeze out of an intractable dilemma. Lest it be forgotten, Putin and his cultists are building pipelines as a geopolitical tool to blackmail Ukraine. At least United Germany and the outgoing Kanzleress can count their blessings that after the dark years of Donald Trump's presidency, foreign policy professionals in Washington have shown a way out of the convoluted situation, notwithstanding strong bipartisan opposition in the U.S. Congress. To Merkel's credit, her standing among Washington's political elite certainly helped. Beyond that, her efforts to keep the Minsk peace process afloat helped to save lives along the eastern Ukrainian front line and ensured that Kiev retains at least a modicum of trust in her. But that's about all. Because the Nord Stream 2 threatens the West as Putin's pipeline of aggression. It is increasingly difficult for Berlin to defend its claims that Nord Stream 2 is a purely economic project. Instead of backing out of this horrendous deal for Europe, United Germany appears to be amplifying a new narrative in its favor to complete the construction of the pipeline while conditioning its use on European Union decisions and Russian misbehavior. If built, Nord Stream 2 will pose an intelligence threat to the West. There exists the risk that the infrastructure used to lay the Russian pipeline beneath the Baltic Sea will allow the Kremlin to deploy surveillance devices. During her visit to Berlin back in 2018, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Diplomacy said the new project would permit new technologies to be placed along the pipeline route, and that is a threat. Similar concerns have been voiced by Sweden with regard to Nord Stream. In 2006, the then Swedish Minister of National Defense said quite bluntly that the Russians would be able to exploit the Russia to Germany gas link for intelligence collection. Given that the Baltic Sea is highly congested and regularly used by NATO for exercise purposes, and given its strategic importance as the only waterway for liquefied natural gas carriers bound for terminals in countries that purchase LNG overseas as a way to escape the dependence on the Russian energy supplies, such as Poland, among other considerations, the Russian intelligence threat posed by Nord Stream 2 must be taken quite seriously. Equally salient is the risk that Russia may one day deploy its naval forces along the pipeline's routes on a national security pretext, leaving much of the Baltic Sea unnavigable, including for LNG carriers, cargo ships, the navies of the countries surrounding this body of water, and NATO maritime forces. In such a scenario, the potential for escalation is clear. Poland, the largest country on NATO's eastern flank, and one that hosts approximately 4,500 rotational U.S. military personnel, is fully aware of the security concerns related to Nord Stream 2. Therefore, Warsaw is also seeking ways to stop the construction of the dangerous Russia to Germany gas link. When in September of 2020, Poland's antitrust body imposed an enormous fine on Gazprom over Nord Stream 2, Russia responded with disinformation and propaganda. The Kremlin's weaponized narratives suggested that Poland was only doing this to toady to the United States. The same pattern has been used by Russia with regard to Polish-American military cooperation. Exempli gratiae. The year before last, Defender Europe 20-plus exercise, hosted by Poland with 6,000 U.S. and Polish soldiers and featuring the signing of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement by the presidents of both countries, was targeted with narratives suggesting that Poland was eagerly handing over its independence to these United States, and that the American soldiers were in fact occupying the territory of its ally with the consent of the Polish government. As he delivered the keynote address at a conference hosted by the Washington, D.C.-based Wilson Center in 2019, Poland's Minister Special Services Coordinator, Mariusz Kamiński, underscored that if anyone decides to engage with Russia, they are in fact doing business with the Russian security apparatus. This approach should be common to the entire Western community. The money Russia could earn from pumping its gas to Europe via Nord Stream 2 would inevitably later be used by the Kremlin to destabilize the West through targeted poisoning attacks. Ergo, Sergei Skripal and Alexei Navalny. Disinformation campaigns, interfering with democratic processes, cyber attacks, coups d'etats, military aggressions, etc. Indeed, Vladimir Putin holds all the cards as the U.S. strategy to stop the energy crisis is in disarray. Winter has only just started, and already there is growing alarm that Russia will use its energy resources to hold all Europe hostage in the coming cold months, ignoring a U.S. warning to Moscow not to use gas as a political weapon. Russia supplies the European Union with 40% of its gas, and in some other countries, like Finland and the Czech Republic, that proportion is even higher. An assurance by Russian dictator Vladimir Putin to increase supply to Europe was enough to ease soaring wholesale gas prices, but not concerns among the continent's leaders that it intends to use energy as a geopolitical tool. Moscow says it is fulfilling its obligations on supply, but it has been accused of deliberately not delivering more gas to meet rising demand because it wants to expedite the Nord Stream 2 pipeline between Russia and United Germany, which has not yet been certified. One analyst told Newsweek that President Joe Biden's policy on the pipeline from Russia at the center of the energy crisis is in disarray. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has warned that there could be consequences for Moscow if it used its grip on the gas tap for leverage. He said the United States was concerned Russia would use energy as a tool of coercion and told the BBC it would be a mistake for Russia to try to exploit the gas crisis, adding that any such a maneuver would ultimately backfire upon them. This echoed a warning in July by Biden and the United German Chancelloress Angela Merkel that they would hold Russia to account if Moscow used Nord Stream 2 as a strategic tool. But Putin does not appear to be listening. Biden was slammed by both Republicans and Democrats for waiving sanctions in May on Nord Stream 2. AG, the firm behind the $11 billion pipeline many feared would hand Moscow a geopolitical advantage. Ukraine, which this pipeline bypasses, complained it would lose transit revenues. Of the sanctions waiver, Timothy Ash, emerging markets senior sovereign strategist at Blue Bay Asset Management, has gone on record to say, and here I quote his T, at length and verbatim, "It was explained away by the fact that it was too late to do anything, that the pipeline was almost complete, and so it was better to design a structure around Nord Stream 2 so that Russia could not use it for geopolitical influence. Clearly, that has failed. Russia is already using gas for geopolitical advantage to get Nord Stream 2 certified to undermine Ukraine. Russia watchers were surprised by Biden's decision. The Biden policy on Nord Stream 2 is in disarray. It was a huge policy error by United Germany to even go ahead with it. That mistake was compounded by the Trump administration and now by the Biden administration." Adeline Van Hoot, an analyst for the EIU, the Economist Intelligence Unit, has confirmed that amid this proxy war over market share for gas, Russia has seized the initiatives, and the United States may now be reluctant to react, herself so saying that the compromise deal between Biden and Merkel was part of a wider reset in U.S.-EU relations, a reset in Euro-American relations to create a united front with Europe when it comes to communist China. Herself attesting that before the compromise deal was announced, the U.S. had a strategic economic interest in halting the project as it would like to increase its exports of LNG, or liquefied natural gas, to Europe. Adding that speculation was growing that Russia is intentionally holding back gas supplies to expedite the coming on stream of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, she has been quoted as saying that "we have witnessed a rising appetite for taking strategic risks in Russia. Should the U.S. now backtrack and impose sanctions again, it would mean that the U.S. is failing to honor part of its agreement with United Germany. This seems unlikely as Mr. Biden will not want to put U.S. relations with United Germany at risk." When contacted for comment, a State Department spokesperson told myself that the U.S. and Germany stand ready to take action if Russia weaponizes energy. The State Department statement said Russia had assured it had enough gas to meet European energy needs and that it can and should provide additional supplies through Ukraine, which has enough pipeline capacity available without Nord Stream 2. To quote that statement, "Failure to do so hurts European energy security and brings into question Russian motives for withholding those supplies. Offering to increase exports to Europe in exchange for a quick Nord Stream 2 certification process undermines European sovereignty." So Russia says it's not weaponizing its gas exports. Really? In characteristically blunt fashion, when asked year before last at a Moscow energy conference held on the 13th day in October, if Russia was again using its energy resources as a political weapon, the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin had this much to say: "This is complete nonsense, ravings, and politically motivated blather." 2 weeks later, the European Union's foreign policy chief was uncharacteristically blunt as he described Russia's threat to cut gas supplies to Moldova a decision that prompted the cash-strapped, aspiring EU member to declare a state of emergency, the weaponization of gas supplies. With natural gas prices hitting record highs, Europe's winter of discontent is only beginning, fueled by misgivings over the bloc's energy policies and suspicions over the intentions of the continent's single largest supplier of gas. Those suspicions have been fueled by Russian officials themselves, and they have compounded doubts about the specific intentions of Gazprom, the state export monopoly that is beholden to Kremlin policy. The 27-member EU gets more than 40% of its gas exports from Russia. A $120 billion United States dollar publicly traded company in which the Russian government holds a controlling stake, Gazprom ostensibly seeks to maximize profits through exports. Yet with prices climbing higher since at least the summer, the company has opted not to meet increased demand for European consumers, something that some European lawmakers have asserted is market manipulation. For Gazprom, more exports mean more pipelines. For example, Power of Siberia across southern Siberia into China, or Turkstream under the Black Sea to Turkey and southern Europe. It also means an additional pipeline directly into the heart of Europe itself, Nord Stream 2, under the Baltic Sea. The nearly complete pipeline is awaiting final certification from United German regulators, who say the process could be completed. Well, it was supposed to have been completed by the new year, January 1st. I don't believe that's happened. They might be trying to make it February 1st or Asian Lunar New Year by now, maybe to satisfy the Red Chinese. Russian officials, including Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Novak and Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, have linked quick approval of the pipeline with stabilizing European markets. Those comments were perceived by some analysts and critics as a quid pro quo effort to prod United German regulators to move faster. Days before Putin's speech in Moscow, Russia's envoy to the EU suggested that the bloc's own policies were to blame for Russia's cold shoulder, something Putin himself later hammered on. Vladimir Chizhov so told the Financial Times, "The crux of the matter is only a matter of phraseology. Change adversary to partner, and things get resolved easier. When the EU finds enough political will to do this, they know where to find us." I'm mixing my Russian and Hindu accents there. Now, Stephen Sestanovich, a former U.S. ambassador at large for the former Soviet Union, wrote in his analysis yesteryear that Moscow alone can hardly be blamed for high prices and shortages, yet the turmoil reconfirms Russia's willingness to exploit its customers' vulnerabilities, as seen in previous disputes with Ukraine and Estonia. You see prices jump, Europe frets. Just 5 days after Putin's speech, on October 18th of yesteryear, market analysts and traders were watching an important trading deadline for when companies book shipping contracts for the upcoming month. With an available capacity in the primary pipeline route for Russian gas, Ukraine, and a secondary route via Poland, it would be easy to use the existing network and for Moscow to meet the spiking demand and make a nice profit. In what some saw as a poke directly at Russia, the International Energy Agency said Moscow could ship at least 15% more gas than it was already supplying. Gazprom didn't. Prices jumped higher. European customers fretted more. Gazprom never responded to any emails from myself seeking comment. It's all about low storage, people. Over the summer, analysts had warned that Europe's winter could be turbulent, with electricity prices spiking in line with spiking gas prices. Among the compelling explanations for Gazprom's lack of interest in increasing supplies was the need to top up Russia's own storage units going into the cold winter months. Once that was completed, Gazprom could up its shipments to Europe, where stored gas volumes were also unusually low. In an October 28th meeting with Gazprom CEO Alexei Miller, Putin directed him to supply storage units in Austria and United Germany after November 8th, when Russia's storage was expected to be filled. By the following day, prices dropped nearly 29% on a key European trading hub, according to independent commodity intelligence services. The United States has been largely hawkish on the equation, the question of Europe's reliance on Russian gas, and in particular, the potential dangers of a second Baltic Sea pipeline. However, President Joe Biden's administration earlier yesteryear opted not to block the end-stage construction of the nearly complete pipeline over the protests of Republican lawmakers in Congress. Those protests and the accusations that Russia was weaponizing its energy resources have since grown even louder. The year before last, Amos Hochstein, the U.S. State Department's top energy official, told reporters that using energy as a weapon is, to quote his T, one of those things where you know it when you see it. I think we're getting close to that line. If Russia indeed has the gas to supply, and it chooses not to, and will only do so if Europe accedes to other demands that are completely unrelated, then it's hard to make the argument that it is not. Ukraine, which nets hundreds of millions of dollars in fees from Europe-bound Russian gas transiting its pipeline networks, also opposed the American decision. Serhiy Mekohan, the head of the gas transmission system operator of Ukraine, the operator of the country's pipeline network, said in a statement to Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and here I quote us therefrom, "We have always known that Gazprom's decision not to ship gas through Ukraine was geopolitical at its core, and we now have overwhelming evidence." Well, this brings us to reverse flow. For skeptics of Russia's intentions, history is a guide. Moscow shut off gas supplies twice to Ukraine and its Western-leaning government in the 2000s, the aughts of this century. The shutoffs, which occurred in January, rippled into Europe, causing shortages and resulting in people shivering in unheated apartments in some countries. One day after Putin's meeting with Miller, another event caught analysts' attention. Gas flowing westward to United Germany via pipelines in Poland was reversed, flowing eastward instead. There was no official explanation for the reversal in the Yamal-Europe pipeline, which continued into the 1st of November. Gazprom issued a statement saying it was still fulfilling its contractual obligations, even while feeding itself. In addition to pressuring United German regulators to speed up certification of Nord Stream 2, Leslie Palti-Guzman, presidentess of the energy consultancy company Gas Vista LLC, or limited liability company, said that higher gas and electricity prices also fuel populist discontent, and ergo Russia may be seeking to undermine the allure of American liquefied natural gas shipments to Europe, and also to pressure European customers to sign longer-term contracts. To quote as she, Gazprom has been consistently sending signals in opposite directions to agitate gas markets rather than alleviate the crisis. This brings us to Moldova's emergency. Moldova is ethnically Romanian, but they use the Cyrillic alphabet while Romania uses the Latin alphabet. And with a new government that supports closer ties with the European Union, Moldova has been grappling with the end of a long-term contract with Gazprom. The company demanded drastically higher rates, and when Moldova balked, Gazprom cut deliveries by 1/3. That prompted Moldovan President Maia Sandu to declare a state of emergency. On October 28th, After a Brussels meeting with Moldova's Prime Minister, EU Foreign Policy Chief Josep Borrell accused Gazprom of using political pressure in return for lower gas prices. The Russian company, meanwhile, denied that politics played any role in the talks, saying they were conducted exclusively on commercial terms. A day later, the government agreed to a new 5-year contract with markedly higher prices. Tom Marzik-Manser, a gas analyst with Independent Commodity Intelligence Services, called the reversal unusual, but not completely unheard of. Himself concluding that while Moscow was clear in its disapproval of the Sandu government's EU aspirations, Moldova's old contract did not conform with EU standards. He so told Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, "You can't have your cake and eat it too. The lack of flow on the pipeline, you can make your own judgment. Your listeners can, whether there is some political element to that." So it is very encouraging to see that more and more countries in Europe are waking up to the problem. And it is high time that United Germany heard and took that wake-up call seriously. It is reassuring that the new American administration seems to be sticking to the U.S. Congress's bipartisan consensus that Nord Stream 2 is a threat to national security. U.S. anti-Nord Stream 2 sanctions have proved to be an extremely efficient tool to halt the construction of the pipeline linking the Russian Empire to United Germany. The U.S. should remain at the forefront of the fight against this dangerous venture and continue to work with Europe, particularly with the countries on NATO's eastern flank, to bring about its demise. Because this is all foreign policy without strategy. The fight about Nord Stream 2 and the failure of the sitting it out policy are symptomatic of United Germany's loss of prestige and relevance on the international stage. The discussions around this project were supposed to give United Germany cause to rethink its foreign policy, which currently lacks both vision and long-term strategy. There is nothing less at stake than the question of whether wherein Deutschland, the new United Germany, is still capable of leading the European Union when it comes to Russia and Eastern European policy, and of being taken seriously by Washington on the important strategic questions. United Germany and the European Union need a long-term strategy for how to deal with corrupt and kleptocratic Russian elites, and for how to integrate into Europe a Russia that is more than Vladimir Putin. For that to work, Berlin needs to be able to negotiate on equal footing, not to support big infrastructure projects that give the current Russian dictatorship openings to influence and divide the European Union. And for that, in turn, it needs to be capable of military action, willing to intervene in the neighborhood and internationally, within an EU or NATO framework if necessary, and to have a clear definition of what responsibility wherein Deutschland, the new United Germany, and the European Union want to and can take on in this changing world. There is no more comfort zone Europe. The longer that United German elites deny international realities and do not seriously work towards a strategic realignment of their policies towards revisionist, revanchist Russian Empire, the Chinese Communist Empire, and these United States, the more irrelevant United Germany and the European Union will become in the strategic power competition of the multipolar world order. Russia is a strategic adversary that is trying to weaken European Union from the inside and in its neighborhood. The EU is no longer a development model for the Russian elite. From a Russian perspective, it seems incapable of action. Why make concessions to a weak opponent if those concessions help secure the opponent's financial survival? Now the task of United German foreign policy elite is to fill that strategic vacuum. The fight about Nord Stream 2 was supposed to be an opportunity to fundamentally rethink things and leave this dead end. Only a realigned European Union with a Neuvereinigt Deutschland, a new united Germany that is capable of action, will be able to meet today's global challenges. Now, United Germany says the Russian Empire will pay the price if it moves on Ukraine. Talks between Moscow and Western states on Russia's deployment of tens of thousands of troops along Ukraine's border ended with no breakthrough last week. Even as Moscow has demanded NATO to stop its eastward expansion, their cyber attack against Ukraine has further inflamed the tensions. On Monday, Ukraine's cyber police confirmed that last week's hacking of government systems appeared to have destroyed all external information resources, suggesting the attack went beyond temporarily defacing government websites. The cyber attack warned Ukrainians to be afraid and expect the worst. Ukrainian officials confirm it hit around 70 internet sites of government bodies, including the Security and Defense Council, the Cabinet of Ministers, and several ministries. And in a statement, the cyber police said it can already be argued that the attack is more complex and than modifying the homepage of websites. The friction between Russia and Ukraine also hit markets on Monday, with Ukrainian sovereign dollar bonds slipping into distressed territory and Russian bonds suffering sharp falls. At asset manager ABRDN, or Aberdeen, Victor Sabo said, the market has to price in some kind of probability of Russia invading. And excluded from much of last week's talks, Ukraine has repeatedly sought and received assurances from allies that no decisions would be taken about its future without its involvement and assent. On Monday, while in Kiev with her Ukrainian counterpart, Dmytro Kuleba, on a trip that will next take her to Moscow, the United German Foreign Ministeress, I believe her name is Annalena Baerbock, told a joint news conference that she hoped mounting tensions with Russia over Ukraine could be solved by diplomacy, while warning that Moscow would suffer if it does attack the country. Herself so going on record to say that each further aggressive act will have a high price for Russia, economically, strategically, politically. At the briefing, Kuleba said, it is important for us now that neither Berlin nor Paris makes any decision about Ukraine without Ukraine, and does not play any game behind our backs in relations with Russia. This is the key now. For this, I want to thank Annalena for taking such a principled position. Kuleba said Ukraine and United Germany were united in pushing to revive four-way peace talks on ending the war in eastern Ukraine in the so-called Normandy format, which includes Germany, France, Ukraine, and Russia. But it's still all pipeline politics. There are points of contention. Ukraine opposes Nord Stream 2, that pipeline, yet to open, that would ship Russian gas to Germany, circumventing transit through Ukraine itself. Baerbock said the pipeline was now on hold, I am happy to report, and did not comply with European energy law. Hopefully it never will. Visiting Madrid, United German Chancellor Olaf Scholz said, everything must be done to avoid military intervention in Ukraine. Diplomacy is the only way. This, while even as they spoke, state news agency, the state news propaganda machine Belta, reported that Russian military forces and hardware were arriving in Belarus after Minsk, the capital of White Russia, announced the neighbors would stage joint maneuvers next month, with the Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko saying that the Allied Resolve exercises will be held near Belarus's western rim, the borders of NATO military alliance members Poland and Lithuania, and its southern flank with Ukraine. That while Kiev bristles at Berlin's refusal to sell weapons to Ukraine. In an interview with German media ahead of Baerbock's visit, Ukraine's ambassador to United Germany called the decision very frustrating and bitter. Germany must deliver now. Certainly, United Germany has supported Ukraine with aid and diplomatic backing in its standoff with Moscow since Russia seized the Crimean Peninsula and backed separatists in the Donbas region in 2014. But Die neue Verein Deutschland, the new United Germany, needs to get its act together and return to a reliable and trustworthy foreign policy. There can only be an operating permit for Nord Stream 2 with an unequivocal contract that ensures that Russia cannot financially dry up Ukraine as a gas transit country, one that goes beyond the current Russo-Ukrainian agreement that expires after 2024. Above all, Berlin must bid farewell to the geopolitical naivete of recent years and join forces with our friends in Paris to represent Europe's common interests. That means using the gas valve of the transfer station in Lubmin, in the foothills of Pomerania, for what it's meant for. It's not merely a technical link in the chain of an economic project, but a geopolitical power tool. It can be turned in two directions, open and closed. Nothing has changed in this respect since the first gas pipe deals between the West German industry giant Mannesmann and Moscow in the 1970s. They flanked Willy Brandt's hawkish policy of change through rapprochement and were one of the many building blocks that ultimately gave East Germans the opportunity to liberate themselves from the communist regime. Given her provenance, it's particularly disturbing that Angela Merkel failed to see this from the start. Democratic societies are slow to align, but durable once committed, and the United States and its allies have had time to organize. In an effort to de-escalate the crisis Putin created, the Biden administration has ruled out deploying American forces to defend Ukraine. Joe Biden evidently hoped to prevent a war by miscalculation, one side misinterpreting the other's actions, and violence spiraling into nuclear apocalypse. And although textbook military strategy considers telling an adversary what you won't do, self-defeating, in circumstances where the asymmetry of interest is so pronounced, putting a ceiling on potential escalation will likely make America's policy more credible. in the immediate aftermath of U.S. capitulation in Afghanistan, it just isn't believable to claim that the Biden administration will fight any battle and bear any burden for the independence of a still corrupt pro-Soviet government. Now, Biden consented to Russia's demand for discussions of a new European security framework. That consent was unquestionably a concession, giving some standing to Russian concerns, and it has worried all the frontline NATO allies who have long-standing and justified fears of abandonment. If we had refused to even discuss Russian concerns, however, it is difficult to imagine sustaining the solidarity of the Western alliance or American public support for the risks and sacrifices that any response to Russia attacking Ukraine might entail. And agreeing to discuss Russia's version of post-Cold War history or its demands for a sphere of influence that would consign countries to Russian dominion is not the same as accepting them. Having the discussions take place in a NATO forum, as Russia had agreed to do, allowed the West to showcase its increased solidarity. Russia's threats have unified the alliance. The discussions also contrasted the United States' preferred model of power, which emanates from our ability to persuade others to share the burdens of what we're trying to achieve, with the model pursued by the revanchist revisionist Russian and communist Chinese, which relies on threatening nations into submission. Quibus competit ex, Latin for in keeping with. Russia has issued subtle threats more far-reaching than a Ukraine invasion. No one expected much progress from this week's diplomatic marathon to defuse the security crisis Russia has ignited in Eastern Europe by surrounding Ukraine on three sides with 100,000 troops, and then, by the White House's accounting, sending in saboteurs to create a pretext for invasion. But as the Biden administration and NATO conduct tabletop simulations about how the next few months could unfold, they are increasingly wary of another set of options for President Vladimir V. Putin, steps that are far more far-reaching than simply rolling his troops and armor over Ukraine's border. Mr. Putin wants to extend Russia's sphere of influence to Eastern Europe and secure written commitments that NATO will never again enlarge. If he is frustrated in reaching that goal, as he has been, some of his aides suggested on the sidelines of the negotiations last week, then he would pursue Russia's security interests with results that would be felt acutely in Europe and these United States. There were hints, never quite spelled out, that nuclear weapons could be shifted to places, perhaps not far from the United States' coastline, that would reduce warning times after a launch to as little as 5 minutes, potentially igniting a confrontation with echoes of the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. And as Ukrainians were reminded anew on Friday, as the websites of the country's ministries were defaced in a somewhat amateurish attack, Russia's armies of hackers can wreak havoc in Ukraine, but also in power grids from Munich to Michigan, on either side of the Atlantic. It could all be bluster, part of a Kremlin campaign of intimidation, and a way of reminding President Biden that while he wants to focus American attention on competing and dealing with communist China, Mr. Putin is still capable of causing enormous disruption. The Russian dictator telegraphed that approach himself by warning repeatedly in the past year that if the West crossed the ever-shifting red line that, in Mr. Putin's mind, threatens Russia's security, he would order an unexpected response. last April, referring to the kinds of unconventional military action that Russia could take if adversaries threatened our fundamental security interests. Mr. Putin said, Russia's response will be asymmetrical, fast and tough. The current crisis was touched off by the Kremlin's release of a series of demands that, if the United States and its allies agreed, would effectively restore Russia's sphere of influence close to Soviet-era lines, before NATO expanded into Eastern Europe. It has also demanded that all U.S. nuclear weapons be withdrawn from Europe entirely, saying it felt threatened by their presence, though the types and locations of those weapons haven't changed in years. And it wants a stop to all Western troop rotations through former Warsaw Pact states that have since joined NATO. It has reinforced those demands, which the U.S. calls non-starters, with a troop buildup near Ukraine and repeated warnings it was prepared to employ unspecified military technical means to defend what it considers its legitimate security interests. In response, the Biden administration has issued warnings of financial and technological sanctions if the Kremlin should follow through with its threats, particularly in regard to Ukraine. American officials say that for all the talk about moving nuclear weapons or using asymmetrical attacks, so far, the U.S. has seen little evidence. At a White House briefing on Thursday, Jake Sullivan, Mr. Biden's national security advisor, declined to be drawn into the question of what kind of Russian action would trigger a U.S. response, whether, for example, the U.S. would respond to a cyber attack the way it would an incursion into Ukrainian territory. To quote his T, the United States and our allies are prepared for any contingency, any eventuality. We're prepared to keep moving forward down the diplomatic path in good faith, and we're prepared to respond to fresh acts. And beyond that, all we can do is get ready. And we are ready. Of course, the most obvious scenario, given the scale of troop movements on the ground, is a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Maybe not to take over the entire country, but to send troops into the breakaway regions around the cities of Donetsk and Luhansk, or to roll all the way to the Dnieper River. At the Pentagon, 5 or 6 different options for the extent of a Russian invasion are being examined, as reported by one senior official. Researchers tracking social media footage have spotted numerous signs of additional Russian military equipment being shipped westward by train from Siberia. In Russia, state television has been filled with commentators' warnings that Ukraine could soon attack Russian-backed separatists in eastern Ukraine, fitting with Washington's allegation on Friday that Russian operatives with specialties in explosives and urban warfare have infiltrated Ukraine and are planning even now to stage a provocation to justify invasion. Yevgeny Buzinsky, a retired lieutenant general and a regular Russian television commentator, predicted a looming limited war provoked by Ukraine that Russia would win in short order through devastating airstrikes. And in an interview with the American press, General Buzinsky said, "There will be no columns of tanks. They will just destroy all the Ukrainian infrastructure from the air, just like you do it." And in Geneva, Russian diplomats insisted there were no plans to invade Ukraine, but there were hints of other steps. In one little-noticed remark, a senior Russian diplomat said Moscow was prepared to place unspecified weapon systems in unspecified places. That merged with American intelligence assessments that Russia could be considering new nuclear deployments, perhaps tactical nuclear weapons, or a powerful emerging arsenal of hypersonic missiles. In November, Mr. Putin himself suggested Russia could deploy submarine-based hypersonic missiles within close striking distance of Washington. He has said repeatedly that the prospect of Western military expansion in Ukraine poses an unacceptable risk because it could be used to launch a nuclear strike against Moscow, with just a few minutes' warning. Russia, or so he made clear, could do the same. Now, referring to a weapon that travels at more than 5 times the speed of sound and could likely evade existing missile defenses, Mr. Putin said, "From the beginning of the year, we will have in our arsenal a new sea-based missile, a hypersonic one." And in an obvious reference to the American capital, he added, "The flight time to reach those who give the orders will also be 5 minutes." Mr. Putin said he would deploy such missiles only in response to Western moves, and President Biden told Mr. Putin in their last conversation that the United States has no plans to place offensive strike systems in Ukraine. Now, Russian officials hinted again in recent days about new missile deployments, and American officials repeated that they have seen no moves in that direction. But any effort to place weapons close to American cities would create conditions similar to the 1962 crisis that has always been promoted as the closest our world ever came to a nuclear exchange, which is bullshit, but nevertheless the popular concept. And makes its point, regardless of whether it's true or not. Now, asked in Geneva on Monday, opening this work week, about the nature of what Mr. Putin has termed a possible military technical response, Sergei A. Ryabkov, a deputy foreign minister, said, "Right now there is no reason to talk about what systems will be deployed, in what quantity, and where exactly." And when a Russian reporter asked Mr. Ryabkov in an interview broadcast on Thursday whether Russia was considering deploying military infrastructure in Venezuela or Cuba, he responded, "I don't want to confirm anything or rule anything out." Moving missiles, however, is obvious to the world. And that is why, if the conflict escalates further, American officials believe that Mr. Putin could be drawn to cyber attacks. Easy to deny, superbly tailored for disruption, and amenable to being ramped up or down depending on the political temperature. Mr. Putin doesn't need to do much to insert computer code or malware into American infrastructure. The Department of Homeland Security has long warned that the Russians have already placed malware inside every American power grid. They could shut down our energy by flipping a switch. At the simple press of a button, we'd be without gas or electricity in the midst of winter. The Biden administration has sought to shore up U.S. systems and root out that malware. The nation's biggest utilities run an elaborate war game every 2 years, simulating just such an attack. But much of corporate America remains far less protected. The fear is that if sanctions were imposed on Moscow, Mr. Putin's response could be to accelerate the kind of Russian-based ransomware attacks that hit Colonial Pipeline, a major beef producer, and cities and towns across the country yesteryear. The year before last by now. No, last year, yeah. The FSB, Russia's powerful security service, on Friday announced the arrest of hackers tied to the Rival, or Our Evil ransomware group, a gang connected to some of the most damaging attacks against American targets, including Colonial Pipeline. The move was welcomed by the White House, but it was also a signal that Moscow could flip its cyber warriors on or off at will. No one knows Putin's next move, of course, not even his diplomats. and he likes it that way. When asked last month about the military technical response he warned about, Mr. Putin simply said, there could be all sorts of possible responses. Now, Andrei Kortunov, Director General of the Russian International Affairs Council, a research organization close to the Russian government, said, the Russian leadership is rather inventive. It's not necessarily only about Ukraine. You see, Russia has announced the possibility of a military deployment to Cuba and Venezuela if talks with the West on Ukraine fail to go their way, while warning the latest discussions with NATO were hitting a dead end. The Biden administration responded to threats from Russian officials vowing a decisive response if it sees any evidence that the threat is real. Now, analysts in Moscow believe that beyond a more threatening Russian military posture, the United States would be particularly sensitive to closer military cooperation between Russia and the Communist Chinese Empire. On Friday, into last weekend, the Russian Empire announced that Mr. Putin will travel to Beijing on February 4th to attend the opening ceremonies of the Winter Olympics and hold a summit meeting with the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. The Kremlin has noted that Mr. Biden sees Red China, not Russia, as America's most complex long-term challenger, an economic, military, and technological competitor that plays in a different league from Russia. Yet forcing the United States to increase its investment in a confrontation with Russia, analysts concur, would undermine Mr. Biden's greater strategic goal. In fact, Dmitry Suslov, an analyst in Moscow who gave a closed-door presentation on the standoff to Russian lawmakers just last month, so asserted that the United States objectively does not want to increase its military presence in Europe. A hypothetical Russian invasion of Ukraine would not undermine the security of the United States. The overall logic of Russian actions is that it is the US and NATO that must pay a high price. This would be done at the cost of containing China. The United States and its allies have the easier side of that argument. As Ronald Reagan said, there is a profound moral difference between the use of force for liberation and the use of force for conquest. Russia may mobilize some support among countries that feel threatened by governments held accountable by their citizens. But the American empire has the moral and mathematical advantage of arguing against strong states imposing their will on those unable to protect themselves. Not that Ukraine is truly incapable of protecting itself. One other thing that may be restraining a Russian invasion of Ukraine is the fact that, even in the Donbas, the mighty Russian military has never succeeded in subduing Ukrainian resistance. Quite the opposite. Russia has enhanced Ukrainian national identity. A Russian occupation would encounter the sort of insurgency that the Russian military proved incapable of subduing in Afghanistan and Chechnya, despite its brutality. 500,000 Ukrainians have military experience by now. 24% of respondents in one recent poll said that they would resist Russian occupation with a weapon in hand. Russia might succeed in taking Ukraine, but it is unlikely to hold it. NATO countries might not fight for Ukraine, but they're likely to arm and train Ukrainians to fight for themselves. A Russian invasion would open the floodgates of Western support for Ukraine and activate similar mobilizations of civilian society among NATO frontline states. Putin's threats have already convinced United Germans that Nord Stream 2 is not just a business deal, but rather a means of geopolitical leverage. The EU can use its regulatory tools on Gazprom and other Russian businesses seeking access to Europe's markets more aggressively to scrutinize their practices and enforce compliance with the law. Transparency is a potentially devastating tool against authoritarians because corruption is delegitimizing. The governments of free societies already face public scrutiny, which positions them well to demand the same of others. Russia's leaders are afraid of accountability for their wealth. The revelations of corruption in the Panama Papers appear to have led Putin to unleash cyber vigilantes against these United States. Russia's past attempts to intimidate Ukraine into not choosing a westward path have backfired. 58% of Ukrainians now say they would vote for NATO membership, and the nation has developed a greater sense of national identity and a more resilient society. Sweden and Finland are moving into closer alignment with NATO, as Russia illustrates the dangers of remaining outside the Western Mutual Defense Pact. And NATO itself has held united, refusing to accept that Russia gets a veto over either its membership or its actions. The United States, while averting military involvement, has crafted a credible set of penalties and garnered international support for them. Putin lacks the imagination to see that launching successful military operations is not the same as winning a war. A lesson the U.S. itself recently relearned in Afghanistan. That Russia is now repeating the very mistake America made and is slowly recovering from is an ironic twist. But America still has much to lose if Russia invades the Ukraine. Let me tell you what. At the top of the agenda for the call Thursday afternoon between President Joe Biden and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin was the huge military force Russia has been amassing to the north, east, and south of Ukraine. According to a statement released by the White House, Biden made clear that the United States and its allies and partners will respond decisively if Russia further invades Ukraine. Putin's troops look poised to attack in what might seem like a repeat of 2014. On that occasion, following Putin's seizure of the Crimean Peninsula, Russian military units rolled into eastern Ukraine in a successful bid to prevent Ukraine's military from defeating Russian-speaking Ukrainian separatists backed by Moscow. The conflict in eastern Ukraine, which still rages today, has been a tragedy for Ukrainians. 14,000 of whom have died so far. Part of the southeastern border of Ukraine is now a war zone, periodically ravaged by artillery fire, mine explosions, and sniper fire exchanged between the Ukrainian military and the pro-Russian separatists. But for all of its terrible human toll, it has remained a localized conflict. Should Putin escalate Russia's intervention in Ukraine this winter, it would almost certainly be on a larger, even more overt scale that would not only cause much more destruction, but also have reverberations far beyond Ukraine. So it's urgent that the American empire do what it can to discourage such an attack. The scope of the hardware gives an indication of the difference in scale. In August of 2014, just 8 Russian mechanized units, called Battalion Tactical Groups, rolled into eastern Ukraine and dealt a series of crushing defeats to Ukrainian ground forces. Russian artillery annihilated Ukrainian troops before they could enter the fight, and a rocket barrage killed 29 civilians in an urban residential area as the Russians had fun target practicing on condominiums. Now, in the closing months of 2021, Russia has mustered over 100 additional battalion tactical groups with an estimated 100,000 total troops positioned near Ukraine so far, along with a regiment of powerful long-distance ballistic missiles and rocket launchers. And the troops look like a credible invasion force in both size and capability, including the kind of logistical and medical preparations one expects of a real military effort, not just a demonstration. If Putin decides to attack, how he would employ these forces is uncertain. Russia might bombard Ukraine with missiles, aero power, and artillery, or it might invade with mechanized forces, possibly capturing some areas temporarily, or potentially even cutting Ukraine in two by seizing all the land east of the Dnieper River. Whatever strategy is employed, a war of such scale and violence would ricochet much more widely than the geographically contained conflict in eastern Ukraine. It would create problems for close American allies in Europe, as well as more directly for the United States itself, which is why the stakes are even higher and American policy has to be even shrewder. For starters, a Russian invasion of Ukraine would create insecurity across all Europe. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians might flee fighting and bombardment, creating a new refugee crisis. As with the Malaysian airliner mistakenly shot down by a Russian missile in 2014 over Ukraine, killing all 298 aboard. The overwhelming majority of them AIDS researchers with a cure. There would be risk of collateral damage. Yes, Russian missiles have hit the wrong country before. And if Russia occupied substantial Ukrainian territory, it might result in brutal and interminable partisan warfare. In response to this conflagration, NATO member states neighboring Ukraine, Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, and Poland, would be justified in demanding greater protection from NATO for fear of further Russian aggression and to contain spillover. And if countries that lobby NATO for a harder line on Russia and more direct support to Ukraine, like Poland and Lithuania, might be tempted to respond independently, which could have unforeseen consequences right in the heart of the European continent as Russia proceeded to counterattack and even invade them. Of course, Moscow would criticize the United States as providing more security to NATO's eastern members as a sign of aggressive intent, feeding an escalating security crisis in Central Europe as well as an arms race. That would jack up the costs for American defense spending to maintain and modernize more ground forces to defend NATO members. It would also, once again, hobble Washington's attempts to pivot to Asia and focus primarily on Indo-Pacific security, even though the Communist Chinese Empire ultimately amounts to a more formidable long-term competitor with these United States than revisionist, revanchist Russia's empire because of its greater population and wealth. The United States could end up absorbed in a lengthy two-front strategic competition like that which dragged down the Soviet Union when it faced both NATO and Communist China. Isolationists complaining about U.S. over-involvement or American imperial overdrive, overextension, overreach, that's what it's called, imperial overreach. U.S. over-involvement in global conflicts. Those isolationists who complain about that have it all bass-ackwards. Nothing is more likely to spur both European and American defense spending and global military deployments than a Russian attack on Ukraine. Not U.S. actions to forestall that very invasion. It has been incumbent on Biden, therefore, to make military action in Ukraine as unappealing as possible to Vladimir Putin, while making restraint more tolerable. Threats of massive U.S. military assistance to Ukraine are not effective because heavier hardware, like modern air defense missiles, could never arrive in time to alter a military balance that's heavily weighted toward Moscow. At the same time, such threats risk reinforcing Putin's logic that he must strike soon to prevent a more robust NATO military presence on his border. Instead, the U.S. must concretely lay out the expensive costs Putin is likely to face should he invade: tighter sanctions and lost economic opportunities, including the Nord Stream 2 pipelines delivering cheap natural gas for heating to Western Europe. Biden must also look for ways to assuage Moscow's anxieties that Ukraine may become a hostile military staging ground on its border without compromising U.S. and European security or legitimizing its actions in Ukraine. That's no easy task, as on December 17th, Russia published sweeping demands it was making of Washington and NATO that are widely recognized as unacceptable non-starters, such as restricting NATO from ever adding new members and banning U.S. bombers and ships from patrolling international airspace and waters that lie within weapons range, i.e. hundreds of miles or even more of Russian territory. Biden could not, and surely did not, give in to the Kremlin's ultimatums in the conversation Thursday afternoon, and he should not be cajoled into making pledges that weaken Kiev's sovereignty, especially when it's not even in the room. But Putin's highballing may still illuminate some areas where mutually acceptable agreements are conceivably possible. For example, Putin claims he's worried that the U.S. plans to deploy land-based medium-range missiles in Ukraine. In reality, U.S. medium-range missiles, which will become operational only in a few years, are unlikely to be deployed as far forward as Ukraine. Hashing out new reciprocal restrictions on their deployment could ease that concern. Washington should attempt to prevent a war simply because it would cause untold devastation and result in thousands of Ukrainians and Russians losing their lives. But if that explanation is not self-interested enough, consider this. America has every reason to try to prevent destructive conflict from unfolding next to allied democracies it has pledged to protect. Because the Ukraine crisis will end inevitably in a redivision of Europe. 30 years ago, we awoke to a world in which both the Cold War and the Soviet Union were history. The titanic ideological struggle of the 20th century had ended with the victory of liberal democracy over totalitarian communism less than half a hundred years after the crushing defeat of what the West propagandizes as this purportedly equally repulsive fascism. While local ethnic wars brewed in the Balkans and the Caucasus, great power conflict had been banished from the European continent. As the sole remaining superpower, the United States had the opportunity to reshape the European security order to foster a lasting peace and ever-expanding prosperity. Today, we greet the new year against the backdrop of mounting tension and potential war in Europe. Russia's military buildup along the Ukrainian border and virulent anti-Ukrainian and anti-Western rhetoric have raised alarms about an impending Russian invasion. In effort to deter Moscow, the United States has worked to rally its European allies and partners behind a set of punishing sanctions should Russia attack. While threatening the use of force, Russia has pressed for negotiations, first with these United States, that would codify a new division of Europe, pushing Russia's sphere of influence westward into Europe, to undo what it sees as a 30-year offensive that has brought hostile Euro-Atlantic institutions to its doorstep. The United States has agreed to talks throughout this month, but there be no obvious path to overcome what seem to be irreconcilable differences between Washington and Moscow on the foundations of European security. Was there another path during the past 30 years that would have led to a more hopeful present? Would a decision to fully develop the Partnership for Peace, which brought all the countries of the region, including Russia, into a structure built around the core NATO countries, have given Russia a greater stake in the system? Could the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE, have provided the foundation for a pan-European security structure in which the Russian Empire was fully invested? Would, if not the eschewing of NATO expansion, but rather a slower pace, have provided greater opportunity to modify Russia's assessment of the alliance and even offered a credible path toward Russian membership? We'll never know. History does not entertain the subjunctive mood, but we are probably talking about the degree of rivalry between Russia and the United States, not a lost opportunity at partnership. Because it was only a matter of time before the long-standing American effort to expand the realm of democratic states in Europe as a pillar of its security eventually would crash against Russia's historical effort to extend its security perimeter as deep as possible into Europe, to protect a political regime that is fundamentally alien to prevailing Western European norms and stands aside from the historical trajectory of European development toward an ever greater democracy. Once Russia had begun to recover from the profound political and socio-economic crisis of the first post-Soviet decade under President Putin, the only question was when and where Moscow would take a stand against what it has seen as Washington's encroachment on its security. It is, in fact, remarkable that Russia has thrown down the gauntlet only now, when its margin of safety in Europe is at its narrowest since the Russian Empire was established 300 years agone and entered the European balance of power system. In this light, today's events are just the latest version of a contest between Russia and Europe that has spanned the past 3 centuries. The dividing line between Europe and the Russian sphere of influence in Europe has gravitated westward and eastward over time as a consequence of periodic trials of arms. The results have been codified by treaties at the end of the military contests forged at the Congress of Vienna in 1814 to 1815, the Congress of Berlin in 1878, the Treaty of Versailles in 1919, the year the man who raised and guided myself, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was born, the Yalta Conference in 1945, and the Helsinki Final Act in 1975. What is unique about the current situation is that Moscow insists on redrawing the map of Europe before a major test of arms, and not as a consequence of one. If the American Empire, and the West as a whole, engages, the outcome is not likely to be a stable security structure with a clear dividing line, but rather one in which the competition for Ukraine, through which the line will be drawn, moves into a different phase, centered more on shaping the country's internal development through active engagement inside Ukraine rather than by force of arms from outside. The United States and its European partners will seek to consolidate a pro-Western Ukrainian state that can be fully integrated into Euro-Atlantic institutions, whereas Russia will act to prevent that consolidation and draw individual pieces of Ukraine solidly into its orbit. The challenge is to reduce the risk that this contest will end in a trial of arms and construct one in which victory will come instead from the steady accumulation of incremental advantage over time. This outcome should not be beyond the capabilities of today's diplomats, but it will require that they make the focus of negotiations not matters of irreconcilable principles, but pragmatic steps to defuse tensions. Neither side is about to capitulate, but both are likely to agree to measures that meet their minimal security needs, while leaving open the possibility of achieving their ultimate goals in the future. So, let the diplomacy begin. To avert war, the West should welcome Ukraine and a reformed Russia into NATO. Vladimir Putin is forcing President Biden to deal with the worst Russo-American security confrontation since the Cuban Missile Crisis. He says he will invade Ukraine unless NATO bans it from membership. The threat is taken seriously, given his regime's legacy roots in Soviet regional domination and its invasions and ongoing occupations of Crimea and parts of Georgia and eastern Ukraine. Putin is not a former Soviet KGB operative to be trifled with. In October of 1962, a year before my late sister was born, President John F. Kennedy was warned by Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev to accept Soviet nuclear-armed missiles Moscow secretly had placed in Cuba or precipitate World War III. Having met with Kennedy in Vienna the year before, Khrushchev was convinced the young, callow leader would cave under such pressure. He misjudged his adversary. Kennedy's Irish prevailed over his Harvard, and Moscow agreed to remove the missiles. As Secretary of State Dean Rusk put it, we're eyeball to eyeball, and the other guy just blinked. At least that's what JFK mythologists long have told the world. It turns out the situation was more complicated and less a complete stare-down than mutual missile disarmament. Newly in place Soviet SS-4 ballistic missiles were taken out of Cuba in exchange for removal of NATO's Jupiter systems from Italy and Turkey, as Moscow had demanded for years. As a bonus to the Soviets, Kennedy gave a permanent security guarantee to communist Cuba after the Bay of Pigs fiasco. America never again would seek to liberate the Cuban people and overthrow the regime of Fidel Castro or his successors. Communist China has proved especially adept at the strategy of winning without fighting, which they are presently employing in the South China Sea and elsewhere. The coercive strategy is now in full force with Putin's threatened invasion of Ukraine and his warning to retaliate with unspecified military technical measures against Western punitive actions. Biden, of course, is a lot older and more experienced than Kennedy was at the time. He warned Putin last week that Russia would pay a heavy price if the country made further military moves against Ukraine. In return, Putin said imposition of severe U.S. sanctions would cause a complete rupture of relations. Biden's catastrophic abandonment of Afghanistan, his earlier foreign policy record, and his instinctive rejection of American unilateral use of force to defend Ukraine provide ample grounds for Putin to question his resolve. Yet Putin's demand of veto power over NATO's decision-making is so extreme and has been rejected so often by Washington and Brussels that some observers believe it is an offer made to be refused again. He deliberately has created a situation that is existential for him politically and as well as existential for the West morally and geopolitically, with no room for compromise. It is argued that Moscow will have no face-saving course of action except to invade Ukraine and achieve a quick initial victory. From that point on, any negotiations will be entirely on Russia's terms, if they take its place at all. The West would then bear the unbearable responsibility for initiating war with Russia over a fait accompli, or to do what it has done after Putin's 3 earlier invasions and incursions, swallow hard and accept them as the new normal. The alternative theory flows from the first, that Putin expects the extreme pressure to work, this time compelling the West to reappraise its commitment to Ukraine. After all, despite the brave affirmations from the Biden administration and Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg that no country can dictate NATO's membership decisions, Russia's objections have already significantly delayed admission of Ukraine and Georgia. Moreover, Putin knows the West's aversion to using force and its commitment to diplomacy work in his favor. Washington and its allies will strive to understand the other side's legitimate needs and to find a way to accommodate them. Putin may well have up his sleeve an idea that will serve that purpose, one that he broached in the early 2000s, NATO membership for Russia itself. George Robertson, NATO's Secretary General from 1999 to 2004, reported on a conversation he had with the Russian dictator at that time. Putin said, "When are you going to invite us to NATO?" And Robertson said he responded, "We don't invite people to join NATO. They apply to join NATO." And Putin allegedly replied, "Well, we're not standing in line with a lot of countries that don't even matter." Now, NATO's rejection of the arrogant Russian demand was the right response then, and it would be the right posture now if Putin is indeed dangling the Russia in NATO possibility as a way out of the West's predicament, and his own. If he contemplates Russia replacing Ukraine in NATO, it's an obvious non-starter. But Biden and NATO can build on the raw concept and shape an authentic solution that would fairly serve the long-term security interests of all countries in the region. Instead of the burden-free NATO admission that Putin sought earlier, NATO should announce a new expansion program for all interested countries that qualify by January 1st, 2027. That would provide a 5-year window for potential applicants to get their political and economic houses in order to meet the NATO standards. Putin is unlikely to be willing to make major changes in Russia's economic and political system, but that is his government's choice, and he would have 5 years to change his mind. If he does reject the opportunity to apply and qualify for membership like other countries, or initially indicates he wishes to join but does not seriously undertake the necessary reforms, NATO should not further delay the admission of Ukraine, Georgia, or other states that have been dutifully preparing for membership and are ready to join. In particular, of course, I'm thinking of Armenia. NATO should never repeat the mistake of the World Trade Organization, which delayed Taiwan's admission in the early 2000s in order to allow communist China to catch up. Once in the organization, Beijing proceeded to shape it to serve Red China's interests alone. Russia and the Communist Chinese Empire both have distorted the workings of the United Nations in the same way. NATO should require Russia to demonstrate its good faith intentions before it is allowed in. First, by withdrawing from Georgia, Crimea, and eastern Ukraine. Putin will take umbrage, but he has well earned the world's suspicion and distrust. As the communist Chinese like to say, he who tied the knot must untie it. And there be a hidden blessing of China's and Russia's hostility. With ongoing all the ongoing challenges we can think of, such as COVID-19, persistent supply chain problems, the highest inflation in nearly 40 years, and domestic fractiousness, Americans at least can count their foreign policy blessings. At first glance, these may appear hard to find, with crises threatening to boil over on both ends of the U.S. alliance network. In Europe, Russia has deployed more than 100,000 troops to the border of its western neighbor, Ukraine, in what looks like overt staging for invasion. In Asia, the Communist Chinese Empire has intensified its military and political harassment of democratic Taiwan, with bellicose communiques repeatedly emerging from Beijing. Certainly, it is not a good time to be just beyond the frontier of the U.S. alliance network. But whatever happens next, whether war or hopefully something less than that, could have a silver lining for American interests. Our adversaries are doing international affairs wrong on so many levels. While Washington cannot take much credit for the foibles of its peer competitors, at least it can get out of the way and allow them to continue to make mistakes. There was a time when being an American abroad was decidedly awkward. The United States was, and is, the most powerful country in the world. This is hardly a position that elicits much sympathy, and many observers abroad may consider American foreign policy to be a bit bizarre. In the previous 2 decades, the United States used its hegemonic moment to pursue two unsuccessful wars in the Middle East, with only limited support from its allies. The so-called coalition of the willing did more to advertise America's isolation than to demonstrate much international willingness. But the United States has the good fortune to be confronted by adversaries that are even more boorish than America. Red China is nouveau powerful and acts like it. Every time Beijing begins to look as if it might score a foreign policy victory, Chinese Communist Party officials open their mouths and incite indignation in foreign capitals. Similarly, though revisionist Russia tries to refute perceptions that it is a declining power, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and his proxies behave as if they are in a great hurry to exercise dominance over somebody, somewhere, before it is too late. The impatience of America's chief adversaries, and their avariciousness for the prerogatives and property of others, has made them decidedly less popular in the world, even less popular than the United States. Indeed, it is America's relative indifference to other nations' stuff that makes us so attractive to the world. Better to have a well-fed guard dog than one who looks hungrily and longingly at your own legs, ready to gnaw you to the bone. Despite a record replete with mistakes, the American empire benefits from the fact that, in most capitals around the world, no one seriously thinks that Washington covets what they have. Contrast this with Russia's or China's neighbors, most of whom are confronted by recurring attempts to resettle their borders on land and at sea. At the same time that officials in Europe and Asia must contend with the prospect of keeping America in militarily, they are increasingly challenged with keeping Russia and China out. While neither problem is attractive, the former is much more palatable and resolvable than the latter. Indeed, for Russia and the Communist Chinese Empire to achieve their imagined New Year's resolutions involves the dissolution of other nations, Ukraine and my Taiwan, respectively, while America's primary goal for 2022 and the future is mostly to be left alone. Live and let live is inevitably a more attractive attribute in a neighbor than a what is yours is mine mentality. Our overarching value as an ally, beyond being powerful, is that we won't take much, unlike other powerful nations, past and present. This is why the American empire has many security partners, and why the Russian and Communist Chinese empires have so few, far fewer than their power would imply. The goal in American foreign policy should be to maintain and even enhance this contrast in objectives. We are better than the much more rapacious alternatives. Left with these options, America looks attractive indeed. Many nations are eager to trade with wealthy, powerful, autocratic states. The Communist Chinese Empire is the #1 manufacturing nation in the world. As its domestic markets grow, it will continue to attract eager collaboration from abroad. At the same time that Asia and the world flock to engage in commerce with the Communist Chinese Empire, however, they are increasingly eager to balance Red China's influence by tightening their security ties with Washington. Similarly, while Europeans are increasingly reliant on revanchist Russia's empire for natural gas, they are also looking to guard against the worst effects of energy dependence on Moscow. The ongoing crises involving Taiwan and Ukraine do much to highlight the drawbacks of such relationships. The problems that the revanchist Russia and the Communist Chinese Empire both face in peddling influence abroad are fundamental. This is not a public relations issue that can be resolved through better marketing. The rest of the world mostly does not trust them, and with all good reason. Other countries recognize their mercenary nature and will not go willingly to the slaughter. Thus, for Putin and the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, influence will prove costly. On Monday, Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping warned that global confrontation between major powers invites catastrophic consequences in a speech to world leaders at an all-virtual Davos forum center linked in Switzerland. Thanks to a coronavirus pandemic that shows no sign of abating, the face-to-face gathering of political and corporate power players in the Swiss Alps has had to go online for the second year in a row. In his speech to the World Economic Forum in Davos, Xi opened the proceedings with a speech much like the one he delivered virtually last year, presenting himself as the defender of multilateralism while pronouncing sober warnings for the future as relations between major powers plunge. According to an official translation of the speech, which was streamed online, Xi warned that our world today is far from tranquil. Rhetoric that stokes hatred and prejudice abound. History has proved time and again that confrontation does not solve problems. It only invites catastrophic consequences. The global industrial supply chains have been disrupted. Commodity prices continue to rise. Energy supply remains tight. No shit, Xi Shtick. Thanks to Commie China, supply chains will never recover. Hey, shout out to, oh God, I just thought of her name. Michaela Nastasia of Hellbilly Holler. Michaela, if you're in the habit of celebrating Halloween in the middle of January, and Michaela Nastasia celebrates it all year long, you're in luck this year because American ports, plagued by logistical problems, are just now unloading Halloween gear from Chinese container ships. I mean, supply chains, which once delivered goods to American stores cheaply, quickly, and at the right moment, are now, as Jonathan Bass, CEO of Whom Home and a nearshoring advocate, told Newsweek, not cheap, not quick, and certainly not just in time. Bass has also pointed out that retailers, anticipating long delays, are ordering goods 9 to 12 months ahead of time. Shelves at stores, both big and small, are sometimes empty, and delivery times are no longer predictable. The Financial Times tells us that in 2020, a highly synchronized system was spun out of rhythm. There's no mystery why an extraordinarily efficient global mechanism broke down. Draconian COVID-19 lockdowns in communist China closed factories, and disease stopped trucks and planes in both producing and consuming countries. At the same time, there was a surge in demand for goods from lockdown consumers who could not spend their money on services. A logistical supply chain, with little resiliency, thus collapsed. There are now about 120 ships waiting off the twin Californian ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. Off China's ports, the numbers are far higher. In the beginning of November, for instance, there was a total of 493 ships loitering, waiting to load. The backups are significant. Ships carry about 90% of all the world's cargo. So when does the world go back to normal? likely never. It is true that these delays are the result of misguided transportation policies in the United States, especially California, as well as fundamentally flawed policies in Red China itself. But countries adjust, and as COVID dissipates, many problems will eventually go away. These disruptions, however, will have a profound long-term effect on manufacturing itself. Companies will be forced to adjust. As Scott Price, president of UPS International, told the Financial Times, there will be a migration to new supply chain models. In other words, producers will move factories closer to consumers. And if the head of United Parcel Service is telling you that, you'd better listen to him. Yet there are more than just logistical reasons for companies to shorten the long route between factory floor and store shelf. First, as Washington, D.C. trade expert Alan Tonelson points out, Red China is shortening supply chains by driving factories out. Tonelson told Newsweek that Xi Jinping's neo-Maoist counter-revolution has made the People's Republic of China an increasingly unreliable and unpredictable place to do business. As a result, some production has migrated to even lower-cost jurisdictions in Asia, such as Cambodia and Vietnam. But factories have also moved to cheap labor countries in the Western Hemisphere. In the middle of last year, for instance, American footwear and apparel company Steve Madden announced that, due in part to supply chain problems, it was relocating about half of its women's production from the communist Chinese mainland to Mexico and Brazil. Second, as Asian Indian analyst Brahma Shelani observed in a Project Syndicate piece, China is turning into a trade tyrant. That communist empire, from especially the end of the first decade of this century, has tried to use its manufacturing and production clout to obtain geopolitical goals. Most infamously, sometime in the second half of 2010, Red Chinese customs authorities imposed an embargo on the export of rare earth metals to the Empire of Japan in order to force Tokyo to release the captain of a Chinese fishing boat that had encroached on Japanese waters round the Senkaku Islands, which Red China claims as the DJOUS. The action, although unofficial, was a clear violation of Beijing's World Trade Organizational obligations and was lifted after 2 months. But it was not lifted before Tokyo released the captain, who was part of a Chinese government-directed effort to deploy force to pry those islands from Japanese control. Red China has imposed or threatened other rare earth metal embargoes from time to time. More recently, circa March of 2020, China's official Xinhua news agency said the regime could throw America into a mighty sea of coronavirus, proving they consider corona as a weapon. And they would do this by withholding protective gear. That threat was not idle, because all our safety gear, our masks, are manufactured in communist China. As Fox Business Network's Maria Bartiromo reported in February of 2020, Peter Navarro, President Trump's Director of Trade and Manufacturing Policy, confirmed Beijing had imposed export restrictions on all N95 masks and nationalized an American factory producing them there within the borders of communist China itself. Just at the same time, Red China turned around a ship carrying medical protective gear heading to New York hospitals. Bartiromo then asked, how is anybody going to trust Red China in terms of keeping up their end of the bargain in business ever again? There is one additional reason factories will move closer to the point of consumption. The world is transitioning from a period of general stability to one of constant instability, and perhaps armed conflict. Bad actors, most notably the Communist Chinese Empire and the revanchist revisionist Russian Empire, are becoming bold or desperate, and the rest of the world does not look like it is prepared to stop them. How many ships will leave Chinese ports if Red China, whether intentionally or accidentally, starts a conflict with my Taiwan, the Empire of Japan, or even the Philippines? In November, the State Department actually had to threaten to use force against Red China for dangerous activities in the South China Sea around Second Thomas Shoal. Long supply chains, stretching halfway around the world, will no longer be viable when navies clash. The most recent round of globalization started when countries lowered political barriers to trade after the Cold War. Reflecting the general euphoria of that time, almost no one thought that form of governance mattered anymore. Democracies believed they could, without national security repercussions, trade with, and thereby strengthen, authoritarian, dictatorial, and totalitarian states. Now, the Communist Chinese Empire has proven that Pollyanna-ish theory to be catastrophically wrong. The world looks exceedingly dangerous, and supply chains are already fragile. But via the Davos Forum, Xi still opened our work week touting China, where the coronavirus first emerged in late 2019 as a rare pandemic success story, and the only major economy to continue posting growth, strong growth at that, saying the world had fought a tenacious battle against the once-in-a-century pandemic, and that the pandemic was proving a protracted one, with new variants spreading faster than before, deepening challenges for the global economy, himself insisting that Communist China was keen for people-to-people exchange in a bid to facilitate cross-border trade, keep the industrial supply chain secure and smooth, and promote steady and solid progress in global economic recovery. Now, China stuck to a strict policy of targeting zero COVID cases once it propagandized that it had stamped out its initial outbreak. Its borders remain largely closed to outsiders, but it has remained the world's vital manufacturing base throughout the pandemic. But there were no announcements in the speech on when or whether Beijing might relax its tight border controls. China claims to have been completely free of the coronavirus, even while it is currently battling a spate of local outbreaks in multiple provinces and key cities just weeks before it hosts the Winter Olympics in Beijing. An Olympiad to be waged in a world wherein the coronavirus has already created a rift between the American and Communist Chinese empires that may take a generation to heal. The novel coronavirus has destroyed lives and livelihoods in both these United States and Communist China, from which it's sourced. But instead of bonding the two empires together to fight the pandemic, it has sent their already strained relations on a rapid downward spiral and fanned the flames of a potentially dangerous strain of nationalism. First detected in the central Chinese city of Wuhan in December before last, the coronavirus has since spread far beyond the country's borders, infecting 3.9 million people and killing well over 5.5 million across the globe. The United States reported its first coronavirus case in January of the year before yesteryear, a man who had returned to Washington state from Wuhan days prior. Initially, the situation seemed under control, with 1 death and 22 cases reported throughout the country by the end of February, but the number of new infections exploded in March, and the U.S. now accounts for more than a quarter of reported deaths worldwide. The Chinese Communist government has ever since been ceaselessly propagandizing to cast doubt on the origins of the pandemic, claiming the earliest cases did not occur in Wuhan. Despite their relentless campaign of COVID origin displacement, Red China has been criticized at home and abroad over its handling of the virus, especially during the initial outbreak. Pushing back such criticism with increasingly fierce rhetoric, Beijing claims it is merely responding to false accusations, particularly from these United States. In March of 2020, as the pandemic raged across the globe, Communist Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Zhao Lijian publicly promoted an unfounded conspiracy theory that the virus might have been brought to China by the U.S. military. A few days later, U.S. President Donald Trump called the coronavirus the Chinese virus, pinning the blame on China as the outbreak began to take hold in major American cities. Trump dropped the term a week later, but the finger-pointing did not stop there. In the closing year of his presidency, the Trump administration repeatedly lashed out at Red China over its handling of the outbreak, questioning its death toll and criticizing its early non-response to the virus. In May of 2020, Trump and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo claimed, albeit without providing evidence, that the virus originated from a Chinese lab. Beijing pushed back in response, dubbing the claim a re-election tactic aimed at boosting Trump's standing among Republican voters. While China's own government-controlled media attacked Pompeo with unusually vicious language, calling him evil, insane, and an enemy of all mankind. But the acrimony goes deeper than a mere war of words. Trump and several administration officials began enlisting foreign allies to join the pressure campaign against Red China. The Trump administration was also supposed to have been drawing up plans to punish China for the pandemic, retaliation options including sanctions, canceling U.S. debt obligations, and drawing up new trade policies. Holding the Chinese Communist Party accountable for its response to the COVID-19 outbreak is one of the Trump policies we need to stand by and need to encourage Biden to continue. The Chinese Communist Party has covered up the truth about the origins of the coronavirus, and American big tech was complicit. Malign actors, specifically Communist China, are working to see the American empire fall. To respond to an increasingly aggressive Communist China, the Trump administration pioneered a tough-on-China policy, marking a major shift in American policy from accommodation and surrender, so-called cooperation and engagement, to transparent competition. Trump imposed tariffs on Chinese goods, ended academic exchanges, sanctioned Red Chinese officials, and placed certain communist Chinese companies on a U.S. investment blacklist. And while President Biden has vowed to be equally tough on China, we are not seeing bold actions in the wake of their involvement in the global outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. Red China itself has stunted all efforts to get to the truth. The evidence of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party's denial, distortion, and concealment of the coronavirus pandemic from its critical beginning to present day is overwhelming. In January of 2020, if not before, the CCP knew it was dealing with a fast-spreading disease in Wuhan, but rejected transparency in favor of a massive propaganda campaign to spread disinformation. from manipulated statistics and the prevention of an investigation by international experts to ousted journalists and whistleblowers who were silenced through intimidation and foul play. There be countless examples of how the CCP lied to the rest of the world about the origins of this pandemic. Prominent epidemiologists and biologists have raised concerns about a possible spillover in the Wuhan lab, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, our own American CDC directors, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, says it's possible COVID could have leaked from a lab. On top of that, it was recently reported that 3 researchers from China's Wuhan Institute of Virology became violently ill with symptoms consistent with COVID-19 and sought hospital care in November 2019. Yet China has not been forthright in sharing information, nor have they cooperated with the United States or global community. Compounding the problem, treasonous big tech platforms have obviously been complicit in this cover-up. Exemplar Grecian, in December of 2020, shortly after medical professionals and infectious disease specialists testified before the U.S. Senate on the effectiveness of COVID-19 treatments, Google's YouTube removed the testimony from their online platform. Republicans already have 400 recommendations for how to proceed. Like many Americans, I am deeply angered about the avoidable loss of life resulting from the CCP's actions, or rather inactions of the Chinese Communist Party across the Pacific. They and their co-conspirators here on our shores must be held accountable. I myself was proud to join my fellow Taiwanese in donating what money I could spare to a lobbying contract via the nation-state of Guatemala, which has in turn hired for 900,000 United States dollars a major supporter of former President Donald Trump to seek influence with U.S. officials in launching an investigation into the origin of COVID-19 and the role of the Chinese Communist Party. And the Chinese Communist government's malignant behavior does not begin nor end at the cover-up of the origins of COVID-19. For years, their communist government has undermined American freedom, democracy, and basic human rights, as well as our free and open markets. The CCP continues to engage in a brutal form of aggression against the Caucasian, the white Muslim Uyghurs of Turkic genetic extraction, located in its northwest Xinjiang province, where they are arbitrarily detaining millions in formal prisons and detention centers, and have subjected detainees to forced labor, torture, political indoctrination, and other severe human rights abuses, some as unspeakable as forced sterilization, all towards the ultimate extermination of whites in China. Their unscrupulous, multidimensional tactics to destroy America and engage in human rights abuses cannot be tolerated. The Taiwanese contracted Guatemalan President Alejandro Giammattei has met with the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security to testify before Congress about holding the CCP legally and financially responsible for the human and economic suffering its communist government has caused, and take significant steps to counter the CCP's destructive activity moving forward, including the over 400 recommendations already put forward by the Republican-led China Task Force. To ignore the CCP's blatant disregard for basic human rights, our environment, and way of life would be un-American. The CCP must be held accountable, and now is the time to take its action. This is the lowest point in decades. Remember, this dramatic deterioration of relations camest on the heels of a 2-year trade war between the world's 2 largest economies. a trade war that had already pushed tensions to new heights and spurred talk of decoupling. Amid rising nationalism, no less. Because as bilateral ties plummeted during pandemic, U.S. public opinion on communist China has also hit a new low. A comparatively recent poll, a Pew poll, found that 66% of Americans held an unfavorable view of communist China, the highest percentage recorded since the annual survey began in 2005. Only about a quarter in these United States report a favorable attitude towards Red China. Similarly, in Red China itself, nationalism and anti-foreign sentiment is running high, backed by state media and officials of the Red executive. There is also a growing sense of bitterness that Chinese people, especially the people of Wuhan, have made huge sacrifices to contain the virus and suffered great loss, yet their country is still being criticized for not doing enough and taking the blame for other governments' inadequate response in handling the pandemic. That's how the Chinese on the mainland actually see it. Yet David Zweig, Professor Emeritus at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology and Director of Transnational China Consulting Limited, emphasized that while Trump's approach to Red China was not necessarily new by time of his last year in office, the situation he faced was by then much more dramatic and dangerous. The stakes were much higher. In 2016, it was people's jobs. In 2020, it was people's lives. It's very clear when there's external hostility towards China, the people do tend to become more nationalistic. And the Chinese Communist Party plays on that. People feel the Chinese ethnicity itself is under attack. They get very defensive, and it makes it very hard for more rational voices to speak out on the mainland across the Pacific. Now, economic growth and nationalism have for decades been the two wellsprings of the Chinese Communist Party's political legitimacy. The country's economy has taken a huge hit from the coronavirus outbreak, contracting 6.8% in the first quarter of this year, the worst plunge since quarterly records began in 1992. And with economic growth more difficult to sustain than ever, the party is likely to turn even more to nationalism to cement its hold on power. As a matter of fact, the worst plunge since quarterly records began in 1992, contracting 6.8%, was in the first quarter of last year. I can only imagine it's gotten worse. As the number of new infections dropped in Red China, or at least they stopped reporting them, while it surged abroad, state media has touted China's success in defeating the virus, while highlighting the failures of other governments to contain its spread, particularly these United States. On the 30th day in April of 2020, Red China's state-run news agency, Xinhua, posted an animated video featuring Lego-like figures that mocked the United States' response to the pandemic. It has been viewed 2 million times on Twitter. In a tweet dated Thursday, the 7th day in May of 2020, Hu Zhijin, editor-in-chief of the nationalist state-run Global Times tabloid, said, "Despite some mistakes in the early days in Wuhan, the Chinese people are highly satisfied with the overall actions. The incompetence of U.S. government is like a mirror, reflecting the reliability of Chinese communism." And in a commentary that ran in late April of 2020, state broadcaster CCTV, Communist Chinese Television, hailed Red China's political system as its biggest advantage in overcoming the outbreak, while proclaiming the firm leadership of the Chinese Communist Party is the most important reason for China to defeat the epidemic. In the month of May thereafter, Chinese Communist Party dictator Xi Jinping delivered a speech to the country's youth marking the 101st anniversary of the May 4 movement, a student-led political movement sparked by angry protests towards the government's failure to stop foreign aggression and defend China's interests. It later grew into broader calls for modernity, democracy, and science. CHICOM, or Chinese Communist State Broadcaster, CCTV, reported that in his speech, Xi praised young people for their part in the fight against the coronavirus outbreak and urged them to work hard for the realization of the Chinese Communist dream for national rejuvenation, or, in other words, worldwide conquest. Under Xi's vision of the Chinese dream and push for national rejuvenation, Beijing has grown increasingly more assertive in its foreign policy. Eager to project its influence in the world and staunchly defends its core national interests, including disputed territorial claims. That approach has already drawn criticism at home and abroad for alienating the American empire and other members of the international community. It's an international backlash. Under the pandemic, Beijing is finding itself in the midst of a growing global backlash that extends well beyond these United States. China has sent masks, test kits, and other supplies and medical experts to countries hit hard by the pandemic, and even then critics have questioned the motives of Beijing's so-called mask diplomacy. As well as via state media, Red China has tried to defend its image through diplomatic envoys. Known as Wolf Warrior Diplomacy, it references a popular Chinese action movie series in which the country's military enacts daring operations around the world. However, the increasingly combative tone of some Chinese diplomats has itself fueled tensions and sparked criticism. Outside China, criticism is growing over its handling of the outbreak, and pressure is mounting for an independent international inquiry to look into its origins. There are also calls for economic compensation from the Communist Chinese Empire for all the damage caused that effectively destroyed the world as we knew it. There are also, in Europe, China has been accused of spreading misinformation. And in Africa, Beijing faced a diplomatic crisis after reports of alleged coronavirus-related discrimination against black African nationals in China sparked anger across the continent. It is in this global context that the rivalry and antagonism between the two world empires of the Red Dragon and the Bald Eagle has now extended to trade, technology, geopolitics, and political ideology, and signs of decoupling are also expanding under the pandemic as lockdown measures disrupt flights, international travel, and global supply chains. Shi Yinhong, a Red advisor to the Chinese Communist government and international relations professor at China's Renmin University, has confirmed that some Western powers have aligned with the U.S. in blaming Red China for completely mishandling the outbreak. And that is a serious foreign relations issue for Beijing. What with Sino-American relations having now reached the lowest point since 1972, when former U.S. President Richard Mulhouse Nixon made his historic visit to Beijing to normalize bilateral relations with Red China on the mainland, which for years had been diplomatically isolated from the West. Xi's assessment is especially grim when taking into consideration the number of major crises the two world empires have faced in the intervening decades. Red China's deadly Tiananmen Square crackdown in 1989, the American bombing of the Communist Chinese embassy in Belgrade, the capital of Serbia, circa 1999, the mid-air collision of a U.S. spy plane and a Chinese fighter jet near Hainan Island in 2001, and the 2008 financial crisis, which, believe it or not, originated in Red Chinese real estate. To quote St. at length and verbatim, "From China's point of view, this is closely related to the prestige of the Chinese regime and potential stability, Since the start of 2018, Sino-American relations have already entered a state of comprehensive competition and rivalry. Since the pandemic, however, the relations have suffered a major blow. Even if after the pandemic has passed, these problems will remain. They might be less emotionally charged by then, but they'll be there all the same. The memory of the pandemic and its devastation is so deep that I'm afraid the scars will remain in the hearts of a whole generation. All this whilst Xi is now moving to secure a third term at a major gathering of the Communist Party this autumn and has made it clear stability must remain a priority. But how will the Chinese Communist Party withstand increasing calls for COVID-19 pandemic accountability? As international outrage mounts, can the CCP replicate its success in escaping pariah status after the Tiananmen Square protests and massacre circa 1989? After the massacre of students and civilians on June 4th of 1989, ending weeks of demonstrations in Tiananmen Square, Beijing held its collective breath for nearly 3 years. How could the party survive the betrayal of its own people, having used as its instrument the very People's Army that liberated them in 1949 in the first? Today, 33 years later, China is facing unrelenting criticism and calls for accountability related to the origins of the virus causing COVID-19, which to date has killed at least 5.5 million people worldwide. To understand the extent to which the CCP will go to maintain its innocence as the source of the virus, and to continue to justify the supremacy of its dictatorship in China, there's no better lesson than the chameleon-like maneuvers it made in the wake of the carnage of 1989. Now, the lesson is simple, yet profound. By 1992, the Chinese Communist Party's perseverance to retain its hold on power became so intense that it functionally underwent a drastic political makeover. There had been rumblings. Deng Xiaoping had instituted limited tests of market reform in southern China from 1979 on. And those pockets of what were whispered to be capitalist ventures were proving to work. Straying further and further from Marxist-Leninist doctrine, Deng's policies proved useful a decade later, not just to grow the economy, but to save the Communist Party itself. The results did not go unnoticed by the international media. In 1992, Nicholas Kristof wrote in the New York Times that, well, let me just read what he wrote, a single, few sentences. Gunfire ringing in their ears. Foreign executives fled Red China in the aftermath of the Tiananmen Square crackdown 3 years ago, and many people doubted that foreign investors and tourists would ever return as long as the hardline communists remained in power. So much for conventional wisdom, huh? These days, the Chinese economy is booming, and foreign investment and tourism are setting records. Despite the risks of United States trade sanctions over Red China's human rights record, executives, once more, are enthralled by the business potential of the most populous nation on Earth. Well, not as populous as India, but a lot more money to be thrown around. The average Chinese has more than your average Indian, who has fucking nothing. Indeed, when Deng Xiaoping made his tour of southern China circa 1992, making his proclamation that to get rich is glorious, the effect on the national consciousness was electric. Large chunks of the principles and doctrines of economic communism were completely scrapped, and principles of capitalism, although the word was never used, were ushered into Chinese society from top to bottom. From ordinary grandmothers converting first-floor living rooms into shops, to the families of senior party members exerting their influence to obtain no-credit check bank loans. People across China established for-profit private enterprises. After both of those terms, and the market-based practices they describe, having been taboo for decades. Tellingly, the common term by which people addressed one another, tongji, meaning comrade, began to disappear from everyday discourse. In the immediate aftermath of unleashing the People's Liberation Army in Beijing on that early June morning, slaughtering what then British Ambassador Sir Alan Edwin Donald had been told by a senior Chinese communist official was upwards of at least 10,000 Chinese citizens, wiping out the intellectual future of an entire generation of student academics. The Chinese Communist Party first turned to its tried and true methods to maintain its leadership role domestically. The party was well practiced by this time in waging domestic propaganda and fear campaigns to bolster its right to remain in power despite the policy disasters that it first designed and then deployed on its largely destitute citizens. The Great Leap Forward, from which tens of millions died of starvation, and the Cultural Revolution, in which society cannibalized itself, both metaphorically, figuratively, and literally. Each carried more than enough intrinsic power to destroy the CCP. But the party survived, largely by maintaining an iron grip over domestic narratives and literally rewriting its own history. Thus, in 1989, the party was not overwhelmingly concerned with defending itself from its domestic detractors. Arrests, detentions, and disappearances of ordinary citizens proliferated. Tanks roamed the streets of Beijing. Through the power of propaganda, terror tactics, and sleight of hand, the party survived the next 3 years domestically, which it had expected to do. Could it do the same internationally? The horrified reaction of the foreign community was paramount in the leadership's mind. There was a key problem it could not overcome. Not only had worldwide media captured key images of the crackdown, but also the Chinese Communist Party could not manipulate the truth that the rest of the world was hearing from the first-hand accounts of those who had experienced the massacre and then evacuated back to their home countries. The atrocities that occurred in Beijing on June 4th, and intermittently for days later, had played out in the presence of the foreign diplomatic, business, and educational communities whose members lived in Beijing, many of them just a few minutes from the worst of the carnage, and some, in the later days, right in their backyards, when the bodies began piling up. Then, as with the COVID-19 pandemic now, the Chinese Communist Party had to spin the story, lure the international community into its narrative, and dodge the blame. The party was successful with the international community. Investment came roaring into Red China, along with technology. In 1992, when economic opportunities expanded for the everyday Chinese citizen, political issues and disillusionment took a back seat to the sudden ability to significantly improve one's standard of living. Foreigners and Chinese alike both succumbed to something as old as the pyramids and just as alluring: the power of greed. The love of money is the root of all evil. Today, as the Chinese Communist Party perseveres in its own perpetuation, it is abusing lessons learned from past attacks on its legitimacy to overcome all its critics and maintain its power. It remains to be seen whether the international community will hold fast to calling the CCP to account for its role in the pandemic. One dynamic is different this time. In all other cases of the atrocities that have occurred due to Chinese Communist Party practices and policies, the impact has largely been domestic or related to the disputed status of helpless ethnic minorities. As awful as the resulting deaths and hardships have been, however, they have been consequences which the international community mostly did not directly feel itself. This time, it's different. With everyone in the world now having been affected in direct and highly personal ways by COVID-19, the Wuhan Kung Flu, through death, illness, job loss, economic hardship, deprivation of education, and familial separation, it remains to be seen what the Chinese Communist Party will do if the crescendo of international voices finally comes crashing down upon it to answer for its part in the pandemic. As deft and wily as the party has proven itself to be in the past to escape consequences for its misbehavior, its shape-shifting skills may not be enough to protect it this time. Therefore, I sayest unto thee, in the minutes we have remaining, hold the Chinese government accountable for COVID-19's deception. In summary, since the start of the pandemic, the Chinese Communist Party has obfuscated important facts and information about COVID-19. The Chinese government has silenced whistleblowers, forcibly disappeared citizen journalists, and misreported the rate of COVID-19 infection and numbers of deaths, among other concerning actions. The CCP's decision to limit knowledge about novel coronavirus significantly hampered other countries' abilities to respond to their own domestic outbreaks. The international community is now interested in taking measures to hold the CCP accountable. The U.S. government should lead the way in pressing for a level-headed, apolitical investigation into the CCP's mishandling of COVID-19. It should also consider levying sanctions on individuals and entities responsible for the cover-up. My key takeaways for you to take from closing transmission tonight being, number one, since the pandemic began, China's Communist Party, the CCP, has distorted facts about COVID-19 and repressed freedom, limiting crucial information about the virus. Number two, the CCP's action severely limited the world's knowledge about the virus and hampered other countries' abilities to respond to domestic outbreaks. Number three, the United States should press for an international investigation into the CCP's response and consider invoking sanctions against those responsible for the cover-up. Since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Chinese Communist Party's repression has been on full display. At the outset, the freedom of speech of whistleblowers, such as since-deceased Dr. Li Wenliang and others like him, was denied. Citizen journalists documenting events in Wuhan were forcibly disappeared and in many cases have not reappeared since. And Chinese citizens were prevented from forming a robust civil society response to the outbreak. There's Article 35 of the Chinese Constitution itself about world intellectual property, in which they continue to steal intellectual property, taking advantage of COVID-19 to do so. Understand that it guarantees freedom of speech, and the CCP affirmed its commitment to uphold and protect those rights by signing the United Nations' Universal Declaration of Human Rights, a document that the Communist Chinese Party helped to craft. The CCP's response to the novel coronavirus flies in the face of those commitments. The CCP's repressive activities do not stop with the individual. They extend to the collective. Studies now prove that the CCP grossly underreported the number of COVID-19 infections, as well as the death rate in China itself. The coronavirus outbreak revealed that what the Chinese government does internally, restricting fundamental freedoms and basically misreporting all statistics, is not just an internal matter. Silencing those with information and downplaying the rate of infection made the rest of the world less prepared to combat their own domestic outbreaks of the virus. As a result, there is now interest from the international community in taking measures to hold the CCP accountable. The United States should lead the way. It should press the international community to coalesce round pursuing, an international investigation into the CCP's mishandling of the COVID-19 outbreak. And in partnership with like-minded countries, the U.S. should press the CCP to respect civil society and individual liberties that can help prevent future catastrophes. I believe that Peter Moon is back on with us.
You're correct.
Yes, there we are. Well, kind sir, so glad to have you back. So I was talking about standing firm with Trump and the Republicans on basically pressing communist China. I don't know how much of that you heard.
I heard about the last half hour. I didn't hear Trump mentioned. In fact, I was going to ask you, it seemed like Trump would, based upon what you're saying about China, which is hard to argue with, that Trump was the antidote all along with regards to China. He was never fooled by China, whereas Biden would seem to be completely wholly, as was Clinton and Obama, owned by China.
Well, definitely, I gave Trump his credit. I'll timestamp for you when, of course, I began to monologue. But when I started speaking about China, Trump was definitely brought to the fore as the man who was trying to organize basically what I'm trying to codify. In other words, Trump wanted a series of sanctions to punish China, and the Republicans developed a list of 400 things to do, basically 400 points to be had. I'm, of course, as a person with the Taiwanese experience, trying to develop my own list, and I'm trying to share it with the world. I'll do that with the next transmission, of course, and I'll share that with the world so that maybe someone can provide it to the Biden administration.
It's not like they're going to go, oh, good idea. They seem to be furthering, like if I look at it based upon what you've just said, I never really paid too much attention to this stuff, but it would seem to me that Silicon Valley is being directed by Red China to a significant extent. You've talked about India as well.
Yeah. And I talked about how its big tech is treasonous. Big tech has taken videos off YouTube that were exposing.
That's very much old hat, but it seems like it was totally in the interest of China to subvert Trump at any and all costs, and to actually run the narrative that is CNN. It's like they're all owned and bought for, and they act like communists. The CNN and the Democratic Party act like communists. They do.
Well, the old joke was that CNN was an acronym for Communist News Network, and don't forget the man who owned it was married to Jane Fonda, was he not, for a period of time?
Except, yes, and he opened up Moscow with the Goodwill Games and all that.
Ted Turner.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean he's nothing compared to what's going on. He was ousted from CNN. CNN is nowhere near what he used to have it.
Right.
It's not anywhere close what it is. It was a news station, or tried to be. Mm-hmm. Now it's a propaganda station. It's like TASS. It's propaganda. I mean, all the news agencies have always been Office of War Information.
Yes.
They all have, and it's not. This is par for the course. But it's the way you're putting it in perspective is, it goes China, news networks, U.S. government. And so, you had talked about Russia's connection to Trump, which is, I still haven't, I don't see the whole thing because I haven't listened to everything. But
no worries. I haven't really dealt with it yet. That might come, some of the time.
If all that is, China and Russia have hated each other for centuries. Mm-hmm. And so Yeah, and you know, when Trump, the rhetoric you heard during the Trump administration was deep state, and you don't hear it anymore. What deep state? Biden's the good guy. And there is no deep state. There is no swamp. You don't hear that rhetoric anymore. And of course, Trump's biggest faux pas or misgivings as president is he couldn't he couldn't clear up the deep state. It wasn't within his ability. And
well, he's only one man, right?
well, practically. I mean, you know, but yeah. So the deep state, you don't hear that, and so you have China, but you have Russia. You know, and maybe they would both enjoy a mutual destruction of the United States, but basically the United States has simply been bought and sold, and many times over with Clinton. Going back to Clinton, it's how much can they get away with? It's like the Americans or the Russians going into Afghanistan. You can't hold the country. So the question becomes, you know, can you keep down the United States forever? You know, you do have the people, and you know, how much are they going to take? You know, because Fauci's barely surviving. The whole vax movement is losing because, you know, people are resisting it, and that's why they get so desperate. Everybody must be vaxxed. Everybody must be vaxxed, and they're losing. The rhetoric keeps coming because they're losing the battle. They're not telling how much they're losing it.
Right. No, I agree. There's a sense of desperation there. By the way, Clarice Claudette, she says good morning, and I want to wish her good morning back. I owe her far too much, and I certainly need to speak to her. And she said, thanks for sharing, Peter, your information on the fake gurus. And she has the little emoji face with the hearts. You can see that there in the chat room. You can even respond to her if you wish, but she was really thanking you for what you said about the gurus earlier this, this transmission.
It was an interesting talk, and I think unless something comes up, what I didn't get the chance to go into was you know, the vampire aspect. That goes into, you know, an interesting. I was going to go down that rabbit hole with you.
Yeah, yeah. Now, by that you mean kind of like the spiritual parasitism? Is that what you mean? Or?
Well, not just the whole paradigm.
Okay.
Of the vampirism, because you know, I'm not going to bring it up now because it goes down some pretty interesting deep rabbit holes, which would elicit your participation.
We can do that Sunday. And by the way, Clarice Claudette reminds us that also 90% of medicine was coming from China. So please talk about their control of Western corporate medicine and control of holistic medicine. And she gives a nice sparkly hearts emoji and says, see the movie Kumara about this. So thank you, honey. Appreciate
that sounds very interesting. You know, holistic. See, this is where my teacher came into play. You know, the Chinese do not teach Qigong properly,
right.
Or most effectively, although you can't minimize the positive things that they do, you know, because it does. But in other words, they're not teaching the whole paradigm. Yet you will have Qigong hospitals. If somebody gets sick, there are Qigong hospitals where, okay, you better do Qigong 8 hours a day if you want to get better, sucker.
Wow.
So it's like, you know, they might not teach the whole thing, but certainly there are many variations of Qigong.
Mm-hmm.
I just have a unique one.
Yes.
That I was taught because, so in any case, yeah, when they do the holistic stuff, some of them are scammers and will overcharge and you know, treat you with the same contempt.
Oh yes, that's right. That the gurus do. Yeah.
And to think, you know, you're just some stupid, ignorant Westerner, but you will find very capable. In fact, the Korean practitioner of acupuncture I met was out of this world. You know.
Yes.
I you know, if I wasn't married, I would have married her.
Oh, wow.
You know, if wanted to. I don't know that I would have been able to succeed. Not because she was just such a package. Except, you know, she was Christian, and for all I knew, I don't know what that was about, but boy, she knew her acupuncture.
Yeah.
And I never had been acupunctured like that. I didn't even ask for the treatment. Wow. I asked for a body analysis.
Wow.
So she gave me a treatment. I didn't ask for it. Boy, did she get, you know.
How did that feel?
Well, I kicked her about 3 times. I didn't, you know, kick her with my leg. My leg went boing, boing. it was gallbladder meridian, she said, you know.
Yeah.
And I you know, I would love to go back to her, but it's like, you know, you'll see me 3 months, you know, you come now. No, you have to wait 3 months or whatever it was, because she's so busy.
Interesting.
And very good. I mean, I've had acupuncture many times, but she really knew what she was doing.
Yeah.
And she was really well schooled. So this is the difference. So there are good Asian practitioners, but you have to watch out. Watch out, and then because that's where they move into the holistic, is through the, you know, Chinese arts, which everybody respects. There are other, you know, it's a mixed bag. So you have to